Title: A comedic tale of reverse mind reading and vengeance. Muji never anticipated that her journey towards happiness would commence upon becoming a young eunuch, nor did she foresee that her thoughts would be overheard, leading her to the pinnacle of her life, and her previous life. She merely dabbled in fortune-telling, inadvertently revealing a sliver of heavenly secrets, which culminated in her being struck down by lightning. Upon her death, her soul traversed into the body of a young eunucha false eunuch at that, disguised as a male. Her initial plan was to amass some silver and escape the palace, but unexpectedly, this young eunuch held a secret identity and was being closely monitored, leaving her with no path to flee. To make matters worse, she inadvertently found herself in the embrace of a tyrant. After 3 days of entanglement, she felt utterly depleted. Muji assumed her identity had been discovered and that death was imminent. However, the very next day, she metamorphosed into the chief steward beside the tyrant. It was more than just a harrowing experience. Would she now have to live with her head on the line daily? Yet, Muji was bewildered from that moment onward. Regardless of her actions, even if she were to pierce the heavens, the tyrant exhibited no anger, allowing her to wield power and authority, enabling her to stride through the imperial palace and the entirety of the northern Jin kingdom with impunity. She inquired, "Is it because of a fleeting love at first sight?" He replied, "It is an enduring affection born from prolonged encounters." Amidst the throngs of court beauties, Ingemo chose to lavish his affections solely upon this young eunuch. Chapter 1. After being struck by lightning, I transformed into a young eunuch. Muji had been struck by lightning. After her demise, her soul neither ascended to the heavens nor descended into hell. Instead, she traversed through time. While others found themselves as princesses, noble women, or esteemed ladies, she fatefully became a mere young eunuch. A false eunuch, at that. Yet, she found solace in the fact that she did not change genders. However, if her guise as a young eunuch were to be uncovered, it would constitute a grave offense against the emperor, resulting in her imminent demise. The most unfortunate aspect was that upon entering this new body, she retained no memories of the original owner. It was as if she were shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, Muji had been a practitioner in her previous life, possessing considerable skills. Although her martial prowess had dissipated with her new body, she could still glean insights through fortune-telling and observation. More astonishingly, any eye contact or physical touch would grant her the ability to hear another's thoughts. Thus, in the span of over a month since her arrival, she successfully deceived everyone around her and gathered substantial information about this world. The northern Jin kingdom, a realm freshly scarred by a coup. The new emperor had only ascended to the throne a little over a month ago, and the court had undergone a complete overhaul. Even the maids and eunuchs were meticulously selected. Replaced by an entirely new cohort, the original owner of this body was among them. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, Muji, alongside several other young eunuchs, was assigned to serve in the Qianqing Palace. Yet, she harbored no desire to be in Qianqing Palace, for rumors suggested that the new emperor was a notoriously cruel figure. Countless lives had been lost at his hands during the coup. He was the epitome of a tyrant who would rather kill an innocent than let one escape. As fate would have it, she found herself stationed in Qianqing Palace on her very first night. That night, Muji leaned against a pillar in the corridor, unable to resist the pull of sleep, and dozed off. Suddenly, a wave of intense pressure washed over her. She slowly opened her eyes, only to meet the chilling gaze of a pair of dark, cold eyes. Her heart raced, instantly awakening her senses. "Slave," she began to utter, but before she could finish, she was yanked into the Yangxin Hall, the scent of strong liquor wafting around her. In the dim light, the man forcefully pinned her against the door, his eyes glinting with a savage intensity akin to a bloodthirsty beast. What was happening? Muji's mind raced. This was Qianqing Palace, heavily guarded outside at this hour. No one would dare enter except for the emperor. Thus, the man before her must be the tyrant Ingemo. Surely, he did not mistake her for an assassin? With her unique ability to hear thoughts through eye contact and touch, Muji felt no fear. Calmly, she met his gaze, straining her ears to listen intently. However, after a prolonged moment, apart from his heavy breathing, she could hear nothing else. This was strange. Just as she pondered this, she sensed something was amiss with the man above her. His hand rested on her waist, and his gaze began to shift. Desiree's certain yearning, and the unmistakable longing that a man harbors for a woman. No, this was inappropriate. She was a eunuch. Realizing the danger, she disregarded his status as emperor and began to struggle fiercely, but no matter how much she pushed and pounded, she could not escape his strong grip. Your Majesty, please come to your senses. Muji exerted all her strength to resist. Initially, she believed he was merely intoxicated, but soon discovered that his body was growing increasingly feverish, and his breath became more frantic. He genuinely desired her. Muji was horrified. She pressed her hands against Ingmo's chest, her gaze inadvertently scanning his face, where she noticed a strange, eerie light in his deep black eyes, his complexion flushed as if he were desperately restraining himself. Something was not right, in her current state, devoid of any martial skills and pitted against a formidable opponent who had succumbed to madness. She found herself utterly powerless. Trapped in Ingmo's embrace, he grasped her clothing and forcefully tore it, a chill washing over her as her slender shoulders were exposed to the air. Though she had bound her chest carefully, her natural curves were still evident. Damn it! Her fists against his body felt like raindrops, having no effect. Instead, they seemingly fueled his frenzy. His body burned with an insatiable heat, his eyes fixed on her like a starving wolf that had finally encountered a delectable meal, eager to devour her whole. This was utterly disastrous. Her identity was on the verge of exposure. She could lose her innocence. As her garments were stripped away, each forceful motion from him sent tremors through her body. Damn, he was anything but gentle. Time stretched on. Ingmo found ultimate satisfaction in her, finally succumbing to sleep as dawn approached. Once he was sound asleep, Muji, her body on the verge of collapse, hastily donned her tattered clothing and fled as if her life depended on it. Returning to her small chamber, she collapsed onto the bed, her eyelids heavy, yet she dared not sleep. Given the events of the night, it was likely that her identity would be revealed by morning. Once exposed, she would face certain death. Escape? Muji forced herself to sit up. In this vast imperial palace, as a mere young eunuch, escaping was akin to scaling the heavens. Before she could formulate a plan, dawn broke completely. As expected, a knock resounded at her door. Muji, are you in there? Standing outside was one of the other young eunuchs assigned to Qianqing Palace alongside her. Knowing she could not evade the inevitable, Muji dressed quickly before opening the door. Are you truly in your room? Qi Lu regarded her with suspicion. Muji, last night was your first night serving in Qianqing Palace before dawn. How could you leave your post without permission? Oh, dear, what have you done? The emperor awakened, and could not find you. He is furious, and has summoned the chief steward. You have landed us in grave trouble. We are all doomed because of you. Qi Lu exclaimed in exasperation, pulling Muji towards Qianqing Palace in a hurried pace. Along the way, through their physical contact, Muji discerned Qi Lu's inner thoughts, realizing that the other young eunuchs had bribed the chief steward, which is why she was the first to be assigned to the night watch in Qianqing Palace. What a calamity! She had truly been led to her doom. Who could possibly fathom how that tyrant ended up in such a predicament? Recalling last night, he had ravaged her relentlessly. Like a tireless beast if circumstances permitted, Muji would contemplate murder at this very moment. Inside the Yangxin Hall, a palpable tension hung in the air. Ingmo sat in the dragon chair behind the imperial desk, his exquisite and noble visage shrouded in an icy demeanor. With slender fingers gripping a vermilion brush, his deep-set eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of malevolent wrath. Scattered across the floor lay a multitude of memorials, as the chief eunuch knelt before the imperial desk, trembling in trepidation, hardly daring to breathe. So last night, there was only a minor eunuch you arranged here and no one else? Yes. The eunuch did not even dare to raise his head, nearly collapsing to the ground. Where on earth is that cursed Muji? Chapter 2. No escape. Let death come. Just as the eunuch finished his murmuring, Muji arrived at the Yangxin Hall. Whether it was fear or the lingering effects of being toyed with last night, her legs felt unsteady. Standing at the entrance, Muji steadied her mind and stepped into the hall. A swift glance revealed the towering figure seated behind the imperial desk. The lighting had been too dim last night for her to discern the tyrant's true appearance, but she had not anticipated him to be so strikingly handsome. Clad in a black dragon robe adorned with golden threads, a rarity compared to the common bright yellow, he exuded an air of authority and power. Yet, His tall frame seemed enveloped in a thick layer of frost, his finely chiseled features shadowed by a brooding intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Indeed, he was a tyrant. Muji cast a fleeting glance before hastily lowering her head, bending respectfully as she approached, and knelt in reverence. "Your servant greets your majesty. May your majesty have peace." The hall fell into an oppressive silence. The chief eunuch buried his head even lower, his body trembling slightly. "Lift your head." After a prolonged moment, Ingmo's frosty gaze fell upon Muji, his voice chillingly cold. She had awaited this command. Muji tremulously raised her head, her heart pounding, yet she gazed into Ingmo's eyes with an inexplicable confidence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Silence prevailed. "What is happening?" "Last night, he was under the influence. Does he have nothing to say now that he is sober?" Ingmo's expression suddenly froze for a moment. Who spoke? His cold, piercing eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, inspecting Muji with an inquisitive yet doubtful gaze. Muji, feeling the weight of his stare but unable to hold eye contact, pondered what could possibly be amiss. Footsteps echoed, followed by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Last night Ingmo approached her, his imposing figure casting a shadow over her, his gaze sharp and icy. "Were you on duty here?" Muji's heart seized with dread. "It's over. It's truly over. A tyrant? Lying is futile for now. I can only navigate this storm as it comes." Ingmo scrutinized Muji for what felt like an eternity, as if seeking confirmation or grappling with disbelief. Muji dared not look up, but could keenly sense the raw ferocity and coldness in his gaze, sending chills racing down her spine. The crux of the matter was that she could neither hear his thoughts nor decipher his intentions, leaving her feeling utterly powerless. What does it mean that he is staring at me in silence? Has he recognized me? Huh. Ingmo suddenly let out a cold chuckle, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing, his gaze toward Muji turning laden with meaning. "Besides you, did anyone else come here last night?" Muji hesitated for a moment. "Your Majesty, General Biao Qi requests an audience." Muji inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief. What impeccable timing. Ingmo cast a glance at her, his dark and inscrutable eyes revealing a hint of something elusive, and in the instant he turned, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his gaze. "Let him in." Outside the hall, a tall, formidable middle-aged man strode in with a commanding presence. This man was none other than General Biao Qi, Meng Huayan. Meng Huayan had once been affiliated with the previous dynasty's crown prince, but upon realizing that the prince's faction was doomed, he switched allegiance to Ingmo. Unexpectedly, he became a pivotal figure in Ingmo's rise to power, thus securing his own status and influence. However, this man was exceedingly ambitious, wielding military power, and having distinguished himself during the power struggle, he frequently challenged the emperor's authority to benefit the Meng clan and rapidly expand his own foothold. Most egregiously, Meng Huayan had a daughter who was rather unattractive and stout, yet she dreamed of entering the palace as a consort. Last night, during a banquet to reward the troops, the audacious Meng miss attempted to drug Ingmo with a potent aphrodisiac, hoping to consummate their union. Naturally, her plans did not come to fruition. Yet it was Muji who bore the brunt of the misfortune. Afterward, Ingmo was furiously enraged, but mindful of Meng Huayan's military might and the instability of the court, he could only endure in silence. Now, Meng Huayan dared to seek an audience. Could Ingmo truly believe he was unaware of his daughter's scandalous actions? "Your servant greets your majesty." Meng Huayan strode confidently to the imperial desk to pay his respects. "Rise." Ingmo's countenance appeared placid, but his piercing gaze sent chills through the heart. "General Meng, what brings you here so early?" As Meng Huayan rose, he inadvertently bumped into the imperial desk. "Your servant was careless. Please forgive me, your majesty." "It's of no consequence, your majesty. I have heard that you were inebriated last night and unable to attend court today, causing great concern among the officials for your health, so I came to check on you. Oh." Ingmo's eyes darkened, but his tone remained indifferent. "General Meng, you are quite considerate. What drunkenness? I wonder which scoundrel is responsible for this mess, leaving me to bear the brunt of it." Listening to their exchange, Muji felt a surge of indignation and, driven by curiosity, stole a glance at Meng Huayan. As she glanced up, whether by coincidence or fate, Ingmo's gaze fell upon her as well. That one look was frigid and piercing, as if he wished to extinguish her very existence. brutal and ruthless, Mug was left bewildered. Seeing Ingmo's attention shift to the kneeling eunuch, Meng Huayan followed suit, and in that moment of eye contact, Muji was startled into covering her mouth. Good heavens! What audacity this General Meng possesses, daring to hide a love charm doll beneath the emperor's desk, using it to manipulate the tyrant so that his daughter might ascend as empress. A love charm doll. Ingmo's expression abruptly stiffened, a glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Your Majesty, seeing that you are well, I shall take my leave. Once Meng Huayan finished speaking, he turned to exit. Mo abruptly rose, reaching beneath the imperial desk, and indeed, his fingers brushed against a cloth doll, upon which were inscribed the birth dates of himself and Meng Chun. And I, along with phrases wishing for a harmonious union. General Meng. Meng Huayan's face was struck, and as he looked down, he realized it was the love charm doll he had brought, his complexion paling instantly. Your Majesty, the incident unfolded unexpectedly, leaving Meng Huayan utterly stunned, unable to fathom how he could have been discovered so swiftly. How could he have been found out so quickly? Muji, too, was puzzled how having Mo uncovered this. This is a misunderstanding. Please allow your servant to explain. A misunderstanding? Ingmo's expression darkened ominously, his anger surging. General Meng, to toy with witchcraft at my expense. Do you realize this is a capital offense? Your Majesty, please spare me. Upon hearing the words of capital punishment, Meng Huayan hurriedly knelt and banged his head on the ground, pleading, "It was my foolishness. I had no knowledge of such sorcery. Otherwise, even if you lent me tenfold courage, I would never dare employ it against your Majesty." Ingmo's cold, thin lips curled slightly as he spoke in a chilling tone. Considering your past contributions, surrender your military token and accept 100 lashes, along with a 6-month salary deduction. Are you agreeable? Meng Huayan dared not defy him. He arrived in high spirits, but departed as if mourning a loss. Yet, he could not fathom how the emperor had discovered the existence of that love charm doll. This encounter was truly a double loss. She had lost both his dignity and his troops. Without the military token, as the Grand General of Cavalry, he would be left to cower in the court, vulnerable to others' whims. How tragic. 100 lashes, half a life, might be lost. Muji attempted to keep her presence minimal, merely muttering a few words of disdain in her heart. However, as soon as Meng Huayan left, Ingmo's gaze shifted immediately to her. Raise your head. Muji felt his gaze pierce her like a knife, as if it could unveil the secrets hidden deep within her soul. A terrifying sensation indeed. Chapter 3. Damn, my legs are weak. Muji bravely lifted her chin, meeting Ingmo's eyes. What is your name? Muzi. Muji. Ingmo's throat rolled lightly as he repeated the name in his cold, deep voice, staring at her for a prolonged moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. Excellent. I take a liking to you. From now on, you shall remain by my side as the chief eunuch. Huh? Muji was taken aback. Ingmo waved his hand, instructing her to withdraw and attend to him in the imperial study shortly. She had initially thought that last night's incident would be impossible to conceal, but she never anticipated this outcome. She could not grasp the tyrant's intentions, nor could she discern the source of the problem. Muji felt a growing sense of panic. To serve alongside a monarch is akin to walking with a tiger, especially when that monarch is a tyrant. Becoming the chief eunuch by his side felt profoundly unsettling. After calming her racing heart, Muji reluctantly made her way to the imperial study. The emperor's command was not to be ignored. Just as she closed the door, she sensed someone behind her. It's me. The person glanced warily outside, confirming no one was around before hastily shutting the door. Muji, what transpired last night? Why has the dog emperor suddenly appointed you as chief eunuch? Does he suspect your identity? She was bombarded with questions. Muji scrutinized the woman before her. She appeared to be an ordinary palace maid. Clearly, she was acquainted with the original owner of this body. Yet, in the month since Muji had crossed over, she had never encountered her. To avoid raising suspicion, Muji maintained an inscrutable expression, stating, "An unexpected incident occurred last night, and I am still unclear about the emperor's intentions. Regardless, as his personal chief eunuch, you must exercise greater caution. However, this also presents a prime opportunity for action." A flicker of malice crossed the woman's face. Before Muji could respond, She pressed a small porcelain vial into her hand. This is a gift from my master. It is colorless and tasteless to avoid lengthy nights filled with dreams. You should act promptly. I cannot linger. Muji, take care with that. The woman opened the door and swiftly departed. Muji stared at the vial in her hand, her expression growing grave. Was this meant for her to harm the emperor? It seemed the original owner's identity was fraught with complications. Muji felt as though her head was on the chopping block. One incident of treachery against the emperor was already overwhelming, and now she had to contend with the role of an assassin as well. Heaven, must you play such a cruel game? Mu Gonggong, a voice from outside interrupted her thoughts. Compared to before, Qi Lu's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation now. He was respectful and obsequious. Mu Gonggong, are you still resting inside? Please, hurry along, the emperor has summoned you. Understood, I shall go at once. Muji discreetly tucked the vial beneath her pillow. Qi Lu awaited her at the door, and together they made their way to the imperial study. Along the way, Qi Lu fawned over her, hoping she would advocate for him before the emperor. Yet inside, he struggled with jealousy and frustration. Muji paid him no mind and soon arrived at the imperial study. Taking a deep breath, she stepped inside. Your servant greets the emperor. Rise. Mo did not lift his gaze, continuing with his tasks. Come here, and grinding for me, yes. Muji's heart raced, and she endeavored to maintain a calm facade. I wonder if he has checked the records of the Internal Affairs Office. He must already know my origins. Muji lacked the original owner's memories. Her understanding of her identity stemmed from the records in the Internal Affairs Office. It stated that she was a refugee who had fled to the capital, her mother succumbing to illness along the way. Upon arriving in the capital, she was left alone, with no one to rely on, and joined the eunuchs merely to secure food. From the very beginning, Muji had known this identity was fabricated without assistance from within the palace. A girl like her could never have deceived the castration chamber, let alone the layers of scrutiny involved. If she were merely an ordinary eunuch, perhaps she could have blended in with some help. But now that she had suddenly become the emperor's chief eunuch, he would undoubtedly scrutinize her identity and background closely. Sigh. I wonder if this false identity can withstand such rigorous examination. The sensation of having a knife hanging over my head is quite unbearable. The more Muji contemplated, the more anxious she became, and she could not help but let out a soft sigh. Mo looked up at her, his gaze sharp and dark, as if he could see right through her. Does Mu Gonggong have any concerns to share with me? His voice was void of emotion, cold and rigid, instilling fear in her heart. Muji hurriedly lowered her head, adopting a submissive posture. I have no worries, I merely fear I may not perform well and incur your displeasure. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Mo's lips curled slightly. He stood, looking down at her, his slender fingers lifting her chin. His voice held an unexpected hint of amusement, yet remained devoid of warmth. Fear not, I have faith you will perform admirably. Muji was frozen as he grasped her chin, utterly unprepared for such an action. Mu Gonggong, you are far more handsome than the average eunuch, which is pleasing to my eye. Relax a bit, there is no need for such formality. Thank you for your praise, your majesty. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead, soaking her clothing. Are you sweating? Mo lowered himself, gently brushing away the cold sweat from her cheek with his fingers, his voice laced with a semblance of mirth. I do not bite, see how frightened you are. Muji swallowed hard. I apologize for my rudeness, I beg your forgiveness, your majesty. Damn, my legs are weak. Mo suddenly chuckled, the sound reverberating through his chest, genuine amusement evident. I am thirsty, go pour me a cup of tea. Yes. Muji finally freed herself from his grasp, feeling an immense sense of relief. Upon exiting the imperial study, she instructed Qi Lu to prepare tea and sank onto the stone steps outside, needing to catch her breath. Chief Eunuch Mu, this is a message from Lady Yi. She wishes for you to visit her palace at your earliest convenience. It seems she has a request. Muji opened the bag with curiosity, discovering it contained gold and silver treasures. What was Lady Yi up to? Noticing her confusion, Qi Lu whispered, Lady Yi wishes to seek your assistance. This is her token of sincerity. Internally rolling his eyes, he maintained a servile demeanor. Chief Eunuch, more such opportunities will arise in the future. You only need to assist them with minor matters to reap substantial rewards. Minor matters? Muji did not share his sentiment. This money was likely not easily acquired. However, a sudden thought flashed through her mind. One day, she would find an opportunity to escape this cage and seek freedom. But she needed money, lots of it. Thus, if she could earn such wealth within her capabilities, she certainly could not let it slip away. Very well, go and inform her that I shall visit when I am free. After speaking, Muji took out a jade bracelet from her purse and handed it to Qilu. This is for you. If you handle this matter well, I assure you I shall not treat you unfairly. All right, thank you, Chief Mood. Qilu, overjoyed, left with the jade bracelet in hand. Mo was deeply engrossed in reviewing the memorials. Noticing that he showed no inclination to receive her immediately, Muji refrained from interrupting him again and set the matter aside for the moment. The room fell into a tranquil silence. Gradually, Muji relaxed and began to ponder. Who could it be that seeks to take his life? I must thoroughly investigate this matter and extricate myself from it as swiftly as possible. Chapter 4. After the wine, chaos ensued. Muji felt a gaze upon her, and as she turned her head, her eyes met Mo's. A sudden shock coursed through her, prompting her to kneel hastily. There was no alternative. Her conscience was burdened with guilt. The secrets she harbored were numerous, each one a potential death sentence. Muji, Mo's expression remained indifferent, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. Why did you kneel all of a sudden? As he spoke, his tall figure slowly crouched down, his long fingers brushing lightly against the side of Muji's face, an almost imperceptible caress. Instinctively, she shrank back. Yet, he merely adjusted the hat atop her head. In that fleeting moment of proximity, Muji caught a whiff of his distinctly masculine scent, causing her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. Oh, Muji, how could you possibly recall his state of undress from last night at such a critical moment? Mo's breath hitched slightly, the air of authority around him nearly faltering. What an audacious woman! Muji, after a brief pause, quickly diverted the conversation. Your Majesty, your tea is cooled. I shall fetch you a fresh cup. She sighed in relief. If the tyrant were to discover my thoughts, even 100 lives would not suffice as penance. Fortunately, he cannot hear me. Mo's expression remained unchanged, but upon closer inspection, one might detect a barely perceptible, chilling arc at the corner of his mouth. As soon as Muji exited the imperial study, Mo tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and a shadow slipped through the window, approaching him directly. Have you discovered who arranged for Muji's entrance into the palace? Continue the investigation. Upon hearing this, Mo displayed no surprise, as if it had been anticipated. Someone has provided her with a vial of poison. Search her quarters and retrieve it. Additionally, have Lian Yu monitor her closely. We must ascertain her contacts and uncover the identity of the poisoner, as well as her true background. Understood. Lian Feng replied, promptly departing through the window, vanishing as silently as he had come. Last night, Muji had hardly slept a wink, her mind in a heightened state of alert. After a prolonged silence, her taut nerves gradually began to relax, and waves of drowsiness washed over her. Help, I am so weary. Mo's hand paused momentarily over his writing instrument, yet he paid her no heed. In a desperate attempt to stave off sleep, Muji pinched her thigh, the sharp pain jolting her mind back to a semblance of alertness. She had hoped to rest during lunch, but alas, Mo was a workaholic, tirelessly attending to state affairs with unyielding vigor, neglecting food and sleep until well past dinner. It seemed he would not rest until every pile of official documents was addressed. Poor Muji, originally merely fatigued, was now both hungry and exhausted. Just as she felt she could no longer endure, Mo's cold, distinctive voice finally broke the silence. Serve the meal. Yes, Muji immediately instructed. Before long, a sumptuous array of dishes was delivered to the imperial study. During the meal, Mo sat alone at an exquisite rosewood dining table, while Muji stood beside him, observing as he ate. I am starving. This tyrant, this miser, this fascist. Mo glanced up, meeting her gaze. Tyrant, he understood. Miser, fascist, who are they? As Muji sensed his scrutiny, an inexplicable anxiety gripped her. How strange. He cannot hear me. Why am I so flustered? Suddenly, Mo presented her with an unusually large empty plate. Confused, Muji dared not inquire further and accepted it silently. Subsequently, for each dish he sampled, he poured the remainder onto the empty plate she held. Finish it all. Muji thought to herself. Is this feeding a pig? However, driven by hunger, she wasted no time in devouring the food, determined to indulge before the inevitable consequences of her gluttony. Mo observed her, and once she had nearly finished, he poured a cup of wine and placed it before her. Drink. The command was unmistakable. Muji, uncertain of his sudden insistence, gazed at the small wine cup. Recalling her moderate tolerance for alcohol, even if it were potent liquor, she could manage a few sips, thus she complied with his directive. Thank you for the wine. Your Majesty, she said, lifting the cup and downing it in one go. To her surprise, the wine was sweet and smooth, devoid of any harshness, resembling a delightful beverage instead. Your Majesty, may I have another cup?
She dared to ask.
Ing Mo granted her permission with a glance. After she finished her second cup, he remarked, "This wine is called half-day drunk. A single cup induces half a day's intoxication. Having consumed 2 cups, Muji, should you fail to rise tomorrow, what punishment awaits you?"
Impossible.
Muji plopped down onto the stool beside Ing Mo, her cheeks adorning a rosy hue, her voice laced with evident inebriation. "Let me tell you, I am a practitioner. Intoxication? That is out of the question. 1 more cup." Before she could finish her sentence, her state had reached its peak, her complexion flushed. Ing Mo's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You are a practitioner?" Muji smiled broadly, her head bobbing heavily as she slurred. "Indeed, but that was in a past life. In this life, let us not even mention it. It has been quite unfortunate." "A past life?" Ing Mo's gaze flickered with intrigue, yet skepticism lingered in his depths. "Muji, are you jesting with me?" "What jest?" Muji suddenly rose, boldly straddling his lap, facing him directly, her arms encircling his neck. Her intoxicated gaze fixed upon him. "Oh, I understand now. You wish to pry my secrets from me. Haha, I have many secrets, but I cannot reveal them. If I do, my life would be forfeit. The tyrant would kill me. No, I mustn't say. I absolutely mustn't say." Before he could respond, Muji leaned down and playfully bit his mouth's corner.
So soft. Muji.
"Be quiet, my head is spinning." She yanked off her hat, her hair cascading down like silk, transforming her from a handsome young eunuch into a delicate beauty. She clung to Ing Mo, her breath fragrant and warm. "Muji." The command was laced with barely restrained frustration as Ing Mo pushed her away. "Do you even know what you are doing?" It was remarkable that she still had any awareness of her actions, for as soon as he pushed her away, she immediately leaned back against him.
"Don't sway."
She felt uncomfortable, shifting restlessly on Ing Mo's lap, seeking a comfortable position to sleep. Certain memories from the previous night flickered through Ing Mo's mind, causing his expression to tighten. "Muji, this is of your own making." In an instant, Ing Mo swept her up, carrying her towards a soft couch in the inner chamber of the imperial study, his lips descending upon hers, imbued with the scent of wine. An unexpectedly tender sweetness that was utterly intoxicating. "Muji." In her dazed state, she heard someone whispering in her ear. A voice cold and commanding, "Regardless of whom you belong to in the past, from now on, you shall belong solely to me." Chapter 5. He truly likes the eunuch in the dead of night. Muji awoke to find herself unclothed, nestled in Ing Mo's embrace, her mind reeling. What sort of cosmic jest was this? The aftereffects of the wine were overwhelming. She could recall nothing. Seizing the opportunity while Ing Mo remained asleep, she decided to make her escape. With utmost care, Muji slid out of bed, gathering her scattered garments and hastily donning them, placing her hat askew upon her head, clutching her shoes and socks as she made her way out. To her surprise, upon exiting, she collided with Qi Lu. Chief Mu."
Sure.
Muji's expression turned grave as she fixed him with a warning gaze. "If you value your life, tonight's events must remain unspoken. Do you understand?" Qi Lu nodded vigorously, assuring her he would not utter a word. At this moment, Muji had no time to spare on him. She merely issued a warning before hastily departing towards her humble abode. Her thoughts were in disarray, contemplating that as long as no one else discovered the truth, she could simply deny everything.
But wait.
Had Ing Mo also been intoxicated last night? It seemed not. This realization sent a chill down her spine. She quickened her pace and, upon reaching the door of her room, just as she was about to push it open, she suddenly heard someone behind her call her name.
"Muji."
Again? Noticing the astonished expression on the other person's face, she felt a headache coming on. There was no time for this. She interrupted and turned to enter her room. Where had that person gone? Muji looked around, peering outside a few times, ultimately confirming that she had not imagined it. The palace maid had indeed been there. Her footprints remained on the ground. How strange. Why had she left so abruptly? Muji shut the door, feeling a sense of unease. Remembering the vial of poison still unaddressed, she hurried to her bed, and the moment she lifted the pillow, her expression changed drastically. The poison was gone. What if that palace maid had long been targeted by Ing Mo? "Chief Steward Mu," a voice suddenly called from outside, belonging to Qi Lu. "Are you asleep? What is it? I heard that the commander of the Imperial Guards caught a female assassin at your door. Are you aware of this?" Muji sprang up. When did this happen? Now it was confirmed. Facing imminent danger, Muji found herself gradually calming down. After all, guilt by association was of little concern. Fear was futile. Nevertheless, she pondered numerous strategies to cope with the situation. When dawn broke, she tidied herself up, donned fresh, clean attire, and ventured towards the imperial study with a heart full of trepidation. Upon arriving, she found Qi Lu already there. His gaze towards her was complex, tinged with a hint of pity. Muji caught his thoughts and was momentarily at a loss whether to feel anger or amusement. It was so obvious. Yet he hadn't recognized her as a woman, mistakenly believing that Mo was enamored with a eunuch. At times, she found him astute, while at other times, astonishingly foolish. Chief Steward Mu, the emperor and several ministers are deliberating inside. Please wait at the door. Muji nodded, lacking the energy to engage further. It was quite early for discussions. Could it possibly be regarding that female assassin? As she speculated, a few ministers emerged from the imperial study, and upon spotting her by the door, they couldn't help but glance her way several times. One elderly gentleman with a gray beard scrutinized her, without concealment. Muji felt a throbbing at her temples. Does this old man also suspect my identity and wish to investigate me? Let them investigate. What ill fortune. She sighed deeply, when suddenly, she was bumped into by a middle-aged man, whose expression was quite amiable, yet concealed a darker undertone. Muji glanced at him, momentarily taken aback. This man means to kill the old man with the white beard. Should I inform the tyrant? No, even if I did. He wouldn't believe me, and I'd be hard-pressed to explain how I came by such information. Muji fixed her gaze on the departing figures and asked Qi Lu beside her. Who was that old man with the white beard? Qi Lu, despite being remarkably naive in certain respects, was astute in others, and his affable nature allowed him to gather information about officials and concubines, even the minor eunuchs and palace maids. He lowered his voice and whispered in her ear. He is the renowned Wei Taifu, a senior official of 3 dynasties. One of the few who has managed to maintain his position since the new emperor ascended the throne. So, he ought to be a good official? This, I cannot hastily declare. Upon hearing this, Muji felt a wave of worry. Those who see suffering and do nothing to intervene are often struck by divine retribution. Never mind, I am barely clinging to my own life. I cannot afford to concern myself with others. Within the imperial study, Mo caught wind of Muji's thoughts, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Gu Yan, the commander of the imperial guards standing nearby. Send someone to keep watch on Huiliang. Should any abnormalities arise, detain him immediately. And Huiliang was the middle-aged man who had just accidentally bumped into Muji. Upon hearing Muji's thoughts, Mo quickly glanced at her, noting the fleeting change in her expression, leading him to deduce that the one intending to harm Wei Taifu must indeed be in Huiliang. A flicker of doubt crossed Gu Yan's handsome face, as if questioning why the emperor would suddenly issue such a command without cause. Does minister and harbor ulterior motives? Yes. Gu Yan dared not inquire further and swiftly exited the room. Muji hesitated, contemplating whether to enter on her own accord when she heard the emperor summon her in. Her heart sank involuntarily. What was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. With heavy steps, she entered the hall, stood before the imperial desk, bowed, and upon raising her head, she found herself locking eyes with Mo. Their gazes met briefly before she quickly lowered her head. Damn, why can't I hear anything? This man is my nemesis. Your Majesty, last night, what about last night? The atmosphere was so tense and oppressive that Muji considered laying everything bare. To know her fate, whether life or death, would grant her a sense of relief. However, she was interrupted. Mo looked at her with a hint of a smile in his eyes. What do you wish to say? It would be best to think carefully before you speak. What do you mean? Muji found herself increasingly perplexed by him. The events of last night were evidently understood by both parties. What is there to contemplate? Could it be that he doesn't want me to reveal it? This thought sent a shiver through her. This man's intentions are so difficult to decipher. What does he truly want? Come here. Mo suddenly beckoned her closer, indicating for her to approach. What for? Muji instinctively regarded him with suspicion, crossing her arms in a defensive gesture. Does this man genuinely have a psychological disorder and take pleasure in eunuchs? Mo's expression darkened. Suppressing the urge to strangle her, he rose and approached her. Last night, I was intoxicated. You must explain to me what truly transpired. Chapter 6. You served well. Do continue. Next time Muji regarded him with suspicion. He was also drunk last night. Could that be true? After a moment of contemplation, she thought, well, he is the sovereign, and it's unlikely he would deceive a mere eunuch. Moreover, if he were aware of what had transpired, given his nature, how could he possibly remain silent? Her heart, though still burdened, began to lighten slightly. Yet, the threat of the female assassin loomed like a sharp blade over her head. Your Majesty. Mo maintained his composure, yet a flicker of confusion crossed his handsome face. So, it follows that you were the one who undressed me. Why then? Did you do so thoroughly? You could have left me at least my undergarments. He spoke with a straight face, but Muji felt her cheeks flush, nearly choking on her own saliva. Coughing, she quickly formulated a response. Because your Majesty, you were ill, and alas, I had no choice but to remove your soiled garments. Oh. Mo regarded her thoughtfully, nodding. I see. So I even vomited on my undergarments. Muji, you served well. Do continue next time. Muji suspected he was being deliberately provocative, but she had no proof. Your Majesty, not wishing to prolong this topic, Muji asked impulsively, I heard a female assassin was captured last night. Did she cause you any harm? What had begun as a mere attempt to divert the conversation resulted in her inadvertently voicing the very question she feared. Upon realizing what she had asked, her heart leaped into her throat. The female assassin? Ing Mo regarded her with a smirk, his gaze making her skin crawl before he spoke. Rest assured. She could not harm me. Then, have they discovered who sent her? Why are you so concerned about this assassin? Do you know her? Know her? Not in the slightest.
Muji silently lamented.
She truly felt more wronged than Do-yi. How could one possibly know? The emperor is overthinking.
Not knowing, Ying Mo's Gaze suddenly sharpened.
Fixing on her for a moment, before he slowly uttered the subsequent words, that would be for the best. Morongji was drenched in cold sweat. She had narrowly escaped yet another calamity in such a bewildering manner, and she herself found it miraculous. Upon leaving the imperial study, her thoughts remained occupied with the matter of the female assassin. Concerning the secrets of the original owner, she was still oblivious. And whatever might eventually be uncovered would undoubtedly catch her off guard. Chief Morong. A voice pierced through her reverie. It was Qi Lu. Do not forget. Lady E is still waiting for you. Indeed. Having accepted her favors, she had to pay a visit. She cast her gaze around, observing the towering palace walls, which loomed intimidatingly, and the patrolling imperial guards were omnipresent. The notion of escaping this cage in her lifetime seemed almost impossible. Qi Lu, do you know where the female assassin was detained last night? Morongji turned to Qi Lu and inquired. Even if she were forced to remain in the palace, she could not continue in a state of passivity, living in constant fear for her life. She needed to take the initiative and act. The female assassin? Qi Lu appeared bewildered. Were we not discussing Lady Yi's affairs? Why bring up the female assassin? How do you know about this? I have good connections, and am well informed. Chief Morong, if you wish to know anything in the future, just ask me. I assure you, I will find out for you clearly. Morongji could hear his thoughts and knew he possessed such capabilities. Keeping him close would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. In the afternoon, Ing Mo was absent from the imperial study. This was a golden opportunity that she could not afford to miss. She instructed Qi Lu to guard the entrance of the imperial study while she stealthily slipped away to the dark room. The dark room within the palace had been established by the previous dynasty specifically to punish those palace attendants and concubines who had committed offenses. It was not difficult to locate, and Morongji found it with ease. From a distance, she noticed that guards were stationed at the entrance of the dark room. It was nearly impossible to enter without being discovered. Just as she was pondering her predicament, she observed the guards suddenly gathering and engaging in a game of crickets. How audacious! Serving the tyrant yet daring to slack off. As they were engrossed in their game, she seized the opportunity to dash forward and was surprised to find the door to the dark room ajar. A sense of foreboding crept into her mind, but having come this far, she felt compelled to push the door open and see for herself. The door creaked ominously as she opened it. Startled, she glanced back. Everyone was so absorbed in their revelry that no one noticed her. She quickly pushed the door wide and peered inside. The pitch-black dark room had no windows, and only when the door opened did light filter in. The female assassin was bound to a chair, her mouth gagged tightly with cloth. Upon seeing Morongji, a flicker of hope flashed in her eyes, only to be extinguished moments later. She seemed to want to say something but was unable to, desperation radiating from her. Upon meeting her gaze, Morongji understood her unspoken plea. She urged her to flee. This could be a trap. Yet, Morongji hesitated for only half a second before a hidden arrow shot from behind her, slicing through the air with a fierce wind, piercing directly into the female assassin's forehead. Blood gushed forth. The assassin stared with wide, terrified, disbelieving eyes, slowly bowing her head. An assassin. Quickly, capture the assassin. The events unfolded too swiftly. Morongji could only watch in shock, unable to react in time, as the chaotic sounds of hurried footsteps echoed, with imperial guards rapidly pursuing the direction from which the arrow had come. Just before she could be discovered, a shadow suddenly appeared, swiftly whisking her away from the scene. The shadow tossed her carelessly aside and vanished in a few leaps. Throughout the encounter, there was no exchange of words. Morongji was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. The female assassin must have been silenced by her hidden master, yet if she had not pushed open that door, their plan would not have succeeded so easily. Moreover, who was that shadow? All she could ascertain was that the shadow was also a woman, but she had no idea who she was or why she had come to her aid. Chief Morong. A frantic voice called out. It was Qi Lu. You might as well be a little eunuch. Being this chief is devoid of any personal time. Oh, my dear chief, how fortunate I am to find you here. What is it? Chapter 7, Morongji. Do not forget to express your gratitude. Was it not natural for her complexion to appear poor? Perhaps she had grown accustomed to it, for at that moment, Morongji felt surprisingly unperturbed. When trouble arises, one must meet it head-on. Upon returning to the imperial study, she indeed heard Ingmo's furious voice, and several ministers emerged with ashen faces. As she approached the entrance, a strong sense of pressure enveloped her. The entire imperial study was saturated with a low-pressure atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Could it be that the female assassin's murder had incited such wrath? Murongji swallowed hard, hoping no one had seen her presence. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed unlikely. Even if the guards had not spotted her, people were scattered everywhere. Someone would surely have noticed. Fortunately, she had not been apprehended on the spot. She could simply deny her involvement. Steeling herself, Murongji entered, cautiously raising her gaze to meeting Mo's. "Your Majesty, why this great fury? It cannot be good for your health," she inquired tentatively, feigning concern. Mo's expression was frigid, his gaze fixed on her for a long while before he finally spoke. "Someone committed murder in the inner palace, killing the female assassin captured last night. Chief Murong, what is your perspective on this matter?" Indeed, it was about the female assassin. Murongji lowered her gaze, striving to keep her voice calm and devoid of any anomalies. This could be considered a straightforward analysis. "Is that so?" Mo's eyes darkened, his expression unreadable as he scrutinized her. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly shifted the subject. "I have ordered a bed to be placed in the outer hall of my sleeping quarters for you. From now on, you shall reside in Qianqing Palace alongside me."
Ah?
Murongji's eyes widened in disbelief. Heavens! Am I to be stripped of my last shred of personal space? Living with the tyrant, will I even survive? To others, this would be an immense honor. Yet for Murongji, it felt like a heavy burden. One could only say that fate governs all, and not a speck is left to chance. She silently vowed, "At the first opportunity, I will escape this prison and pursue freedom." A barely perceptible smirk danced on Mo's lips, hinting at amusement and mockery. "Murongji, do you not express your gratitude?" "I certainly will." Resigned, she knelt on one knee. "I thank your Majesty for your grace." Mo's anger seemed to dissipate, his mood noticeably lifting. Truly, he was a man of capricious temper. "Oh, indeed." Murongji turned to leave. The matter of the female assassin had been temporarily settled. She hoped no further complications would arise, allowing her a moment to breathe. However, as long as the truth of the original owner's identity remained unresolved, she could not truly find peace. With little to pack, she quickly gathered her belongings into 2 bundles. As she exited her small quarters, a sense of melancholy washed over her. The other young eunuchs, however, looked upon her with envious eyes. They all believed she had struck gold. Having swiftly become a favored figure beside the emperor, and now directly moving into the emperor's quarters, an opportunity that many would covet, especially the ladies of the inner palace. More than a month had passed since the emperor's ascension. It was said that not a single lady had even had the chance to meet him, let alone receive his favor. From the scattered thoughts of those around her, she learned that Mo had not yet bestowed his affections upon any of the ladies in the harem. In that regard, he was not lacking. On the contrary, he seemed to have an excessive inclination. How could he not show favor? No wonder the concubine, would offer her silver. She likely seeks to find a means of leverage through her.
Well,
money presented on a silver platter naturally beckons to be seized. Moreover, by sending the tyrant to the harem's ladies, she could carve out a modicum of personal space for herself. This arrangement could be deemed mutually beneficial. Without further ado, Muji gathered her belongings and promptly visited the palace of concubine E. As it turned out, the rumors from the young eunuchs were indeed accurate. This concubine E had yet to lay eyes on the emperor since her arrival in the palace. Not only her, but all the imperial concubines had not encountered the emperor. Currently, with the position of empress vacant, whoever could seize the opportunity to leave a lasting impression on the emperor might very well secure the throne of empress. After all, they were the first batch of concubines to enter the palace, each hailing from distinguished families, all qualified to ascend to the position of empress. It all boiled down to who could act swiftly to capture the emperor's favor. Concubine E, being astute, was quick to act upon learning of the new Grand Chancellor by the Emperor's side, seeking to forge an alliance first. Muji's visit to concubine E proved to be quite fruitful. This woman wished to ascertain Mo's whereabouts to orchestrate a chance encounter, thereby fulfilling her own ambitions. Muji felt it prudent to accumulate more silver, ensuring she wouldn't fret about sustenance upon escaping the palace. After all, she harbored enough secrets, and revealing even one could spell her doom. In comparison, disclosing a mere hint of her whereabouts to the harem's concubines seemed trivial. Thus, she agreed to assist concubine E in creating opportunities for her to meet the emperor. Being an emperor is truly arduous, Muji sighed sincerely. Mo lifted his gaze from the imperial desk, his eyes resting upon her, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, though upon closer inspection, it was absent. "Have all your belongings been moved?" he inquired. "Indeed," she replied, and he returned to reviewing the documents. How wretched, she thought. Is there truly anyone who envies this? What a foolish notion.
Muji.
As soon as she lay down, she found herself internally lamenting when Mo's cool voice reached her ears. "I have a headache. Come and massage it for me." Curse it all. Muji felt tears welling up. Though she was in the outer chamber, it was merely separated by a beaded curtain, making it impossible to pretend she did not hear. Reluctantly, She arose, donning her outer garments over her inner clothes, and proceeded to the inner chamber. Your Majesty, she entered, immediately adopting a concerned expression. How could you have a headache? Shall I summon a physician for you? No need, Mo replied, turning his gaze towards her. In the dim light, his eyes appeared unfathomably deep. A mere glance felt as though her very soul was being drawn in, evoking an unexplainable sense of danger.
Come here.
Noticing Muji hesitating, he sat up on the bed, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Is he truly expecting something tonight? Muji felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Are you coming on your own, or shall I come and fetch you? Chapter 8. I apologize for the misunderstanding. The atmosphere was tense. Muji instinctively turned to escape, but Mo was faster. With a stride, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist, lifting her effortlessly and tossing her onto the dragon bed. Why are you running? Mo glared at her, his expression darkening. Am I truly so terrifying that I would devour you? Startled, Muji quickly recoiled into the bed. Goodness. Tonight, they were both fully aware. It was ludicrous to be unafraid. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. Muji's mind raced, her voice steady. I did not flee. It is simply that the light in your inner chamber is rather dim. I feared I might inadvertently harm your royal body, so I thought to light another lamp. At her words, Mo snorted coldly, but said nothing further. He lay back down, closing his eyes. Muji found herself cornered on the side of the dragon bed, feeling increasingly awkward. This was hardly the usual dynamic between a master and servant. Muji was increasingly convinced that Mo, if not a pervert, had undoubtedly deduced that the two women he had been intimate with over the past nights were indeed her. Yet, why did he not punish her for it? Surely it was not a case of love at first sight? Besides, with so many beautiful ladies in the harem awaiting his affection, how could a mere lowly eunuch, who had only shared a couple of encounters with him, hold any significance in his heart? It was already a mercy he condemned her for her treason. What are you dawdling for? Mo's voice cut through her chaotic thoughts. Come and massage my head. Tomorrow is the morning court, and I need to fall asleep quickly. Oh, very well. Muji complied, shifting closer to him. Could it truly be that I am overthinking things? This is vexing. My eyes feel quite uncomfortable. Very well. She then extended her fingers towards his eyes, using a method akin to eye exercises to massage them. Mo seemed to revel in it, quickly relaxing, his breathing deepening. Is he truly asleep? I apologize for the misunderstanding. Once she was sure he had drifted off, she quietly slipped off the bed. Having not rested well in the past few days, with Mo now asleep, she felt her body and mind unwind, lying down on the outer palace bed. And she fell into a deep slumber almost instantly. This sleep was incredibly restful. She didn't even dream. She turned over, preparing to continue her sleep. However, she suddenly sensed a piercing gaze upon her face. Opening her eyes, she saw Mo, already dressed, sitting at the foot of her bed, staring intently at her. Her mind instantly alert. Your Majesty. Muji sprang upright, hastily getting off the bed. I overslept. Please forgive me. You still have a quarter of an hour to prepare yourself. Join me for the morning court, Mo remarked, seemingly unperturbed. It should have been Muji who rose first to assist him with his attire and morning routine. Yet now, he was already dressed and waiting for her. Your Majesty, I am ready. We may depart. She spoke with a quivering heart, acutely aware that she had failed in her primary duties. Mo cast a scrutinizing glance her way, his brow furrowing momentarily, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Muji lowered her gaze, assessing her own appearance. Indeed, her clothes were wrinkled, her face washed in a haphazard manner, and she had neglected to apply any cosmetics. With such a disheveled appearance, even knowing she was a woman, Mo likely would not look favorably upon her. That thought gave her some relief. Mo exited the sleeping quarters first, and Muji followed closely behind, feeling a burden lift from her shoulders. Soon, they arrived at the court. Standing beside Mo in the grand hall, the civil and military officials were lined up neatly in 2 rows, their dark blue uniforms creating an imposing sight. Before these dignitaries, Muji felt no pressure. Aside from Mo, anyone who dared to gaze at her would inevitably fall prey to her probing thoughts. As they entered the court, Muji suddenly recalled the Prime Minister Wei and Huailiang whom she had encountered at the entrance to the imperial study. What had become of the loyal old man, now that Huailiang harbored ill intentions toward him? She couldn't help but scan the assembly for their figures. But after searching for a while, she found no trace of them. Alas, Muji sighed inwardly. What a pity for that loyal old man. He is likely in grave danger now. Engrossed in listening to the official reports, Mo unexpectedly caught wind of Muji's thoughts, and the corners of his lips quirked up ever so slightly. After receiving the information from Muji the previous day, he had promptly dispatched Gu Yan to keep a watchful eye on Huailiang. That very night, they discovered that indeed had ulterior motives. Not only did he wish to eliminate Prime Minister Wei, but he also fabricated evidence to frame Wei for colluding with the remnants of the Prince of Hao, attempting to vindicate the prince and usurp power. If they hadn't uncovered this plot in advance, even had Prime Minister Wei narrowly escaped this ordeal, he would undoubtedly have been dealt with due to those forged evidences. At that moment, the hearts of the elder ministers would surely grow cold. Ah, and Huai Liang, what a clever strategy to kill two birds with one stone. Yet, Ing Mo remained perplexed as to how Mu Ji had acquired such precise information. Consequently, he resolved to keep her by his side in all future endeavors, for perhaps unexpected surprises awaited them. Your Majesty, at this juncture, the Left Chancellor Lin Boizhong stepped forward and bowed, declaring, I believe the current court is plagued by numerous vacancies, particularly the positions of Minister of War, the Governor of Jingzhou, and the Court Councillor. These roles are of utmost importance, and it is imperative that we expedite the selection of new personnel. I concur, the other officials echoed in unison, supporting the Left Chancellor's viewpoint. After nodding in agreement, Ing Mo soon received a list of recommendations for several key ministers from a dedicated eunuch, which was handed to Mu Ji for safekeeping until the court session concluded, at which point it would be presented to Ing Mo for review. To his astonishment, he learned that the Northern Jin dynasty had not yet instituted a civil examination system. Throughout its history, officials were selected solely based on recommendations from esteemed and experienced ministers, followed by a careful vetting process conducted by the emperor and his cabinet. While this method appeared stringent, it harbored significant drawbacks. Those recommended may possess genuine talent, but the complexities of relationships and power struggles could pose substantial pressure and threats to the emperor. The selection of officials should indeed rely on a civil examination system, providing every scholar an opportunity to rise above the rest while ensuring that only those of unblemished backgrounds are chosen as pillars of the state. I never anticipated that this dynasty would be so backward. Regrettably, even if he voiced this opinion, the political landscape would likely remain unchanged. Moreover, how could a tyrant possibly heed the counsel of a mere eunuch? Thus, he decided to remain aloof, letting the matter slide. Ing Mo's thin lips twitched slightly. Yet a flicker of astonishment danced in his dark gaze. A civil examination system? Indeed, this woman had surprised him once more. However, she was correct. Given the current political climate, even the best of systems would face immense challenges in effecting change. After the morning court session, Ing Mo summoned breakfast. Seated alone at the table while Mu Ji stood beside him, holding an empty plate, he, much like before, took only a few bites of each dish, leaving the majority for her. Fortunately, Mu Ji had a hearty appetite and could indulge in the exquisite dishes, which were beautifully presented, yet not overly abundant. Although Ing Mo had tasted a few morsels, the portions he offered her remained largely intact. Compared to her previous meals, this was a stark contrast. After finishing breakfast, Mu Ji wrestled with how to inquire about Ing Mo's future plans. After all, having accepted such a considerable sum from Yifei, it was imperative to expedite matters. Meanwhile, Ing Mo pondered how he might coax Mu Ji into discussing the civil examination further. Their thoughts diverged, leaving them momentarily speechless. Mu Ji, suddenly, a presence drew near. Mu Ji gasped, Your Majesty, what are you doing? As she lifted her head abruptly, her lips inadvertently brushed against Ing Mo's nose, sending her heart racing. Startled, she stumbled backward, losing her balance and tilting backward. Ing Mo swiftly stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. I merely wish to retrieve something, he said, casting a glance at her with an amused smile. Why are you so frightened? I do not bite. You do. As he drew even closer, Mu Ji felt her heart race uncontrollably. She struggled slightly, expecting him to release her, yet his grip only tightened. What emperor would hold a eunuch in his arms like this? It's utterly abnormal. Normal, he replied, his tone casual. Mu Ji's mind momentarily blinked. Had she actually spoken aloud? Yet, Ing Mo maintained his composure, his gaze growing darker and more profound. Your scent is quite familiar. Mu Ji's heart raced, and she dared not meet his eyes. Listening as he paused before leaning closer to her ear, his voice low and husky. Mu Ji, you smell delightful. Her mind felt as though it might explode, blood rushing through her veins. I have not used any sachets. How could I possibly smell good? Just as she prepared to push him away with force, he released her first. Mu Ji quickly lifted her gaze to Ing Mo, only to see him turning away, his expression unusually solemn. This man, is he truly oblivious? Or merely pretending to be? Mu Ji, suddenly Ing Mo commanded. In half an hour, I will bathe in the Chenghua Palace. Inform the staff there to prepare. Yes, she thought, eager to leave. Wait, in half an hour he intends to bathe in Chenghua Palace? A thought struck her. Wouldn't this be an opportunity for Yifei? Mu Ji hastily exited the room and signaled to Qi Lu at the door, instructing him to inform Yifei of Ing Mo's impending visit to Chenghua Palace in half an hour. Once the message reached Yifei, her transaction would be fulfilled. Qi Lu hesitated, wanting to say something, but Mu Ji was too anxious to reach Chenghua Palace, so he suppressed his thoughts and went to relay the message. Upon receiving the news, Yifei was overjoyed and immediately began her preparations, eagerly anticipating her first encounter with the emperor. However, half an hour later, Ing Mo appeared at the gates of Chenghua Palace punctually. Stand guard outside. No one is permitted to enter without my command. Understood. She found it curious that Ing Mo had arrived so quickly. Had Yi Fei not received the message, or had she failed to intercept him? Once inside, a man wearing an iron mask appeared silently, standing like a sentinel at the entrance. Mu Xi recognized him as Gu Yan, the commander of the Imperial Guards. They exchanged no glances and made no physical contact, leaving her unable to discern his thoughts. Was it truly necessary for the commander of the Imperial Guards to oversee a mere bath? Chief Steward. At that moment, Qi Lu rushed over and pulled Mu Xi aside. Before he could speak, she inquired, "Did Yi Fei see him?" With a sigh, Qi Lu replied, "She did see him, but she was cast into the cold palace." "What?" Mu Xi exclaimed in confusion. "Why?" After Qi Lu recounted the events, she learned what transpired on Ing Mo's way to Chenhua Palace. Upon receiving the news, Yi Fei had meticulously adorned herself and donned a beautiful gown she had prepared in advance, positioning herself along the route to Chenhua Palace. When Ing Mo approached, she began to dance, hoping to captivate him and earn his favor. However, just as she danced, her gown suddenly slipped, exposing her alabaster form to the gaze of all. Ing Mo cast but a single glance before unhesitatingly banishing her to the cold palace, cold, ruthless, and devoid of mercy. Was it truly for this? Mu Xi felt that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. And Huiliang? The name echoed in her mind, instantly conjuring the face she had encountered outside the study that day. It seemed Ing Mo had already been aware of his treachery, rendering her warning unnecessary. Thus, it followed that Wei Taifu would likely come to no harm. Meanwhile, a sneaky maid was peeking around the corner. Upon meeting Mu Xi's gaze, the maid displayed no fear, instead wearing an expression filled with disdain and mockery. Is this the esteemed chief steward? Hardly impressive. She was evidently assisting that wretched Yi Fei. Yet thanks to the foresight of the Empress, who had tampered with Yi Fei's gown, her scheme had been thwarted. However, the Empress remarked that it was unwise to offend the Grand Steward at this moment. That blind fool. Once my lady ascends to the throne, I shall have my vengeance on you, you wretched servant. She silently seethed, turning away. Mu Xi felt a wave of frustration. Qi Lu. Who was that palace maid from just now? Qi Lu, who had also witnessed the encounter, felt a twinge of concern. She is the chief maidservant of Lady Lin, who is the granddaughter of the current Prime Minister. Her family wields considerable power. I fear she has already discerned our covert efforts to aid Lady Yi, and she harbors resentment towards us. Indeed, resentment was evident. Upon hearing Qi Lu refer to us, Mu Xi felt a sense of relief. It indicated that Qi Lu had aligned himself with her. Noticing Qi Lu's apprehension, she reassured him, "Do not worry, my dear Qi Lu. As long as I am here, no one shall dare to bully you. As for Lady Lin, she would do well to behave, for if she provokes us, we shall ensure she never has the chance to become Empress." Qi Lu appeared stunned. But she is the granddaughter of the Prime Minister. Mu Xi, the Grand Steward, was perhaps being overly audacious. What, do you not believe me? Hearing his unspoken doubts, Mu Xi found amusement. No, of course not. Qi Lu dared not express disbelief. At this moment, only Grand Steward Mu could offer him protection. Belief or disbelief mattered little. Grand Steward, the Emperor requests your presence. Suddenly Gu Yan, the captain of the guards clad in an iron mask, approached her, his cold voice interrupting her thoughts. Please. His tone was somewhat commanding. Mu Xi glanced at him, their eyes meeting briefly. Gu Yan remained silent, and Mu Xi gleaned no information from him. For reasons unbeknownst to her, an ominous premonition stirred within her. Grand Steward, please. Seeing Mu Xi remain motionless, Gu Yan pressed again. Do not keep the Emperor waiting. Very well. Mu Xi found no reason to refuse. She pushed open the door and stepped over the threshold. In the next moment, Gu Yan firmly closed the door behind her. A screen stood in the center of the room. Behind it lay a hot spring fed by mountain water, with wisps of steam rising, enveloping the entire chamber. Your Majesty? Mu Xi called gently from beyond the screen. After a pause, no response came. She cautiously added, If you have any commands, I await your instructions. Bewildered, Mu Xi thought. What is this man up to? Has he drowned in the pool? She contemplated entering to investigate, but hesitated. Facing Ing Mo, she felt not only her life was in his hands, but she also sensed that his gaze upon her was unsettling. Just as she contemplated her next move, she suddenly heard a disturbance in the water. Could he really have drowned? Mu Xi hurried inside, only to find the pool empty. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! She leaned over the edge, trying to see if anyone lay submerged, when suddenly, a large hand shot out, grasping her delicate neck. Ah! Chapter 10, Pulling up his pants and leaving, you scoundrel. Mu Xi was yanked into the hot spring, instantly drenched, her hair cascading wildly. She frantically surfaced. Yet the culprit behind her plunge remained elusive. You scoundrel! Anger surged within her. Rationality urged her to flee. Ing Mo was a pervert, a madman. She quickly turned to swim towards the edge. The hot spring was neither large nor small, but the more she wished to ascend, the slower it felt. At last, she reached the edge and lifted a leg to climb out, only to feel someone below seize her ankle, dragging her back into the water. Damn it! Muji gulped down several mouthfuls of hot spring water, on the verge of drowning when suddenly, an arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her into an unyielding, cold embrace. She lifted her head, and soft lips met hers, granting her a breath of air, bringing a momentary relief to her lungs. Not surprisingly, it was Mo, that monstrous pervert. They surfaced together, and Muji gasped for air. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? In her rage, she momentarily forgot her place and slapped him. I apologize, Your Majesty. I was wrong. Though her words expressed contrition, her body struggled against his grasp, seeking to escape his hold. Mo's grip around her waist was like iron, unyielding. The room was dimly lit, and the steam blurred her vision. In this proximity, Muji discerned that not only his eyes but his entire visage had taken on a haunting allure. Though his features remained exquisitely chiseled, his skin appeared almost translucent, as delicate as a cicada's wing. One side of his face was marred by dark, purplish veins, his lips crimson like blood, resembling a demon. At this moment his chaotic, seductive gaze fixed upon her, as if he could penetrate her very soul, instilling a deep-seated dread. Muji's breath hitched, her body froze. Heavens! Has he succumbed to madness? Initially, Muji believed Mo was merely a pervert, indulging in cruel amusement by tormenting her. But now it was evident that the situation was far graver. No wonder he had insisted on bathing, with the captain of the guards stationed at the door. Clearly, this hot spring possessed some peculiar significance. Yet, she could not fathom why Guyen had permitted her entry. What could she possibly do here? Under these circumstances, her predicament was perilously precarious. Mo? Muji called out to him, noticing a flicker in his gaze, though he still refused to relinquish her. For the moment, he showed no intent to harm her. She endeavored to soften her tone, preparing to speak, when she noticed him lean in closer. Mo. Muji, initially hesitant to move, felt a surge of panic as he approached, struggling within his embrace, in an attempt to break free. As she struggled, Mo's demeanor shifted abruptly, his eyes turning bloodthirsty. His previously cold body temperature began to rise. More alarmingly, she sensed a startling change in a certain area beneath them. Muji felt tears welling. Help! In his current state, he resembled a wild beast. If he were to ravage her, she would surely perish. Realizing the disparity in their strength, she dared not resist further. Such struggles would only incite his fury. Mo, please calm down. She implored softly, attempting to soothe both him and herself, striving to relax her body. As she relaxed, however, she felt her strength drain away, her weight leaning heavily against him, their bodies pressing together. Mo's breath grew ragged and heated. His hand instinctively roamed along her back, tearing her clothing as an intimate atmosphere ignited. His lips grazed her shoulder, both tender and fervent, as he greedily inhaled her essence. Whether from fear or something else, Muji felt her body grow weak, clinging to him to avoid slipping into the water. She closed her eyes, surrendering to fate. After all, it was not her first encounter. What difference did it make if she was bitten once or twice? At this moment, Muji remained unaware that this was far from a mere matter of a bite or two. It was a calamity. As time slowly passed, Muji eventually lost track of whether she had fallen asleep from exhaustion or fainted. When she awakened, she found herself wrapped in a bed sheet, lying beside the hot spring, while Mo had vanished without a trace. Muji jolted upright. The ache between her legs served as a stark reminder of the intensity of their encounter. Rising from the ground, she cast a glance at the discarded garments, realizing there was no way she could don them again. That scoundrel. He had simply pulled up his trousers and left, showing no concern for her predicament. How could she possibly step outside in her current state? Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Who could it be? A wave of anxiety washed over Muji. She could not allow anyone to see her like this. Otherwise, even if Mo wished to spare her life, it would certainly invite criticism, pressuring him to execute her, particularly from that Lin Fei, whom she had offended recently. Chief Mu, came a cold voice from outside. Your clothes have been placed at the door. Please retrieve them yourself. To her surprise, it was someone delivering her garments. The voice belonged to a woman. Muji hurried to the door, opening it just a crack to peep outside, but all she saw was a fleeting shadow in black, quickly vanishing from her sight. Was it her? Though she hadn't seen the woman's face, Muji was fairly certain this was the same figure who had previously rescued her from the dark room. Who was the shadow? Or rather, whose servant was she? Muji did not dwell on the matter for long. Seizing the opportunity while no one was around, she quickly retrieved the clothes and put them on. Ensuring she looked entirely normal, she finally opened the door and stepped outside. What awaited her this time? She doubted that Mo could pretend as if nothing had happened. It had happened thrice now, and she had taken no measures, hoping not to fall victim again. Muji approached the physicians to procure some contraceptive medicine. A few imperial physicians inquired about whom the medicine was intended for, reminding her that it could not be used indiscriminately in the palace. It required a royal decree or verbal authorization from the emperor. This, of course, she was well aware of. Thus, she fabricated a royal decree, claiming it was for a cat in the Qianqing palace. The physicians exchanged glances, although they remained skeptical. They ultimately relented due to Mu Ji's status and handed over the medicine. Is this not Chief Mu? What's the matter? Are you unwell? As soon as she swallowed the medicine, a mocking voice interrupted her. Looking up in surprise, Mu Ji recognized the speaker. What brings you to the Qianqing palace? It was Kai Wei, the head maidservant beside Lin Fei. Standing before Mu Ji, who was seated on the stone steps, Kai Wei appeared to tower over her. I am here, of course, to deliver nourishing soup from my mistress to the emperor. He is burdened by many affairs, and my mistress is quite concerned. I cannot fathom how you, as the chief steward, could be so incompetent. Nourishing soup? Mu Ji regarded her, noticing a fleeting flicker of guilt in her eyes, quickly concealed. What business is it of yours whether the soup was delivered? Kai Wei carried herself with an air of arrogance, completely dismissing Mu Ji. After her remarks, she cast a disdainful glance at Mu Ji, laden with threats. Her mistress had advised her to avoid provoking Mu Ji, yet upon seeing her today, she found her to be nothing extraordinary, just a mere eunuch. She could not comprehend her mistress's concerns. Today, she intended to teach this dog-slave a lesson, demonstrating who truly held power in the harem. So, you came here of your own accord? Mu Ji remained seated on the steps, looking up at her with calmness and a faint smile. I advise you to temper your arrogance, lest it brings misfortune upon your mistress. What nonsense are you spouting? This is the Qianqing palace, Kai Wei. Use your brain when you speak. If others overhear, I cannot guarantee that the emperor will not hear of it, and it could spell disaster for your mistress. You, Kai Wei, infuriated, raised her hand to strike Mu Ji. Unperturbed, Mu Ji seized her wrist and, with a swift motion, slapped her across the face. Kai Wei, stunned and holding her cheek in disbelief, could hardly comprehend what had just transpired. You dare hit me? She had served her mistress since childhood, growing up beside her, and no one, save the lord and her mistress, had ever dared to disrespect her. How could this eunuch have the audacity to strike her? Before she could lunge at Mu Ji, a force suddenly yanked her backward. Enough! A voice interjected, laced with restrained fury. Mu Ji looked up to see Gu Yan. Just yesterday, he had summoned her to the bathing room. Although his appearance now was to assist her, she had no intention of expressing gratitude. Kai Wei, recognizing Gu Yan, immediately moderated her demeanor. Commander Gu, you've arrived just in time. Please, uphold justice for the servant. Chief Mu has taken advantage of her position and struck me. What a remarkable inversion of right and wrong. Mu Ji could hardly be bothered to refute her claims, curious to see what else she would concoct. My sight is not impaired. Gu Yan's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. From the moment you entered Qianqing Palace, you have been under my surveillance. I heard every word spoken just now. Mu Ji raised an eyebrow, while Kai Wei's complexion drained of color. This secluded corner of Qianqing Palace had initially puzzled her. She thought no one would witness her actions, yet she had been observed by the commander of the Imperial Guard. Kai Wei, flustered, attempted to defend herself. Commander, you are unaware. Chief Mu has received bribes, creating opportunities for Yi Fei and the Emperor. I am merely speaking on behalf of other mistresses. Your words do not absolve you of the crimes you committed today, Gu Yan declared, unwavering and merciless. Take her away and administer punishment by beating. What? Kai Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom what she had just heard. Before she could react, 2 guards appeared and forcefully escorted her away. Mu Ji was equally taken aback. What was Gu Yan's intention? Did he feel guilty towards her? Otherwise, why would he assist her so fervently? Chief Mu, there is no need for such astonishment, Gu Yan remarked, noting her expression, his tone still frosty and devoid of sentiment. This is the Emperor's directive. It was indeed peculiar. Before the Emperor's recent ailment, he had instructed Gu Yan to summon Mu Ji, and he had presumed she would be doomed. Little did he know that the Emperor regained his faculties ahead of time, leaving Mu Ji unharmed. It appeared that this Chief Mu possessed some capability. For the first time, Mu Ji heard Gu Yan's inner thoughts, a revelation that struck her like thunder. She was left speechless for a considerable time. Chief Mu, the Emperor awaits you in the council chamber, Gu Yan stated before turning to leave. Her mind was in disarray. So, Mo did not kill her because he realized she could assist him in regaining his senses during his episodes? In other words, from the very first encounter, he might have known everything while feigning ignorance. Mu Ji was at a loss for words, filled with a tumult of emotions. That deceitful man, keeping her close under the guise of a eunuch, was indeed convenient. Frustrated, she pondered for a long time, weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, she concluded that if he did not disclose the truth, it would be beneficial for her. For once revealed, she would face 2 outcomes. First, The crime of deceiving the emperor, leading to her death. Second, Ing Mo advocating for her to be granted the title of concubine. Neither outcome was one she desired. Muji remained seated on the stone steps for quite some time, waiting until her emotions had settled before rising and making her way to the council chamber. As she passed through the main gate, she noticed Kai Wei, bloodied and being dragged away by two eunuchs towards Lin Fei's palace. This is the consequence of offending Master Mu. From now on, everyone should be cautious and never overstep their bounds. Do you understand? Qi Lu stood at the door, admonishing a group of young eunuchs below him. As someone close to Mu Ji, his status naturally placed him above these young attendants. Initially, some were reluctant to accept this. Considering they had all entered the palace together, sharing the same status, why should they heed him? However, having just witnessed the dire fate of disrespecting Mu Ji, and knowing Qi Lu was always by her side, no one dared to defy him any longer. Seeing that everyone remained silent, heads bowed, lacking any sign of dissent, Qi Lu felt quite imposing. Mu Ji, observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, upon realizing her significant role to Ing Mo, she felt a weight lift off her chest. At the very least, she could be certain that Ing Mo would not easily take her life. Until she found a way to escape the palace, her little life was somewhat secured. Not wishing to interrupt Qi Lu's admonition, she quickened her pace towards the council hall. Inside the council hall, as expected, Ing Mo was in a fit of rage. Mu Ji stood at the entrance, listening for a while and gathered that it was likely still about the list of recommended officials. Peering inside, she noticed Ing Mo's brows furrowed. His handsome face filled with fury. It was evident he was dissatisfied with the list presented by the ministers.
Get out.
As predicted, Ing Mo's patience had run thin, and he began to dismiss people. The ministers, faces filled with helplessness, could only leave dejectedly. What a temper. Mu Ji shook her head. Just as she was about to step aside to let the ministers pass, Ing Mo suddenly raised his head and cast a sharp gaze in her direction. Chapter 12. Brother. Try being tormented for 3 days straight. Mu Ji was taken aback, suddenly feeling an odd sensation. Could this man actually hear my thoughts? But she quickly dismissed the idea. No, not everyone possesses such abilities. I must be overthinking. Indeed, as the ministers exited, they caught sight of Mu Ji standing aside, their gazes unable to resist stealing glances at her. Who is this young eunuch, so young yet serving as the chief steward? This little eunuch is quite fair-skinned, with delicate features, rather handsome, though a bit on the frail side. Hearing their murmurs, Mu Ji felt a flush of embarrassment. How can anyone pay attention to my appearance? She hurriedly lowered her head, fearful of revealing her true identity. Fortunately, she was now a favored person in the emperor's eyes, and even the high-ranking ministers would not dare to treat her with too much disrespect. After all, those like Kai Wei, who failed to recognize her worth, were exceedingly rare. What are you standing at the door for? Ing Mo's cold voice rang out. Come here, and grind this for me.
Yes.
Mu Ji took small steps inside. Standing beside Ing Mo, she observed with quietude as she ground the materials. Ing Mo continued to peruse the list of officials submitted by the ministers, his expression growing increasingly grim. After a while of silence, he turned to glance at Mu Ji. This woman, why is she so composed? Doesn't she have anything to ask about what happened yesterday? Curiosity piqued. He wondered what thoughts occupied her mind. Mu Ji. Ing Mo called her name. Here, your servant is present, Mu Ji replied obediently. Don't you have anything you wish to say? Or perhaps something you wish to inquire of me? Should I have questions for your majesty? Ing Mo fell silent momentarily before returning his attention to the list. After a while, feeling frustrated, he tossed it aside. The list remained open, and from this angle, Mu Ji could see it perfectly. Out of curiosity, she leaned slightly to examine it. The list was quite detailed, with each name accompanied by personal information, including family background and current positions. Good heavens! All these individuals hail from noble families. Such a vast network of connections could easily undermine his authority as emperor. Moreover, there are talented individuals among the common folk. If this continues, the impoverished will never have a chance to rise. Hearing Mu Ji's lament, Ing Mo's expression darkened to a chilling low. Undeniably, her words held truth. He recognized these issues, which was precisely why he was so furious. The selection of officials in Beijing had always followed this outdated method. Abolishing such archaic systems could not be accomplished overnight. Furthermore, these positions could not remain vacant indefinitely. Failing to appoint candidates promptly posed a significant threat to the country's development and the stability of the court. However, if he did not select candidates from this list and implement the examination system, it would mean those vacant positions would remain unfilled for a long time. This was a vexing dilemma. Yet, the examination system was imminent, and he needed to make a decisive choice swiftly. Noticing Ing Mo seemingly lost in thought, Mu Ji, feeling her legs growing weary, instinctively rubbed her back. Ing Mo noticed her movement and turned to look at her. Are you tired from standing for such a short while? Brother, try being tormented for 3 consecutive days, Muji muttered in jest, though she maintained a facade of obedience, revealing no hint of dissatisfaction. I am not tired. I just wish I could lie down. How unfortunate. Mo waved his hand after a while. Enough. You need not attend to me here. Go rest. Is this for real? Muji could hardly believe her ears. Does the tyrant truly have compassion for others? Though skeptical, she could not refuse his words. Your servant takes her leave. To linger any longer would be foolish. Upon exiting the council hall, Muji felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if the very air had become refreshing. Now, she was indifferent to the world's burdens. First, she sought something delicious to eat, then a beautiful sleep. What a situation. Muji had intended to visit the imperial kitchen to find some tasty morsels, but it turned out Qi Lu had already prepared a feast, waiting for her to have time to eat in their quarters. Qi Lu and 3 other young eunuchs shared a room. Upon being invited in, all 4 treated her with utmost respect. There's no need for such formality. Please, sit and eat together. Starving, Muji declared and promptly sat down, picking up her chopsticks and digging in. In truth, she had a great fondness for food and found it hard to resist delicious dishes. Every meal Mo provided was devoured with satisfaction, leaving no remnants behind. Chief Steward Mu, please take your time. If it's not enough, there is more. Qi Lu said as he sat beside her, neglecting his own meal to serve her with clean chopsticks. The once little Qi Lu had now become Muji's most loyal companion. This meal left her thoroughly satisfied. After finishing, she stood up and prepared to leave. Qi Lu and the others escorted her out. Upon hearing her words, Qi Lu and the others displayed envy. The emperor treats Chief Steward Mu exceptionally well. How enviable. Muji nearly stumbled. Envy, indeed. Returning to the Qianqing palace, she crawled into bed, finally alleviating her fatigue. She closed her eyes, clearing her mind, trying to think of nothing, and soon fell into a deep slumber. When she awoke, it was already midnight. Opening her eyes, she found Mo sitting in the hall, able to see her position with just a turn of his head. She thought irritably. Feeling Mo's gaze upon her, she quickly scrambled out of bed. Strange. Could this man truly hear my thoughts? Reflecting on previous instances, it seemed that whenever she internally expressed herself, Mo's gaze would shift toward her. This thought sent a chill down her spine. But upon further consideration, she found it improbable. Mo was nearly amused to the point of laughter. The self-righteous woman possesses a certain self-awareness. Your Majesty, why are you still awake at such a late hour? Muji stepped forward, feigning concern. Mo put down the book in his hands and retorted with a question. Have you awoken from your slumber? Yes, Muji nodded. Then, regarding the matter of consorty, you may now explain it to me in detail. Muji had assumed he wouldn't inquire about anything. Yet he unexpectedly brought up this issue. Ironically, it was the least significant among all her transgressions. It seemed he was also avoiding the weighty matters. Steady and composed, Muji replied, Your Majesty, this is what a servant ought to do. You have been on the throne for quite some time, and the ladies of the harem have yet to meet you. You should. The more she spoke, the less conviction she had, ultimately falling silent. Very well. I accepted silver from Consort E. Chapter 13. Desiring yet wishing to avoid responsibility, Muji decided to confess directly. After all, she knew Mo would not harm her. So there was little to fear. Moreover, he was already aware of the situation. Lying would serve no purpose. You are quite audacious, Mo remarked, glancing at her, surprisingly not appearing too angry. Muji felt a twinge of astonishment. This man is emotionally unstable. He knows I disclosed his whereabouts for silver, yet he remains unfazed? Muji found herself utterly perplexed by him. Mo smirked slightly and suddenly asked, How much silver did you receive?
Huh.
The unexpectedness of the question nearly left her speechless. I ask how much silver you have received? Not much, she replied. Not much? How much is that? His probing made alarm bells ring in Muji's mind. Surely, the emperor does not still covet my silver.
Ying Montag chucket.
Regardless of how much you have received, since this silver was exchanged for information about me, I am entitled to half. Muji was taken aback. He truly is fixated on my silver. If I refuse, I can impose punishment upon you, Director Mu. Surely, you understand the principle of using money to avert disaster. A blatant threat. I never anticipated he would be such a ruler, devious, petty, and devoid of principles. The meager silver I earned at the risk of my life is being unjustly taken from me, at this rate. When will I ever accumulate enough to leave the palace and live as a wealthy woman? Desiring to leave the palace? Mo narrowed his eyes, a flicker of darkness crossing his gaze. Unaware of the change in his expression, Muji, wishing to avoid punishment, reluctantly produced the silver, dividing it in half for him. The gleaming silver was thereby relinquished to another, causing her heart to ache. Ultimately, it was Mo's malice that prevailed. As the emperor, did he truly lack such trifles of silver? Though she had parted with her money, resentment brewed within her. Conversely, Mo, upon receiving the silver, appeared quite pleased. He rose and strode toward the inner chamber, commanding, "Come, attend to me as I retire." Muji could not help but roll her eyes. A woman burdened with resentment, emboldened by it. Reluctantly, she followed him inside, only to finding Mo standing by the bed with open arms, resembling a lord expecting her to undress him. How formidable is the emperor? Taking a deep breath, she approached him. In truth, being nearing Mo now made her somewhat anxious. He was fully aware of her gender, yet still made such requests. Clearly, he harbored ulterior motives. This was a quintessential display of a man who desires, yet shuns responsibility. Naturally, Muji held no desire for him to take responsibility, nor did she wish for him to. Why haven Tiwi commenced. Mo gazed at her, his icy eyes deepening in hue, the atmosphere growing increasingly charged. Startled, she suddenly lifted her gaze to him, her expression tinged with panic. "Your Majesty, perhaps I should summon a lady to serve you for the night. Which lady would you like me to call?"
Ying mos countenance darkened abruptly. "Leave."
He turned away, shedding his outer garments and lying down on the bed, shutting his eyes to sleep. Muji, witnessing this, felt relieved, despite finding him capricious. After 3 consecutive days of exhausting encounters, she was genuinely worn out and had to remain vigilant. As she exited the outer hall, Mo reopened his eyes, a glacial demeanor enveloping him. An ungrateful woman. He turned to face the bed, the experience still haunting him as a nightmare, leaving him with a profound psychological scar. Ultimately, he had to admit, Muji is indeed a toxic woman. Yet, could she not also be his antidote? The following day, before dawn, within the side hall of the Qianqing Palace, Mo sat in a grand chair, 2 shadow guards clad in black standing before him, a man named Lian Feng and a woman named Lian Yu. Lian Yu was the shadow he had assigned to Muji. "My lord," Lian Feng reported with a hint of despondency, "we have investigated all individuals involved in the incident from years ago, but very few know the true story. Those close to Consort Xiao are either deceased or deranged, making it impossible to uncover vital information." He lowered his head, hesitant to meeting Mo's gaze. Not out of fear of reprimand, but because he had been pursuing this matter since Mo ascended the throne over a month ago, and yet, there had been no progress. Given the passage of years, it is unlikely to be easily uncovered. "Continue the investigation. I have ample time to wait," Mo replied, a layer of coldness shrouding his pupils, his tone surprisingly calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome. "Understood." Lian Feng nodded earnestly. "I will ensure that we uncover the truth, restoring Consort Zhao's honor so she may rest in peace." "My lord," Lian Yu interjected after a moment of contemplation, "I believe there is a place worth investigating." Before Mo could respond, Lian Feng eagerly asked where. Lian Yu cast a glance at him, somewhat disdainfully. After that incident, Consort Xiao was confined to the cold palace for several years. While most inhabitants there are mad, currently we have no other leads, and I believe the cold palace may yield unexpected discoveries. "Very well," Lian Feng concurred, nodding towards Mo. "My lord, I shall go there at once." Mo did not speak, merely gestured for him to proceed with the investigation. His primary ambition as emperor was to unveil the true culprit who had framed his mother and seek vengeance. "My lord," once Lian Feng departed, Lian Yu turned to Mo and asked, "Should I continue to monitor Director Mu?" Mo nodded. "Delegate your current tasks to others and focus solely on observing her." Lian Yu's expression bore a hint of dissatisfaction. Monitoring Muji felt like a pointless endeavor to her, and she could not comprehend what made Muji so special that the Lord would invest such concern. Though she felt some discontent, Lian Yu had never defied Mo's orders, as obedience was paramount. Upon awakening, Muji felt her back was no longer sore and her legs were no longer weak. She had finally revived. However, when she discovered she was alone in the chamber, she was quite startled. Sunlight filtered through the door crack, and without needing to inquire, she knew it was certainly late. Mo had not awakened her? This would surely anger him. Quickly, Muji hastily prepared herself and rushed to the imperial study. Seeing Qi Lu standing at the door, she hurried over, breathless. "Please take care." Qi Lu caught her, visibly agitated. "Where have you been? Why are you only arriving now?" The emperor has already convened the morning court, and his expression appears rather displeased. He hasn't even summoned for breakfast yet, and none of us dare to enter and inquire. "It's fortunate you have arrived." His expression is displeased? Once her breath steadied, Muji asked, "Is he alone inside?" "Yes, but several ministers have come to seek an audience and have been denied access." Qilu lowered his voice and whispered to Muji, "I have heard that the emperor announced a significant matter in the court today, shocking all the officials, nearly all of whom opposed it. Do you know what it is?" "I anticipated you would ask, so I sought someone to inquire further. It seems it pertains to the selection of officials within the court. The emperor is reluctant to finalize the list proposed by the ministers and instead wishes to implement a civil examination system." "Oh yes, that's the term." Chapter 14. Absurdity. How could this be? Muji was taken aback. What an uncanny coincidence. She pondered for a long while before entering the room. Upon her arrival, The coldness in Ing Mo's eyes instantly faded, and he gradually relaxed. Muji's expression was somewhat complex. After much contemplation, she deemed the matter too serious to overlook and felt compelled to inquire directly. Your Majesty, she hastened forward and asked, what prompted you to suddenly consider using a civil examination to select officials? Because of you. Ing Mo raised his gaze to meet hers, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Muji, you are unaware that you talk in your sleep?
What?
I talk in my sleep? The revelation left Muji stunned, to the point that she shifted her self-reference. However, she quickly regained her composure. Your Majesty, are you saying that I spoke of the civil examination while asleep? Ing Mo affirmed with a nod. Observing the delightful expression on her face, the curve of his lips deepened. So, you mean to say that your sudden decision to implement the civil examination system was influenced by what I mentioned in my sleep? She found it hard to believe. Would you like to know what you said? Ing Mo inquired, displaying a keen understanding. Muji nodded eagerly, feeling both embarrassed and anxious. You called me a tyrant. The mere statement caused beads of cold sweat to form on Muji's forehead. It was indeed plausible. Absolutely must not confess, not even at the cost of my life. Your Majesty, you must have misheard. I could never insult you in such a manner. You are not a tyrant. Am I not a tyrant? Certainly not. Is that so? Ing Mo gazed at her with a smile that sent chills down her spine. Indeed, although I have only accompanied you for a few days, I can assure you that you are definitely not the tyrant the rumors suggest. Her words, though not entirely disingenuous, brought comfort to Ing Mo. Very well, summon breakfast. Order the kitchen to prepare whatever you desire. Upon hearing this, the weight in Muji's heart lifted significantly. She personally went to the royal kitchen to place her orders, this time selecting only her favorite dishes. During the meal, Ing Mo remained seated alone at the dining table while Muji stood beside him. However, this time, they dined together rather than him eating first and then serving her. Fortunately, there were no other palace attendants present, as witnessing this scene would surely astonish them. Your Majesty, did you truly decide to abolish the old system because I mentioned the civil examination in my sleep? Indeed, Ing Mo replied, taking a few sips of soup before setting down his chopsticks and gazing intently at her.
Muji.
It was you who reminded me that the current method of selecting officials is fraught with flaws, detrimental to both the nation and the people. To develop the northern gene into a prosperous and powerful state, reforms are imperative. Muji did not expect Ing Mo to share such thoughts with her so suddenly. Faced with the culinary delights before her, she could not follow his example and lay down her chopsticks. Instead, she endeavored to eat earnestly while listening attentively, only managing to compliment him after swallowing her food. Your Majesty is wise. After finishing breakfast, Ing Mo rose and departed for the council chamber. Muji need not accompany him, granting her half an hour of free time, albeit with the stipulation that she must be ready to respond at a moment's notice. Leaving the study, she found herself increasingly troubled by the absurdity of the situation. She actually spoke in her sleep. Moreover, the information she divulged was substantial. If this continued, she could not sleep soundly, fearing that her secrets might be revealed. As she was lost in her thoughts, someone bumped into her. It was a young, unfamiliar eunuch. I apologize, Chief Mu. I was not paying attention and bumped into you. Are you alright? He repeatedly apologized. Muji, not angered, replied, It is fine. I am unhurt. You may go about your business. Thank you, the young eunuch said before departing. After he left, Muji discovered a small note had been slipped into her sleeve. Upon opening it, she read, Meet in the Imperial Garden. There was no signature. A sense of unease gripped her heart as she felt a surge of annoyance. She was reluctant to go, but without clarifying the original owner's identity, she could not resolve these troubles. Continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to calamity. With this thought, Muji ultimately decided to meet. Ever since the death of that palace maid, she had known that someone behind the scenes would arrange for others to seek her out, yet she did not expect it to happen so soon. They seemed intent on making her life difficult. She glanced around, ensuring no acquaintances were watching her, and swiftly made her way to the Imperial Garden.
It was midday,
and the garden was bustling with people. She wondered why this person had chosen such a time for their meeting. Were they afraid of being discovered? What perplexed her further was that the note provided no specific location within the expansive garden, leaving her to search aimlessly. As she grew increasingly vexed from scanning the area, she spotted a woman adorned in splendid attire, her beauty striking. Following her were several palace maids and eunuchs. It was evident that she must be a favored consort of the emperor, given her grand entourage. However, as the consort approached, she suddenly halted. You are Chief Mu? She raised her delicate chin slightly, her gaze surveying Muji with an air of arrogance, concealing a hint of barely perceptible hostility. Is it you? The one responsible for Kai lying in bed, half alive. The woman was indeed fair of face, yet her lack of perceptiveness was astonishing. I have met with Consort Lin, and pay my respects, Muji acknowledged, understanding the woman's identity. What a twist of fate. Knowing my identity, why do you not perform the kneeling salute? Consort Lin was taken aback by how quickly Muji recognized her. Noting her calm demeanor, Lin's irritation only grew. Though you are the chief eunuch by the emperor's side, you are still a servant, while I am a consort of the emperor and your superior. Do you think performing a kneeling salute would demean you? Hearing this, Muji raised her gaze, her expression indifferent. She rarely performed such salutes even to Mo. Unless feeling guilty. Why should she kneel before this woman? Consort Lin, you see, it is not that I refuse to kneel. I simply have urgent matters to attend to and cannot afford to delay. Will you take responsibility for that? Kneeling will not take long, Chief Mu. Please do so. Consort Lin, how is Miss Kai faring? Muji's expression suddenly turned icy. Do you understand why she was punished? Mentioning Kai ignited Lin's fury. How dare you threaten me? With that, she raised her hand and instructed the attendants behind her. Seize her. Chief Mu has overstepped her bounds and openly defied me. Slap her. Chapter 15. Arrogance born of favor. Yet favor must first be earned. The attendants accompanying Consort Lin were all her trusted confidants, obediently executing her commands. Chief Mu, you have offended. As several rushed forward to apprehend her, Muji swiftly drew a concealed arrow from her sleeve. The first to reach out was a stout, elderly matron. The arrow grazed her wrist, leaving a trail of blood. The agonized scream echoed through the air. Seeing this, Consort Lin hurriedly summoned someone to check on her. The old matron was rather corpulent, her wrists adorned with a thick layer of flesh. With merely a third of her strength, Muji had let an arrow fly, resulting in a wound that was not particularly deep. Yet, the old matron's shrieks of agony echoed as if her life was on the brink of extinction, creating a scene of utter chaos. This matron was Lin Fei's wet nurse. In Lin Fei's eyes, she was no ordinary caregiver. The sight of her beloved nurse in distress startled Lin Fei so much that she momentarily forgot to confront Muji, instead hastily summoning the imperial physician. Meanwhile, the matron continued to moan, leaving Muji speechless. Muji, you possess audacious gall. Once the matron was assisted to a side while awaiting the physician, Lin Fei glared at Muji with unbridled fury, her eyes ablaze with resentment, as if she yearned to strike the insolent servant down with a single blow. Never in her life had anyone dared to act so brazenly before her. If anything were to happen to my wet nurse, prepare to face your demise. I shall see whether the emperor will side with you or with me. What was this mere servant compared to her? Behind her stood the entire Lin family. Facing Lin Fei's wrath, Muji remained tranquil, unperturbed, even finding the situation somewhat tedious. Your Highness, one must first possess favor to act with such arrogance. Have you not yet realized that you have not even laid eyes on the emperor? Do you genuinely believe he will side with you? Of course. Muji did not truly believe that if this matter reached Mo, he would favor her. However, to infuriate Lin Fei further, she deliberately portrayed herself as someone of utmost significance in the emperor's eyes. What did you say? Lin Fei, struck where it hurt, contorted her face in fury. She took a few steps forward, intent on personally punishing Muji, but Muji calmly produced the sleeve arrow that had just wounded the matron, casually toying with it. If you are unafraid of disfigurement, Your Highness, do come closer. This was a bold challenge. The attendants surrounding Lin Fei gasped in shock at Muji's audacity. Chief Mu, your courage is truly remarkable. What are you all standing there for? Capture her. I refuse to believe that I cannot deal with a mere servant without incurring the emperor's wrath. Receiving Lin Fei's command, several palace maids and eunuchs prepared to advance. At that moment, a physician arrived. The matron was still groaning. Where is the injured party? The physician, a young man of handsome and refined appearance, was known to nearly everyone in the palace. Physician Chu, my wet nurse has been injured by Chief Mu. Please examine her quickly. Lin Fei led him over to inspect the matron's wound. Physician Chu squatted down before the matron, inquiring patiently, where are you hurt? On the wrist. Oh, it pains this old servant terribly. The matron extended her plump wrist for his inspection. Physician Chu frowned upon seeing it. Lin Fei, observing his expression, immediately grew anxious. Physician Chu, what is it? Is it a serious injury? Have the tendons been severed? As she spoke, she cast a venomous glare at Muji, her eyes brimming with rage. Muji remained unfazed, as if the entire affair bore no relevance to her. Yet, curiosity compelled her to step forward and peer closer. In truth, she was well aware of the nature of her own actions. The injury was not severe. However, she had not anticipated that Physician Chu would arrive so promptly. Fortunately, you are here, Physician Chu, Muji remarked, suppressing a smile. Had you arrived any later, the wound might have healed. Physician Chu glanced at Muji, clearly intrigued. Is it truly necessary to summon a physician for a mere scratch? He seemed to question her judgment. It is but a minor injury. There is no cause for concern. With that, Physician Chu stood to take his leave, prompting Lin Fei to hastily inquire, is no bandaging required? None at all. Although Physician Chu appeared gentle, he had a peculiar temperament. Formerly a physician to Mo, he now served as an imperial physician, typically treating only the emperor. Today, he had merely stopped by out of chance. His rare show of kindness had led to this unexpected predicament. As he departed, He cast one last glance at Mu Ji. Chief Mu, I hear you are currently favored by him. Perhaps we might share tea together sometime. Mu Ji raised an eyebrow but offered no response. Physician Chu was undeterred and turned to leave. Lin Fei was consumed by a desire to tear Mu Ji apart. Mu Ji, donning the most amiable expression, uttered the most infuriating words. Mu Ji. Lin Fei, truly enraged to the point of losing her senses, lunged at her, only to be interrupted by a gentle voice from behind. Sister Lin Fei, what are you doing? That wretched Yuan Shanqi. What are you doing here? Given that they had all entered the palace around the same time and had yet to serve the emperor, they lacked formal titles and thus addressed one another by their surnames or given names, followed by the title of Fei. In this harem, their status bore no significant difference. However, those from powerful families naturally held an advantage, such as Lin Fei, who, owing to her grandfather's status as a venerable statesman, believed herself to hold a superior position among the concubines. Dear Sister Lin Fei, Yuan Fei, seemingly oblivious to Lin Fei's disdain, took her hand affectionately, leading her a few steps aside before saying, Sister, such an intelligent person as yourself, how could you act so foolishly today? Although she spoke in a hushed tone, Mu Ji heard her clearly. What scheme was Yuan Fei concocting? Lin Fei regarded her with suspicion. What are you babbling about? Yuan Fei casually glanced at Mu Ji, then smiled warmly, continuing, You should not make an enemy of Chief Mu. Consider this. What benefit is there in offending him? He serves the emperor. Despite his favor, he remains but a servant and will not obstruct our paths. In fact, we may require his assistance in many matters. Do you not agree? Lin Fei was not foolish and grasped Yuan Fei's insinuations. Yet, recalling his aid to Yi Fei, which nearly allowed her to be the first to serve the emperor, a simmering resentment took root within her. Fortunately, she had preemptively placed her own people in each concubine's quarters, thwarting Yi Fei's ambitions. Nevertheless, she could not deny that offending Mu Ji brought no advantage. Moreover, Mu Ji was not someone easily manipulated. Initially underestimating him, believing he had no backing and would yield easily, she had misjudged his character. What Sister Yuan Fei says holds merit. Lin Fei pondered for a moment, recalling Mu Ji's veiled threats, and worried that he might truly discard her favored position. She resolved to bide her time. I shall not hold this against him today. Sister Yuan Fei, please assist me in smoothing things over. I shall remember your kindness. Of course, no need to be courteous, sister. With that, Yuan Fei approached Mu Ji. Yuan Fei and Lin Fei were two distinct types of beauties. Lin Fei was strikingly alluring but sharp-edged, while Yuan Fei, possessing a more voluptuous figure, exuded warmth and amiability, rivaling Lin Fei in grace. Chief Mu, I wish to extend my apologies on behalf of Sister Lin Fei regarding today's incident. She is of an impulsive nature. Please do not hold her actions against her. I hope for your continued support. Yuan Fei extended her hand to her attendants, who placed a hefty bag into her palm, which she cheerfully offered to Mu Ji. A small token of goodwill. I hope you'll accept it. Chapter 16. This Chief Mu is truly not to be provoked. Mu Ji could easily surmise the contents of the bag. Yuan Fei was far from simple. Their eyes met several times, yet she failed to hear any of Yuan Fei's true intentions, indicating her depth of cunning. Very well. Recognizing their overtures of goodwill, Mu Ji chose not to act too harshly, preferring to avoid creating enemies that would complicate her life in the palace. However, she firmly resolved that any attempts to bully her would be met with staunch resistance. Mu Ji glanced at the heavy purse filled with silver, contemplating for a moment before reaching out to accept it. Silver must be collected. Observing this, Yuan Fei's smile deepened. Director Mu, I shall not delay you any further in your duties. With that, she turned and took the still pale-faced Lin Fei by the hand, departing. Granny Fong, supported by several palace maids, followed suit. Before leaving, she cast a cold, menacing glance at Mu Ji. You wretched servant, await your reckoning. Kai Wei, rest assured, I shall avenge you. When Granny Fong looked back, Mu Ji met her gaze and overheard her thoughts. It turned out that Granny Fong was Kai Wei's mother, intent on avenging her daughter. Very well, she would wait. Perhaps there were too many people around, and she feared revealing her identity, which is why she did not dare to act overtly. Nightfall. Ng Mo, alongside several cabinet ministers, had spent the afternoon in the council hall deliberating the selection of officials, yet failed to reach a universally satisfactory conclusion. However, when Ng Mo emerged, his countenance remained composed, in stark contrast to the ministers, whose spirits were evidently dampened. Where is Mu Ji? Upon noticing her absence, Ng Mo immediately inquired. No need, he was told. Without further adu, Ng Mo made his way toward the imperial chambers. Upon reaching the main hall, he spotted Lian Yu standing in the corridor. Let us speak in the side hall. Once inside, Lian Yu recounted the events of the afternoon to Ng Mo in meticulous detail. After listening, Ng Mo pondered for a long while. Who is Lin Fei? He finally asked. Ah? Lian Yu nearly faltered at his cold demeanor, raising her eyes to meet his. Isn't that inappropriate? Ng Mo shot a glance at her, prompting Lian Yu to explain. She is the granddaughter of Minister Lin, your consort. Shouldn't the one being taught a lesson be Director Mu? It was Director Mu who overstepped. Mo walked to the wall and retrieved a silver spear from its stand, delicately wiping the sharp tip with a clean cloth. This spear had accompanied him on the battlefield for a decade, stained with the blood of countless enemies, including that of the Northern Jin royal family. It was this very spear that had carved a bloody path for him out of Wolf Valley, leading him to the throne he now occupied. His gentle care of the spear was akin to treating a rare treasure. Once it was sufficiently clean, he turned to Lian Yu and said, "It is you who shall administer the lesson, not I." The implication was clear. He wished to distance himself from the matter. Lian Yu felt a flush of embarrassment. She had grown accustomed to her master's shamelessness. "Very well." Mo replied without hesitation. "Do not allow her to sleep for 3 days." Lian Yu remarked, "This Director Mu is truly formidable, and that maid by her side. Find a way to expel her from the palace." "Understood," Lian Yu replied. "Does the master have any further instructions? What were you doing at that moment? Why did you not intervene?" Upon hearing this, Lian Yu felt a jolt of alarm. "Master, the one who suffered was not Director Mu. How much sorcery has Director Mu cast upon you? This is quite terrifying." Mo fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. Lian Yu's heart raced as she recalled the events of a few days prior when General Meng's daughter, Meng Chunyi, had drugged the master and later, General Meng had used an aphrodisiac on him. At that time, the master had publicly punished General Meng. The punishment was not excessively harsh. General Meng understood his grave transgressions and felt immense gratitude toward the master, harboring no resentment. However, the following night, Meng Chunyi was incapacitated in her sleep, gagged, bound, and thrown into a cesspit. It was said she was not found until 2 days later, by which time the stench was unbearable. Having been washed for 2 full hours with her skin left raw, still exuding an indescribable odor, General Meng did not escape his fate either. When found, he was covered in ants, unable to make a sound, a truly pitiful sight. Yuan Fei, however, fared well. After a long silence, Mo shifted the conversation. "Have the Imperial Kitchen prepare an extra meal for her tonight. There will be silver to distribute again tonight." Lian Yu nodded earnestly. "I shall ensure the task is completed." "And what of Chu Yuling? Has he been too idle of late? Chu the physician?" Lian Yu nearly stumbled over the rapid shift in topic. "I am unaware of his activities. Inform him to diligently research a remedy for the epidemic in Jiangdong and to refrain from unnecessary tea gatherings." "Who is he meeting for tea?" Lian Yu pondered for a moment before recalling. When he left, he mentioned having tea with Director Mu. "Master, I shall certainly admonish him." As she turned, Lian Yu wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She needed to caution him to keep his distance from Director Mu. Meanwhile, a note bore only 4 words, "Act according to circumstances." Following closely behind Mu Ji into the imperial chambers, Mo's dark eyes fixed upon her intensely. "Act according to circumstances? What is she plotting now?" Sensing his gaze, Mu Ji hurriedly crumpled the note and tossed it beneath the bed. Yet in her haste to dispose of the note, she forgot to hide the purse she clutched, and by the time she remembered, it was clearly too late. From Yuan Fei? With a single phrase, Mu Ji understood that her concealment had failed. In the imperial garden, bustling with activity. It was no surprise that he learned of today's events. "Your Majesty," Mu Ji's expression turned guarded. "This time, you surely do not intend to demand my silver again, do you?" Mo took a step forward, his long legs striding purposefully. "Do you truly believe I lack this little silver?" Upon hearing this, Mu Ji was perplexed. "Your Majesty, are you quite impoverished?" Since discovering her unique significance to Mo, she had grown bolder. She decided to inquire directly. However, she was taken aback when Mo unabashedly confirmed her suspicions, his exquisite countenance revealing no hint of embarrassment. To him, it seemed entirely normal for an emperor to be in want. Mu Ji was left in stunned silence. In her understanding, was not the royal family the wealthiest? Yet the Northern Jin royal family was not. Mo had once been stationed for 10 years in the harshest frontier territory. The soldiers' pay was never distributed on time or in full. It was Mo who had cultivated the barren lands in that desolate valley, ensuring that the troops would not suffer from a lack of supplies before war broke out. Even so, the soldiers' armor, weapons, and winter clothing were still severely lacking. Thus, upon ascending the throne, the first order of business was to ensure that the soldiers received their due pay and to have high-quality armor and weapons manufactured and sent to the border in batches. These actions nearly depleted the royal treasury. It was only after becoming emperor that he realized the Northern Jin treasury was so depleted. The previous decade of stability had been maintained due to his steadfast defense at the borders, repelling countless incursions from tribes and states. It could be said that it was Mo's strength that fortified the Northern Jin. Undoubtedly, the battlefield in the frontier allowed his power to grow, leading to the formidable figure he became. Initially, the Northern Jin royal family was unaware of the true identity of the god of war at the frontier, believing it was General Nanshan defending the realm. Little did they know that the true commander was the 7th prince of the Northern Jin, Mo. At that time, The seventh prince had long been presumed dead by the royal family, and no one considered that he might enlist in the army at the border, where he spent a decade building his own strength, capable of toppling the royal family. These revelations were what Muji later had Qi Lu investigate, piecing together the information bit by bit. There are numerous inquiries that remain unanswered. For instance, if Ing Mo was merely 10 years old a decade ago, how could such a young child venture so far to serve in the military at the border? Even if a prince desires to gain experience in the army, it is unnecessary to endure the hardships and dangers of such remote territories. Moreover, throughout these 10 years, the royal family and officials have believed the seventh prince to be deceased. Thus, how did he meet his end? The more Muji sought answers, the more her curiosity deepened. Nevertheless, at present, Ing Mo merely informed her that the northern Jin kingdom is in dire straits, and as its emperor, he is even poorer. In fact, any random official in the court or the concubines in the harem might possess greater wealth than he does. Upon hearing this, Muji felt a sense of lamentation. This was her first encounter with such a destitute emperor. However, when she learned that Ing Mo had allocated all the treasury's savings to the soldiers at the border, her perception of him shifted considerably. A ruler who cherishes his soldiers cannot possibly be a tyrant. In a moment of impulsiveness, she gifted him the heavy bag of silver belonging to concubine Yuan. Only after doing so did she realize the absurdity of her action. What business was it of hers? Eventually, they reached a consensus. Muji could freely utilize Ing Mo to amass silver throughout the harem, and they would split the profits evenly. It was quite outrageous, a ludicrous emperor and an equally absurd eunuch. As their conversation concluded, Ing Mo instructed for the meal to be served. There were 4 dishes in total, exquisitely presented yet simple, with a balanced nutrition of meat, vegetables, and soup. The kitchen staff was well aware that the new emperor despised waste, thus since his ascension, the portions of each dish had been reduced repeatedly. Some with hearty appetites had visited the kitchen several times, but alas, the emperor's will was unchangeable. "Do you dare sit?" After taking a seat, Ing Mo picked up his chopsticks and, noticing Muji standing beside him, a faint smile emerged on his thin lips, imbued with an ambiguous meaning. Muji's expression was complex. Is this an invitation for me to sit or a command to remain standing? In previous meals with Ing Mo, he would eat first and then serve her, leaving her without any pressure to enjoy her meal. During their last encounter, although she remained standing, he had urged her to pick up her chopsticks and eat alongside him, which had left her feeling quite anxious, relying solely on the allure of the food to sustain her appetite. Now, he was asking if she dared to sit, and her answer was undoubtedly no. There is a distinction between sovereign and subject, especially when one is a servant. In truth, Muji did not wish to be treated differently. As a servant, she should receive the treatment befitting her status, lest it lead to grave consequences. It was better to remain standing, more grounded. "As you wish." Ing Mo did not press her further, but instead set out the wine cups, pouring 2 glasses, one of which he pushed towards Muji. Upon seeing the wine, she recalled the incident when she had drunk too much. How could she dare to drink again? "Your Majesty, can I refuse to drink?" Today's wine was not merely for a brief intoxication. Having a drink was inevitable. This implied that refusal was not an option. The emperor's command could not be defied, and thus Muji had no choice but to acquiesce. Though she made it clear that it would only be this 1 cup, she downed it in 1 gulp before beginning her meal. Observing this, Ing Mo furrowed his brow. He had intended for her to sip delicately, but instead, she had treated it as a task to complete. Nevertheless, Ing Mo was not angered, and they dined in silence. As they neared the end of their meal, Muji suddenly spoke up. "Your Majesty, may I speak some candid truths?" Ing Mo glanced at her, his gaze deep and penetrating. "Speak." "Your Majesty, I have drunk wine, so whatever I say, please take it lightly. There is no need to take offense, or else I would not dare to speak." Muji harbored some reservations, uncertain whether she should meddle. However, now that she found herself in this position, she was, in a sense, part of this kingdom, and certain matters could not be entirely ignored. Upon hearing her words, Ing Mo's curiosity was piqued. "Feel free to speak, as if it were mere idle chatter. I will not be angered." With his assurance, Muji began to express herself freely. Given the current state of the northern Jin kingdom, should a major conflict arise, no matter how valiant the soldiers at the border might be, without a continuous supply of provisions, how long could they withstand? As soon as Muji began, Ing Mo was taken aback. A young woman discussing military affairs with him? Yet, what truly astonished Ing Mo was not her willingness to engage in such dialogue, but rather the accuracy of her observations. This was indeed the most significant threat facing the northern Jin kingdom. Having stationed himself at the border for so long, he was well aware of the dynamics and movements of the neighboring nations, particularly the eastern Zhou kingdom, which had long cast a covetous eye on northern Jin, making war merely a matter of time. The skirmishes of recent years were manageable, but if a full-scale war were to erupt, northern Jin would not endure for long. "Your Majesty, I had not anticipated the dire poverty of northern Jin. You have just ascended the throne, and the political situation is unstable, beset by internal and external troubles of a veritable mess. As the effects of the wine began to take hold, Muji, though not drunk, found herself speaking her mind, shedding her usual caution. After all, Mo had claimed he would not be angered, and a ruler's word is not to be taken lightly. Mo regarded her with a serious expression, awaiting her continuation. However, upon seeing the gravity of his demeanor, Muji refrained from further trivialities. Your Majesty, I believe the foremost priority for Northern Jin is to develop its economy. How to achieve this? Mo's expression shifted, his inner thoughts stirred. A person capable of proposing the idea of an examination system should not be underestimated. Perhaps she could indeed suggest viable strategies to gradually enrich the Northern Jin kingdom. Without further ado, Muji revealed her thoughts. It is simply 2 words: promote commerce. Upon hearing this, Mo's brow furrowed in disbelief. In this dynasty, merchants were held in the lowest regard, and yet she audaciously suggested promoting commerce. I am aware that throughout history, the focus has been on agriculture and the suppression of commerce, vigorously promoting farming. However, after so many years, can you name a single nation that has prospered solely through agriculture? Let me ponder this. If it had been anyone else, they would likely have jumped up and accused her of utter nonsense. After all, this era was so backward that to promote commerce would mean shattering their centuries-old beliefs. And persuading them to change was no simple task. Your Majesty, to rapidly develop the economy, not only must we promote commerce, but we must also engage in trade with other nations. Only then can Northern Jin truly thrive. After finishing her thought, Muji fell silent, allowing Mo time to absorb her words. In her earnest desire to become wealthy, Muji was truly going to great lengths. With the entire Northern Jin in such poverty, how could she ever hope to prosper? I hope he can grasp this. If Northern Jin becomes affluent, the royal family will also prosper, thus alleviating any future concerns about my meager silver. Mo mused. This woman, after all this, was simply looking out for herself. Her thought process was distinctly unique and rather bold. Yet, one could not deny that there was a logical basis to her reasoning. After years of prioritizing agriculture, the nation's finances had stagnated. He had heard that the nations in the western regions placed great emphasis on commerce. Although they were small nations, they thrived and prospered, with even the most ordinary merchants not lacking in small silver coins. He removed his outer garments, donning only a pair of white undergarments. They had shared intimacy 3 times. Yet for Muji, this was the first time she had such a clear and direct view of his physique, robust, sturdy, and powerful. Every inch of his body exuded an aura of dominance. Muji's face flushed crimson. She quickly turned away, puzzled. After so many years stationed at the border, how is it that he bears no scars? His skin is so fair. With this thought, she felt her face grow even warmer.
No.
I need to step outside to cool down. Muji lifted her leg to leave, but Mo called out to her. Muji, where are you going? After inquiring, without granting her an opportunity to escape with excuses, he commanded, come here and massage my eyes. Muji gently patted her own face, silently cursing her own lack of resolve. Mo had already reclined on the bed, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Come up. His tone remained irresistibly authoritative. Muji could sense the intensity and heat of his stare, leading her to believe that her nights might become perilous in the future. This was not right. With so many concubines in the palace, why did he fixate on her? Your Majesty, Muji cautiously began, you have ascended the throne for quite some time now, and the ladies of the harem have been eagerly awaiting your attention. The night is still young. Perhaps you might consider. Before she could finish, Mo's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting drastically. It seemed as if the temperature in the room had plummeted. Muji shivered slightly and quickly waved her hands. No, truly. This time I haven tea. Best not to concern yourself with whom I favor or neglect. Now, come to bed. The last 2 words made Muji's heart skip a beat. Is it absolutely necessary to occupy this bed? Remembering the last time, he had merely asked for her assistance in massaging his eyes. It was she who had overthought the situation. Cautiously, Muji climbed onto the bed from his feet, having to position herself on the inner side. Fresh from a bath, she emitted a faint, delicate fragrance, imperceptible to most, yet seemingly irresistible to Mo. As Muji reached out, Mo suddenly turned to look at her, his eyes darkening, a wave of intense desire flashing within, as if he were struggling against some primal urge. What is the matter? Muji held her breath in nervousness, feigning calmness, and quickly began to massage his eyes. Mo remained silent, allowing her gentle fingers to knead around his eyes. The atmosphere gradually eased. Just as Muji thought he might be drifting into slumber, he abruptly grasped her waist, pulling her into his embrace, burying his head in the crook of her neck. Do not move, he murmured in a low voice. I am tired. Do not go to the outer hall tonight. Sleep here. Muji was startled, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. With his arms wrapped tightly around her waist and his head nestled against her, the position was undeniably uncomfortable. She dared not move. Tonight, sleep was a distant hope. Muji attempted to relax her body, striving not to feel overwhelmed. Fortunately, Ing Mo merely held her without further action. Gradually, she allowed herself to truly unwind. She thought she would certainly be unable to sleep, yet before she could even ascertain whether Ing Mo had fallen asleep, fatigue overtook her, and she closed her eyes. Succumbing to slumber, she slept soundly until dawn. Upon awakening, she found Ing Mo had already risen. Why hadn't he called for her? Muji felt a twinge of embarrassment. She should have been the one to serve him first. Yet every time she opened her eyes, he was gone. No longer anxious. She tidied herself before making her way to the study. Upon seeing her, Qi Lu greeted her with a radiant smile. Madam Steward, His Majesty is not attending morning court today. He has been reviewing memorials in the study for an hour and will soon head to the council chamber to discuss matters with the cabinet ministers. Muji responded with a nonchalant "Oh." The issues regarding the imperial examinations remained unresolved. With a focus on commerce, it seemed unlikely they would be implemented anytime soon. If he had been reviewing memorials for an hour, did that not mean he had risen before dawn? These ministers, obstinate and ignorant, made ruling as an emperor truly exhausting. Standing at the doorway to the study for a moment, Muji decided to find something to eat. On her way to the imperial kitchen, she overheard a discussion. It was said that Lady Yuan had unexpectedly received a reward from the emperor last night, a steamed vase. Although the gift was modest, speculation arose as to whether Lady Yuan might be the first to share the emperor's bed. If so, she could very well be a candidate for empress. Hearing these remarks, Muji felt a pang of doubt. Ing Mo had rewarded Lady Yuan with a dish? What did that signify? If he was indeed interested in Lady Yuan, perhaps she could bring this up at another time. After listening for a while longer, she caught wind of news regarding Lady Lin. It was rumored that strange noises had echoed throughout her palace last night, preventing her from sleeping, and she had awoken in a foul mood, causing the attending maidservants to tremble in fear. How strange! What sort of bizarre noises could keep her awake all night? Yet, what did it matter to her? Let her be. However, that note from last night must have been left by Lady Yuan. She needed to find an opportunity to probe further. In the afternoon, Ing Mo emerged from the council chamber, his expression cold and brooding. Muji, accompany me to a place. Where to? To her surprise, Ing Mo led her to the cold palace, a place that could only be described with 8 words, a cacophony of despair and chaos. The women within, regardless of age, had all lost their sanity, resembling a modern-day asylum. Even the most virtuous could succumb to madness if confined here for too long. The newly arrived Yifei had only been there for 2 days and had already lost considerable weight, her hair disheveled, and her appearance unrecognizable. Your Majesty, why have you brought me here? Muji was frightened. Had she said something or done something to anger him? I am here to see someone. Ing Mo grasped her hand tightly, leading her deeper into the cold palace. Occasionally, mad women would smile foolishly at them, while others would leap out to frighten them. And some would engage in fierce disputes, each claiming to be the emperor's most favored concubine. While it was true that those who suffer often harbor their own flaws, witnessing their current state stirred something unsettling within Muji. The imperial family is devoid of compassion. How tragic it is for women living in this era. Ing Mo, catching her words, lowered his gaze upon her. His eyes, already deep, now held a darkness that instilled fear, an emotion Muji could scarcely comprehend. Indeed, the imperial family is merciless. Her mother had faced unfortunate encounters throughout her life, a fate most lamentable. As they walked, Muji observed the mad women surrounding them, oblivious to the fact that Ing Mo was still holding her hand. Whenever a madwoman lunged towards them, he would instinctively shield her. Strangely, those women only dared to approach to scare them but never truly came close. They would halt a few paces away, shrieking before retreating. Were they afraid of Ing Mo? How curious. Even in madness, they could discern danger. What is so amusing? Muji inadvertently chuckled. Ing Mo glanced down at her, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. Nothing. Muji's smile faded, her expression turning serious. I merely find it curious that they seem to fear you.
What is so amusing about that?
As they spoke, they arrived at the final chamber. This room seldom saw sunlight, rendering it cold and dreary. The air was thick with a damp, moldy odor, mingled with other indescribable scents. Lian Feng appeared suddenly, as if from the shadows. My lord, this is the one. Upon seeing the shadowy figure, Muji instinctively took a step back, ready to flee should danger arise. Ing Mo possessed martial skills. She did not, and she could not protect him. Her only option was to escape, not to impede him. Fear not, this is my shadow guard, Ing Mo remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips. A heartless woman. Shadow guard. Muji's gaze fell upon Lian Feng. Clad entirely in black, moving with such speed that he resembled a specter. The shadowy woman who previously aided me bears a striking resemblance to this ghostly figure. Could it be that she is also one of his specters? Mertzi abruptly turned to Ing Mo. So, that shadow was specifically sent by him to keep an eye on me? Initially, she had assumed that the shadow might be connected to the original owner's true identity. But to her dismay, it turned out to be one of Ing Mo's minions. Well, it appears that he knows everything I do daily, leaving me with absolutely no privacy. The more she pondered, the angrier she grew. Had it not been for the circumstances, she would have turned and walked away. The wretched old society. Utterly devoid of human rights. Sometimes, being an astute woman is not necessarily a blessing. Unfortunately, he could not even defend himself with a single word. Master, shall we enter? Lien Feng cast a glance at Ng Mo before turning back to Mertzi, feeling an odd sensation. This was his first appearance before the esteemed steward, and he wondered if he should at least greet her. Open the door. Just as he prepared to speak, Ng Mo's deep voice interrupted him, compelling him to remain silent and turn to push the door open. Master, please cover your mouth and nose. The moment the door swung open, an overwhelming stench assaulted them. Thankfully, Lien Feng's warning spared them from the full brunt of the odor, which could have easily rendered someone unconscious. Mertzi merely used her sleeve to feebly shield her nose and mouth when the foul odor, reeking of an amalgamation of various scents, hit her. It surged straight to her head, bringing tears to her eyes. Ng Mo produced a clean handkerchief from his person and offered it to her. Upon seeing this, Mertzi hastily accepted it, pressing it tightly against her mouth and nose. Lien Feng widened his eyes, as if he had stumbled upon something of great significance.
Ying Moskaza.
Brisk and frigid, met his briefly, causing him to hastily step forward into the room, followed closely by Ng Mo. As they entered, Mertzi's heart rebelled against the idea of stepping inside. Yet, since Ng Mo had brought her here, refusing to enter was not an option. Reluctantly, she clutched her mouth and nose tightly and followed in their wake. The room was vast and desolate, with a few rickety chairs and a table with a broken leg. On the table lay a tarnished plate containing 2 moldy steamed buns. Against the wall stood a wooden bed, its canopy long faded and precariously on the verge of collapse. The floor was marred with numerous stains, mingled with various repulsive substances. With each step Mertzi took, she felt a chill of dread. The weight of her emotions grew heavier as she surveyed the surroundings, and she could only imagine the hellish torment endured by those who once resided here. The dimness of the room obscured Ng Mo's expression, yet she sensed the drastic drop in his demeanor, a palpable chill that made those nearby shiver involuntarily. Mertzi's curiosity piqued. Who was the previous occupant of this room? What could have caused such a profound shift in Ng Mo's emotions? Ng Mo turned to her, the ice and gloom in his eyes gradually dissipating as they met her gaze. He closed his eyes momentarily, and when he reopened them, his deep voice had softened considerably. Where is she? My subordinate intended to bring her out, but she was too frightened and distrustful of everyone. In her panic, she becomes quite aggressive, and my subordinate was concerned about injuring her and thus refrained from forcibly removing her.
What?
She still resides here? Mertzi could hardly fathom it. The cold palace was not entirely filled with such filth and chaos. This indicated that the person in this room had been specifically targeted, subjected to deliberate humiliation and torment. Mertzi's gaze swept the area, and her eyes caught sight of a shadow beneath the bed. She shivered as she raised her head, barely able to discern the woman's face, only to see a pair of eyes filled with terror and hostility. Pull her out. It was clear that Ng Mo had also spotted her, and he appeared somewhat anxious. Lien Feng hesitated for a moment upon receiving the command. He would not defy orders, but the situation was delicate. The woman bore injuries and might already be gravely ill. Master, I attempted this yesterday, but unless we disregard her safety, it is quite challenging to extract her. Ng Mo instinctively glanced at Mertzi. Do you have any solutions? After a moment's contemplation, Mertzi replied, there are methods, but they cannot be rushed. Your Majesty, grant me some time, and I will do my utmost to try.
How long will you need?
I am uncertain, perhaps around 3 to 5 days. While she could not guarantee success, she would certainly give it her all. Very well. Ng Mo agreed. I grant you 5 days to bring her out of the cold palace. Chapter 20. The more you know, the quicker your demise. Mertzi accepted this formidable task. For the next few days, she devoted herself entirely to this endeavor, no longer needing to attend to the emperor in the study. Though the task was arduous and its completion uncertain, she relished the relief of not having to face Ng Mo daily, allowing her to enjoy an extra couple of bowls of rice each day. It seemed that the original owner's physique was such that she could eat without gaining weight, and her figure appeared slim in clothing yet curvaceous when undressed, truly a divine blessing for a foodie. However, in her previous life, she had also experienced a similar ability to eat without gaining weight, coupled with formidable strength, a stark contrast to her current frail state. Standing at the entrance of the cold palace, Xiao Luzi furrowed his brow, repeatedly verifying, Mertzi, did the emperor truly permit you to bring someone out from here? Mertzi nodded emphatically. Ng Mo had stated that as long as she could extract the individual, she could command the palace's personnel at her discretion, including the ghostly guardian Lien Feng and the commander of the imperial guards, Gu Yan. However, she was advised to proceed discreetly, selecting trustworthy individuals to assist in the covert extraction. Who is this person that requires your personal involvement? Qi Lu questioned, puzzled. What significant individual could possibly reside in the cold palace? Xiao Luzi, Mertzi turned to him, offering a faint smile. Some matters are best left unknown. For the more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. Qi Lu hastily covered his mouth, realizing the implications. He was astute enough to connect the dots. It was undoubtedly a royal secret, one that should not be pried into. Mertzi, whatever you say, we shall follow your lead. No rush. First, let us head to the imperial kitchen and procure some soft, easily digestible food.
Oh, certainly.
Qi Lu refrained from questioning further, obediently sending someone to fetch food from the kitchen. As Mertzi re-entered the room, she had prepared in advance, wrapping a double-layered handkerchief around her face, tightly covering her mouth and nose. Even so, the stench still caused her head to throb. Qi Lu followed her to the door, but did not enter. Knowing that too many people might frighten the woman, she resembled a startled cat, yet upon raising her gaze, her eyes glinted like a fierce beast, baring her teeth at Mertzi, as if to defend her territory. Do not be afraid. Mertzi advanced slowly, gently, inching closer to the bedside, her expression soft and filled with kindness. Do not fear. I will not harm you. The woman remained unresponsive, either unable to comprehend or unwilling to believe, still glaring at Mertzi with an expression of fierce hostility. For a moment, Mertzi hesitated to approach too closely. She understood that gaining the woman's trust would not be a matter of simple words. I will not capture you. Please do not be tense. Mertzi spoke patiently, her voice gentle and soothing. I do not know if you can understand me, but I assure you, until you agree and willingly choose to leave with me, I will never force you to depart. The woman maintained her stance, seemingly unable to grasp Mertzi's words. However, Mertzi kept her gaze locked with the woman's, not hearing a single thought in return. My name is Mertzi. I am the steward at the Emperor's side. Mertzi requested a small stool be brought to her, settling down to converse with the woman in a casual manner. Her intention was to allow the woman to gradually acclimate to her presence, understanding that she meant no harm. Thus, when it came time to extract her from the cold palace, the process would be far more efficient. However, Muji had made numerous other preparations. For instance, calming medicine. Although she was not a doctor, her master had taught her many folk remedies in her past life, and often, the pills concocted from these remedies proved remarkably effective. 4 calming agents, once the ingredients were gathered and transformed into powder, she merely needed to wave it gently before the patient, allowing them to inhale it, and soon, they would gradually find tranquility. Do you realize that the outside world has changed? The emperor is no longer the same, and neither are the inhabitants of the inner palace. No one will harm you again. If you trust me, I can take you outside to see. Muji patiently conveyed her thoughts, yet progress remained elusive. Qi Lu brought delicious food. As soon as he entered the room, he was overwhelmed by the stench and promptly fled, unable to bear it. This place was uninhabitable. Shaking her head, Muji paid him no mind, opening the food box and setting the dishes down on the floor before the bed. The woman's gaze fixated on the meal like a ravenous wolf. Just as Muji had stated, no matter how hungry she was, she would not emerge to eat with Muji present. Her extreme caution indicated that she had endured far too much inhumane torment here. Otherwise, she would not have become so fearful of others. After speaking, Muji promptly exited the room, securely closing the door behind her. Once outside, she could finally breathe freely. Madam Mu, Qi Lu said sympathetically, unable to resist a compliment. You are impressive. Muji shot him a glance. Stay here and ensure no one disturbs her. I shall return shortly. Qi Lu's expression shifted instantly. On her way, she encountered Lady Yuan. Madam Mu, Lady Yuan greeted, her smile still gentle and serene. You are indeed busy. It is not easy to see you. Her tone seemed perfectly normal, yet the content of her words invited contemplation. What are you saying, Your Highness? You are the master, and I am the servant. If the master wishes to see the servant, is it not as simple as a word?
Muji replied coolly.
Maintaining her composure, Lady Yuan covered her lips with a light laugh and slowly approached Muji. However, Muji took a step back. The sense surrounding her was far from friendly. Most importantly, she was aware that Ingmo's ghost shadow guards were watching her closely. If Lady Yuan were to reveal her identity now, Ingmo would undoubtedly be informed immediately, placing Lady Yuan in peril. At present, with the situation still unclear, Muji wished to avoid being embroiled in chaos and did not want to endanger others because of herself. Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. I just completed some tasks and am rather dirty, Muji explained, casting her a discreet glance, hoping that if she were indeed the person meant to connect with the original owner, she would comprehend her meaning. I see. In truth, I have no urgent matters. Merely wishing to inquire about the Emperor's preferences. When might you have time to visit my palace? I apologize, Your Highness. I may not have time in the coming days. However, rest assured, I will take the liberty of compiling a list of the Emperor's preferences and arrange for someone to deliver it to you. Lady Yuan's expression suddenly turned cold. Is she feigning ignorance? Muji suddenly caught a glimpse of Lady Yuan's thoughts, unable to suppress a smile. It seemed she had indeed struck a nerve. Your Highness, unless there is anything else, I shall return to my duties. Without waiting for response, Muji turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Lady Yuan's gentle demeanor faded entirely, revealing a fierce glint. How should one deal with a small cat contemplating betrayal? Should it be strangled or sliced? Chapter 21. In just 3 short days, he actually accomplished it. Damn. This wretched woman. I assist her to conceal her identity. And she plots to kill me instead? Being a good person is truly thankless. I shall no longer concern myself with her fate. Not far away, Ing Mo, having just exited the council chamber, unexpectedly heard Muji's thoughts. He glanced around and indeed spotted her on the corridor behind him.
Gu Yan.
At your service. Investigate whom Madame Mu met just now. It should be a woman. Understood. Gu Yan promptly set off to carry out the task. In truth, even without ordering Gu Yan to investigate, by evening, Lian Yu would relay every detail of Muji's day to Ing Mo, meticulously recounting her words and actions. However, upon hearing Muji mention that a woman intended to kill her, Ing Mo felt an urgent need to identify this woman to eliminate future threats. Thus, Muji inadvertently revealed Lady Yuan's identity, without realizing it. Of course, had Lady Yuan not first harbored murderous intent toward her, perhaps her identity could have remained concealed for a few more days. Yet, at most, it could not last longer than that. For Muji's thoughts could betray anyone at any moment, including herself. After taking a bath, Muji made her way to the cold palace, deliberately avoiding the frenzied women, particularly the area where Yi Fei resided, which she needed to circumvent. Upon seeing her, Qi Lu wore a pained expression and remarked, "Madam, can we not just bind her and take her away?" "If you think you can do it, go ahead," Muji retorted, silencing Qi Lu promptly. That evening, she prepared some soft, easily digestible food, placing it beside the woman's bed. Only after Muji left did the woman pounce upon the meal like a famished wolf, devouring it voraciously. It was merely the first day. There was no need to rush. At this hour, Muji assumed Ing Mo would have long since retired. Yet upon entering, she found him still seated in the grand chair within the hall. He appeared to have just bathed, his loose-fitting white robe draped casually over him. Hair still damp, with delicate strands clinging to his face. Pearls of water glided down from his hair, cascading onto his pristine collar. The warm glow of the glass lamp illuminated his features, highlighting his thick, long eyelashes and strikingly handsome countenance, with a soft light reflecting in his eyes. Muji gazed at him, momentarily struck by a sense of tenderness. She hastily lowered her head and approached him. "Your Majesty, why are you still awake at this hour? I am waiting for you." Ing Mo held a scroll in his hand, his voice low and resonant, yet imbued with a subtle magnetism that was pleasing to the ear. After speaking, he lifted his gaze to meet hers. Muji was momentarily taken aback, and then instinctively grew wary. What does he mean by waiting for me? She increasingly sensed something amiss in her interactions with Ing Mo. His gaze flickered toward her, a shadow of darkness passing through his eyes. Muji internally rolled her eyes. Thankfully, he referred to it as entering the chamber rather than serving the bed, or she would have been terrified. "Your Majesty, I spent the entire day in the cold palace and am quite foul. You should sleep alone tonight." Although Muji had bathed in the afternoon and did not smell, she felt that every time she was alone with him, the atmosphere was perilously charged. Especially at night, the way he looked at her was anything but innocent. No matter. Clearly, Ing Mo had no intention of letting her off the hook, rising and slowly approaching her. His tall figure exuded a formidable presence as he drew closer. "Muji, I do not mind you." Muji's heart raced, and she instinctively stepped back. "Is this man going to act up again tonight?"
Ying Montag heitet.
Lowering his gaze as he scrutinized her face for a moment. Suddenly, he turned and walked away. His departure left Muji feeling relieved. However, the man who had just declared he did not mind her had turned and left in the blink of an eye, leaving her utterly bewildered. It was no wonder his temperament was so unpredictable. One could never tell which remark might provoke his displeasure. Muji was utterly confounded. She hadn't even said anything yet. Standing in the outer hall for a moment, she grew weary of pondering and decided to retire to bed. Clad in her garments, she lay down and soon drifted into a deep slumber. After falling asleep, she seemed to have dreamt of someone berating her for being heartless and unfeeling. The dawn light was already spilling into the room when she awoke, only to find herself in a state of shock. This was not her bed. How could she possibly be in Ing Mo's chamber? She distinctly remembered settling into her own bed the previous night. Rubbing her eyes to regain clarity, she confirmed that she indeed lay upon Ing Mo's grand dragon bed. As the exalted emperor, it seemed implausible that he would engage in such clandestine behavior as carrying her off to his bed in the night. Yet, now was not the time for such musings. She hastily rose, relieved to find her clothing intact and feeling no discomfort, allowing her to breathe a little easier. She must avoid any further entanglement with him, lest she find herself trapped in this predicament for eternity. After freshening up, she exited the Qianqing Palace, where Qi Lu awaited her at the entrance, accompanied by several young eunuchs. Upon spotting her, Qi Lu eagerly began recounting the latest happenings in the palace. It was undeniable that with Qi Lu by her side, many matters were easily conveyed without her needing to inquire. She had previously heard whispers of strange sounds emanating from Lin Fei's residence, which had kept her awake the entire night. It appeared that the situation had not improved, as she remained on edge, feeling as if she were plagued by some malevolent force, causing unrest throughout the palace. After listening, she found the situation peculiar. How could such a disturbance arise without reason? However, it was not her concern, and she chose to remain detached. What of Yuan Fei's palace? Any news? None to speak of. Nodding, they proceeded towards the cold palace. She pondered that if Yuan Fei truly harbored ill intentions towards her, she would need to exercise caution in the future. Having narrowly escaped peril at Ing Mo's hands, it would be tragic to fall victim to an assassination from another. Madam, I heard that the Emperor will announce the implementation of the Imperial Examination System for the Beijing Kingdom today. So soon? She was taken aback. It had only been 3 days. How had he managed to persuade those obstinate officials? Is it so quick? Qi Lu seemed to misunderstand her astonishment and continued, however. The court is currently lacking officials, and the Emperor has decreed that capable candidates will be selected from the original recommendation list to fill the vacancies temporarily. In the future, the examination will determine the best candidates, with the Ministry of Personnel conducting a unified assessment. At that time, family background will not be considered. Anyone unqualified will be dismissed. She was astounded by the swiftness of his actions. In just 3 days, he had accomplished it. Moreover, it appeared to be the most reasonable arrangement. Although the officials may have their reservations, they could scarcely voice any opposition. The Emperor is indeed wise, she said, genuinely impressed. Yet there was an absurdity to it all that made her question whether she, too, had fallen under some spell. Chapter 22, Somnambulism and Bed-Hopping Every Night. She was utterly convinced that she had been sleeping in the outer hall, only to awaken each morning in Ing Mo's bed. If he had indeed waited for her to fall asleep before stealthily carrying her off, she would have sensed something, yet she remained oblivious. The perplexing part was that regardless of the hour she awoke, Ing Mo was always up before her. When they finally met after his morning endeavors, she hesitated to inquire. As he had said nothing, behaving as if nothing had transpired, or perhaps considering it a matter of course. After spending 3 days in the cold palace, she could no longer contain her curiosity and resolved to uncover the truth, refusing to remain in ignorance. Thus, she devised a plan to feign sleep and discern whether it was indeed Ing Mo's doing. Unfortunately, her intentions had been overheard by him, and that night yielded no revelations, leaving her with dark circles under her eyes the following day. Upon seeing her, Qi Lu was startled. Madam, you seem to have encountered misfortune last night. Your eyes are almost as dark as Lin Fei's. Has she still not managed to sleep? Alas, many imperial physicians have been summoned, claiming she has been frightened into a condition. Now she can sleep, but is plagued by nightmares and has little appetite. It is uncertain when she will recover. Such severity? She felt a sense of something overlooked in Lin Fei's situation. Enough about her. What of you? Did you visit her today? How is she faring? After 3 days. I believe the time is right. With the calming powder, it should not be difficult to bring her out of the cold palace. This morning, she rushed to her food without waiting for me to leave, but she still scurried beneath the bed to eat. Then we shall wait 1 more day. Tomorrow we act. He held a blueprint, engrossed in his studies. Not only was he awake, but he appeared quite energized. She stole glances at him, an unexpected thought flashing through her mind. Freak. What are you standing there for? Come here, Ing Mo said without lifting his gaze, before finally looking at her briefly before returning to his blueprint. Uncertain of what he was examining, she hesitated before stepping closer. Your Majesty, I have a matter to discuss with you. She was convinced that there was no other possibility. It was undoubtedly Ing Mo who had been carrying her to his bed while she slept. This was utterly unacceptable. Ing Mo remained composed, meeting her gaze before placing the blueprint on his pillow and gesturing to the space beside him.
Sit and speak.
Biting her lip, she felt a swell of frustration. Why does he remain so unconcerned while I am in turmoil? I summoned you here to sit. Ing Mo's expression darkened suddenly, his voice turning frigid. You wish to extract information from me, so adjust your demeanor accordingly. She felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. Stubbornly, she refrained from approaching. Your Majesty, there is no need for such dominance. After all, I am but a servant. You may do as you please, however. The act of stealthily carrying me to your bed while I am asleep is rather inappropriate, is it not? I carried you to my bed in secret?
Ying montagsniert.
Questioning her. Do you truly believe I am that sort of person? Isn't it so? In her heart, she felt a twinge of doubt. Given Ing Mo's character, it seemed unlikely he would engage in such an undignified act. But if not him, then who could it be? The thought sent a chill down her spine. As Ing Mo's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile, she sensed an ominous premonition. Indeed, you, as a servant, climb into my bed while I am asleep, and I have not questioned your transgressions. Yet now you dare to accuse me. Do you truly believe I am so indulgent as to spare you? Her complexion drained. How could this be? Such nonsense. Do you not believe me? You are somnambulistic.
What?
She stared at him in astonishment. Somnambulism? When had she developed such a condition? Not only speaking in her sleep but also wandering? Mo offered no further explanation, leaving her to ponder the implications. How utterly humiliating. She had intended to feign sleep, yet now found herself too fearful to close her eyes. Exhausted, she dared not rest. The following day, predictably, her dark circles had intensified. Only after Mo had departed did she seize the opportunity to sleep for a while, resting until midday. Upon awakening, she promptly checked her surroundings to confirm she was in her own bed, sighing in relief. How strange. She had never before exhibited symptoms of somnambulism. Yet, she felt there was some truth to Mo's words. A headache began to form as she resolved to focus on her pressing matters. Upon arriving at the cold palace, she observed the woman's condition for a while and ultimately decided to take her away that very night. Thus, she spent the entire afternoon in the woman's room, harboring unspoken thoughts, with no one to confide in. She figured that engaging in conversation with the woman was better than silence. The woman, huddled in the corner, heard Muji's incessant chatter. It seemed she had grown accustomed to the sound of her voice. Her once fearful and ferocious gaze softened considerably. She kept her eyes fixed on the ground, but for a fleeting moment, her attention sharpened upon hearing Muji's words. Unbeknownst to Muji, the woman was absorbing her every utterance. As evening fell, and after delivering a meal to the woman, Muji attempted to draw closer. "Would you like to leave this place with me?" The woman paused in her eating, then resumed, turning slightly to face Muji, no longer hiding her bowl under the bed. "If you leave here, you will never go hungry again, and no one will bully you." As Muji spoke, she gradually moved nearer. When the woman had nearly finished eating, Muji cautiously reached out to touch her head. The woman did not flinch, prompting Muji to take further action. "Are you willing to come with me?" With that, Muji tried to grasp her wrist, and the woman did not resist. Upon touching her wrist, Muji felt a series of alarming scars, a sight that was truly distressing.
"Come, let us stand."
Just as Muji believed she could successfully lead the woman away, a sudden whoosh echoed through the air, and an arrow whistled past, prompting her to instinctively shout. "Be careful." Chapter 23. Lifting the blanket, climbing into bed, she instinctively threw herself over the woman, feeling a sharp pain in her shoulder as she realized an arrow had grazed her. Had she not sensed the danger beforehand, the arrow would surely have struck her or the woman beneath her. They were in such close proximity that it was difficult to ascertain the assailant's true target. Having narrowly evaded the first arrow, Muji had little time for contemplation, for 2 or 3 more arrows swiftly followed. While they lay on the ground, the speed of the arrows left them no time to call for help. It seemed impossible to escape this time. However, at that critical moment, a shadow descended from the roof, appearing before them in an instant. With a swift motion, the figure severed the first 2 arrows with a sword, catching the last one barehanded and flinging it back toward the assailant. A scream echoed in response. Footsteps surged outside, hastily retreating into the distance. With the danger averted, Muji pulled the woman up, preparing to check for injuries, but the frightened woman suddenly went into a frenzy, attempting to shake Muji off. Anticipating this reaction, Muji promptly scattered a calming powder, and in no time, the woman slumped down, subdued. The shadow, initially poised to act, paused in surprise and quietly retreated. Half an hour later, everyone had evacuated the cold palace. Muji arranged for the woman to be placed in an unoccupied side hall, adjacent to the Qianqing Palace. This hall had once been the finest in the palace. However, it had remained deserted since a favored concubine had been caught in a compromising situation there over a decade ago. After that incident, no one dared to reside in the palace. Once the woman was settled, Gu Yan promptly stationed guards outside. She had been traumatized and could do nothing that night, so they would have to wait until the following day. With her task complete, Muji went to the bathing room to clean her shoulder wound, relieved to find it was merely a scrape and not severe. After bathing, she hastily bound it with a strip of cloth. Returning to the Qianqing Palace, she still felt a twinge of pain, cautious not to move her upper body too much. Upon entering, she spotted Mo seated in a grand chair, engrossed in studying the blueprint from the previous night. "Are you injured?" Mo's casual inquiry bore no hint of concern on his handsome face. After a pause, he remained silent. Muji stood in the hall, waiting for a response, but the atmosphere grew tense with his continued silence. To lighten the mood, she spoke up. "Your Majesty, I have safely brought the woman from the cold palace out, but she has been a bit shaken and may not be in good condition tomorrow." "I am aware." Mo glanced at her. Noticing her discomfort as she twisted her shoulder, he recognized that her wound still pained her, yet he merely cast a detached glance and said nothing further. "Isn't it possible to allow her to rest?" After a prolonged wait, he finally asked, "Do you have more to discuss?" Muji felt exasperated. "I take my leave." She turned, maintaining her upper body still as she walked toward her bed. In this place, there were no curtains, offering no semblance of privacy. Lying on her side, she was forced to face Mo's direction, feeling utterly helpless. She wished to turn over or lie flat, but any movement would aggravate her wound, and without any medicine, even the slightest shift brought sharp pain. Ultimately, she had no choice but to lie on her stomach. Though uncomfortable, it spared her from facing Ing Mo, allowing her to finally rest. Typically easygoing and adaptable, she believed that even the gravest of matters could wait until after a good sleep. Time passed, and Muji drifted into a deep slumber. Half asleep, she felt a sudden chill on her shoulder, followed by an irritating sensation. "Don't be troublesome," she murmured softly before slipping back into slumber. Throughout the first half of the night, she felt a dull ache from her wound, making her sleep restless. However, in the latter half, the pain subsided, allowing her to gradually enter a deeper sleep. Yet, it was not long before she abruptly sprang from the bed, eyes closed, and without hesitation, walked toward the inner chamber. With fluid motions, she lifted the blanket and climbed into bed beside Ing Mo, already on the bed. Restrained the impulse to wake her with a shake after enduring her intrusion. Unruly, the bed was now dominated by her presence, prompting him to shift inward. The coldness in his dark eyes faded, replaced by a flicker of confusion and complexity. "Muji, what manner of woman are you?" Although he could hear her innermost thoughts, she remained an enigma, shrouded in mystery. She could help suppress the demon power within him, and her very aura inexplicably drew him in. Remarkably, for years he had been plagued by nightmares, yet since her presence, those terrors had vanished. Now, she unconsciously gravitated toward him in her sleep, indicating something far beyond mere somnambulism. Ultimately, her existence was a boon to him, and he intended to keep her close. Muji's slumber was exceptionally sweet. According to previous patterns, even if she sleepwalked to Ing Mo's side, she would awaken alone. Yet today, Ing Mo remained. Isn't today a morning court day? Why is he still here? Ing Mo had indeed risen, donning a black dragon robe, while sketching something at the imperial desk. Hearing Muji's descent from the bed, he remained undisturbed, engrossed in his work. Muji, after a moment of calm beneath the covers, cautiously poked her head out, noting he seemed oblivious to her presence. With utmost care, she slipped out of bed and stealthily opened the door to leave. "This life is unbearable." Ing Mo glanced toward the door, a slight smile playing at his crimson lips.
Lian Feng.
Once Muji had distanced herself, he called out. Lian Feng leaped down from a nearby tree and entered the hall. "Your Majesty, dispatch someone to Ghost Mountain to procure some heavenly silkworm silk for me." "Yes." As soon as Ing Mo's words fell, Lian Feng instinctively accepted the order. It was only after he complied that he realized the gravity of what had just been said, exclaiming in shock, "Ghost Mountain silkworm silk? Who would dare venture there? Is the master serious?" With a despondent expression, Lian Feng weakly stated, "Master, if you wish for someone to perish, I shall send whoever you desire." Ing Mo cast a cool glance in his direction, asserting that as long as Chu Yuling accompanied them, no one would meet their demise. With this assurance, Lian Feng responded with renewed vigor, "Understood." Upon exiting, he intended to conceal his presence, but was met by the approaching figure of Muji. He exchanged a glance with her, nodding in acknowledgement before turning to depart. Ghost silkworm silk, such a rare commodity. What could the master possibly require it for? A crafting soft armor, perhaps?
Who was the recipient of this gift?
Chapter 24. Elaborating on plans. Including ghost silkworm silk armor? Muji, upon overhearing Lian Feng's thoughts, found the term vaguely familiar. Was Ing Mo involved with this? It appeared to be a means of self-defense. Why would he suddenly desire to procure it? Could it be that he had begun to suspect someone within the palace was plotting against him? Muji felt a throbbing headache. Her life had become a tangled mess. The identity of the original owner remained unclear, and now Yuan Fei had turned hostile towards her. The assailant from last night, was their target her or the woman confined in the cold palace? Moreover, who was that woman? And why did Ing Mo insist on extracting her from the cold palace? Muji felt her mind was reaching its limits. She could not continue to sit idly by. She needed to take the initiative to investigate. In truth, it would be exceedingly simple for her to uncover the truth. But she had refrained from getting embroiled in the chaos. Now, however, it seemed impossible to extricate herself from it. To begin her investigation, she would need to start with Yuan Fei. Resolute, Muji decided to act promptly. Instead of accompanying Lian Feng, she stealthily made her way to Yuan Fei's palace. At this hour, Yuan Fei was partaking in her evening meal. Upon being informed by the palace attendants that Chief Steward Mu sought an audience, a flicker of surprise crossed Yuan Fei's face. Hadn't it been said she would not come? A cold smile graced her lips as she elegantly set down her utensils. A close maid handed her a clean handkerchief, which she used to dab her mouth before instructing the attendants, "Let her in. And you all remain outside to ensure no one approaches." Before long, Muji entered the room. Upon seeing the lavish spread before her, she smiled warmly. "Your Highness, what a delightful feast. I heard that the leftover goat's milk from Lin Fei's palace was simply discarded. What a waste. Chief Steward Mu, why not join me for a meal?" Yuan Fei proposed with feigned cordiality. "Your Highness is jesting." There are distinctions in rank. You should dine first. There is no rush. At this, Yuan Fei chuckled lightly, her demeanor serene and gentle. If that is the case, let the meal be cleared. Several attendants swiftly entered to remove the dishes. Yuan Fei then commanded, bring tea. Once the tea was served, she poured herself a cup and took a delicate sip before gazing at Mu Ji and inquiring. Chief Steward Mu, would you care for some tea?
Must we maintained a faint smile, unperturbed, composed.
Your Highness, you may have misunderstood last time. I am merely concerned that there are ears on the other side of the wall. You should be aware of the incident with that maid. We must tread carefully. If your identity were to be exposed, I fear I would be unable to protect you. At first glance, her words seemed innocuous, her tone amiable. Yet, a woman as cunning as Yuan Fei could certainly discern the veiled threat embedded within Mu Ji's statement. A glint of coldness flickered in her eyes as she retorted sharply. Mu Ji, do you believe your wings have grown strong? What do you mean by that, Your Highness? Do not assume that just because you have become Chief Steward, you can disregard my words. Do you believe I cannot persuade the master to eliminate your mother at any moment? Mu Ji's heart sank. The original owner's mother was in their clutches? Who exactly was the master behind her? Observing Mu Ji's silence, Yuan Fei assumed she was intimidated, her expression returning to one of feigned gentleness. I understand you are timid, unwilling to kill, especially with so many experts surrounding him. Should you fail, you would undoubtedly perish. And what does your Highness wish for me to do? Mu Ji steadied her mind and pressed for clarity. Initially, we never expected you to gain proximity to him when you entered the palace as a mere eunuch. Yuan Fei's words dripped with disdain. One would think to leverage your mother's life to compel you into a desperate assassination. Success would be ideal. Failure, merely the loss of a dog. Nothing to lament. However, your current position holds great value to the master, and given the slim chances of success, your demise cannot occur yet. Nonetheless, should you become a disobedient dog, there is a possibility of biting back. I understand. Thus, it seemed the target of last night's assassination was not her, but that woman in the cold palace. Was Yuan Fei the one behind it? Quickly, Yuan Fei confirmed her suspicions. Mu Ji, the master truly values you and would not recklessly send you into danger. Assassinating Ng Mo must be meticulously planned. Should it fail, not only would you alarm the enemy, but your death would be too great a loss for us. Therefore, the master wishes for you to remain by his side, reporting vital intelligence. Rest assured, once the master's grand ambitions are fulfilled, your contributions will be invaluable. Elaborating on plans. Indeed, Mu Ji stifled a laugh, managing to maintain her composure. So, aside from reporting intelligence, I have no other tasks? Do not be hasty. How could the master underutilize you? Yuan Fei replied with a smile. The master, and I do not wish for you to face danger alone. So the assassination of Ng Mo can be postponed until a more opportune moment arises. However, there is someone who must die. She is guarded by the Imperial Guards, and our people cannot infiltrate. Only you, as they harbor no suspicion of you, can easily approach her. Thus, this task must be entrusted to you. With that, there was little left to misunderstand. Mu Ji shifted her shoulders gently. The pain from her wound had diminished since last night, yet it still lingered. Last night, their aim was to assassinate that woman, and they could not possibly have been unaware that she was also present in the room. The outcome of a barrage of arrows was undoubtedly clear to them. Do not worry. I shall provide you with the finest medicine. Ensure she consumes it multiple times. Even the gods would be unable to discern the cause of her demise. Seeing Mu Ji in silence, Yuan Fei assumed she was concerned for her safety and spoke again to alleviate her worries. May I inquire why she must be eliminated? But that was of little consequence. Yuan Fei merely sought to elicit her true thoughts, for only those would reveal authenticity.
Yuan Fei sikhet, herkese earnest.
There are matters I do not wish to withhold from you, but the reasons behind them are obscure to me as well. Here is what I propose. Complete this task, and I shall arrange a meeting between you and your mother. How does that sound? Chapter 25. Investigate. Investigate to the core. This revelation caused Mu Ji's heart to feel heavy. She had not anticipated that the original owner's mother was alive, held captive as a pawn to coerce her into compliance. Although the woman was not her biological mother, and she harbored no memories or feelings for her, she was nonetheless the biological mother of the body she currently inhabited. Regardless, she could not disregard her well-being. Mu Ji, this task is a piece of cake for you. An opportunity to meet your biological mother awaits. What are you hesitating for? Yuan Fei, noticing Mu Ji's prolonged silence, felt a stir of irritation. The audacity of this woman, now that she has gained power, to defy commands so brazenly, suggests that she must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, her eventual betrayal could pose a significant problem for her master. Mu Ji's gaze hardened as she regarded her, her tone devoid of warmth. You and I both know the woman you speak of is of great importance to Ng Mo. Eliminating her is not as straightforward as you suggest. I can agree to your request, but I cannot guarantee success, and I have a condition of my own. What condition? Yuan Fei's expression darkened at Mu Ji's bargaining. How dare she propose terms while serving her master? Her narrowed eyes concealed a glimmer of lethal intent. A disobedient dog, no matter how powerful, cannot be spared. I must first see my mother and ensure her safety before I can proceed with your task. Although Muji sensed Yuan Fei's growing animosity, she remained untroubled, aware that Ingmo's shadow guards were secretly watching over her, ready to rescue her if necessary. Just like last night in the cold palace, had the shadow not appeared in time, she and the woman there would have perished under their arrows. Yuan Fei's expression soured further upon hearing Muji's stipulation. You are being unreasonable. Once you complete your task, I can intercede on your behalf with the master, allowing you to see your mother. Do not make this difficult for me, or I cannot guarantee the safety of you and your mother. Exiting Yuan Fei's palace, Muji felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. In her previous life, she had revealed too many secrets while reading fortunes, believing that suffering a lightning strike was enough to repay her karmic debts. Little did she know, dying from that strike was merely the beginning of her true penance.
Oh.
Muji, it is all your fault for being greedy, sacrificing 2 lifetimes for mere silver. Otherwise, I would not be in such a dire predicament, trapped in a cage and struggling to survive amidst these conflicting powers. God, just strike me down again.
Madame Mu.
In the darkness, Qi Lu suddenly leapt out from around a corner, startling her. What do you want? Muji shot him an annoyed glance. Do not be angry, Madame Mu. I saw you walking over with such a heavy heart, so I thought to give you a fright. Perhaps it would scare away your worries. Qi Lu chuckled awkwardly, resembling a simpleton. Upon seeing him, Muji found a portion of her gloom dissipating. What are you doing here? She smiled at him, signaling her well-being. Oh, right. The madwoman we brought from the cold palace has been screaming since she woke up this morning after being frightened last night. The emperor has summoned you to check on her. Very well. Without hesitation, Muji followed Qi Lu. The calming powder's effects had worn off, and after spending so long in the cold palace, transitioning to an unfamiliar place would only amplify her inner fears. As they walked, Muji pondered Yuan Fei's words. What secrets did that madwoman hold? Why was Mo so insistent on bringing her from the cold palace, and why was Yuan Fei so determined to eliminate her? Previously, Muji had made every effort to remain uninvolved in such chaotic affairs, yearning for freedom. Yet, it seemed she was already ensnared in the web of intrigue, unable to escape or evade it. However, she remained in the dark about the truth, which felt profoundly unjust. Upon entering the fragrant herb garden's palace gates, she made a decision. She would uncover the truth behind all these events, no matter how deep she had to dig. Madame Mu, this way. Qi Lu led her, explaining the situation. She woke up this morning. We did not examine her closely in the dark room at the cold palace. We overlooked her foul odor because the room itself was so unpleasant. Upon bringing her here, I was utterly horrified. Qi Lu's expression resembled one who had been forced to consume something repugnant. Muji could not help but laugh at his reaction, knowing well the extent of the woman's filth after spending so long with her. It will be a challenge to clean her. You still find this amusing? After you meet her, I wonder if you will still be able to laugh. I have seen worse. Last night, I protected her with my body. It was nearly suffocating. What? Qi Lu gave her a thumbs up, praising her bravery. When they reached the door, they found a significant number of guards stationed there, and likely more shadow guards hidden in the shadows. The chance to eliminate that woman had diminished greatly since her removal from the cold palace. It was no wonder Yuan Fei had swallowed her pride, crafting a grand plan to entice Muji into completing this task. Clearly, she was the most suitable candidate for this endeavor. Originally, we intended to clean her up, but she resisted fiercely, possessing considerable strength. Each time we brought her food, we had to hold our breath. Qi Lu lamented. Enough complaining. Prepare hot water and ensure there is plenty. Gather soap powder, scissors, and clean clothing. Wait for my signal. With that, Muji prepared to enter the room. Suddenly, she felt an unsettling presence. Turning, she saw Mo standing in the doorway of the main hall. In the dim light of the palace, his emotions were obscured, yet the intensity of his gaze was impossible to ignore. The atmosphere between them had been far from normal these past few days. Choosing to ignore him, Muji pushed open the door and entered the room, followed closely by Qi Lu as he exited. Inside, Lianyu stood behind Mo, evidently having reported Muji's visit to Yuan Fei. However, Lianyu had been unable to approach Yuan Fei's chamber, leaving her unaware of the specifics of their conversation. Even you could not get close? Yuan Fei is no ordinary woman. My subordinates sensed the presence of skilled individuals lurking around her room, and not just one. Approaching would surely alert them, jeopardizing future plans and making her operations more cautious, complicating our ability to gather information. You acted wisely. Mo's expression remained calm, devoid of any sign of anger. If we wish to learn what transpired during their conversation, there are other methods. There is no need to risk alarming her. Nonetheless, we must investigate Yuan Fei's background thoroughly. A person of her caliber is certainly not an ordinary noblewoman. We are already looking into it. News should arrive shortly. Mo's shadow guards were divided into 2 teams, one composed entirely of men, led by Lian Feng, all adept in martial arts, the other comprised solely of women. Exceptional in agility, led by Lian Yu, capable of traversing palace walls with ease. Together, they formed a formidable force, answerable only to Ng Mo Lian Yu. Select 2 of your sharpest subordinates, and devise a way to infiltrate Yuan Fei's palace. Since we cannot approach covertly, we shall resort to overt surveillance. Chapter 26. No Medicine. Foolish woman. Meanwhile, upon entering the room, Muji saw the woman huddled in a corner, her legs drawn tightly to her chest. Go away.
Don't.
She whimpered, her face buried between her knees, trembling in fear. Muji approached softly, ready with a calming powder in hand, prepared to use it should the woman become violent. Hearing footsteps, the woman slowly lifted her head, and upon recognizing Muji, she unexpectedly calmed. Perhaps it was due to Muji's persistent act of bringing her meals for several days, and even shielding her with her own body last night. Even a madman can sense kindness. Thus, she had begun to harbor a flicker of trust in Muji, which explained her unprecedented calmness at the latter's presence. This outcome surprised Muji as well. She could hardly fathom that if she were to act against the woman at that moment, she might not even resist, quietly succumbing to her fate. Are you no longer afraid of me? Although the woman appeared tranquil, Muji dared not make any sudden movements. Instead, she crouched down, maintaining a safe distance that would assure the woman of her security. The woman gazed steadily at Muji. The room was dimly lit, yet bright enough for Muji to discern her features. It was the first time they had locked eyes for an extended period. The woman's face was grimy, coated in layers of dirt, and her hair was a tangled mess, resembling that of a wanderer who had been lost for years. Hopelessly knotted, and likely only salvageable by cutting it off. I understand you must be feeling uncomfortable in this state. May I assist you in cleaning up? The woman tilted her head, still fixated on Muji's face, her body remaining motionless. Muji was uncertain whether the woman could comprehend her words, so she patiently and cautiously approached her step by step. Gradually, through Muji's gentle coaxing, she managed to get the woman into the bath. Others would evoke fear in the woman upon entering the room, but this arduous task ultimately fell solely to Muji. After washing away 5 buckets of filthy water, it was only with the 6th that they finally achieved a clean rinse. With her hair now shorn, Muji adorned her with a hat and dressed her in soft, comfortable clothing. Instantly, the woman appeared rejuvenated, as if reborn. Throughout the cleansing process, only Muji understood the extent of the woman's past humiliations. Her body bore countless old and new scars, and she was so emaciated that she seemed little more than skin and bones. Muji questioned whether all women in the cold palace endured such torment. If so, the sordid affairs concealed in darkness were utterly appalling. Now that you're clean, doesn't it feel refreshing? The woman lay on the bed, and Muji sat beside her, tucking the blanket around her and studying her face. She surmised that the woman was likely in her early 30s, not particularly striking, but undoubtedly a delicate beauty in her youth. Rest well. I shall return to see you tomorrow. Unexpectedly, the woman, who had remained silent and merely observed Muji, suddenly grasped her hand. A hint of alarm flickering in her eyes as if she feared Muji would depart. Do not be afraid, Muji quickly reassured her. You are safe now. No one will harm you again. Sleep soundly. I shall not leave. At these words, the woman gradually closed her eyes, yet her grip on Muji remained tight, unwilling to relax even slightly. Muji felt a sense of helplessness. Being the Good Samaritan was indeed exhausting. She sat by the bed, and, as fatigue began to overtake her, pondered, should I truly trust her? Suddenly, a voice reached her ears. Muji whipped her head towards the woman. The latter still had her eyes shut, her demeanor tranquil, yet she had not released Muji's hand, indicating she was not yet asleep. Muji was uncertain if she had truly heard the woman's thoughts, but soon, another voice resonated. Why did she rescue me from the cold palace? What could her intentions be? After all these years, she had lost faith that anyone would come to save her. Surely, this must be part of a scheme. This time, Muji heard it distinctly. Is she merely feigning madness? Ng Mo, standing at the door, was taken aback, his cold and indifferent expression momentarily shaken by Muji's insight. Feigning? Muji had discovered something significant. Having endured so much, it is only natural for her to be wary. There is no rush. I will uncover the truth in due time. Muji remained in the room for a considerable duration, waiting for the woman to fall asleep before finally making her exit. Upon stepping outside, she was unexpectedly confronted by Ng Mo. Had she not overheard his disdainful and impatient tone, he would certainly have believed her concern for the woman. Such a hypocritical woman. What has she done? Ng Mo's dark eyes scrutinized her, his voice icy as he inquired. How long do you think we should wait? Is the emperor in a hurry? Ng Mo's gaze turned unfriendly, prompting Muji to lower her head, adopting a submissive demeanor. What I mean is, if the emperor is anxious and trusts me, he may share his inquiries with me so I can assist, for it appears she has only just begun to trust me. It may take others significantly longer. He regarded her for a long time, his emotions seemingly stable. Yet Muji sensed his anger simmering just below the surface. This is troublesome. Upon returning to Qianqing Palace, Muji attended to Mo as he reclined, finally allowing herself a moment to rest. As she lay down, she discovered her shoulder injury had ceased to pain her, leaving her bewildered. How could it heal so quickly without any medicine?
Ying Montag smirked coyly.
No medicine? Foolish woman. Muji did not dwell on it. So much had transpired that day, and she was also concerned about inadvertently climbing into Mo's bed while asleep, thus finding herself wide awake. Continuing like this is not a solution. I must seek an opportunity to discuss moving from here. What about the original owner's mother? How can I find her? Whose mother? Mo sat up abruptly, intrigued by her peculiar thoughts. Muji often muttered oddities in her mind, which he typically disregarded. But this time it piqued his interest. The original owner. What does that mean? Muji tossed and turned in bed, her thoughts swirling chaotically. Without locating that unworthy mother, I will remain under duress. I cannot be complicit in murder. That woman has suffered enough. Moreover, until the truth is revealed, I cannot blindly aid in wicked deeds. This matter requires careful planning. Upon hearing this, Mo grasped the situation. He understood that Yuan Fei was using someone to threaten Muji, coercing her into killing the woman extracted from the cold palace. It seemed Lin Feng had indeed targeted the right person. The assassination within the cold palace must have been orchestrated by them as well. However, he pondered how many of their agents lurked within the palace, concealed shadows, and whether they were the same individuals who had once ensnared his mother, casting him into the Wolf Valley. A chill settled within Mo. It appeared that a thorough investigation was necessary, and those who dwelled in darkness must meet their end. Footsteps approached. Before Mo could react, a figure lunged toward him. Chapter 27. A bite earned a blow Muji. A low growl of fury erupted from the Qianqing Palace, startling the drowsy Lin Feng perched on a tree branch, nearly causing him to tumble down. What had caused the usually composed steward to incite such ire from the master? Lin Feng was consumed with curiosity, eager to sneak a glance. However, he decided to refrain from intruding on the private matters of the palace, lest he provoke trouble. Meanwhile, in a corner, Gu Yan was equally troubled. Although Muji's presence seemed beneficial to the master, he could not ignore the numerous enchanting ladies in the palace. It was inappropriate for him to be so closely associated with a eunuch. Sighing deeply, Gu Yan lamented, when will the master return to a normal aesthetic? His expectations were modest. He merely desired a woman. Any woman would suffice. In truth, within the palace, Muji had inadvertently drifted off to sleep and, with familiar ease, found herself in Mo's bed. Had it not been for her audible thoughts, one might truly suspect her intentions were deliberate. During the day, she feigned compliance while internally cursing him, yet when night fell, how could she muster the courage to climb into his bed? Mo clenched his fist, feeling the need to assert control. Suddenly, he reached out and tore open Muji's garment, revealing her delicate, fair shoulder, and without hesitation, he sank his teeth into it. In her dreams, Muji gasped in pain and instinctively threw a punch, vaguely hearing a muffled grunt, after which she rolled over and fell back into a deep slumber. Mo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman would retaliate even in her sleep, and he had received a solid hit. The following day was the day of the morning court, and Muji was abruptly awakened by Mo's call, marking the first time since moving into the Qianqing Palace that she had been roused in such a manner. Aware it was Mo summoning her, she dared not show any displeasure. Struggling to rise from her bed, she instinctively glanced below. All was well. It seemed she could not rid herself of this habit of climbing into beds. She felt an inexplicable ache in her shoulder, though it was not from the previous injury. Just as she contemplated inspecting it, she heard Mo urging her from outside, prompting her to hastily wash and get ready. Once she had tidied herself and stood obediently before Mo, she lifted her gaze and was taken aback to see a large bruise around his left eye. It was evident that he was unable to fully open it. "Your Majesty, did you get beaten last night?" she wondered. Yet who would dare strike him? Muji felt a sense of admiration. This man must possess a fearless spirit, and she was eager to know him better. Mo, however, chose to ignore her, snorting coldly as he swept his sleeves and exited the hall. Today's South Morning Court was of great significance, and his dignity had already suffered a blow. As they arrived at the court, the officials below exchanged glances upon seeing the emperor with a blackened eye. It was common knowledge that the current emperor of Beijing was a god of war at the frontier. Who could possibly approach him closely enough to strike him? Unless it was someone very intimate. Perhaps a certain consort from the harem? That seemed unlikely. No one had heard of a particularly favored consort who would dare to strike the emperor. The officials could sense Mo's foul mood, and they all averted their gazes, lowering their heads or looking elsewhere. Standing beside Mo, Muji could feel the palpable tension emanating from him, silently lamenting her situation. Hearing the speculations of the officials, she could not help but scoff internally. "You're all mistaken. Mo has no interest in women. He has yet to favor any of the consorts in the harem, How could it possibly be one of them who struck him? Nevertheless, she mused, whoever did it must possess remarkable strength. Ing Mo's gaze was as cold as ice. And in an instant, the officials felt the temperature in the hall plummet, making them shiver. Just then, Minister Hua Zixian stepped forward, his expression respectful yet serious, and reported, "Your Majesty, I have something to address." He continued, "Although the Beijing kingdom has stabilized, I believe that to truly achieve peace and prosperity for our people, we are far from enough." Upon hearing this, the gaze of both civil and military officials turned towards Hua Zixian. It was evident that only someone close to the emperor would dare speak so candidly. Indeed, the Beijing kingdom had been impoverished for years, and since the emperor ascended the throne, he had exhausted the royal treasury to support the soldiers at the frontier, leaving the kingdom nearly depleted. If any trouble were to arise now, the court would be powerless to respond. Hua's words struck a chord. Rather than focusing solely on examinations, expanding agriculture and increasing taxes to replenish the treasury seemed more urgent. Expanding agriculture and increasing taxes? Muji heard some officials whispering and could not restrain herself from rolling her eyes. These officials, such as Lord Zhang and Lord Yan, as imperial officials, should be contemplating how to truly benefit the people, yet they only think of exploitation. Relying solely on the meager income from agriculture to sustain the entire Beijing kingdom is already a stretch, and they wish to increase taxes? If this continues, the common people will suffer, and the kingdom will inevitably face ruin. Ing Mo's expression turned slightly colder as he cast a glance at Lord Zhang and Lord Yan. "Hu Qing, your reasoning is sound." Ing Mo remained expressionless, turning his attention back to Hua Zixian, and spoke with an authoritative tone. "What, in your opinion, should be done to ensure the rapid development of the Beijing kingdom and secure the well-being of its people?" His last words carried a slight emphasis. Hua Zixian took 2 steps forward and spoke eloquently. "Your Majesty, the court cannot continue to adhere to outdated practices. Reforms are necessary. Who, in the current Beijing kingdom, holds the most wealth?" The hall fell silent as everyone awaited his words. "Your Majesty, only by prioritizing commerce can we expedite economic development and achieve true prosperity for the Beijing kingdom." "Minister Hua, you are gravely mistaken." Immediately, Lord Zhang stood up to refute him. "Traditionally, agriculture has been prioritized over commerce. This is the system established by our ancestors. Merchants are seen as commoners and should not be esteemed. Why emphasize commerce? Indeed, Minister Hua, your ideas are far too unorthodox. The focus must remain on expanding agriculture and increasing taxes to sustain the Beijing kingdom," Lord Zhang asserted. As he spoke, his long fingers gently tapped the imperial table, and the palace guards immediately stepped in to remove him. The entire hall fell into a hush. Those who had intended to support Lord Zhang and Lord Yan were now drenched in cold sweat, silently grateful they had not spoken out, lest they share the same fate. The veteran officials remained silent, waiting to gauge the emperor's stance. It appeared that prioritizing commerce was imperative. "Your Majesty, I concur with Minister Hua's sentiments. However, if we are to prioritize commerce, we must first find ways to elevate the status of merchants. Otherwise, many commoners may be reluctant to abandon agriculture for commerce." Minister Lin was astute and was the first to declare his position. There are many ways to enhance their status. The most direct and effective method would be through marriage alliances. Chapter 28. As long as she speaks, he will resolve it. Marriage alliances? The officials erupted in whispers. To demonstrate the court's regard for merchants, the choice of marriage partner would be crucial. It seemed that only a noblewoman or a member of the royal family would suffice. Currently, there were no suitable young ladies in the royal family, so it seemed they would need to select a daughter from an official family. However, the thought of marrying their daughters or granddaughters to merchant families did not sit well with these officials. "Your Majesty, I have a daughter, but alas, she is already promised to another. If I were to break the engagement, it would be. My daughter is still too young. My granddaughter lacks refinement. My daughter has trained in martial arts from a young age and has suffered injuries, making her unsuitable." A chorus of refusals echoed in the hall. This posed another dilemma, one difficult to resolve in a short time. Muji listened to the myriad of excuses and glanced at Ing Mo. Despite his bruised eye, he maintained a considerable degree of authority, only slightly affected in terms of appearance. As she looked at him, she struggled to suppress a smile, her lips curving upward. Ing Mo's gaze fixed on her. Unaware of her unvoiced thoughts or her amusement, he turned back to the officials. "At a critical moment like this, not one of you can alleviate my concerns. What is the purpose of your presence in the court?" With that, he stood to leave. Muji, seeing this, hurriedly followed. To her surprise, she felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Ing Mo had taken her words to heart and was already acting upon them. Everything that Minister Hua had articulated in court today must have been discussed in advance. What truly elicited applause from Muji was Ing Mo's immediate punishment of Lord Zhang and Lord Yan. This left even those in the court who harbored dissent too intimidated to voice their opposition. Feeling quite pleased, Muji returned to the imperial study. Where Ing Mo cast a cold glance in her direction. Unable to resist the urge to smile at his dark, striking eyes, she suggested, "Your Majesty, I shall fetch an ice pack for you." Before Ing Mo could decline, she dashed out. Allow me to apply it for you. It will surely expedite your recovery. Seated on the dragon throne behind the imperial desk, Ing Mo observed Mu Ji as she stood before him, slightly bending forward, her delicate fingers gently placing the ice pack upon his eye. She felt a twinge of conscience at that moment. Their proximity allowed Ing Mo to catch a whiff of her unique fragrance, which gradually soothed his restless heart.
How do you feel now?
Mu Ji inquired softly. Ing Mo turned his face away, coldly responding with a noncommittal HM. Your Majesty, she continued, I must confess, this flaw of mine is difficult to amend, and I apologize for the trouble it has caused you. As long as you are aware, that is sufficient, he replied, but do not bring it up again. Mu Ji felt a wave of frustration. Why must he bind her so closely to him? It was quite bothersome. Later that afternoon, Mu Ji received a note from Consort Yuan, urging her to swiftly take action against a certain woman. Should she refuse, her mother would never see her again. The audacity of it all filled Mu Ji with dread, causing her to toss and turn throughout the night, devoid of sleep. Naturally, she refrained from climbing into Ing Mo's bed that night. Instead, she laid bare her thoughts, leaving Ing Mo with a profound understanding of her turmoil. He was keenly interested in the decision Mu Ji would ultimately make. Your Majesty, she began. Aware that Consort Yuan had granted her merely a day to contemplate her course of action, demanding a response before nightfall. Mu Ji felt a growing urgency. Should she refuse, her mother might truly be in peril. Yet, agreeing to Consort Yuan's demands felt beyond her capability. What troubles you? Ing Mo asked, noticing her silence after calling for him. He glanced at her, seeing the furrowed brow and a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. Foolish woman. She should simply voice her concerns, and he would find a solution. Your Majesty, may I pose a question? Ask, he replied. Mu Ji hesitated, pursing her lips before proceeding. If someone threatened you, coercing you to undertake something against your will, would you comply? Ing Mo paused, and she pressed on with a hopeful inquiry. But what if not complying meant losing someone truly important to you? Would you still refuse? Firstly, Mu Ji realized she had misjudged her audience. She lowered her head, falling silent. After a prolonged moment, Ing Mo set down his brush, turning to her with a mix of irritation and resignation. You are quite dense, he remarked. Taken aback by the sudden reprimand, Mu Ji stared at him, bewildered. What was that for? Mu Ji, you're clever. Why not adapt your approach instead of being so obstinate? I trust you will not make a misstep. Therefore, follow your instincts. And leave the aftermath to me. Hearing this, Mu Ji was momentarily stunned, feeling a swell of emotion welling in her chest. Why does it seem as though Ing Mo knows everything? She mused. Never mind, I shall proceed as I see fit. His words solidified her resolve to address the matter at hand. Meanwhile, Ing Mo was formulating his own plans. Mu Ji sent word to Consort Yuan, indicating her acceptance of the task, yet she insisted that the promised reward must be fulfilled. Otherwise, their relationship would end in bitterness. Consort Yuan assured her once more that upon the woman's demise, she would ensure a reunion with her mother. Upon receiving the poison from Consort Yuan, Mu Ji, well-versed in pharmacology, was astonished to find herself unable to discern its components. After a night of study, she discovered that the substance bore a resemblance to modern euthanasia, albeit a gradual form, leaving no trace of its existence, resembling a natural death or sudden demise. The potency of the poison underlined the capabilities of Consort Yuan, igniting a sense of alarm within Mu Ji. Such a concoction could not be crafted by an ordinary physician, whose influence lay behind her. Chapter 29. If avoidance is impossible, she chooses Ing Mo. That night, Mu Ji visited the Imperial Medical Office. Utilizing a formula her master had previously taught her to concoct a new medicine, which she then transferred into the vial provided by Consort Yuan. The following morning, having only slept a few hours, she awoke to find herself once again in Ing Mo's bed. After enduring such experiences, she had come to accept the situation with a strange calm. After casting a glance into the palace, she noted Ing Mo's absence before leisurely rising to wash up. Their current dynamic revolved around Ing Mo summoning her whenever he required her assistance, though she often felt she contributed little more than her presence. If he did not call upon her, it was entirely possible to go an entire day without seeing him. After all, her role as the head eunuch had never followed conventional norms. Approaching Ing Mo, she hesitated for a moment, wrestling with her thoughts. Speak your mind, he urged. Recognizing her struggle, he was engrossed in reviewing a series of special memorials at his desk, yet he sensed her desire to communicate. Was it truly so difficult to voice her concerns? Your Majesty, Mu Ji began, her heart heavy with uncertainty. At times, it felt as though Ing Mo possessed an innate understanding of her thoughts. They had never openly discussed their feelings, each aware of unspoken truths that lingered between them. Yet this time, she needed clarity. How much did he truly comprehend about her intentions? Last night, he had expressed his confidence in her judgment, entrusting her to act freely while he would manage the consequences. Could she trust that this was indeed what he meant? Ing Mo turned his gaze toward her, the bruise under his eye having faded, revealing his handsome visage once more. His eyes, dark and deep, held a stillness that felt both chilling and profound. He regarded Muji patiently, awaiting her words. Taking a deep breath, Muji managed a faint smile. If you do not wish to smile, then do not.
Ying Montag remarked disdainfully.
The corners of her mouth immediately fell, her expression tightening. As if anyone would want to smile at him, she thought to herself. Regaining her composure, Muji finally spoke. Your Majesty, I may undertake a certain course of action in the coming days. Last night, you expressed faith in my judgment. I assure you, I will not let you down. However, I hope you can continue to place your trust in me. Upon hearing her words, Ingmo's pupils flickered slightly, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. He regarded her small, unadorned face, clean and striking, her gaze resolute and serious. After a moment, he offered a faint smile. Is that all?
Muji nodded earnestly.
This declaration marked her formal stance before him. If she could not evade the chaos ahead, she would choose to align with Ingmo very well. He replied nonchalantly, I understand. He then returned to scrutinizing the memorials in his grasp. Muji proceeded to the herb garden, where, through inquiries, she finally uncovered the name of the madwoman, Feng Hua. In those days, she was affectionately referred to as Aunt Feng, having once managed the herb garden while serving the illustrious consort Xiao. However, Qi Lu could only gather that consort Xiao was the most favored concubine in the entire harem at that time. Later, for reasons unknown, she fell out of favor and was relegated to the cold palace. It was said that she had a son, who, tragically, had died. This matter was considered taboo within the palace, especially back then. After the incident, no one dared to speak of it, lest they invite their own demise.
Now,
those who truly knew the truth are all but gone, leaving Qi Lu unable to uncover any further details. At most, he knew about Aunt Feng's past identity and who her mistress was. Master Mu, consort Xiao, was a concubine of the late emperor, and this Aunt Feng was someone close to her. Why do you suppose the emperor pays her such close attention? Qi Lu's inquiry struck a chord. Upon hearing this, Muji suddenly had a realization and turned to Qi Lu, countering with a question. What was the rank of consort Zhao's child? While there were many matters Qi Lu could not inquire about, this one was likely known by any elder in the palace. He had not asked this question, and his expression upon returning was a complex mix of shock, fear, and astonishment. What is the matter? Muji had just exited Aunt Feng's chamber, where, to her relief, the woman had been in better spirits, able to sit quietly and listen without being startled by the slightest noise from outside. Master, my lord. Qi Lu pulled her aside to a secluded corner, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby before he whispered, pale-faced, consort Zhao's son was the seventh in line. The seventh prince? Muji was puzzled. What of the seventh prince that has you so frightened? My lord, do you not know? The emperor is the seventh in line. How could she have known? She had never specifically inquired about Ingmo. Wait. Ingmo is the seventh prince, consort Zhao's son. My heavens. Muji could not help but swallow hard. It was he who had brought an end to the inhumane palace coup, preventing the kingdom of Beijing from falling into the hands of the treacherous and cruel Prince Hao. The identity of Ingmo was well known among the officials of the court, shocking the entire assembly at the time. The common people of Beijing secretly rejoiced, as the once presumed dead seventh prince had miraculously returned to save them from dire straits. However, most only recognized the emperor as the once ignored seventh prince. Very few were privy to the truth. Even if they knew, who would dare to speak of it? Master, let us not pry any further into this matter. It is best to focus on our own duties, Qi Lu thought, increasingly alarmed. The old eunuch with whom he had shared tea earlier had mentioned that those who knew of consort Zhao's past either died suddenly or vanished mysteriously, clearly indicating that there were forces at play wishing to keep the past hidden. At this time, if they were to defy the odds and continue their inquiries, it would be tantamount to courting death. Muji remained silent for a while before turning to Qi Lu. All right, I will heed your advice and refrain from further inquiries. This matter was not Qi Lu's concern. He could no longer openly investigate within the palace, as it could lead to his demise. At noon, Muji stayed in the herb garden to have lunch with Aunt Feng. She had just promised Qi Lu not to pursue the matter further, wishing to protect him from danger, but now that events had unfolded to this extent, she could not extricate herself. Thus, she must investigate thoroughly. Eat, please, she urged, holding her bowl, momentarily lost in thought, until she heard Aunt Feng's timid voice encouraging her to eat. It was the first time she had spoken so clearly to her. Although Muji understood that Aunt Feng was feigning madness, her gradual display of normalcy indicated a growing trust. Aunt Feng, Muji smiled, serving her some vegetables.
You should eat as well.
Upon hearing this address, Aunt Feng appeared momentarily taken aback, a flicker of pain crossing her features. Aunt Feng, what troubles you? Chapter 30. If you strike, then strike. Must we still count the days? Aunt Feng. Muji quickly set down her bowl and assisted her to a seated position on the bed. From her current state, it appeared that her madness was not entirely an act. After all, The pain she had endured was real, and it was only natural for her psyche to be affected. "My head aches," Aunt Fong moaned, clutching her head, curling up on the bed, trembling. Muji promptly pulled a blanket over her, softly reassuring, "It is all right. You are safe now, no one can harm you any longer." As time passed, Muji remained by Aunt Fong's side, quietly accompanying her until she gradually regained her composure. "Do you trust me?" Muji asked softly. Uncertain if Aunt Fong was awake or merely speaking to herself, she continued, "Trust me, I will never harm you."
2 days swiftly passed.
During this time, Muji did not remain in the herb garden, only occasionally visiting. It was on the third morning when Qi Lu rushed to find her, alarmed, saying that Aunt Fong had met with an unfortunate fate. Upon hearing this, Muji hurried towards the herb garden. Aunt Fong had died, inexplicably, suddenly passing away. The imperial physician had examined her body and found nothing amiss, ultimately concluding that her long residence in the cold palace had deteriorated her health, leading to her demise from natural causes. The matter seemed to garner little attention from either the inner palace or the court. However, upon her death, Ing Mo expressed great displeasure, and Muji was punished, publicly receiving 10 lashes. This was due to her having brought Aunt Fong out without promptly calling for the physician. Had she done so sooner, perhaps there could have been a chance for her survival. The day following Aunt Fong's death, her body was taken from the palace and buried in a small grove beside the royal tombs. Muji, having received her punishment, was confined to bed to recover. However, her recovery took place in the emperor's quarters, preventing Qi Lu and others from visiting her. Thankfully, she was resilient and was soon able to walk again. Once healed, she immediately went to visit Consort Yuan. Observing her, Consort Yuan chuckled in delight at Muji's pained expression as she walked. "Look at you, in such a rush. Wouldn't it be better to wait until you've fully recovered? Your Highness, my task has been accomplished." Muji did not wish to waste time and got straight to the point. "Please fulfill your promise." "What promise?" Consort Yuan nonchalantly peeled an orange with her painted fingers, responding casually, "Chief Steward Mu, perhaps you are mistaken. When did I ever make you a promise? I only said I would advocate for you before my master. But whether he agrees is beyond my control." Muji suspected that Consort Yuan would not readily fulfill her promise, but was taken aback by her blatant betrayal. "Your Highness, are you certain you wish to proceed this way?"
What?
"Do you intend to threaten me?" "I possess no such ability. However, it is best not to act too ruthlessly in life and to leave oneself a path of retreat." Knowing that Consort Yuan, in her petty nature, would not easily facilitate a meeting with her original master's mother, Muji turned to leave.
"Stop."
Consort Yuan's expression darkened as she rose and approached Muji, a glint of malice in her eyes as she suddenly raised her hand to strike Muji's face. This was a blow she had long desired to deliver. Vixen. However, just as her hand was raised, Muji seized it and swiftly retaliated with a slap of her own. The sharp sound stunned everyone present. "Who struck whom just now?" It did not take long for Consort Yuan's shrill voice to clarify the situation. "Muji, do you dare strike me?" "Strike you indeed. Should I keep track of the days?" With that, she delivered another slap to the other side of Consort Yuan's face. "This is the interest on the debt you owe me. Our account is far from settled." After delivering the blow, Muji felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Amidst a sea of startled gazes, she strode away, hands on her waist. Enraged, she smashed everything in the room, swearing vehemently that the 2 slaps she had received today would be repaid tenfold in the future. This little wildcat, Muji, though she often feigned timidity and submission, was not to be underestimated. When angered, she would dare confront even the mightiest. Ing Mo had first-hand experience of this. That evening, Ing Mo summoned Lien Feng, instructing him to bestow another gift upon Yuendi. Previously, he had rewarded her with a dish. This time, Lien Feng inquired about the nature of the gift.
"Ying Montak."
His expression impassive and voice devoid of emotion, replied, "Reward her with a sack and a sound beating." Lien Feng silently accepted the command. The sovereign truly lacked any understanding of cherishing delicate beauty. How could one strike a woman? The following day, whispers began circulating through the palaces, stating that Yuendi had unknowingly offended someone and, upon awakening, had transformed into a visage resembling that of a pig. Muji, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of disbelief. Who would dare strike her? Yet, a strange sense of approval coursed through her. While perusing books in the imperial study, Ing Mo caught wind of Muji murmuring with Qi Lu at the door, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Ing Mo was engaged in discussions with cabinet ministers in the council chamber, deliberating matters of marriage alliances with merchants and the establishment of trade routes. It must be said, Ing Mo was a man of action, genuinely considering the welfare of the populace. He was an enlightened tyrant who heeded counsel. Muji had initially planned to take a good nap at noon, thinking that if she abstained from sleep that night, she could avoid sharing Ing Mo's bed. However, just as she lay down, news reached her that the emperor had been attacked and gravely injured. Unbeknownst to her, upon hearing this news, her heart raced with anxiety and concern. Rushing in, she was met with a scene of blood on the ground. Initially, she had believed Mo was impervious to harm, surrounded as he was by skilled protectors, and with his own formidable martial prowess. Yet, the sight of the blood compelled her to accept the grim reality. In broad daylight, the audacity of these assassins was beyond comprehension. Muji was furious, more furious than ever before. Stepping forward with resolve, she found Mo reclining on a concubine's chair, several imperial physicians attending to his wounds. "Your Majesty," she gasped, noting the blood-soaked bandages strewn about, but unable to ascertain the depth of his injuries. Panic began to swell within her, worried that his wounds might be dire. Mo, initially with his eyes closed, opened them slightly upon hearing her voice, his gaze still deep and piercing. "Do not fret, I am not on the brink of death." Chapter 31. A Delicate Frame. Easily bullyable Muji felt a wave of relief wash over her, though she could not refrain from retorting, "I was not worried to begin with. It is you who is overthinking." The physicians exchanged glances, lowering their heads in silence, unwilling to voice an opinion. As Mo rose, he brushed aside two of the physicians, refusing their assistance. He turned to Muji, calling out, "Chief Steward Mu." Without hesitation, he wrapped an arm around her shoulder, pulling her close, his entire weight resting upon her. Muji's legs trembled under the pressure. By the heavens, she thought. Mo appeared slender, yet he was surprisingly heavy. It took her considerable effort to shift even a single step. The two towering physicians exchanged incredulous looks, questioning whether the emperor's injuries warranted such support. Their eyes met, sharing an unspoken understanding that perhaps this was excessive. Just then, the physicians were stopped at the door by Mo, who barred their entry. They scratched their noses and turned to Muji, one of them solemnly stating, "Chief Steward Mu, please take good care of His Majesty. Should he experience any discomfort, send someone to notify us at once." Understood, Muji nodded, watching as the physicians departed. "Your Majesty," she hurried to him, grasping his hand, "you are injured. Should you not lie down for a while?" Mo lifted his eyelids to glance at her, his exquisitely sculpted brows furrowing slightly in pain. "The wound does ache a bit, Muji. Assist me to the bed." "Of course," she replied, dutifully moving to help him. As he stood, he reached out, encircling her neck, drawing her into his embrace. Beneath him, Muji's petite frame appeared even more fragile and easily overwhelmed. "Your Majesty, please ease up. You might press against your wound," she cautioned, careful not to aggravate his injury, all the while oblivious to the smirk playing on the lips of the scheming man. Within the Qianqing Palace, the atmosphere was deceptively tranquil, a stark contrast to the turmoil outside. The attack on the emperor had sent shockwaves through the palace. Guyan mobilized the entire imperial guard, vigorously pursuing the assassins while sealing the city gates and palace entrances, permitting no one to enter or exit. Simultaneously, a thorough investigation commenced within the palace, scrutinizing all maids, eunuchs, and guards. Anyone deemed suspicious, lacking the thorough vetting of the Internal Affairs Office, was to be detained for further inquiry. This sweep included everyone in the inner palace, without exception. Even Mother Fong, who served Lin Fei, was not spared from being apprehended. In mere hours, over 100 individuals were taken from the inner palace, yet this was only the beginning. The investigation had merely commenced. Anxiety gripped the inhabitants of the palace, each fearing they might be the next to be taken by the Imperial Guard. When Yuandi received the news, the Imperial Guard had already stormed into her quarters. This sudden sweep caught her completely off guard, leaving her no time to make any arrangements, as she watched helplessly while the guards led away her hidden allies and confidants. In the aftermath, she erupted in fury, demanding to know who had acted without authorization to assassinate Mo, lacking a meticulous plan and execution, resulting in such significant losses. Who would bear the blame when the master sought retribution? Yet, after her inquiries, no one stepped forward to admit guilt. Confusion reigned. Without the master's command, how could they have dared to attack Mo? Was he truly so easy to kill? Calming her thoughts, Yuandi considered the improbability of the situation. Was there someone else who wished for Mo's demise? Who could it be? Regardless of the identity, this incident had nearly eradicated all her visible connections, leaving her with only a few hidden experts to rely upon. How could she continue to serve her master now? Yuandi, already reeling from a previous inexplicable beating, succumbed to anger and fainted. Muji learned of these events the following afternoon. Because of Mo's injury, she had remained at Qianqing Palace, thus avoiding a brewing storm. Otherwise, given her precarious position, she would have been swiftly apprehended by Gu Yan. At that moment, chaos reigned outside. Staying in Qianqing Palace and by Mo's side was the safest course. Even if Mo intended to protect her, the risk of misinterpretation loomed. "What troubles you so?" Mo, clad in a loose robe that concealed his strong physique, lounged languidly in the concubine chair. Beside him lay the fruit Muji had sliced, while he held a scroll, alternating between reading and eating. "Nothing, Your Majesty. Your injury is not yet healed. I shall remain by your side to attend to you during these days." After speaking, Muji eagerly poured a cup of tea and presented it to Ing Mo with a fawning expression. Ing Mo set aside his book and gazed at her with a smile in his eyes. Aren't you quite bold? He took the teacup from her, sipped lightly, and spoke in a cool tone. Let us see how you perform.
Ah?
What more do I need to do? If my performance is lacking, will he really cast me out of the Qianqing palace? Muji frowned, pondering for a moment before stepping behind Ing Mo to massage his shoulders. Your Majesty, you must be tired from reading. Allow me to assist you. Fortunately, her voice, being softer due to her eunuch status, did not sound out of place. Ing Mo remained silent, merely closing his eyes slightly, allowing Muji's delicate fingers to knead his shoulders gently. Throughout the afternoon, Muji served tea and water, exceedingly obedient. After enduring until evening, when she could finally rest, Muji had just settled into bed when she suddenly heard Ing Mo's voice coming from the inner chamber. Muji, why not come sleep here tonight? Otherwise, when I fall asleep and you come to my bed, you'll wake me, and I will throw you out. Chapter 32. His kiss is anything but gentle. Is he serious? Muji hesitated outside the hall for quite some time. She knew that once she fell asleep, she would inevitably end up in his bed. Since moving to the Qianqing Palace, she had awakened in Ing Mo's bed every morning, and tonight would likely be no different. However, the outside was still chaotic. She might be apprehended as a suspicious person. The crux of the matter was that her identity could not withstand scrutiny. Never mind. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. Muji ultimately decided to forego sleep tonight. Sitting up in bed, she assured Ing Mo that he could rest easy, as she promised not to sneak into his bed. Ing Mo ignored her. After a long while, thinking he had fallen asleep, she heard his deep voice float back. You had better keep your word. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Are you trying to scare me? Muji was skeptical. What consequences could there be?
Fine.
She readily agreed. I promise to keep my word. I won't sneak into bed or sleepwalk. If I fail, I will bear the consequences. A night without sleep was merely a matter of perseverance. She tied her hair up, determined that she wouldn't fall asleep. Muji sat on the bed, managing to keep awake for a while by reading and drawing, but as the night deepened, her eyelids began to droop, and fatigue turned her mind to mush. She shook her head, managing to stay awake for a minute longer before the drowsiness overwhelmed her. But she couldn't sleep, as it was a certainty she would end up in his bed. Ing Mo, that cold-hearted man, might truly cast her out. Resolutely, Muji got off the bed and wandered around the hall. As dawn approached, she sat on the edge of the bed, resting her head against the headboard, and succumbed to sleep. This sleep was significant. She didn't even need to get up, simply stood and walked away. Ing Mo heard footsteps, opened his eyes, and indeed saw Muji entering with her eyes closed. She had endured until dawn to sleep. Typically, she would only unconsciously seek his presence when she fell into a deep slumber, making it difficult to wake her at that moment. Ing Mo gazed at her intently as she slowly approached. Upon reaching the bedside, she knew to remove her shoes before climbing into bed. Muji snuggled under the covers, resting her head against Ing Mo's chest, seemingly content and sleeping soundly. Ing Mo pushed her away, but within moments, she would cling to him again. This woman, once asleep, was quite honest. He propped his head up with one arm, quietly observing Muji's sleeping face, while his other hand gently twirled a strand of her hair around his long fingers, playing with it leisurely. Suddenly, Ing Mo felt a flicker of curiosity. What would Muji look like in women's attire? In her dreams, Muji felt a tickling sensation on her cheek and instinctively grasped Ing Mo's fingers, mumbling, Your Majesty, don't tease. Did she know it was him? Ing Mo's thin lips curled into a subtle smile, his mood lifting considerably. Rarely had he found leisure. Today, he would indulge in a lazy slumber with her. Do you remember what you said last night?
Muji smiled brightly.
Your Majesty, I spoke of last night. It is now the next day, so it cannot be entirely said that I did not fulfill my promise, right? Indeed. Ing Mo appeared quite agreeable, nodding in approval. I'll count that as half fulfilled. What shall be done about the other half? Muji fell silent. She contemplated fleeing, but Ing Mo's arm rested around her waist, bringing them so close that their breaths intertwined, and she could distinctly hear his breathing becoming heavier. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, the temperature in the air slowly rising. Your Majesty. Muji instinctively swallowed hard, reaching her hand between herself and Ing Mo to create a bit of distance. Your Majesty, please remain calm. I am very calm. Ing Mo's fingers grasped Muji's chin, his gaze fixed on her face, slowly trailing down to her lips. Muji's breathing quickened with anxiety. She glanced at his abdomen. Is your injury all right? Upon hearing her question, Ing Mo's eyes darkened slightly, the desire within them blatant and intense. It is nothing. With that, he lowered his head to kiss her lips. However, Muji suddenly blurted out quickly, Your Majesty, let me summon a lady to attend to you. Ing Mo's body stiffened. The atmosphere instantly froze. Muji knew that her words might displease him. Yet, she could not allow things to escalate beyond control. Thus, she had to speak. She had assumed that with such a statement, Ing Mo would lose all interest, but before she could relax her guard, he suddenly cupped her face. leaning down to fiercely kiss her lips.
Ah.
Muji was taken aback, her mouth slightly parted, inadvertently granting Mo the chance to breach her defenses. No. She pushed against him, struggling in vain, only to find herself firmly held in place. His kiss was like a release of pent-up emotion, anything but gentle. A mix of biting and devouring. Soon, their mouths were filled with the metallic taste of blood, as he bit her just as she bit him in return. Mo. Tears streamed down Muji's face as she pushed against him desperately, but he seized her wrist and pinned it above her head. He resembled a crazed beast. Losing all reason, burying his head in her neck, greedily inhaling her scent. Mo. He had even loosened her garment, and upon hearing her cry out his name with a hint of sobs, his heart softened in that instant. This was their first encounter, fully awake. Mo did not continue. Rather, he remained over her, lingering without rising. Muji feared he might resume, worried for his injury. Your Majesty, your injury. You may leave. This was what Muji had long desired. Now that Mo had finally relented, she hurriedly climbed up, bowing her head in gratitude.
Then.
She quickly dressed and gathered her belongings to leave, as if delaying even slightly would prompt Mo to change his mind. As it turned out, ever since that day, her relationship with Mo seemed to have transformed into a normal master-servant dynamic. However, he never again invited her into the Qianqing palace to serve him. A slight ripple stirred within Muji's previously calm heart. Nevertheless, life must go on. The turmoil of the investigations gradually subsided, and the inner palace returned to its usual tranquility. Mo healed swiftly, and within days, he resumed his busy schedule. Muji continued to attend to him in the imperial study daily, occasionally accompanying him to morning court, but they no longer shared meals or entered his chambers together. It is said that this is the normal way for an emperor and his chief eunuch to interact. However, for some inexplicable reason, Muji always felt a certain discomfort within her heart, particularly regarding Mo's demeanor toward her. Neither warm nor cold. This tranquility persisted for half a month, and Muji gradually acclimated to this manner of coexistence. Yet one early spring morning, her serene life was once again shattered, and it was she who had unwittingly caused the disruption. Upon awakening, she was startled to find herself in Mo's bed once more. Aside from the shock, a flicker of unexpected delight, which she herself had not realized, stirred within her.
How could this be?
After more than half a month of peace, what had suddenly changed? Just as she was about to rise, she turned her head and was taken aback to seeing Mo seated at the edge of the bed, nearly causing her to gasp in surprise. Your Majesty, what are you doing here? She blurted out, only to realize the absurdity of her question, wishing she could slap herself. Mo regarded her with a bemused expression. That is a question I should pose to you, Chief Eunuch Mu. His words tumbled out slowly, and by the end, she found herself lacking the confidence to continue. Is that so? A more pronounced smile graced Mo's exquisitely handsome face. Rising, he proceeded to walk outside, leaving Muji momentarily dazed by his smile. What expression is that? She wondered, following him out only to discover that the grand door of the sleeping quarters had been damaged. One door hung precariously from its frame, while the other lay scattered across the courtyard, shattered into pieces. Several eunuchs stood nearby, staring at the door, none daring to approach it. What does this mean? Did assassins come again last night? Muji's first instinct was to assume that an attempt had been made on Mo's life. Yet, that could not be. The door was destroyed, and such a commotion should have awakened her. Moreover, Mo appeared unscathed. Mo's gaze remained fixed upon her, silent and penetrating. Muji shielded her face with her hand, cautiously stepping toward the door, signaling a young eunuch to come closer and quietly inquired, who damaged this door? The young eunuch shook his head, indicating ignorance. At that moment, another young eunuch approached, speaking in hushed tones. Last night, someone heard a commotion and came to investigate, only to be reprimanded by the emperor. Afterward, the night guards and patrolling attendants dared not return, so we only learned of the door's damage this morning. Since the emperor has not spoken, we are unsure whether we should remove the door. Perhaps, Chief Eunuch Mu, you could inquire? It seemed he was uncertain of how to proceed. She too hesitated to ask. Seeing her lack of awareness, Mo's expression gradually hardened. His thin lips pressed into a straight line. Muji, he said coldly, you might want to reflect on how you entered last night. Muji froze for a moment. The previous night had been quiet because she had been residing in Mo's palace, merely separated from his bed by a beaded curtain. But this time, oh my. She abruptly turned to glance at the two doors. Did I do this? Surely not. I have lost my powers and martial skills. How could I possess such destructive capability? Had she previously possessed martial prowess? Mo's eyes flickered with surprise. What did she mean by powers? Your Majesty, perhaps there is a misunderstanding? I witnessed it with my own eyes. There can be no falsehood. You must compensate for the cost of this door in full. Muji's eyes widened. But that door is made of intricately carved rosewood. I could not afford such a price even if I were sold. Being sold is unnecessary. Mo turned his head, a fleeting glimmer of amusement passing through his eyes, though it vanished instantly. Your Majesty, could we perhaps negotiate? Absolutely not. Your Majesty, do not be so stingy. Muji was the first to brazenly accusing Mo of being stingy, while her companions, Lianfeng and Lianyu, silently agreed they would never admit it. Your Majesty. Seeing Mo remain silent and visibly displeased, Muji steeled herself and continued, I truly cannot afford to pay for this door. Could we not find an alternative way for me to make amends? An alternative? Mo raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before replying, pray tell. Muji had not given it much thought. As a servant, her daily tasks revolved around attending to him, leaving little else of value. Surely, I cannot compensate with my body. As Mo lifted his teacup, his hand trembled, almost causing him to spill its contents. Compensation with your body sounds intriguing. Why are you silent? Mo set the teacup down, kindly warning her, this sleepwalking issue of yours may prove difficult to rectify. If you were to dismantle this door once, I might allow you to compensate in another manner. But if it were to happen a second or third time, what then? Muji's heart raced at the thought. She understood that Mo's scenario was entirely plausible. What have I done to deserve this? Am I destined to be tethered to his bed for all eternity? Mo's lips twitched slightly. She certainly had a penchant for shocking remarks and thoughts. With her head lowered, Muji pondered for a long time. Yet, would Mo ever agree? She felt utterly uncertain and was too embarrassed to voice her thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Mo excused himself to attend to other matters, leaving her alone in the chambers to contemplate. Before long, Qi Lu arrived with a group to replace the door. Upon seeing Muji sitting in the emperor's chamber, lost in thought, he hurried over and called out, Mu Yi, what are you doing? Qi Lu, she lamented, I have damaged the emperor's door and must pay for it.
What?
Qi Lu exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the door. Did you do this? Impressive. After his initial shock, admiration took over. Did the emperor not punish you? No, he simply demands compensation. But I cannot afford such an expensive door. As long as the emperor did not punish you, that is what matters. As for the money, it is a trivial matter. If you do not have it, I shall cover it. Muji's eyes sparkled at his words, and she immediately rose, grasping Qi Lu's hand with gratitude. Little Lu, you are truly the most righteous person I know, unlike certain others who are miserly to the core. Is it really such a big deal? Qi Lu scratched his head, feeling slightly bashful from her praise. I am now under your command, and you have treated me well. I have never felt like an outsider. Now that you are in need, I must step up. Muji relished his words. With the compensation issue resolved, her mood improved slightly. As for the future, she held on to a sliver of hope. Perhaps if she moved even further away, she could avoid returning here. After the door was properly reassembled, Muji refreshed herself and departed with Qi Lu. On the way, Qi Lu shared the latest news with her. The Empress Dowager? Muji was familiar with her. Following the deaths of the former emperor and the late crown prince at the hands of Prince Hao, the Empress Dowager, having lost both her husband and son, fell ill from the shock. After Mo ascended the throne, she relocated to the royal temple to pray and recuperate. That does not concern us, Muji thought indifferently. After all, her benefactor was Mo. The Empress Dowager's fate was of no consequence to her. Her current preoccupation was how to avoid dismantling doors and climbing into beds. By the way, little Lu, could you help me tidy up a room? Preferably one far from Qianqing Palace. Oh no, the further the better.
Why?
Qi Lu regarded her as if she were daft. Why would you want to move so far away? It would be much more convenient to stay closer to the Qianqing Palace when attending to the emperor. Mind your own business and help me pack up quickly. It would be best if I could move in tonight. She certainly did not wish for her newly installed door to meet its demise at her hands again.
Fine.
Although Qi Lu did not fully comprehend, he acquiesced. That evening, after Qi Lu had arranged everything, Muji promptly moved in. This place was separated from the Qianqing Palace by more than a dozen palaces. It was difficult to navigate even while awake, let alone in a dream. And Muji doubted she could manage to sneak into Mo's bed at night. Indeed, on her first night here, with a heart full of trepidation, Muji fell asleep, waking twice in the night to find herself peacefully resting on her own bed, which momentarily settled her nerves. Yet, she remained somewhat uneasy. After all, in the half-month since leaving the Qianqing Palace, no such mishaps had occurred. One night was insufficient to guarantee her safety. As a precaution, each night, she barricaded her door with a table, propped 2 wooden sticks behind it, and finally tied her legs together with a rope. Only then could she sleep soundly. For 2 consecutive days without incident, Muji felt reassured that maintaining distance was indeed beneficial, albeit somewhat taxing on her legs. She had to walk quite a distance and rise early each day. Thankfully, Qi Lu would come to wake her whenever she overslept. She felt that little Qi Lu truly cared for her well-being. Moreover, those willing to spend money on her were her kin, and she resolved to treat him better in the future. The palace was to host a family banquet to welcome the Empress Dowager. Early in the morning, Muji personally visited the imperial kitchen to instruct the chefs that today's dishes must be exquisite and not disgrace the emperor's reputation. Despite their lack of wealth, they still needed to maintain a facade of dignity in front of relatives. Muji spent the entire morning in the kitchen, ensuring that everything for the family banquet was in order before leisurely departing. Naturally, she also made sure to eat her fill before leaving. As she passed through the imperial garden, a gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it a faint scent of medicinal herbs. Raising her gaze, she spotted a slender, tall figure in white standing by the lotus pavilion. His long hair flowed gracefully, and he possessed strikingly handsome features. His narrow, phoenix-like eyes were soft and serene, exuding an aura reminiscent of spring breezes and bright moons, imbued with a sense of detachment from worldly affairs. Muji found herself unconsciously taking a few steps closer to him. This man bore a striking resemblance to Mo, though Ingmo's features were more pronounced. With a piercing gaze, whereas this individual exuded a gentle demeanor, akin to a docile cat, yet still possessing an air of nobility and coolness. Who is that over there? The man suddenly turned his gaze towards Muji, though his eyes seemed unfocused, as if he were looking at her, yet not really seeing her. Muji approached slowly, waving her hand before his eyes, but he did not react at all. Blind? I can see, he replied with a smile, showing no offense at her impolite gesture. I merely cannot see clearly. It is just a vague silhouette. What is wrong with your eyes? So, it turns out you are a young lady. It was not surprising that someone unable to see Muji would mistake her for a girl, given that her voice was distinctly feminine. However, the voice of a eunuch was also rather high-pitched, which likely dispelled any suspicions. You are mistaken. I am not a lady, but the chief eunuch by the emperor's side. My name is Muji. To be cautious, Muji referred to herself as a servant in his presence. This man bore such a striking resemblance to Mo that he might very well be a prince. Yet, she had heard no rumors of any prince being blind. Oh. My apologies. The man was exceptionally polite, his expression and demeanor unchanged upon recognizing her status. Greetings, Chief Eunuch Mu. My name is Xiao. I have come to the palace today to attend the family banquet. I had just arrived here when I suddenly felt unwell. While resting for a moment, I found myself unable to discern the direction of the Yongsho Palace due to my eyesight. I wonder if Chief Eunuch Mu could guide me? Of course. Upon hearing his self-introduction, Muji felt fairly certain of his identity. She intended to offer him her arm for support, but then she noticed him pull a slender stick from his sleeve, which transformed into a cane. Chief Eunuch Mu, please lead the way. I shall follow behind you. Very well. Muji walked ahead, with Xiao slowly trailing behind her. Were it not for the cane in his hand, one would hardly suspect he had any vision impairment. Your Highness, have you consulted the imperial physician about your eyes? I have. As they walked, they engaged in casual conversation. Is there no remedy for it? The imperial physician has examined me for many years. There should be no hope left. When discussing this, Xiao's expression remained calm and composed, as if he was entirely untroubled by the matter. Muji, however, felt a pang of sympathy. Such a handsome face. What a pity. Just then, Mo emerged from the study, also heading towards the Yongsho Palace. He had not yet seen Muji, but heard her thoughts first. Soon after, he noticed her rounding the corner of the left corridor, accompanied by Prince Xiao, Xiao. Xiao was the eldest son of the late emperor, yet due to his frail health from a young age and the death of his mother when he was very small, he was raised under the empress's care. Although he was the eldest prince and raised in the main palace, he was not showered with the love one would expect. Because of his health issues, he did not command the late emperor's attention, and the empress had her own biological son, treating him merely as a nominal charge with no genuine maternal affection. One can imagine that this prince, who once had a promising future, ultimately became a powerless and insignificant lord, lacking even a robust constitution. Nonetheless, he was gentle-natured, humble, and filial, earning a good reputation and favorable relationships within the palace. Everyone held a fondness for this prince. Gu Yan, is Chief Eunuch Mu particularly idle today? Upon seeing Muji and Xiao together, Mo's expression darkened, and he deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for them to catch up. Gu Yan had no idea what Muji had been up to. He could only respond, I am unaware, Your Majesty. Mo glanced at him, prompting him to quickly lower his head to the ground. He hoped that Muji's errors would not bring trouble upon him. As Muji drew closer, she evidently spotted Mo and Gu Yan and heard Gu Yan's words. How odd. What mistake had she made today? Had she encountered an acquaintance ahead? Sensing Muji's footsteps falter slightly, Xiao promptly inquired, What is it? Muji quietly warned him, The emperor is ahead. Oh, it is the emperor. Then let us proceed, Chief Eunuch Mu. Your Highness, do not worry, it is just up ahead. Muji moved forward a few more steps. Mo's gaze swept coolly over her before turning to Xiao. Prince Xiao, with your eyesight impaired, why do you not have someone accompany you? If something were to happen, who would take responsibility? With that, he cast his eyes back on Muji. What are you standing there for? Come here. Chapter 35. The emperor's object of affection. Mo's tone carried a hint of possessiveness. He then added towards Xiao, I shall see you in the Yongsho Palace shortly. With that, he continued on his way. Look at how polite he is. Ingmo's lips curled into a faint smile, but his eyes glinted coldly as he addressed Muji. Should I not thank you as well? What is this man's erratic behavior? Muji was left utterly perplexed. She opened her mouth, intending to say something, but he did not afford her the opportunity. After speaking, Ingmo left her behind and continued toward the Yongshou Palace. Muji turned to Gu Yan, seeking an explanation with her eyes. Who had offended him? Gu Yan, holding a sword and wearing an iron mask, displayed no discernible expression. He looked like a simpleton. Muji refrained from asking further questions and hurriedly caught up with Ingmo. Your Majesty, please slow down. It was better when she remained silent. As soon as she spoke, she sensed Ingmo's pace quicken. In comparison to him, her legs were considerably shorter, and she had to jog just to keep up. At last, they arrived at the entrance of Yongshou Palace. Ingmo finally slowed his steps, and Muji seized the opportunity to catch her breath, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. Your Majesty, she gasped, why are you walking so fast? The banquet hasn't even started. Ingmo regarded her with a serious expression and cautioned, once we enter, you must stay close to me. The Empress Dowager is a strict person. It would be best not to cause me any trouble. Understood. Upon hearing this, Muji's demeanor immediately turned earnest. Noticing her rare compliance, Ingmo's expression softened slightly. The two entered Yongshou Palace together. Meanwhile, Gu Yan, burdened by a sword, could not enter the palace and remained outside to stand guard. Once inside Yongshou Palace, Ingmo led Muji directly to the main hall. Upon sighting the emperor's arrival, the chief eunuch promptly announced within, the emperor has arrived.
Xiao,
due to his poor eyesight, arrived slightly later and entered the palace just after Ingmo. The chief eunuch then proclaimed, Prince Xiao has arrived. Muji glanced at Xiao, but before she could speak, Ingmo cast a cold look in her direction, his gaze carrying a warning, compelling her to remain silent. Your Majesty. Although Xiao could not see clearly, he accurately identified his target through vague shadows. You all are indeed quicker. Prince Xiao, please. Ingmo's expression remained indifferent, devoid of any discernible emotion, and he stepped into the hall ahead. Muji promptly followed. For some reason, she sensed that Ingmo disapproved of her conversing with Prince Xiao. It was said that Prince Xiao had withdrawn from the world for many years, residing in his estate to recuperate, indifferent to court matters and external affairs, let alone harboring any ambitions for power. Thus, when Prince Hao instigated the palace coup, he eliminated numerous officials deemed a threat, including several other princes, intending to leave none alive, yet Prince Xiao remained untouched by the upheaval. He appeared to hold no presence in the eyes of others, instilling no sense of threat. One would assume that such a person would not be of concern to Ingmo, yet his demeanor was rather peculiar. Son pays respects to Mother Empress, wishing you well. In the hall, a regal woman sat upon a pearwood armchair, appearing around 40 years of age. Her beauty was not striking, yet her exceptional poise revealed her noble upbringing. Her features bore a certain severity, tinged with a hint of illness. Your Majesty, you are thoughtful. Upon seeing Ingmo, the Empress Dowager did not display overt affection. She merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before instructing others to provide seats and serve tea. Subsequently, Xiao approached to pay his respects. He performed a deep bow. Son pays respects to Mother Empress, wishing you well.
rise.
The Empress Dowager's expression softened slightly at the sight of the child she had raised. She personally helped him to his feet, saying, Your health is poor. There is no need for such grand gestures before me. Mother, you have been ill for so long, and I have failed to attend to you. I am truly unfilial. Never mind. The Empress Dowager sighed, pulling him down to sit beside her. You are raised by me. I know your character well. Do not speak of such foolishness regarding filial piety. Take good care of yourself. That is the greatest filial act, especially since I have already lost one son. As she spoke, her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Xiao's face reflected sorrow as he produced a clean handkerchief and offered it to the Empress Dowager. She accepted it and, before he could offer comfort, composed herself and swiftly changed the topic. Enough of these sorrowful matters. Now that Mo heir is the emperor, everything will gradually improve.
Do not put pressure on him.
The Empress Dowager, upon hearing this, did not take offense. After all, having someone who grew up in the wild and shares no blood relation to her now reigning as emperor and addressing her as Mother Empress was already remarkable. Still, the atmosphere remained somewhat awkward. Fortunately, it was not long before several other princes and princesses arrived, and after exchanging pleasantries, they all took their seats. In truth, since the coup, the royal family continued to be shrouded in a cloud of unease regarding Ingmo, who had seemingly resurfaced after being presumed dead for over a decade. Now that he was emperor, everyone felt a certain distance from him. Thus, the ambience of the banquet was rather palpable. However, as the feast commenced and the wine flowed, conversation gradually began to flourish. The Empress Dowager surveyed the guests and appeared to recognize an issue, turning to Ingmo to inquire, Your Majesty, it has been 2 months since your ascension. Why have you yet to establish an empress? Mother, there is no hurry for this matter. Ing Mo clearly showed little interest in the topic, holding his cup of wine, lost in thought. The Empress Dowager frowned upon hearing this. Your Majesty, how can this matter not be urgent? If the harem remains without a master for too long, chaos will inevitably ensue. It is best to appoint someone to manage the inner palace, allowing you to focus on state affairs. This was indeed true. The position of the Empress could not remain vacant indefinitely. However, previously, Ing Mo might have selected a suitable woman to crown as Empress. But now, he cast a discreet glance at a certain individual, seemingly reluctant to make a hasty choice. The Empress Dowager, observing Ing Mo's silence, speculated, Your Majesty, do you have someone special in mind? Chapter 36, Mu Ji, did I permit you to leave? Mu Ji stood beside Ing Mo, finding the banquet exceedingly dull. She felt as though she might doze off while standing. Suddenly, upon hearing the Empress Dowager's question, she became alert. Does Ing Mo have someone he fancies? I thought so. With so many women in the harem, at his youthful age, it is surprising he has managed to restrain himself. It seems he is reserving the position of Empress for someone special. But if he has someone in mind, why hasn't he brought her into the palace yet? Could it be that she is of humble origin? The previously quiet guests began to murmur internally. Ing Mo, overhearing their thoughts, nearly lost his temper. He raised his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades directed at Mu Ji. She shuddered at his glance. It had been a long time since he regarded her with such intensity, and it was indeed somewhat frightening. Upon hearing Ing Zhao's words, the Empress Dowager's expression softened. Everyone resumed their meal in silence, yet each person seemed somewhat distracted, and the meal was not particularly enjoyable. Finally, as the banquet drew to a close, guests began to bid farewell to the Empress Dowager before offering their respects to Ing Mo as they departed. Once most had left, Ing Mo remained seated in the soft chair, unmoving. Mu Ji, noticing his reluctance to leave, surmised that perhaps he had something he wished to discuss with the Empress Dowager. Is he seeking information regarding his mother? After all, the Empress Dowager was the former Empress. While others might be unaware of the details surrounding the events involving the late concubine Xiao, or might fear to speak of them, she would surely be the most knowledgeable. Upon hearing Mu Ji's words, Ing Mo's lips curled into the faintest of smiles. This woman had managed to discern his thoughts. Your Majesty, do you have something to ask of me? The Empress Dowager evidently sensed his intentions. Mother, since you are aware of my thoughts, please enlighten me about the truth of the events from that year. Ing Mo wasted no time in getting to the point. The Empress Dowager, upon hearing this, let out a heavy sigh. She lifted her gaze and glanced at the chief eunuch beside her, signaling for all those attending in the grand hall to leave. The chief eunuch, having served the Empress Dowager for many years, understood her every subtle gesture and expression. He dismissed everyone, leaving only Mu Ji standing beside Ing Mo. As the chief steward, upon learning that a relatively obscure young eunuch had risen to prominence, he found it quite impressive. In the palace, who among the servants had not toiled until reaching his age to secure a place by their master's side? It was rare to see someone like Mu Ji ascend to the position of chief steward at such a young age. The chief eunuch had observed Mu Ji for a considerable time that evening, yet he found nothing particularly remarkable about him, other than his handsome features and slight stature. Chief Steward Mu, the Empress Dowager and His Majesty have matters to discuss. You should step outside and wait, he said. Although Mu Ji held the title of chief steward beside the emperor, he was also the chief eunuch serving the Empress Dowager. Moreover, being a veteran of the palace, he instinctively felt a sense of superiority over Mu Ji. Upon hearing this, Mu Ji's dark eyes flickered. She did not wish to leave. She yearned to uncover the truth. However, given the current situation, remaining seemed equally unfeasible. Alas, she sighed, it appears I must seek opportunities to inquire further later. With this thought, she prepared to exit alongside the chief eunuch. Yet, after taking only a couple of steps, she heard Ing Mo's voice resonate beside her. Whose person are you? Did I permit you to leave? Mu Ji halted abruptly. Is Ing Mo addressing me? She pondered. This man was actually forbidding her from departing? She was genuinely taken aback. Casting a somewhat innocent glance at the chief eunuch, she silently conveyed her apologies. The emperor had not allowed her to leave, which meant she could listen to the truth of that year. The Empress Dowager appeared puzzled, but before she could inquire, Ing Mo preemptively explained, Mother, Chief Steward Mu is someone by my side. There is no need to avoid her. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's gaze fell upon Mu Ji. Their eyes met briefly before Mu Ji lowered her head slightly in a gesture of respect. It was not uncommon for individuals to have trusted companions by their side. The chief eunuch, witnessing this, cast a glance at Mu Ji and resignedly exited. Thus, the hall was left with only the three of them, the Empress Dowager, Ing Mo, and Mu Ji. Very well, Mother, you may speak now. In truth, had she not acted foolishly and made a grave mistake in the past, the position of Empress might not have eluded her. This implied that when concubine Xiao was a mere concubine, the Empress had not yet ascended to her title. At that time, concubine Xiao was indeed the one with the greatest opportunity to become Empress. What error had she committed? Ing Mo pressed for the most crucial question, and Mu Ji perked up her ears to listen. Years ago, she had betrayed the emperor, clandestinely meeting Prince Rue in the fragrant herb garden, only to be caught in the act by the emperor himself. Nonsense. The Empress Dowager's words incited a sudden eruption from Mo, who had been sitting calmly until then. His eyes blazed with fury. Mother, I seek the truth. This is the truth. The Empress Dowager, too, was stirred, her hands gripping the armrests of her chair tightly. Many witnessed the incident firsthand. Had it not been so, how could your father have been so deeply infatuated with her, yet still banish her to the cold palace? In his memory, his mother had loved his father dearly. Although he was young at the time and did not recall every detail, that Prince Rue was hardly worthy of comparison to his father. How could his mother have been enamored with him? Furthermore, the scene he witnessed from his hiding place in the cabinet revealed his mother's profound distress. There must have been more to the story. Believe it or not, this is the reality. The Empress Dowager continued, allowing her emotions to settle before elaborating. Initially, I did not believe it either and conducted a secret investigation. Eventually, I discovered letters exchanged between her and Prince Rue hidden beneath your mother's bed. The content of those letters. Here, the Empress Dowager faltered, as the letters contained unspeakable matters. The late emperor had immediately ordered Prince Rue's execution, while concubine Xiao was cast into the cold palace. This illustrates the extent of the late emperor's affection for concubine Xiao. Had it been any other concubine, she would have faced dire consequences long ago. Yet, even until the end, the late emperor could not bring himself to take her life. Where are those letters? Mo inquired sharply. Do you believe your father would keep such letters? This question left both Mo and Mu Ji in disbelief. The Empress Dowager had certainly not revealed the entire truth. She was concealing something. What had truly transpired in those years? Mu Ji felt that perhaps only one person in the world knew the truth. Chapter 37. In private. You need not refer to yourself as a servant. Upon exiting the Yongshou Palace, Mo's demeanor had descended to an icy chill. Even Gu Yan dared not approach him, maintaining a respectful distance of 10 feet behind. As for Mu Ji, she felt as though she might freeze from the cold aura emanating from him. Gu Yan could afford to keep his distance, but for her, it was not an option. Mu Ji, I'm here, she hastily replied. Gu Yan cast her a look of silent plea from the side. Mu Ji, too preoccupied to acknowledge him, hurried forward. Your Majesty, I am here. The frost in Mo's eyes lingered, but when they met Mu Ji's clear and pure gaze, there was a momentary pause, followed by a gradual thawing of his demeanor. He lowered his gaze, silently observing her for a moment, yet ultimately said nothing and turned to continue walking. After waiting in vain for him to speak, Mu Ji cautiously ventured, In truth, your Majesty need not be vexed. Even I, a mere servant, can discern that the Empress Dowager has not divulged the complete truth. What she spoke must hold some falsehoods. Mo halted in his tracks. He turned to face Mu Ji, his eyes dimmed as if shrouded in silver gray, with a hint of vulnerability peeking through the depths of his dark irises. Mu Ji widened her eyes, questioning her perception. Upon closer inspection, she realized she had indeed misread him. His gaze had returned to its inscrutable depths. Yet there was a subtle smile playing at his lips. Chief Steward Mu, please share your thoughts on this matter. His inquiry seemed casual. Yet Mu Ji's expression turned serious. I believe that in private, you need not refer to yourself as a servant. Mu Ji was momentarily taken aback, gazing into the abyss of his eyes, which seemed unfathomable. Ultimately, she only saw her own reflection in them.
What?
Are you at a loss for words now that you need not call yourself a servant? Mo teased, the frost within him dissipating entirely. Gu Yan sensed this shift and marveled inwardly at how quickly the emperor's anger had subsided. This Chief Steward Mu was indeed a remarkable presence. In the past, during similar circumstances, it was best to avoid appearing before him for 3 days, lest one become collateral damage. Mu Ji, catching a glimpse of Gu Yan's thoughts from afar, felt a surge of complexity within her. Your Majesty, what the Empress Dowager spoke tonight aligns closely with what is whispered outside. Although the late emperor strictly forbade anyone from discussing the matter, there remain those who dare to speculate. As for the truth. She paused momentarily, gauging her words carefully. Mo's gaze remained fixed upon her, awaiting her continued elaboration. Discussing this matter filled Mu Ji with trepidation. She feared that any misstep might provoke this man's anger. After all, it pertained to his own mother, a potential sore spot. She was genuinely surprised that he had allowed her to be involved. If concubine Xiao was indeed wronged, then those who know the truth must have been silenced, and those who remain can surely ensure that such knowledge never escapes, such as. She spoke the final 2 words with a weighted tone, the Empress Dowager. The 2 individuals proceeded almost side by side, heading towards the Qianqing Palace. As they approached the entrance, Mu Ji hesitated. Should I accompany him inside? She felt a twinge of apprehension regarding this place. After managing to avoid sleepwalking for the past few days, what if I enter his quarters and fall ill again tonight? Mo glanced at her in response.
Mu's supervisor, he called.
After a prolonged silence, Mu Ji found it strange that he did not speak further. Was he merely calling her name without any intent? Mo waved his hand, signaling her not to follow him inside. Having said that, he strode confidently into the palace. Muji stood rooted to the spot. Momentarily unsure whether to feel relieved or experience some other emotion, her heart was in a peculiar state. The matter concerning Aunt Fong remained unspoken between them. Yet, Muji had not anticipated that he would openly inquire about it. Presently, Aunt Fong might be the only person privy to the truth, aside from the Empress Dowager, making her existence crucial. Mo's willingness to entrust her with this secret indicated a burgeoning trust in her. Nevertheless, she was aware that while Mo had not intervened directly, he was not entirely neglectful. Every move she made was closely monitored by the elusive shadow guard, Lian Yu. Lian Yu would undoubtedly report every detail to Mo. Thus, how could Mo possibly be unaware of Aunt Fong's whereabouts, despite her efforts to conceal them? Nevertheless, since he had asked, Muji replied, in the herb garden. On that day, to evade Yuan Fei's watchful eyes. They had indeed smuggled the supposedly deceased Aunt Fong out of the palace and buried her. Once the spies had withdrawn, they quickly exhumed her and hid her in the home of a farmer outside the city. This location had been arranged with the assistance of Qi Lu and was exceedingly safe and discreet. Of course, Mo had also dispatched individuals to monitor her safety from the shadows. Keeping her outside the city was ultimately not as reassuring as having her under his direct supervision. Although Muji had never disclosed any of this to Mo, she knew that he must be well aware of her every maneuver. His inquiry regarding Aunt Fong's location was, in fact, superfluous. However, Muji bore no resentment. If she were to consider things from Mo's perspective, she might not dare to delegate authority to someone who had only served her for a month. Yet, if Muji knew that Mo could hear her innermost thoughts, the situation would be entirely different. Just as she could discern the thoughts of others, she was acutely aware of whom she could trust and who merely feigned sincerity, thus keeping her distance from them. Very well, I understand, Mo stated, refraining from further inquiries as he turned to enter the palace. Muji made her way back to her small quarters. The distance was considerable, and her journey would take quite some time. On her way back, she suddenly recalled certain matters discussed at the banquet earlier that day, realizing she should find an opportunity to share them with Mo. Those who had exchanged glances with her had, for the most part, heard their thoughts, with the exception of one individual. Zhao's vision was impaired, and without physical contact, Muji could not hear his thoughts. Consequently, she was unable to determine if he truly resembled the rumors circulating about him, a person indifferent to power and conflict. The following day, after Mo attended the morning court session, she initially planned to arrive early at the imperial study to await him. However, she was summoned by someone from Yongshou Palace, who informed her that the Empress Dowager wished to see her. The Empress Dowager wanted to meet with her alone? Muji felt a pang of suspicion. Mo had mentioned that the Empress Dowager was a woman of exceedingly strict principles, and she wondered what could be the purpose of this private audience. Upon arriving at the main hall of Yongshou Palace, Muji discovered another person seated within. What was he doing back in the palace, so early? Straightening her back, she approached the Empress Dowager, kneeling to pay her respects. I serve the Empress Dowager. May you be blessed with health and longevity. She endeavored to adhere to the established protocols, ensuring that the Empress Dowager could not find fault with her. The Empress Dowager scrutinized Muji without immediately granting her the right to rise, leaving her kneeling for a considerable time. At that moment, the other individual spoke up. Mu's supervisor, we meet again so soon. It seems we are quite fated. I have met His Highness, Prince Xiao. Muji remained acutely aware of the importance of protocol. Xiao smiled softly, speaking on behalf of the Empress Dowager. Mu's supervisor, please rise. Do not be anxious. As someone close to the Emperor, the Empress Dowager summoned you merely to gain a better understanding of him, so as to foster their mother-son relationship. Muji quickly glanced at Xiao. Unfortunately, his gaze lacked focus, preventing any direct eye contact. Thus, she was unable to ascertain the veracity of his words. The Empress Dowager regarded her with a blend of warmth and authority, a faint smile gracing her lips. Mu's supervisor, did I frighten you? The Empress Dowager is gentle and kind. How could I be frightened? Very well, then. This little eunuch appeared quite clever. Given her position beside Mo, she must possess some capability. After exchanging glances with the Empress Dowager, Muji immediately heard her thoughts. She wondered what the Empress Dowager wished to learn from her. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely wish to ask what he enjoys doing and eating, and which consort currently holds his favor in the harem. Given my condition, I cannot alleviate the Emperor's burdens, but can only strive to understand him better and offer him more care. Only by knowing him well can I cater to his preferences. Otherwise, as a stepmother without any blood relation to the Emperor, I might inadvertently offend him without even realizing it. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words,
Musei graspet her intent.
It was simply a matter of concern for her future standing in the palace, given that she was neither Mo's biological mother nor had any emotional foundation with him. Indeed, it was wise to take precautions. Muji racked her brain to formulate appropriate expressions to describe Ingmo's preferences. He typically ate only 4 dishes at a meal and would share any leftovers with others. He was diligent and committed to governance. As for the consorts in the harem, Muji considered carefully and answered truthfully. After all, this was not a secret. Even if she refrained from mentioning it, the Empress Dowager could inquire with others and uncover the truth. Thus, she did not feel she was betraying Ingmo. What she conveyed was trivial and posed no threat to him. Yet, at that moment, Muji had no inkling that her words would not only influence Ingmo but would have an even greater impact on herself.
What?
The Empress Dowager was taken aback when Muji revealed that Ingmo had not yet taken any of the consorts in the harem since his ascension, rising from her seat in shock. Why is that? This was a matter of great significance. The Empress Dowager's expression shifted to one of grave concern as she inquired further. Does he not favor any of these consorts? Or is there another reason? Could it be that he is incapable? Muji felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. This was a matter she indeed knew. Whether he was capable or not, it was a burden she could scarcely bear. How could I not be worried? The Emperor has been on the throne for over 2 months, and yet no decision has been made regarding the Empress. He is indeed. Ing Xiao remained seated beside her, and the Empress Dowager found it difficult to voice her subsequent thoughts. After a pause, she continued, I understand that the affairs of the court are demanding, and it is commendable that the Emperor prioritizes governance. However, securing an heir is equally important. He is already in his 20s. The royal family must produce offspring. Yet, he seems disinterested in the harem. How can I not be anxious? Once outside Yongshou Palace, Muji could not help but ponder this issue. Why had Ingmo consistently refrained from engaging with the consorts? Was it their lack of beauty? Or perhaps their personalities were unappealing? However, Ingmo had never even granted them a chance to meet, which suggested these were not the real issues. If he claimed to be busy, that would merely be an excuse. If he truly desired, he could carve out time regardless of his obligations. Yet, it seemed that Ingmo genuinely had no interest in women at all. Had she not personally experienced intimacy with him on 3 occasions, Muji might have doubted whether he had any issues in that regard. Before departing, Muji overheard the Empress Dowager's thoughts. Realizing that this matter could indeed cause a modicum of distress for Ingmo, the Empress Dowager would intervene, seeking ways for those imperial consorts to conceive heirs. Upon reaching the study, Muji found that Ingmo had already concluded the morning court session. During their meal, Ingmo broached the topic, inquiring if the Empress Dowager had put her in a difficult position during her summons to the Yongshou Palace. What did you say to her? He asked.
Oh?
At this question, Ingmo raised his gaze to her, revealing no discernible emotion. Do you know which consort is most favored by me? I do not know. Muji replied, shaking her head. Curiosity piqued as she met his gaze. Your Majesty, who do you favor most? What do you think? I would say that your Majesty seems to favor none. After a brief moment, Muji timidly asked, Do you not wish to know the Empress Dowager's reaction? I do not. But your Majesty, you must still hear it, she insisted. From what I gather, the Empress Dowager seems likely to meddle in this matter. Ingmo's brows furrowed suddenly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It was indeed a vexing issue, as others in the court had already raised similar concerns, primarily about establishing a consort and the news that he had yet to visit the inner palace. Those old-timers were intent on pressuring him under the guise of royal necessity for progeny. Now, with the Empress Dowager also seeking to intervene, it became exceedingly burdensome. May I pose a question to you, Your Majesty? Muji hesitated, wanting to inquire why he was reluctant to meet those consorts. But it was clear that Ingmo discerned her intent and offered no opportunity. The more you know, the quicker your demise. Are you certain you wish to know? Muji bit her lip, her curiosity getting the better of her. I find women troublesome, Ingmo explained after a moment's pause. Troublesome? Muji regarded him skeptically, feeling that this explanation was somewhat strained. Yet I am a woman as well. Why then do you keep me by your side?
Huh.
This task left Muji in a quandary, unable to accept or reject it. Fear not, should the sky fall, I shall be there to support you. You are the Emperor, of course you are not afraid, Muji thought, rolling her eyes inwardly. If I were to shield you, the one offending the Empress Dowager would be me, a mere servant. Surely I would be crushed by her. Crushed? Ingmo's lips twitched slightly. Lin Fei, Yuan Fei, who among them is easy to deal with. I have never seen her suffer a loss. His gaze turned icy as it swept over her. You brought this calamity upon yourself. Who urged you to tell the Empress Dowager? If you do not shield yourself, who will? Muji found herself at a loss for words. She hadn't anticipated such a consequence when she initially spoke. Otherwise, she would have said nothing, letting others speak as they wished. Now she was entangled in a dilemma. Rest assured, should you offend the Empress Dowager, I shall protect you. With Ingmo's assurance,
Muji reluctantly acquiesced.
If she truly could not withstand the pressure, she would have to accept her fate. However, she pondered, if he found women troublesome, how would they proceed in the future? Recalling Ying Xiao, she mentioned, the Prince of Valor has entered the palace again today, accompanying the Empress Dowager. He did not leave last night. Why is that? Muji had long wished to ask Ying Mo if he had noticed anything amiss with Ying Xiao, as his demeanor towards the prince seemed oddly peculiar. While he displayed a similar coldness towards other princes and princesses, it appeared to fall within acceptable bounds. Ying Mo cast her a sidelong glance, his expression carrying a hint of chill, clearly signaling for her to refrain from further inquiry. Feeling dejected, Muji muttered under her breath, "Tyrant." After silently cursing, she got up to clear the tableware. Outside the study, Qi Lu took the tray from Muji's hands and, lowering his voice, said, "Madam Mu, I heard that the Empress Dowager summoned you this morning regarding the Emperor. Is it related to him? You rascal."
Muji chuckled,
scolding him lightly. "You've been keeping such a close watch on my movements. How is it that news travels so swiftly?" "Well," Qi Lu scratched his head, humbly replying, "I have many acquaintances. I keep good relations, and any news tends to circulate." "So, you have connections in Yongshou Palace as well?" Muji was slightly surprised. "Impressive. Qi Lu, truly more capable than I." "Indeed, I know a couple of people and we have a decent rapport," Qi Lu admitted, fully aware that he was now tightly clinging to her for support. Upon hearing this, Muji's heart brightened and she immediately began discussing how to leverage this network effectively. At noon, she took advantage of her free time to visit the herb garden. Recently, she sought a trustworthy individual to attend to Aunt Fang's daily needs. As for the latter's madness, it fluctuated and could not be rushed. She believed that, in due time, the truth would inevitably come to light. "You useless thing." As Muji exited the herb garden, she passed by the artificial mountain in the imperial flower garden and suddenly heard a woman's harsh voice. "For such trivial tasks, you fail to accomplish them. It would be better to raise a dog than to have you. Madame Zhou, please. I only wish to serve the Empress and repay her kindness, but I truly do not wish to harm anyone. Retribution will come." Muji softened her footsteps and approached slowly, recognizing that it was one of Lin Fei's attendants. Since Lin Fei's wet nurse was expelled from the palace, this Madame Zhou had become the head matron by her side, and Muji had some recollection of her. Is this old woman bullying those beneath her now that she has power? Before her stood a small, frail girl kneeling on the ground, who, though slight in stature, had a fair complexion and delicate features. Among the palace maids, she could be considered a small beauty. She clutched Madame Zhou's sleeve, pleading desperately, "Matron, I truly cannot do this. Please speak to the Empress on my behalf. I can endure the hardest labor as long as I have food to eat." Before the young maid could finish her plea, Madame Zhou kicked her to the ground, scolding, "With your performance, you dare to ask for food?" Once they moved away, Muji stepped out from behind the artificial mountain. Such occurrences were not uncommon within the palace. Originally, Muji was not inclined to meddle in the affairs of others. But upon hearing the young maid express her unwillingness to commit wrongdoing and fear of retribution, she couldn't help but wonder what nefarious tasks Lin Fei intended for her. Upon returning to the entrance of the study, Muji immediately instructed Qi Lu to investigate the young maid's background. During the last sweep, she had not been eliminated, indicating that her identity was likely untainted. Nevertheless, as long as Lin Fei was not implicated, those around her should also be relatively untroubled. Qi Lu, increasingly reliable in his duties, managed to gather the information Muji sought by evening. The young maid was named Lan Ling. A year prior, Lin Fei had encountered her on the street, where she was near starvation. Lin Fei had casually tossed her some leftover pastries, dismissing it as charity. Little did she know, Lan Ling regarded Lin Fei as her savior and was determined to repay her kindness. Initially, Lin Fei did not think much of her. A frail, yellow-skinned girl held no value. Keeping her would only waste food. Ironically, shortly after Lin Fei had driven Lan Ling away, her carriage's horses suddenly went wild, causing her to nearly be thrown from it as it careened through the streets. At that moment, Princess Lin believed she was doomed, yet unexpectedly, it was the seemingly insignificant young girl she had disregarded who, at a critical juncture, soared into action, leaping onto the horse's back and swiftly subduing the frenzied beast. Thus, she saved Princess Lin's life. Given this, one would think that Lan Ling would be held in high regard by Princess Lin, for unlike ordinary maids, she possessed the skills to defend herself. How could she still be bullied? The only information Qi Lu could gather was this. Muji urged him to pay closer attention to Lan Ling in the future, and should he notice any suspicious behavior, he was to inform her immediately. Qi Lu assured her he would keep a vigilant watch. After inquiring about this matter, Muji did not dwell on it too much. Rather, she felt it was the movements of the Empress Dowager that warranted greater scrutiny. The following day marked yet another morning court session. This time, Ying Mo brought Muji along to the court. The matter of the arranged marriage with a merchant had essentially been settled. The chosen bride was the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Zhongbei to wed the eldest son of the capital's wealthiest man, Yuan Jianshan, Yuan Yi. The Marquis of Zhongbei was a prominent noble within the capital, related to the imperial family. The announcement of his daughter marrying into a merchant family signified the court's newfound regard for commerce, encouraging the populace to boldly take the first step towards embarking on a commercial journey in the northern Jin kingdom. However, despite his outward agreement, the Marquis was inwardly reluctant. During the court session, Muji overheard his thoughts and realized that he had initially been vehemently opposed to this union. Nevertheless, he had been secretly advised that the path of commerce was fundamentally flawed and that he should exploit the marriage alliance to undermine the court's commercial policies. In that case, his daughter would not have to marry into a merchant family at all. Thus, the Marquis feigned his consent. Through Muji's insights, Ng Mo grasped only a vague understanding. After the court session, he pondered how to extract precise information from Muji, only to find her equally troubled about how to convey her findings without arousing his suspicion. Your Majesty, Muji began almost simultaneously with him. Ng Mo regarded her with encouragement, urging her to continue, speak freely, there is no need for hesitation. Chapter 40, Drink up, it's enhanced. Though he said so, Muji felt compelled to tread carefully. Your Majesty, I wish to share some information, but you must promise not to inquire about its source. Otherwise what? He probed, a cold smile escaping his lips. Her audacity was growing bolder. Daring to stipulate terms with him. Very well, proceed. Ng Mo conceded readily, I agree. Upon hearing this, Muji felt reassured enough to divulge what she had overheard in court that day. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Jiangbei must be watched. He does not sincerely agree to marry his daughter to Yuan Yi. Instead, he intends to use this union to sabotage your commercial plans, and he has someone backing him. Though I do not know who that is. Your Majesty might consider dispatching someone to investigate thoroughly. After contemplating Muji's words for a moment, Ng Mo replied, Your information is invaluable to me. Should you acquire any further intelligence, do not hesitate to share. I promise I will not question the source. Unless you choose to disclose it yourself. Otherwise, I will never inquire. Muji was momentarily taken aback. She did not expect the tyrant to display such understanding. Had she known, she need not have wrestled with her thoughts for so long. Did you hear that? Seeing Muji remain silent, Ng Mo pressed again. At his prompting, a subtle smile crept across his lips. Your Majesty, what do you intend to do? Muji inquired once more. Ng Mo's dark eyes turned icy, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. All you need to do is provide me with the information. The rest is for me to handle. Some matters are best left unspoken. He did not wish for Muji to know the entirety of the situation. Oh, she nodded, surprisingly unperturbed. In fact, the prospect of conveying her insights directly to Ng Mo, without fear of scrutiny regarding their origins, brought her an unexpected sense of relief. She even considered that remaining within the palace under such circumstances might not be intolerable after all. The Empress Dowager's actions were swifter than Muji had anticipated. Over the past few days, the concubines of the harem began their daily visits to Yongshou Palace to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. While this was standard practice, the concubines were understandably anxious, each vying to win the Empress Dowager's favor. Gaining her approval could potentially bring them a step closer to the position of Empress. The Empress Dowager was indeed observing, assessing who would be most suitable to assume the central position. She intended to select candidates first and then proceed gradually. Muji received word that Lin Fei and Yuan Fei were the most frequent visitors. These two were the Empress Dowager's favorites, though in terms of family background, Lin Fei clearly held a superior status compared to Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei was the daughter of the Minister of Rights, with her maternal grandfather being a renowned general. But he had since been reassigned from the capital and could no longer offer substantial assistance to his granddaughter. During dinner, someone from Yongshou Palace delivered a message to the emperor in the study, inviting him to join the Empress Dowager for a meal, as she wished to engage in casual conversation to strengthen their mother-son bond. Ng Mo, having been exceedingly busy these past few days, had little time for such trivialities. Perhaps at a later date. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager felt a flicker of anger, but was powerless to act. However, she was not one to relinquish her ambitions easily. The following afternoon, she sent a nourishing soup to Ng Mo, claiming he worked too hard and must take care of his health. The sender of the soup was none other than Lin Fei. Acting on the Empress Dowager's orders, Lin Fei was not trespassing without permission, and in the public eye, it was impossible to deny her entry. Before entering the study, she cast a disdainful glance at Muji. Ultimately, a servant was merely a servant. Once she earned the emperor's favor, it would be interesting to see if this lowly maid dared to scorn her again. Muji disregarded her entirely, treating her as if she were invisible. Lin Fei, now preoccupied with her own ambitions, entered with graceful steps, her demeanor coy. Your Majesty, she purred, her voice soft and drawn out. Muji was seized by an impulse to close the door. Just as she prepared to leave, Ng Mo's voice resonated from within. Muji, come in. Lin Fei placed the nourishing soup on Ng Mo's desk, not intending to leave just yet, and sweetly implored, Your Majesty, this was prepared by the Empress Dowager herself. She is concerned for your well-being, so please enjoy it while it's hot. Throughout, Ng Mo had not once lifted his gaze to acknowledge Lin Fei. remaining engrossed in urgent documents from the border. Your Majesty, Lin Fei bit her lip, frustration evident on her face. The Empress Dowager had said that if she could coax the Emperor into drinking the soup, it might lead to significant progress. Thus, she could not falter now. She had to ensure the Emperor consumed it. Muji overheard Lin Fei's internal monologue and felt fortunate that Ing Mo had summoned her. Suddenly, Ing Mo raised his head, locking eyes with Muji. What is it? Seeing Ing Mo finally look up, Lin Fei seized the opportunity to step directly in front of him, blocking his view of Muji. Your Majesty, I am Lin Wanwan. Please take a look at me. With such a delicate demeanor, how could the Emperor possibly resist her? Muji tilted her head, curious to observe Ing Mo's expression. Ing Mo's gaze, obstructed by Lin Fei, turned frigid, his eyes narrowing upon her with a ferocity akin to a bloodthirsty beast. Lin Fei's smile faltered, her confidence shaken. She had not anticipated the Emperor could harbor such a terrifying side. For a moment, Lin Fei was too frightened to utter another word. Muji, escort Lin Fei out. Muji was engrossed in the unfolding drama when she detected the suppressed fury in Ing Mo's voice, realizing that he was genuinely angry. Without hesitation, she stepped forward to escort Consort Lin out. Startled, Consort Lin found herself outside the imperial study before she could gather her thoughts. She pushed Muji away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Don't touch me." Muji, devoid of compassion, firmly ordered her to leave. Consort Lin glared at her in rage, declaring, "Chief Steward Mu, one day, you will regret your actions today." The only response she received was the sight of Muji's retreating figure and the sound of the door closing. Consort Lin was seething. However, given her location at the entrance of the imperial study, she dared not express her outrage. Moreover, the soup had already been delivered, leaving now would be unsatisfactory. If the Emperor consumed the soup and favored someone else, not only would her efforts be in vain, but she would also inadvertently facilitate another advantage. Thus, she remained, waiting. Muji entered the imperial study, heading straight for the Emperor's desk to dispose of the soup. Ing Mo observed her actions and inquired with skepticism, "What are you doing? Wasting food?" Almost forgetting, Ing Mo took the bowl, bringing it to his lips to inhale its aroma. The soup still exuded a delightful fragrance. Clearly nutritious. Chapter 41. The look in his eyes was anything but innocent. Ing Mo's movements paused as realization dawned upon him. In such a situation, should he drink it? Muji couldn't resist teasing him. If you don't drink it, it would be a waste. Ing Mo's expression darkened, and in the next moment, he grasped Muji's wrist, pulling her closer. Their faces nearly touched as he parted his lips, the warmth of his breath brushing against her ear. "With you here, what harm is there in my drinking this soup?" Muji's fair complexion flushed crimson. She raised her gaze to meet Ing Mo's eyes, which were fixated on her. His desires laid bare, igniting a tumult within her veins. The atmosphere grew perilous before the soup was even tasted. Panic surged within her. "Your Majesty," she murmured, inching backward to create some distance, subtly exerting pressure to free her wrist from his grasp. Ing Mo did not release her immediately, his gaze deepening with intensity. In that moment, the look he cast upon her held no innocence whatsoever. Muji was in a flurry of confusion, cursing her own loose tongue. "I'll just go and pour it out," she stammered, reaching for the bowl in Ing Mo's hand. However, he lifted it out of her reach. "Your Majesty." Muji felt exasperated, attempting to snatch it, but her arms fell short against his. Ing Mo's gaze was potent enough to consume Muji whole, and if he drank from that bowl, what would become of her? Only at this moment did she dare to ascertain that this man truly harbored such intentions towards her. "Are you frightened?" Ing Mo observed the panic in her eyes, a faint smile curling his lips. "With such a small amount of courage, you dare to mock me? Should there be a next time?" He leaned in closer to her ear, his voice dropping an octave. "I shall not be so courteous." Having spoken, he handed the bowl to Muji, his demeanor instantly reverting to indifference, devoid of any warmth. Accepting the bowl, Muji felt her heart thudding with trepidation. She had grown accustomed to his calm demeanor, almost forgetting his true nature. Indeed, Muji felt a chill run down her spine. This Empress Dowager was courting disaster. Why meddle in affairs when she could live comfortably within the palace with ample food and servants? Before exiting the imperial study, Muji adjusted her disheveled sleeve to avoid raising suspicion. Upon opening the door, she found Consort Lin still lingering at the entrance, her persistence indicative of her ignorance of Ing Mo's perilous nature. "Did the Emperor drink the soup?" Consort Lin inquired impatiently as Muji emerged, her eyes immediately landing on the bowl in Muji's hands, the very one she had delivered. "Not drunk?" Consort Lin rushed forward, her gaze icy as she scrutinized Muji, demanding, "Why did you take the soup away? It was meant for the Emperor." "Consort Lin, please remain calm," Muji signaled to Qi Lu, who immediately understood and summoned several eunuchs to stand behind her. "What do you intend, you dogs?" Consort Lin's caution flared as she assessed the situation, yet her demeanor remained defiant. "I am a consort of the Emperor. Do you dare to rebel against me?" "Consort Lin, think before you speak. Be wary of the trouble your words may bring." The These eunuchs served in the Hall of Supreme Harmony and were loyal to their duties, regardless of the individual before them.
Consort Lin, please.
They were polite in words, yet they wasted no time in subduing her, forcibly escorting her away. Let me take it, Qi Lu promptly offered, taking the bowl from Mu Ji's hands. Upon reaching Consort Lin's palace, a young maid named Lan Ling, witnessing the humiliation of her mistress, stepped forward to shield her from the eunuchs. Mistress, are you alright? She asked anxiously, moving to smooth out Consort Lin's rumpled garments. Yet, instead of gratitude, Consort Lin lashed out, striking Lan Ling across the face. Wretched servant. She seethed, venting her frustrations on the maid. If you had only agreed to assist me, I would not have faced such disgrace. As she raised her hand again to strike, Mu Ji intervened. Consort Lin, temper your anger. The emperor has bestowed this soup upon you. You should drink it while it's warm. With that, Mu Ji entrusted the subsequent actions to Qi Lu. He promptly approached with the soup. Upon hearing Mu Ji's words, Consort Lin's composure faltered slightly, yet she retorted fiercely, "Dare you? I will not drink." Before she could finish her protest, several eunuchs restrained her while Qi Lu pinched her face, forcibly pouring the soup into her mouth. No one among the palace staff dared to intervene at this spectacle. Lan Ling, loyal to her mistress, attempted to assist Consort Lin despite having been struck. Mu Ji grasped her arm to prevent her. After she treated you so, you still wish to help her? My life was saved by the mistress. One must remember kindness. Lan Ling insisted stubbornly. Mu Ji noted the injuries on her face and her frail state. Otherwise, with her agility, it would have been impossible for Mu Ji to restrain her. Very well, I hope you remember your words today. Qi Lu soon completed his task and Mu Ji, holding the empty bowl, instructed him to keep watch over Consort Lin, ensuring she was not allowed to summon the royal physician and would have to endure her discomfort alone. Following the emperor's directive, she sent the empty bowl to Yongshou Palace. On her way back, she encountered Consort Yuan, who was presumably heading to Yongshou Palace as well. As they crossed paths, a man sat nearby in a pavilion. Mu Ji glanced at her, maintaining a composed demeanor. I have seen you, Consort Yuan. However, Consort Yuan's expression was peculiar, as if a fleeting glimmer of something crossed her eyes, disappearing too quickly for Mu Ji to discern. It is you, Chief Steward. Such courtesy is unwarranted, Consort Yuan replied, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Since their last unpleasant encounter, Mu Ji had kept a watchful eye on Consort Yuan's movements, seeking to uncover the whereabouts of the original matriarch. After a thorough investigation, this woman had quieted down considerably, now actively participating in the competition for favor. If one were unaware of her true identity, they might genuinely believe she had entered the palace with aspirations of becoming a consort. Mu Ji had merely intended to feign politeness, but upon witnessing her sardonic demeanor, she chose to ignore her and walked away.
Wait.
Just as she was about to leave, Consort Yuan intercepted her. Mu Ji, my master commands you to assign 2 spies to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. While my master can place individuals elsewhere, infiltrating the hall has proven impossible. It seems only you possess the capability to accomplish this. My master commands? Mu Ji responded with a smile, regarding her with keen interest. Is it truly a command? What do you mean? Last time, you promised that if I eliminated Aunt Fong, you would arrange a meeting between me and my mother. Yet,
You deceived me.
therefore, I have every reason to suspect that you are impersonating the master's orders, seeking to use me for your own gain while reaping all the credit. Do you take me for a fool, Princess Yuan? Princess Yuan hastily denied it, her gaze instinctively darting elsewhere, as if she were wary of something. Mu Ji, it is indeed the master's command, and you must fulfill it. Very well. Mu Ji replied, feigning compliance as she edged closer. Then have the master personally deliver the command to me, and I shall certainly comply. With that, she patted her shoulder and swiftly departed. Princess Yuan's face flushed with anger. As Mu Ji passed the pavilion, her peripheral vision caught a familiar silhouette. Why hasn't this person left the palace yet? Chapter 42. The Warm Pool. His illness has recurred. Mu Ji recalled Ng Mo's words, advising her to avoid the King of Bravery when she encountered him, to refrain from engaging. Uncertain of where Lian Yu was hiding, she decided not to approach the pavilion. Moreover, she had never discerned the king's true thoughts, so it was best to minimize contact for now, lest she provoke Ng Mo and invite trouble upon herself. Upon returning to the study, she found Ng Mo absent. After inquiring with the attending eunuch, she learned he had gone to the warm pool. Her heart sank. The warm pool. Has he succumbed to that illness again? Reflecting on the way he had looked at her earlier, her legs felt weak.
No.
She needed to hide. Just as she turned around, she collided directly with a solid figure, the impact causing her nose to sting. What are you doing? In such a fluster? A deep, indifferent voice inquired from above. Upon realizing it was him, Mu Ji froze for a moment before asking, Aren't you supposed to be at the warm pool? I went to retrieve something, Ng Mo said, striding into the study. Mu Ji followed closely, muttering under her breath. He is not unwell. I nearly panicked. The experience during his episodes was truly dreadful, and she had no desire to entangle herself further with him. Simply being a servant would make it easier to extricate herself in the future. Have you completed your task?
Muji nodded.
She hesitated, contemplating whether to mention her recent encounter with Princess Yuan, but ultimately decided against it. She had never shared such matters with him before, and regardless, Lian Yu would report every detail to him, so she chose to remain silent. After about half an hour, a voice called from outside. Ing Mo instructed him to go to the side hall, and after a brief moment, he followed. Mu Ji accompanied him. Inside the side hall, Chu Yuling, clad in blue, appeared weary from travel. He was seated in a grand chair, a maidservant serving him tea and pastries. Just as he popped a piece into his mouth, he spotted Ing Mo and Mu Ji entering. Your Majesty. Chu Yuling choked on the pastry, scrambling to his feet while pouring tea down his throat, his words slurred. I pay my respects to your Majesty. I almost choked to death. Please forgive my inability to bow. This was the most disrespectful greeting Mu Ji had ever witnessed. Ing Mo's expression was filled with disdain, more pronounced than ever. Stop speaking, or you'll spill it. After that, he took a seat at the farthest chair from Chu Yuling. Mu Ji stole a glance at Chu Yuling. She remembered finding him rather aloof during their first meeting. Yet now, in front of Ing Mo, he appeared quite different. Mu Ji. Ing Mo noticed her gaze lingered on Chu Yuling and immediately called her. What are you standing there for? Come here.
Oh.
Mu Ji obediently approached, standing beside him. Once Chu Yuling had swallowed the pastry, he turned to face Ing Mo. His demeanor was both respectful and casual. Your Majesty, you cannot treat me this way. I ventured into treacherous territories to procure the heavenly silkworm's silk you requested, risking my life. Show a little compassion. Did you find it? Ing Mo inquired, focusing solely on the matter at hand. Of course. Chu Yuling tossed a bundle from the nearby table to Ing Mo, not forgetting to take credit. Have I ever disappointed you in my duties? As Ing Mo opened the package and glanced at its contents, a hint of a smile graced his face. Is this it? Otherwise, what do you expect? Indeed. He was the most impoverished of all. How could he anticipate any rewards? Even if he did receive something, it would simply be a debt note. With a mountain of debts already, it seemed pointless. With a sigh, Chu Yuling prepared to take his leave. Dr. Chu. Mu Ji called out as he was about to exit. She had long wished to consult a physician about Aunt Feng's madness. However, due to Aunt Feng's unique status, not all physicians could be trusted. Chu Yuling was affiliated with Ing Mo and possessed exceptional medical skills, making him the ideal candidate. Dr. Chu, please wait. Just as Mu Ji was about to follow, she felt Ing Mo grasp her wrist. What are you doing? Before he could finish, Mu Ji pried his hand away and quickly approached Chu Yuling. Dr. Chu, let us find a more suitable place to talk. Chu Yuling appeared bewildered. What is this place? Who is the patient you wish for me to examine? Does the Emperor know about this? Rest assured, the Emperor would certainly approve of you seeing this patient. I have limited knowledge, do not deceive me. Chapter 43. Indeed, quite shameless Mu Ji was at a loss for words. The two entered the secret chamber. Aunt Feng was sitting on the floor, lost in thought. Upon hearing the commotion, she instinctively attempted to hide, but upon recognizing Mu Ji, she immediately settled down. Aunt Feng. Mu Ji approached, reaching out to help her up. Why are you sitting on the floor? Get up. Aunt Feng obediently complied, taking a seat in a chair. Typically, when Mu Ji visited alone, Aunt Feng would be in good spirits and engage in conversation. However, the topics were limited to current events, as any mention of the past would cause her to become agitated. Sometimes she would awaken. However, Mu Ji could hear her inner voice, understanding that in that fleeting moment, her mind returned to normalcy. Yet, Mu Ji refrained from speaking carelessly, fearing that it might provoke her and hinder her recovery. Chu Yuling entered the secret chamber, his gaze settling upon Aunt Feng. After observing for a moment, he took a couple of steps forward, only for Aunt Feng to fearfully retreat into Mu Ji's embrace. Do not be afraid, Mu Ji hurriedly reassured her. Aunt Feng, this is Dr. Chu, whom I have summoned to examine you. If you cooperate and listen to Dr. Chu, I will reward you with 2 chicken legs tonight. How does that sound? The mention of chicken legs lit up Aunt Feng's eyes, and she nodded eagerly. Chicken legs. Delicious. The world of a foodie is indeed that simple. Mu Ji had only recently discovered that Aunt Feng was not merely hungry. She had likely been a foodie in the past, with a particular fondness for chicken legs. Whenever Mu Ji wanted her to cooperate with something, merely presenting a chicken leg would yield remarkable results. So, if you behave and undergo the examination, it won't hurt, and only then can you enjoy your chicken legs. Yes. Yes, 2 chicken legs. Good. Mu Ji suppressed a laugh, appreciating her reminder about the 2 chicken legs. At times, she truly felt that Aunt Feng was merely feigning madness. Yet, she could hear Aunt Feng's thoughts and knew that was not the case. Dr. Chu. Once Aunt Feng was calmed, Mu Ji turned to Chu Yuling and said, It's all set, but please be gentle. Do not frighten her. Chu Yuling remarked, No one has ever sought him out for treatment, and yet this is so complicated. Gentle? He rubbed his face, donning a friendly expression, and spoke softly. How about this? Muji nodded in satisfaction. Only then did Chu Yuling approach Aunt Fong. Clinging to Muji's arm, Aunt Fong's eyes still reflected fear, though the previous ferocity had dissipated. At the very least, she would no longer lash out indiscriminately. Chu Yuling recognized that this person had been brought out of the cold palace by Ng Mo. Although he had been with Ng Mo for many years, there were still matters he was not fully aware of, as his focus was solely on healing, typically eschewing other concerns. With Muji's assistance, Chu Yuling first checked Aunt Fong's pulse. The result was surprising. Aunt Fong appeared emaciated, her cheeks slightly sunken, bearing a look of malnutrition, with numerous bruises adorning her body. However, remarkably, her health was intact. This was indeed extraordinary. What is it? Noticing Chu Yuling's furrowed brow, Muji hastily inquired, Is it serious? She is not ill. Chu Yuling, having merely taken her pulse, could ascertain that she was quite healthy, albeit a bit undernourished. With some nourishment, she would be perfectly fine. Really? Muji expressed a hint of disbelief. After enduring so much torment, she has no lingering issues? If you doubt my medical skills, I shall take my leave. Chu Yuling shot Muji a sidelong glance and turned to depart, but was caught by Muji. I do not doubt you. I merely find it unexpected. Yes, I too am surprised. No issues with her health is, of course, the best outcome. Muji turned to gaze at Aunt Fong, who seemed lost in her thoughts, and added, The primary reason I summoned you is to see if you might be able to cure her madness. This is crucial for both me and the Emperor.
Hu Yuling silently regarded Muji.
If this matter was of such importance to the Emperor, why had he not sought him out sooner? Instead, it was this chief steward who had come to him. Sensing Chu Yuling's unvoiced questions, Muji proactively explained. Understood. Chu Yuling and Muji spent over an hour in the secret chamber, meticulously observing Aunt Fong's behavioral changes. Soon, he reached a conclusion. Aunt Fong had endured immense trauma, causing her to conceal her conscious awareness for self-preservation, resulting in her alternating between clarity and confusion, though she was mostly confused. Moreover, during her lucid moments, she would not easily trust anyone. To coax the truth of her past from her, it would require a significant stimulus during those moments of clarity to potentially effect a complete cure. Otherwise, she would remain withdrawn, unwilling to confront reality. After some deliberation, Chu Yuling and Muji agreed to find an opportunity to provoke her during a lucid moment and assess the results before making further plans. There was no need to rush. They could only proceed cautiously. As they departed the fragrant herb garden, dusk settled, and a gentle rain began to fall. Muji searched the sleeping quarters and the council chamber, but found no one. What is this man doing? She pondered, frustrated that he hadn't left a word. She waited until nightfall, and as the rain intensified, Ng Mo still did not appear. At that moment, a sense of worry began to creep in. Could something have happened? The last assassination attempt had only come to her attention later through Gu Yan's inner voice, revealing that it had actually been a ploy orchestrated by Ng Mo himself to eliminate all spies within the palace. The injuries he sustained had also been fabricated. Muji felt a mix of anger and incredulity. The Emperor, for the sake of rooting out spies, had pretended to be wounded, which was somewhat understandable. However, he had clearly not been injured, yet had feigned severe wounds in her presence, requiring support to walk every day. Truly shameless. That incident had significantly reshaped her perception of him. She had never anticipated that the typically cold-hearted tyrant could engage in such childish and shameless antics. As time passed, her anxiety only deepened, yet aside from the usual places where he handled state affairs, she was at a loss as to where else to search for him. It seemed he had left the palace. Muji felt a twinge of regret. Since her arrival in this world, she had yet to see what lay beyond the palace walls. The last time Aunt Fong's body was transported, it had been managed by Qi Lu, with Ng Mo's men secretly following. She truly longed to glimpse the world outside. As night deepened, reassured that Ng Mo was safe, she decided not to wait any longer. She had just realized that she could not control her concern for Ng Mo, which was not a healthy state of mind. Even if she were to worry, it should only be superficial. How could she genuinely be concerned? Lying in bed, her mind wandered restlessly. Just as she was on the verge of falling asleep, she suddenly remembered she hadn't secured the door. Hurriedly, Muji got up to prop it shut. However, that night, she did not bind herself as before. The sound of rain pattering against the tiles gradually lulled her into a deep slumber. Little did she expect that this sleep would lead to a significant upheaval. Chapter 44. That damned woman, tempting him in the stillness of the night, a sudden loud crash resonated through Chief Steward Mu's chamber, the sound of the door being forcefully breached. On the path, patrolling guards, upon seeing the figure in the rain, recognized it as Chief Steward Mu and did not approach to stop or question her, allowing her to proceed slowly through the rain. Nevertheless, they were somewhat puzzled. Why was Chief Steward Mu out in the rain at such an hour? Surely, it must be something urgent. Why should they concern themselves further? The guards held no suspicion or trepidation towards Muji, allowing her to walk boldly into the Qianqing Palace. Moments later, she arrived precisely at Ng Mo's chamber door. Raising her hand, she pushed the door. It did not budge. Clearly Muji was losing patience. As she lifted her hand once more, it was unbeknownst to her that her strength had unwittingly surged. Lien Feng, who was dozing with his sword resting on the beam, sensed a mysterious force and immediately flipped down. Who dares to intrude upon the Qianqing palace? What audacity! As Lin Feng rushed to strike at Muji's back without a moment to discern the identity of the figure at the door, a resounding thud echoed through the air. A silhouette was sent sprawling away. This is impossible. Accompanied by a scream of disbelief, Lin Feng found himself ensnared like a kite with a severed string, abruptly caught in the branches of a lush tree in the courtyard. With the obstacle cleared, Muji raised her hand once more, poised to strike the door. In the next instant, the door was flung open from within. Ingmo's tall figure appeared at the entrance, and the dim light obscured his expression. A gust of cold wind, laced with fine raindrops, swept through, causing Muji's drenched form to shiver slightly. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and collided into Ingmo's embrace. Finally, Lin Feng descended from the tree, sword in hand, rushing toward the door. However, what met his eyes was utterly shocking. The Emperor was actually lifting that scoundrel into his arms. Oh wait, wasn't he that the steward Mu? Lin Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He wanted to step closer for a clearer view, but Ingmo's icy gaze met him, and he uttered a single word, "Get out." Before Lin Feng could comply, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Hands on his hips, he grimaced in pain. What kind of absurdity was this? The steward could wield martial arts? She had hidden it exceptionally well. He had never suspected a thing. Sword in one hand, he rubbed his sore back with the other, limping away. 2 fresh green leaves perched atop his head. An injury at work. He would demand a day off tomorrow. Inside the palace chamber, Ingmo cradled the soaking Muji as he approached the dragon bed. At this moment, his gaze towards her was filled with complexity. "Muji," he called softly, his voice deep and hoarse, tinged with an uncontrollable emotion. "What am I to do with you, who always behaves this way?" In her dreams, Muji sensed the familiar aura. Despite her discomfort from being drenched, she nestled tightly against his chest, falling back into a contented slumber. The carefree woman. Ingmo laid her on the bed, his long fingers reaching towards her waist. After a brief hesitation, he swiftly undid her belt. Both layers of her clothing were soaked. If not removed, she would surely catch a chill. Yet, Ingmo had never considered himself a paragon of virtue. In the past, he had resisted the proximity of any woman, easily warding off all temptations, yet Muji was an unfortunate exception. Could he endure this night? In swift motions, he stripped Muji down to her bare essentials, then hastily pulled the covers over her. He contemplated exiting to gather his thoughts. "Don't move." Muji's lips stirred, tinted with a faint, alluring hue. Ingmo's gaze fixated on her lips, momentarily entranced. Uncertain if she was dreaming, Muji licked her lips, exhaling softly before him. That infuriating woman was tempting him. Ingmo swallowed hard, pushing her body slightly inward, shedding his outer garments to lie beside her. He refrained from slipping under the covers. Yet the thought of the warmth within was increasingly difficult to resist. Lying flat beside Muji, he closed his eyes, striving to calm himself. Just as he began to regain composure, the restless woman extended a leg from beneath the covers, abruptly draping it over him, specifically, over a rather sensitive area. Ingmo's expression darkened.
"Muji."
He nearly growled, "You've brought this upon yourself." With that, he rolled into the bed, pinning her beneath him. Though they had shared intimacy thrice before, this encounter ignited an overwhelming sensation that instantly beaded sweat upon his forehead. "Muji," he murmured, his voice low yet laced with tenderness, as his lips brushed against her smooth forehead, calming his spirit before trailing down to her mouth. The soft, fragrant contact was an indescribable delight. Muji stirred, and Ingmo, akin to a beast caught in mischief, felt a surge of anxiety. "Don't make a scene." It seemed her sweet dreams had been interrupted, her beautiful brows knitted together as she mumbled, "Ingmo, go away." Did she recognize him? This realization softened Ingmo's heart, a previously hardened corner becoming inexplicably tender. He leaned down to kiss her once more, this time with greater fervor, lingering on her delicate neck, ensnared in a passionate embrace. Once begun, certain acts are difficult to cease. Surprisingly, amidst all this commotion, Muji remained blissfully asleep. Yet, her flushed skin and slightly trembling body revealed that she was not entirely oblivious to the sensations. Afterward, Ingmo felt as though he had successfully indulged in a forbidden delight, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloping him. He stepped outside to instruct the night watchman to bring in warm water, carefully assisting Muji in cleansing herself, and then procured a clean outfit to help her dress. One must admit, Ingmo's agility had reached an unparalleled peak. He whisked Muji across the rooftops like a wisp of smoke, undetected by the patrolling guards below. At dawn, Muji awoke in bed, feeling inexplicably sore in her lower back. Why did she feel so fatigued after such a long sleep? Turning to glance at the door, she was taken aback. What the hell? Was I robbed last night? Where was her door? As she rose, a peculiar weakness in her legs became apparent. Had she been beaten last night? If not for her clothing being neatly in place, she might have doubted her own condition. Yet, she felt it was unlikely. After washing up, she didn't change her clothes and headed straight to the imperial study. However, today he was absent from both locations. How strange. Muji noted a peculiar ache in her waist, pondering whether her monthly cycle was approaching. Reflecting on the past 2 months since her arrival, she recalled visiting once before taking on her current role, and now, it seemed her time was near. Anxiety gripped her heart as she wondered if the herbal remedy she had consumed had been effective. What if it had not? The thought sent her into a spiral of panic. Heaven forbid, please do not jest with me again. Arriving at the entrance to the palace chamber, she instinctively checked her sleeve, realizing her concealed weapon was missing. How could this be? Frantically, she searched her sleeves, turning them inside out. But the arrowhead was nowhere to be found. She distinctly remembered checking it after her bath last night, confident it had been safely in place. How could I wake up to find my door missing and my personal weapon gone? This is utterly bizarre. However, upon noticing that Ingmo's chamber door remained intact, she felt a sense of relief. If her shabby little room's door was gone, so be it. As long as Ingmo's door stood firm. Your Majesty, she called softly, standing at the doorway. Are you inside? Originally, she had merely come to check that the door here was unharmed, and considering the time, she assumed Ingmo would not be within. Thus, she asked, not waiting for a response, prepared to turn and leave. Just as she turned, she heard the familiar voice from within come in. Surprised, she pushed the door open to finding Ingmo seated within the chamber, a luxurious redwood box sitting atop the imperial desk before him. In his hand, he held an exquisitely crafted and sharp arrowhead. Muji's heart raced with astonishment. Had she just lost an arrowhead only to find him in possession of one? Yet, the one in his grasp was clearly far superior to her own, its sharp tip glinting coldly, undoubtedly forged from a formidable material. The arrow shaft was approximately the thickness of a thumb, appearing to be made of jade, adorned with faintly engraved intricate patterns, yet it was blood red. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though blood coursed within it. One glance made it evident that it was an extraordinary item. Do you like it? Ingmo observed her gaze fixated on the concealed arrow in his hand, and a subtle, enigmatic smile graced his thin lips. Muji nodded earnestly, but then quickly shook her head, realizing the implications. As the Grand Steward at the Emperor's side, she was not permitted to privately possess weapons. If she harbored intentions of assassination, it would pose a grave danger to the Emperor. Of course, she did not, nor did she possess the capability. However, one must always be cautious. Your Majesty, I have no martial skills. How could I possibly favor such an item? Though she said this, it was evident even to the foolish that her eyes were nearly glued to the arrow. Not fond of it. Upon hearing this, Ingmo chose not to call her out, and the smile on his lips deepened. This concealed arrow was intended as a gift for you. Since you don't appreciate it, how unfortunate. Ah! Muji was taken aback. This arrow is meant for me? Why such a sudden extravagant gift? And coincidentally, it is a concealed arrow. The surprise in her eyes flickered away, leaving her skeptical. Could it be that he had done something to wrong her? Ingmo's smile faltered. Surely not. As the Emperor, what could he possibly do that would wrong a mere servant? Overthinking, Muji felt immensely conflicted. Alas, I truly adore this concealed arrow. Upon hearing her final remark, Ingmo's tense demeanor gradually relaxed, concealing the guilt that lay beneath. Grand Steward, this is a reward. He presented the concealed arrow with an undeniable tone. Muji feigned calmness, though her heart raced with excitement. Thank you, Your Majesty. She dared not hesitate, fearing Ingmo might change his mind, and promptly accepted it. The tactile sensation in her hand exceeded her expectations. Moreover, this concealed arrow bore a slight weight, unlike the extremely light one she had previously used. Its shaft was significantly longer, making it far more suitable for her use. It was merely a tad inconvenient to conceal. Grand Steward, this is not merely a weapon. Ingmo, noticing her genuine fondness, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Not just a weapon? This phrase puzzled Muji. What else could it be? The concealed arrow bestowed upon you is also known as the Imperial Arrow. You need not hide it. You may carry it openly to any occasion without the requirement to surrender it. Most importantly, it allows for preemptive strikes against treacherous officials or malevolent individuals. Should anyone in the palace dare to cause mischief, do not hesitate to strike. I shall bear all consequences. This proclamation severed all her worries and concerns. Why is he suddenly so kind to me? Ingmo silently furrowed his brows. Suddenly? He had always treated her with kindness. Muji, seeing her in stunned silence. Ingmo was nearly exasperated by her reaction and coldly urged, have you not yet expressed your gratitude? Thank you, Your Majesty. Realizing her oversight, Muji hurriedly knelt to show her appreciation. She recalled the last time he had appointed her as the Grand Steward. His tone had been equally uncompromising. On that occasion, her gratitude had been reluctant. Yet in this moment, Regardless of Ingmo's motives for gifting her the imperial arrow, it was undeniable that she genuinely cherished it. Why kneel? Ingmo rose from behind the imperial desk and helped her to her feet. From now on, you need not kneel before me at any time. Muji turned her head, her eyes filled with suspicion. What is with this man today? Come here. Ingmo, now disinterested in her inner thoughts, opened a mahogany box and looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Retrieve the items within. Muji first tucked the imperial arrow into her sleeve before casting her gaze into the box. As the mahogany box opened, it revealed a silvery, glimmering object. Curiously, she approached to take a look. Your Majesty, what is this? Inside, the contents appeared soft as a gentle pool of water, shimmering with countless tiny points of light. Without even touching it, she could tell from its appearance that it was made of an exceedingly soft material, cool to the touch, beautiful enough to captivate her gaze. Ingmo remained silent, gesturing for her to examine it herself. Muji cautiously reached out, testing the texture. Indeed, it was as soft and smooth as she had imagined, and thin. She carefully lifted it, finally realizing what it was. This is a vest? The material was exceptionally unique, yet the style was far from commendable. Ingmo suddenly spoke. Try it on. Muji's head snapped up, thinking she had misheard. Your Majesty, is this vest also a reward? What vest? This is a soft hedgehog armor. Ingmo, looking at her with rare patience, explained the crafting and benefits of the soft hedgehog armor. It is woven from heavenly silkworm silk and thousand-year-old vines, making it invulnerable to blades and capable of defending against internal martial art strikes. Should a palm strike land upon it, the attacker would suffer a backlash. Wear it, and it may save your life in perilous situations. Muji was astounded. Does the soft hedgehog armor truly exist in this world? If the imperial arrow was already an exceedingly precious item, then this soft hedgehog armor could be considered a true treasure. Ingmo's sudden kindness caused an inexplicable wave of anxiety within her. After all, no reward comes without cause. She pondered her recent actions. Hurry and put it on. I have matters to attend to shortly. The implication was that she must don the soft hedgehog armor here and now. Muji hesitated with the armor in hand. Your Majesty, may I?
No.
Very well. Muji was not ungrateful. She simply found the abruptness disconcerting. She entered Ingmo's inner chamber, ensuring he did not follow, before beginning to unfasten her garments. The soft hedgehog armor must be worn close to the skin. Outside, Ingmo's voice echoed a reminder. Understood. Muji replied, removing her clothing piece by piece. Undressing in the emperor's chamber made her exceedingly anxious, fearing he might burst in at any moment. As she reached the final piece, a chest wrap, she suddenly realized a serious issue. Where is the binding garment I wore? No wonder she had felt something amiss upon waking that morning, yet due to discovering numerous irregularities, she had not immediately noticed the absence of her chest binding. All these signs led Muji to conclude that something had undoubtedly transpired last night. Yet she had no time to dwell on this. She needed to hastily don the soft hedgehog armor. After removing the last piece, she caught sight of the marks on her body and felt as though struck by lightning. Did they? Outside, Ingmo's impatient voice called again. Muji felt as if a massive stone had been cast into a lake, creating tumultuous waves. However, she had no time to ponder. She quickly donned the soft hedgehog armor. Indeed, it had a cool touch, but once worn, it swiftly adjusted to her body temperature, resizing to fit perfectly.
Muji,
unable to appreciate the miraculous nature of the armor, hurriedly dressed in her clothes, collected her emotions, and stepped outside. Are you ready?
Yes.
Upon hearing this, Ingmo said nothing further and moved toward the door. Muji followed behind him, her emotions in disarray. She held back her curiosity until she could no longer contain it, directly asking, Your Majesty, did I visit your chamber last night?
Ingmo's footsteps heightened.
A moment of silence ensued.
What?
After a considerable pause, he finally uttered, Let us discuss this once I have completed my tasks. Muji nodded in agreement. Her thoughts were currently tumultuous, and she needed time to sort them out. After Ingmo departed, she strolled leisurely back to her small chamber. Last night, there was no need for further inquiry. Ingmo's demeanor had already conveyed much. However, the fault could not be placed solely on him. The majority of the responsibility lay with herself. As Muji reflected on this, she found herself deeply puzzled. Why had she been sleepwalking? Moreover, her subconscious seemed intent on seeking out Ingmo. This was undeniably peculiar. Connecting all the dots, Muji arrived at a singular conclusion. There existed a certain bond or magnetic pull between her and Ingmo that tethered them together. In essence, it seemed she would never escape the palace or the grasp of Ingmo in this lifetime. With her mind wandering, she unexpectedly collided with someone and was abruptly pulled into an empty room. Yuan Fei? Upon recognizing the person before her, Muji impatiently inquired, What do you want now? Did you not say that your master would personally deliver the orders? Yuan Fei regarded her with a cold expression, her crimson lips curling into a cruel smile. I present you with two choices. First, I can take you to meet my master for direct orders. Second, I can lead you to your mother. After which you shall obediently accept your tasks. Both options were appealing to Muji, for she harbored no trust in Yuan Fei. Lacking the original owner's memories, she not only did not know who their master was, but she also had no recollection of the original owner's mother. Thus, she could not afford to make a hasty decision. Muji's immediate thought was of Mo. Whether she wished to admit it or not, they were essentially bound together. If only they could be candid with one another, many complications might be alleviated. Muji, did you hear what I said? Seeing her remain silent, Yuan Fei pushed her lightly. Hurry and choose. Someone will be here soon, and if we are discovered, explanations will be required. Do you ever experience fear? Muji shot her a cold glance before responding nonchalantly. I only asked for my master to deliver the orders personally because you failed to uphold your previous promise. I merely wish to make things difficult for you. If you allow me to see my mother, facilitating the arrangement of 2 informants in the Qianqing Palace should be simple. Very well. Yuan Fei, incensed by Muji's attempt to inconvenience her, managed to suppress her fury. Tomorrow, find a time to come to my palace. You have hidden my mother in the palace? Do not inquire too much. When tomorrow? I can come at any moment. As long as she could meet the original owner's mother, Muji was determined to devise a plan to extricate her, ensuring that she would no longer be subjected to threats. As for the identity of the puppet master, there was no rush. The truth would eventually surface. Never mind. Do not come tomorrow. I will notify you. Yuan Fei suddenly changed her mind, nearly forgetting that she had relocated the person outside the city. The individuals at her disposal were scarce, and she could not guarantee the timely arrival of anyone. Furthermore, if they met within the palace, with Muji's newfound influence, there was a risk that she might attempt to seize the person, a scenario Yuan Fei would not be able to manage. It was wiser to take her outside the palace for the meeting. Muji discerned Yuan Fei's calculations and felt a chill of understanding.
Indeed.
Bringing the person into the palace would provide her with greater assurance, but outside the palace, it was Yuan Fei's territory, making it significantly more challenging to successfully extract anyone. Moreover, she was uncertain whether Mo would consent to her departure from the palace. Do as you please, just make it swift.
Muji feigned indifference,
hoping to lower Yuan Fei's guard. With that, she pretended to leave. Yuan Fei stepped forward to block her path, stating, "There is one more matter." Muji glanced at her. Without waiting for Muji to inquire, Yuan Fei continued, "I am aware that you currently enjoy favor. You must have a way for me to bed the emperor. You wish to bed him?" Chapter 47. Mo, what are your intentions? Muji stared at her in astonishment. Are you certain? For the sake of the task, sacrificing one's own virtue is permissible, Yuan Fei replied coldly. I am indeed certain. You must arrange it promptly. Upon hearing this, Muji found herself both amused and speechless. I say, do you truly believe I possess such power? Even the Empress Dowager cannot accomplish what you expect of me. Yuan Fei, you greatly overestimate my capabilities. I genuinely cannot assist you with this matter. Why can't you assist? You simply do not wish to help. Muji, be honest with me. Have you developed feelings for that tyrant Mo? I warn you. Do not forget to whom you belong. Should you dare betray your master, you will meet a most untimely demise. Yuan Fei's tone was sharp, her visage twisting into a near-snarling expression, bereft of the gentle demeanor she once feigned. Muji regarded her with an impassive expression, her countenance calm and unperturbed. I await your notification tomorrow. With that, she opened the door and exited. After a lengthy exchange, Yuan Fei found herself ignored, her eyes fixated on Muji's retreating figure, a flicker of malice flashing in her gaze. This disobedient pawn was proving too great a liability to keep around. Allowing her to linger could lead to dire consequences. Yet, she was uncertain if her master would permit her to eliminate Muji, who was now the only individual remaining close to Mo after the recent purge. Never mind. Even if she refrained from killing her for now, she would ensure that Muji learned a harsh lesson, one that would deter her from behaving so audaciously in the future. Not far from there, Muji overheard Yuan Fei's inner thoughts clearly. That night, Muji sat in her chamber, her gaze fixed on the door. Qi Lu and a few others were installing a new door for her. I say, Muji. Qi Lu remarked while securing the door, unceremoniously taking a seat beside her and pouring himself a cup of tea before taking a sip. Do you have a vendetta against doors? I heard it was you who damaged the door to the Emperor's chamber last time. That is not true. Muji, lost in thought, absent-mindedly denied it. Qi Lu scoffed, clearly skeptical. The rumors he had heard were likely grounded in truth. However, since Muji chose not to confirm, Qi Lu would not press the issue. Muji, do you remember that little maid in Lin Fei's palace? Qi Lu was restless, quickly shifting topics when one conversation faltered. Which maid?
Muji pondered.
Mo had been in the council chamber since earlier, and she wondered if there had been significant developments in the court. If Yuan Fei insisted on taking her outside the palace to meet the original owner's mother, she would surely attempt to harm her once they were away from the palace. Within the palace, Yuan Fei could do little to her. Outside, however, the woman would likely wish for nothing less than her demise. This outing was a matter of life and death for Mu Ji, yet she had no choice. Yuan Fei had reluctantly relented, and she could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. To rid herself of the looming threat, rescuing the original owner's mother was imperative. That is the one you asked me to investigate, Qi Lu chattered on, while Mu Ji only vaguely caught snippets of his words about the maid's unfortunate circumstances, prompting her to turn and look at him. What misfortune has befallen her? Was she mistreated by Lin Fei? Not merely mistreated, she was nearly beaten to death. I have never encountered such a cruel mistress. That little maid was so loyal. How could she treat her so? Reminding herself to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Her own life was already a tangled mess. Within this intricate palace, such occurrences were all too common, and she could not possibly intervene in every situation. Moreover, that young lady, Lan Ling, was rather stubborn, no matter how she was treated. She remained ever grateful for a meal once shared, and all she endured was willingly accepted.
Silence.
Qi Lu's perceptive mind understood that she had no intention of intervening. Perhaps that was for the best, otherwise, it might have become a troublesome affair. At this moment, the door had been repaired, and Qi Lu departed with his men. Unable to remain seated, Mu Ji followed them to the council hall. Upon arrival, she encountered Ng Mo emerging from within. His tall, slender figure stood at the entrance, and his gaze quickly locked onto Mu Ji amidst the twilight. A faint weariness was etched between his brows. Qi Lu hurriedly approached to inquire if he required a meal, noting that it appeared he had not dined all day. Send it to the palace, Ng Mo instructed, striding purposefully towards Mu Ji. Observing the emperor's approach to the chief steward, Qi Lu's eyes flickered with surprise. Truly, Mu Ji had become quite prominent. What a pity she was not a woman. It would have been delightful. As Ng Mo reached Mu Ji's side, he lowered his gaze towards her. In the dim light, she could not discern his expression clearly, yet she felt the intensity of his gaze upon her face. Impossible to ignore. Have you dined this evening? His voice, deep and somewhat hoarse, likely due to prolonged discussions, was rendered even more magnetic and melodious. Mu Ji shook her head. I had a chicken leg when visiting Aunt Fong at noon, but I haven't eaten since. Now that I think of it, I'm quite hungry. Perfect. Let's dine together, Ng Mo replied, as if their shared meal was the most natural occurrence. Fortunately, Qi Lu had already departed. Otherwise, his gossiping spirit would have soared at such a remark. Back in the palace, Qi Lu soon brought the food. He wished to linger and observe the interactions between Mu Ji and the emperor in the private quarters. But the emperor dismissed him with a wave as soon as the meal was laid on the table. As he left, Mu Ji caught sight of his resentful expression, which made her previously somber mood veer into a state of amused disbelief. The instant the door closed, she heard Ng Mo's voice command, sit down and eat. His tone, as indifferent as ever, bore little emotion, yet left no room for rebuttal. Reflecting on the matters she needed to discuss with him, Mu Ji obediently seated herself. She bit her lip, poised to speak, but Ng Mo preempted her, stating, First, let us eat. Throughout the meal, Ng Mo was mostly silent, occasionally serving Mu Ji, piling her bowl high with food. She glanced up at him, and he remarked, You are too thin. It is uncomfortable to hold you. His seriousness suggested the matter was of utmost importance. Mu Ji wished to retort but recalled that she had always sought him out. Now, she felt she had no grounds for objection. Typically, mealtimes were delightful for her. Yet today, a sense of worry rendered her unable to enjoy her food. The meal dragged on for what felt like half an hour. We need to discuss serious matters soon. I should change my clothes. Mu Ji hesitated to meet his gaze, recalling his intention to discuss last night. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Ng Mo's eyes darkened further. Come here. He sat upright, his long legs slightly apart, firmly planted on the ground. As Mu Ji approached slowly, he unexpectedly patted his thigh, indicating for her to sit upon him. Mu Ji's eyes widened in disbelief, and she resolutely shook her head, clearly refusing. Before she could retreat, Ng Mo swiftly stood, pulling her into his embrace, leaving no room for her to withdraw. Ng Mo, what are you doing? She exclaimed, startled, inadvertently calling him by his name. Yet he remained unfazed, his arm encircling her delicate waist, holding her tightly. Do not move, he warned, otherwise, we cannot converse. We will only engage in other actions. The emphasis on the last word sent a shiver down her spine, and Mu Ji found herself frozen in place. Just days prior, their interactions had been harmonious and unspoken, diligently maintaining the facade of a typical master-servant relationship. Why had he suddenly changed? Was it due to last night? But he had always been proper in their encounters. Why had he crossed the line yesterday? Mu Ji felt a pang of guilt, akin to a mute consuming bitter gall. Mu Ji, Ng Mo noted her compliance, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as his long, elegant fingers gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Regarding last night, I must state clearly, you seduced me. I merely succumbed to your allure. However, given the circumstances, I wish to acknowledge that something transpired. Mu Ji, held captive by his grip, felt her cheeks flush crimson at his candidness. Seduced. I am certainly not that sort of person. Do you think I would deceive you? Displeasure flickered in Ingmo's eyes, and the proximity between them created an unprecedented pressure on Muji.
No.
She was at a loss for words, turning her head slightly to evade his gaze. I do not need it. His tone was earnest, yet she perceived an undercurrent of threat. Thus, was the emperor suggesting he wished to elevate her status as a consort? I refuse, Muji replied without hesitation. Competing with a horde of women for a husband was beyond her capabilities.
Why not? No.
Noticing his brows furrow in irritation, Muji pressed her lips together, fabricating an excuse. I am unworthy of the emperor. My lowly status allows me to serve as the chief steward, a fortune from my past life. I dare not aspire to become the emperor's consort. His expression deepened with skepticism. Muji, you better speak the truth, otherwise. His gaze swept over her, revealing unabashed desire, devoid of concealment, a blatant threat. Very well, Muji took a deep breath, her expression neutral yet half-truthful. In truth, what I said is not entirely false. Given my position as the chief steward, I attract considerable attention. Many high-ranking officials are discreetly investigating me, and I believe the emperor is aware. If I were to suddenly transform into the emperor's consort, it would likely provoke significant opposition, placing you in a difficult position and making me a target. Ingmo's countenance darkened ominously. Muji tensed, contemplating escape, yet hesitated. This evening, he was exceedingly dangerous. So you propose to maintain the status quo? To be underground partners with me? Muji found herself momentarily speechless. Could we not maintain a normal master-servant relationship? Suddenly, Ingmo's gaze turned icy, prompting her to instinctively shrink back. The current situation offered her no sense of safety. Your Majesty, might you allow me to rise? My legs are numb. You have climbed into my bed 4 times and sought me out countless times, and now you wish to evade all responsibility? This man was astonishingly audacious tonight. She wanted to retort but found her shyness stifling her words. Clearly, the first 2 times were coerced, yet now he accuses her unjustly. Ingmo raised a hand to touch his nose, maintaining an impassive expression. He ceased speaking or pressuring her for a decision, yet his hands grew increasingly restless. Your Majesty. Previously, in dreams, Muji had no choice, but now that both were awake, should anything transpire in this context, she feared she could no longer refuse him. Your Majesty, I have matters to report. She sought to shift the conversation, as this matter undeniably required discussion with him tonight, allowing her to act without trepidation the following day. There was no urgency. Ingmo loosened her clothing, his fingers slipping around her waist. Muji found herself ensnared by his grip, unable to move. Her skin tingling as if scorched by flames, sending ripples of shivers through her body. Your Majesty, please. The words of refusal barely escaped her lips before Ingmo seized the back of her neck, leaning down to capture her lips in a kiss. What began as a forceful invasion gradually transformed into a tender entanglement, fervently igniting her senses, the kiss trailing from her cheek to the delicate curve behind her ear. His voice a low, husky whisper, do you desire it? The flush on Muji's face extended to her ears, as though she might bleed from embarrassment, wishing fervently for a hole to burrow into. They hadn't even entered the inner chamber. In that moment, her thoughts were utterly scattered, leaving her with no capacity for rational thought. Afterward, as she surveyed the disarray around her, memories of their recent encounter flashed through her mind, the forced positions leaving her feeling both humiliated and ashamed. Ingmo carried her to the warm pool. Previous experiences suggested that it would not conclude so simply, however. This time, Ingmo surprised her. Upon reaching the warm pool, he focused solely on cleansing her body, devoid of any ulterior motives. Exhausted, Muji's eyelids felt heavy. Yet her mind lingered on the matter of leaving the palace the following day. Once Ingmo lay down, she rose from the bed, straightforwardly stating, I wish to leave the palace tomorrow. For what purpose? The satiated man appeared more languid, turning his gaze towards her, infused with an unexpected hint of gentleness. Muji's heart fluttered. She had never perceived such a sentiment in his eyes before. Dismissing her unease, she spoke earnestly. Today, Consort Yuan sought me out, asking me to arrange for 2 spies to be placed in the Qianqing Palace, with the condition that I be allowed to meet my mother. Today, Ingmo had spent the entire day in the council chamber and had only encountered Muji without having the opportunity to meet Lianyu. So, he was unaware of the situation. Your mother is not dead? The identity information recorded in the Ministry of Internal Affairs is false. At this juncture, Muji felt no need to conceal anything. He was already privy to all that was knowable. Your Majesty, Consort Yuan has finally relented, allowing me to meet my mother. I believe this is an opportunity. Do you wish to rescue your mother? Chapter 49, a morning of uncontrollable desire engaging in serious conversation with Ingmo was surprisingly effortless. Muji merely had to hint, and he grasped her intent. She nodded. Only in this manner can I extricate myself from threats entirely. This confession revealed her innermost thoughts. Though Ng Mo was already aware of these matters, hearing Mu Ji articulate them transformed the experience entirely. After listening to her, Ng Mo gazed deeply into her eyes. You may leave the palace. I will have Lian Yu assign several individuals to protect you discreetly and assist in your rescue. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mu Ji felt a twinge of surprise. She had not anticipated Ng Mo to be so accommodating tonight. Was it due to the satisfaction derived from their earlier encounter? If so, her sacrifices were not entirely in vain, providing her with some advantage. Otherwise, she would have been powerless to resist, merely a vessel for his desires. Very well. Ng Mo's voice was deep, laced with a hint of post-pleasure rasp.
His obsidian eyes,
when fixed upon her, bore an air of languor and nonchalance, softening his demeanor considerably. This was the first time Mu Ji had witnessed such a side of him. He reached out, ruffling her hair. Tonight, you need not traverse such distances to join me in bed. Rest peacefully. Mu Ji suspected he was mocking her, but she had no proof. After a moment of silence, she quietly lay down, initially intending to distance herself from him, but before she could shift, he had drawn her into his embrace. Mu Ji's body stiffened slightly. She dared not move, waiting for what felt like an eternity, until she heard his steady, deep breaths. Had he fallen asleep? She cautiously lifted her head from his chest, and in this position, she could only admire his sculpted jawline, his nose perfectly straight, his skin smooth and flawless, rendering his features nothing short of exquisite. Setting aside all else, his physique and appearance could be described in 2 words. Eye-catching. Extremely so. The thought of being merely a bed partner sent a shiver down her spine, even if she could accept being such. The idea of him having multiple women was unbearable to her, both physically and psychologically. Fortunately, he had not yet favored those other consorts. But it was only a matter of time. Their absence now would not last forever. The more she contemplated, the more conflicted she became. No, I must escape. She silently resolved that once she rescued the original owner's mother, she would seek an opportunity to flee the palace. With this decision made, Mu Ji felt a sense of relief. She closed her eyes, nestling in Ng Mo's embrace, inhaling his unique and alluring scent, and gradually succumbed to sleep more swiftly than ever before, without a trace of vigilance, as if nestled beside him offered absolute safety, allowing her to rest without reservation. What she was unaware of was that after she fell asleep, Ng Mo, who had previously drifted off, suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed down at the woman in his arms. At that moment, she appeared exceedingly obedient and compliant. Had one not heard her unspoken thoughts, they might have been deceived by her faade. Is it not better to remain by my side? Why must you yearn to escape? Ng Mo's dark eyes bore a profound intensity, their gaze sharp and penetrating, akin to a predator fixated on its prey. The danger was palpable. The following morning, Mu Ji did not awaken naturally. She remained deeply asleep, only to be jolted awake by the sensation of a warm body pressed against her back. The heat of his breath cascading over her neck, a soft, tingling sensation that startled her. Oh no! Her body tensed, initially intending to feign sleep. But the moment she awoke, Ng Mo discerned her consciousness. He chuckled softly in her ear, his deep voice carrying a teasing lilt. Manager Mu. He called her name, lowering his head to nibble at her ear. Their bodies were inextricably entwined, and Mu Ji could keenly sense every change in him. Awakening with such desire, how perverse. Mu Ji attempted to resist, but he merely lifted her hips higher. Ng Mo. Her voice trailed off. A moment later, Ng Mo pressed his lips fiercely against hers, lingering just long enough before relenting. Aware of her plans to leave the palace, he refrained from pressing her too hard. When do we depart? Ng Mo rose first, adorning himself in his regal attire, standing beside the bed as he inquired. Mu Ji, observing his impeccably dressed form, felt a pang of annoyance. I am unsure. I must wait for Consort Yuan's notification. She lay beneath the covers, her cheeks flushed. I shall be quite busy today. You may proceed as necessary. Lian Yu will accompany you. There is no need for concern. After speaking, Ng Mo turned and exited the inner chamber with decisive ease, leaving no room for hesitation. Fuming, Mu Ji felt the urge to curse. Dog of a man. Once he had left, Mu Ji lingered in bed a while longer. It was only after rising that she noticed Ng Mo had prepared a new outfit for her. Although it retained the style of a eunuch's attire, the color had changed to a rich purple. In contrast to the previous deep blue, this hue was undeniably more pleasing to the eye. Furthermore, the fabric was surprisingly exquisite cloud-weave silk. Was she so fearful that others might not discern her intentions? Despite being favored, she was merely a servant. Such exquisite fabric could only be worn by the Empress Dowager. The concubines of the harem, who had not yet been formally elevated, lacked the privilege to don such attire. If she were to wear this dress outside, the other ladies-in-waiting would surely tear her to shreds. Not to mention, the Empress Dowager herself would likely be displeased upon seeing her. Was this man intending to harm her? Holding the dress, Mu Ji fretted for quite some time before ultimately succumbing to the necessity of wearing it. After all, she could not very well venture out in the nude. Once adorned, she had to concede that the fabric was indeed quite comfortable. As soon as Muji stepped out of the palace, the servants nearby, upon hearing the commotion, all glanced up at her. Seeing her emerge alone from the emperor's quarters, a tinge of doubt arose in their hearts. It wasn't long before someone recognized the garment as cloud-patterned silk, their astonishment evident on their faces. Muji cast a casual glance their way, prompting them to lower their heads and return to their tasks. Master Mu. As soon as Muji exited the gates of the Qianqing Palace, Qi Lu rushed over from a distance. Upon seeing her attire, his eyes widened in disbelief. Master Mu, is that dress a gift from the emperor? His gaze shimmered with envy. The color, the fabric. Oh heavens, when will a humble servant like me ever have the chance to wear such fine clothing? Muji shot him an exasperated look. Shall I take it off for you? Ah. Qi Lu paused, then quickly waved his hands. No. If I were to wear it, I'd surely be skinned alive.
See?
Even Xiao Luzi understands this. Qi Lu, likely sensing Muji's thoughts, chuckled and remarked, Master Mu, you are different now. Who doesn't know you are the emperor's favorite? Though others may feel discomfort seeing you in cloud-patterned silk, who would dare voice their discontent? Upon hearing Qi Lu's words, Muji suddenly realized how powerful she appeared in the eyes of others. Could it truly be so? Oh, dear. I nearly forgot the pressing matter at hand. Qi Lu slapped his forehead, his tone filled with confusion. The Yuan consort's palace sent someone early this morning to inform you that she wishes to meet you at the palace gate at noon. Are you leaving the palace today?
Yes.
Muji felt a slight tightening in her chest, her expression shifting as she cautioned, Xiao Luzi, do not let this matter be known. I understand. The messenger from the Yuan consort's palace said as much, knowing I am your person, which is why they allowed me to inform you. At this, Xiao Luzi beamed with pride. Master Mu was favored by the emperor, and he was favored by Master Mu. Following her, he had quickly risen to the position of a chief eunuch, overseeing a large group of senior and junior eunuchs. Who could fail to envy such a life? Muji couldn't help but smile at Qi Lu's enthusiasm. All right, I understand. At that moment, neither of them could foresee the trials that Xiao Luzi would one day face because of their relationship. Yet, when Muji inquired if he regretted it, he resolutely replied, never regret. Chapter 50. This time, it has nothing to do with her. At noon, Muji, fully prepared, made her way toward the palace gates. This was her first venture outside the palace since her arrival in this world. Had it not been for the necessity of rescuing the original owner's mother, she would surely be filled with excitement. She was unaware of where Ling Yu's people were hiding, but she had never been one to place all her hopes in others. Taking a deep breath, she strode boldly out of the palace. The vast expanse beyond the palace made her feel as though she could breathe more freely, the air appearing fresher than that within the palace walls. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination, yet it underscored her fervent desire for freedom. Outside the palace gates, a rather ordinary carriage awaited her. Unsure if it belonged to the Yuan consort, she approached cautiously.
A figure wearing a straw hat emerged.
Their face obscured by a veil, their voice hoarse and indistinct, rendering it impossible to discern their gender. Chief Mu, please get into the carriage. Who are you? Muji regarded the figure with a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of anxiety or trepidation. The person appeared somewhat taken aback and chuckled softly. Chief Mu, if you wish to see your mother, simply get into the carriage. Muji hesitated before asking, where is the Yuan consort? The Yuan consort is the Tyrant's consort. Without his permission, do you think she can leave the palace at will? Chief Mu, I must say, you are quite impressive. I wonder what method you employed to earn such trust from that tyrant. His tone dripped with sarcasm. Muji found no inclination to engage in banter with him and merely shot him a cold glance before stepping into the carriage. For reasons unknown, despite the figure's careful concealment, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. Once inside, the individual remained outside, guiding the carriage swiftly away. The journey was rapid. Throughout the ride, Muji kept her gaze fixed on the window, diligently memorizing the route. After nearly half an hour, they exited through the eastern gate of the city, finally halting in a desolate little village. This place resembled an abandoned settlement. At first glance, there were no signs of habitation. Disembarking from the carriage, Muji surveyed her surroundings and the figure approached, sneering, Chief Mu, do not waste your time looking around. This place has been abandoned for many years and is often said to be haunted. No one would dare to live here. Haunted? Muji furrowed her brow. Indeed. Upon entering the village, an eerie chill enveloped her. It was a clear day with pleasant temperatures, yet the coolness in the paths felt unsettling, raising the hairs on her arms. Muji's expression remained impassive, though she was acutely alert. She glanced at a wooden door, half-hanging and creaking in the wind. You go in first. Chief Mu, are you afraid? The veiled figure's gaze remained hidden, making it impossible for her to discern their thoughts. Fine, I'll go in first. When Muji hesitated, he stepped through the decrepit door. With a loud crash, the door fell away entirely. Muji thought, this time, it has nothing to do with her. Stepping into the overgrown courtyard, she was quickly surrounded by various snakes, insects, and rodents scurrying about. Suppressing her discomfort, she followed the figure into the dilapidated main hall.
Come in.
The figure commanded suddenly, and in an instant, a dozen men surged from all directions, surrounding Muji. Upon seeing this, Muji showed no sign of panic, instead turning to the figure and asking, "The Yuan consort sent you to bring me to see my mother. What is your intention?" This, of course, is the Yuan consort's will. The figure suddenly laughed maniacally. The sound tinged with hostility towards Muji and a sense of triumph at having captured her. "Chief Mu, this is not the palace. If you want to see your mother, then kneel and beg me." Muji stared at him for a moment before suddenly smiling. "I had no idea the Yuan consort enjoyed being so secretive. Since she has come out, what is there to fear about exposure?" The Yuan consort, believing herself well hidden, even altering her voice, had not anticipated Muji would recognize her so swiftly. But what of it? Today was an excellent opportunity to teach her a lesson. "Muji, I considered you clever, yet you have disappointed me. Unmasking my identity here. What do you think will be your fate?" "I have but one question." Muji focused intently, concerned whether her trip would be in vain. "Is my mother here?" The Yuan consort found Muji's current demeanor utterly detestable. According to her envisioned scenario, at this juncture, Muji should have been in a state of panic and fear, even if she did not kneel and beg for mercy. Yet, she remained composed. With a swift motion, she lifted her hat, her gaze fierce as she fixed it upon Muji. "I have stated clearly. If you wish to see your mother, you must kneel and plead." She declared, "I do not trust you." Muji, with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, "If I kneel and plead, you might simply say that my mother is not here, rendering my actions futile." The imperial consort felt as though she had struck a cotton ball, her anger dissipating without effect. This Muji seemed different from the one she remembered. Had her previous demeanor been a fade? This wretched girl. The master forbade her from killing her, claiming she would be useful. But how could she possibly be of use? "I assure you, she is here. Why should I kneel?" Muji's eyes turned icy as she discreetly brushed her fingers against the imperial arrow that Mo had given her, speaking with a calm voice. "You agreed to let me see my mother, and in return, I would arrange for 2 spies to infiltrate Qianqing Palace. Are you going to go back on your word? After I kneel, will I no longer be obligated to assist you?" The imperial consort was momentarily stifled, her anger boiling over. "Muji, do you think you are still in the palace negotiating terms? Do you believe I won't kill you? Kill me?" Muji retorted, her expression still as cold as ice. "Does your master permit such actions?" The imperial consort's chest heaved with rage. She shut her eyes, forcing herself to suppress her anger. When she opened them again, she had regained her composure. "Very well, I shall let you see her." She gestured towards a small door on the left side of the hall. "She is inside." Turning to glance at the door, Muji noted its diminutive height of about 1 meter. Had they truly confined her mother in such a place? As she took a step forward, a sinister voice from behind interrupted her.
Muji, go to hell.
With that, a fierce gust of wind surged towards Muji's back. The imperial consort had exerted 70% of her internal strength, confident that if Muji did not die, she would at least be grievously injured. Then, she would mar her face, rendering her incapable of seducing anyone with it again. However, the turn of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. The imperial consort could never have anticipated that Muji would be clad in a treasure she could not even dare to dream of, soft hedgehog armor. The force of her strike rebounded with equal severity. As Muji felt the oncoming force, a sense of shock surged within her. She was aware of the imperial consort's martial prowess, but had not anticipated an ambush at this moment. This strike was clearly unavoidable. The imperial consort, injured by her own internal energy, collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Utterly bewildered. How could this happen? This is impossible. Muji cast a glance at the severely wounded imperial consort and could not help but touch her own back. That strike felt as though it had been delivered by someone utterly unskilled in martial arts, devoid of any real power. Was it the effect of the armor? Soft hedgehog armor. She referred to it as the rebound armor. What sorcery is this, Muji? The imperial consort's hatred was palpable. Her gaze fixed on Muji as if laced with venom, ready to take her life at any moment. Your own folly has led to your suffering. Muji's expression turned icy. Imperial consort, have I been too merciful, allowing you to believe you can bully me at will? What do you intend to do? The imperial consort lay on the ground, seeing that Muji had somehow acquired a concealed arrow, its tip glinting ominously, the color of the shaft bizarre, not resembling any ordinary weapon. Coupled with the earlier incident, where the blow intended for her had instead resulted in self-injury. A wave of intense unease washed over the imperial consort. But then she remembered, this was a desolate village outside the city, her territory. What was there to fear? Even if Muji possessed some form of sorcery, with so many people present, surely they could subdue her. What are you all standing around for? The imperial consort directed her gaze towards the dozen or so burly men, issuing a sharp command, seize her. The men complied, advancing towards Muji. Feeling the weight of their approach, Muji's heart sank slightly, yet her face remained impassive. She was prepared to confront them head-on. Two of them lunged first, their swords aimed at her face. Muji stepped back swiftly, raising her hand to use the concealed arrow for defense. Suddenly, a flying knife pierced through the door, striking the first assailant with deadly precision. He collapsed immediately. The knife is poisoned, someone shouted, causing the atmosphere in the hall to grow tense. As the knife appeared, several shadows swiftly entered the room. The burly men wore expressions of fear. How had these figures approached without them noticing? The two groups clashed, but the leader of the shadows did not join the fray. Instead, he approached Muji. I am late. Are you unharmed? Muji glanced at him. I am fine. Your timing is impeccable. Lian Yu, quite dependable. Their brief exchange, though their first collaboration, exuded a sense of mutual understanding. Muji turned to the fallen imperial consort. Keep an eye on her. Do not let her escape. The imperial consort was utterly stunned. Were these individuals brought by Muji? How could that be possible? Throughout her journey, she had been vigilant for any signs of pursuit, convinced there was none. Astonished, the imperial consort heard Muji's instruction and attempted to rise, only to be firmly pressed down by Lian Yu, rendering her unable to move. Ignoring her, Muji proceeded towards the small door. Unnoticed, the imperial consort observed Muji entering the small room, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. As Muji bent to enter the door, a wave of dark, damp air greeted her. She could vaguely discern a dirt bed within, and indeed someone lay beneath the covers. Slowly, she approached the bed, relying on the faint light filtering in to adjust her vision to the darkness. Only then could she make out the figure lying there. She opened her mouth, struggling to utter the word mother. Furthermore, she could not fully ascertain that the person on the dirt bed was indeed the original mother's figure. Her footsteps were clear, yet the person remained unresponsive. Are you all right? Muji stood in front of the bed for a moment, tentatively inquiring. It was eerily silent, quiet as though death had taken hold. The sounds of battle outside had ceased, and in that moment, Muji could hear her own heartbeat distinctly. Just as her hand reached out to touch the person's face, before she could even feel for breath, the figure suddenly sat up with force, gripping her wrist tightly. In the darkness, the person's gaze glowed like a green light, locking onto Muji's eyes. A jolt of fear coursed through Muji. This gaze was anything but human. You wretched girl, you're alive. Why have you taken so long to rescue me? Have you ascended to the palace and forgotten your own mother who raised you? The voice was robust, laced with bitterness, and came unexpectedly. Could this truly be the original's mother? Muji's brows furrowed deeply as she listened to the words. Her gaze returned to the person on the dirt bed, only to find that her eyes had returned to normal. Yet the expression was not one of a mother seeing her daughter, but rather one filled with deep-seated hatred. What is this tangled relationship? Why do you remain silent? You don't even call me by name? You, who were born without a father to raise you, have cursed me to suffer, now reveling in your fortune while I, your own mother, languish here. You should never have been born. You should just die. The vitriolic words echoed ceaselessly. Muji could scarcely believe the contents of her ears. Could such venomous remarks truly be uttered by one who claimed to be her mother? Did she perhaps harbor some misunderstanding regarding the term biological mother? Noticing that Muji remained unresponsive, she produced a pair of scissors from beneath the pillow and fiercely slashed across Muji's wrist. The surge of pain jolted Muji, her gaze sharpening as she swiftly seized the scissors from her hand, pressing the blade against her neck. How dare you curse your own flesh and blood to death when I have come to rescue you? And now you would inflict harm upon me? A person like you is unworthy of being called a mother. Nan Lily was clearly taken aback. Her usually obedient daughter dared to resist, and even wielded scissors against her. After a moment of stunned silence, she remained undaunted, coldly regarding Muji. So you've grown wings, have you? If you truly dare, then kill me, and let the heavens strike you down for your disobedience. Hearing those words, Muji cast the scissors to the ground. Damn it. In a past life, she had met the same fate. Having committed sins, she now faced the burden of this biological mother. Fine. I will assist you in escaping, but let me clarify, I am not a benevolent figure, nor do I bask in any fortune. Your daughter, Muji longed to tell her that there was no need for her curses. Her biological daughter had long since perished. Were it not for her soul inhabiting this body, no one would have come to her aid. Fortunately, she ultimately restrained her emotions, avoiding a loss of reason. With that, Muji truly could not bear to cast another glance at her. She turned to leave, stating, if you wish to exit this place, you must do so on your own. Chapter 52. To kill or not to kill, it is entirely up to her. Man Lily, enraged, hurled everything within reach, from the earthen bed to the ground. That wretched girl, how dare she defy me? Hearing her curses, Muji did not falter in her pace, hastening out through the small door. This venture into the palace had been a thoroughly unpleasant experience. Had she known the nature of her original mother, Muji would not have bothered to meet her, let alone attempt a rescue. It would be best for her to perish in this dark and cramped room. As Muji emerged, her face contorted with anger and blood staining her wrist, Yuan Fei burst into laughter, reveling in the sight. Muji, you claim her as a mother, yet she is truly a rarity. I must admit, I admire your devotion. To go to such lengths to save her is indeed filial piety. I am left feeling inadequate. Yuan Fei's mockery elicited no reaction from Muji. Her anger arose swiftly, but dissipated just as quickly. After all, she was not truly her mother, and thus, there was little to be genuinely upset about. You still have the audacity to mock me? Muji approached Yuan Fei, looking down at her with indifferent eyes. Care to guess if I would kill you? Yuan Fei's smile faltered, her expression frozen.
Kill me? No. Muji would not dare.
Why would I not dare? Muji replied with a smile that seemed to dance on the edge of menace. Yuan Fei, do not overestimate yourself. Yuan Fei abruptly lifted her head, fixing her gaze on Muji. How could she possibly know her thoughts? It must be mere coincidence. But coincidences were rarely so frequent. The dark red of Muji's lips curled into a more pronounced smile, yet to Yuan Fei, it appeared akin to the visage of a specter. What manner of person are you? Muji crouched before her, bloodied hands gripping her garments, drawing her close, and whispered in a voice meant for only the two of them. Tell me who your master is, and I shall spare your life.
Ha!
Yuan Fei's face once more bore a smile, though it was laced with naivete. Even in a state worse than death, she would never betray her master. Moreover, she was a concubine in the imperial harem. She doubted this dog servant possessed the courage to kill her. For the first time, an unmasked intent to kill glimmered in Muji's eyes. Since you refuse to speak, your life is of no use. You dare? I know what this is. Yuan Fei began, but Muji interrupted her, brandishing the imperial gift of a concealed arrow before her. This is a royal arrow granted to me, allowing for execution without prior decree. You are indeed a concubine, but having left the palace unlawfully, imprisoned citizens, and harbored a horde of men. Do you believe this is sufficient reason to kill you? Upon hearing this, Yuan Fei's complexion paled. Observing her reaction, Muji chuckled lightly. I had thought you were truly unafraid of death. Alas, the chance has been given to you. You squandered it. With that, she glanced at Lian Yu, who had remained silent throughout. The master has decreed that all shall heed the commands of Chief Steward Mu. This meant that whether to kill or spare was entirely her decision. Are you of Ingmo's people? Yuan Fei, upon hearing Lian Yu's words, went from suspicion to certainty. Muji, you have truly betrayed your master. It cannot be considered betrayal. There was no need to explain to someone on the verge of death. Muji, you shall meet a fate without burial. Yuan Fei's eyes glimmered with malice as she fixed her gaze on Muji, venomously proclaiming, Your master will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. As if her fierce expression could manifest her words into reality. Just as Muji was about to respond, Nan Lily burst forth like a madwoman, seizing Yuan Fei's hair and delivering a flurry of slaps. You vile creature imprisoned me. And now you dare to curse my daughter? What are you, that I should not strike you dead? The onlookers were rendered speechless, momentarily frozen, unable to intervene. Once Man Lily had exhausted herself and collapsed to the ground, panting, Yuan Fei's face was so swollen that her original features were nearly unrecognizable. Muji observed this scene with a cold gaze, her expression devoid of emotion. Chief Steward Mu, this place is unsuitable for lingering. Please decide how to deal with these individuals promptly. Lian Yu stepped forward, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect. She, like Lian Feng and Gu Yan, wore different masks, and it was rare to even catch a glimpse of them. Muji regarded her with a lingering gaze. Though she had aided Muji on several occasions, Muji felt no gratitude. After all, she acted on Ingmo's orders. Aiding Muji was merely incidental. Her primary task being surveillance. Take these individuals away and hand them over to the emperor. She did not desire to kill, but neither would she allow anyone who sought her life to escape unpunished. With a steely glint in her eyes, Muji raised the royal arrow, poised to strike Yuan Fei's chest. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps echoed from outside. Before she could discern who it was, the sound of arrows raining down filled the air. Retreat. Lian Yu commanded, pulling Muji from the ground while simultaneously delivering Yuan Fei a strike. However, the urgency of the situation rendered them uncertain of whether she had been slain. As they attempted to deliver a final blow, arrows rained upon them. Hurry, Lian Yu urged, leading Muji to leap from the window. The others swiftly followed, bringing Man Lily along. The ghost shadow guards, adept in martial arts, soon led them out of the desolate village and into safety. Unfortunately, they could not capture all of Yuan Fei's subordinates, from whom they might have extracted useful information. Useless. These individuals harbor poison within their bodies. Once captured, no matter the torture inflicted, they would succumb to their own venom. Upon hearing Lian Yu's words, Muji fell into contemplative silence. No wonder Ingmo had been so generous in allowing her to take command. Yuan Fei also carried poison within her? Indeed. Was your earlier strike certain to have killed her? More than 90% assuredly so, Lian Yu replied, though he could not speak definitively without having witnessed it himself.
Muji nodded.
The group made their way toward the city gates. Throughout the journey, Man lowly scrutinized Mu Ji, remaining notably quiet, her thoughts unknown. Meanwhile, Mu Ji too observed her closely. To be candid, Man Lily possesses an exquisite beauty, the kind that is striking and bold. She appears quite youthful, perhaps in her early 30s. Yet having been confined within a dark, damp earthen abode for an extended period has left her appearance rather unkempt, devoid of vitality. The resemblance between her and the original host is stark. They belong to entirely different archetypes, making it difficult to discern their relationship as mother and daughter. As they approached the city gates, Steward Mu suddenly leaned in and inquired, "How do you intend to accommodate her?" The her in question naturally referred to Man Lily. Chapter 53. I dare you to try me. Accompany me into the palace? Mu Ji regarded her with a frosty gaze. Do you truly believe the imperial palace is akin to your backyard, where one can simply waltz in at will? Man Lily dismissed the notion with a wave. I care not for such trivialities. I have toiled to raise you, and now that you have acquired some skills, you wish to abandon me? Not a chance. Her tone was laced with indignation, and she shot Mu Ji a sharp glance. You ungrateful wretch. Mu Ji felt a headache coming on. Once we enter the city, I will secure a guest house for you. You may freshen up and don clean clothing. Tomorrow, I shall return to assist you in renting a courtyard for your temporary stay. First, let us head to the inn for a bath, then I will take you into the palace. Man Lily, however, paid no heed to Mu Ji's plans. Exuding an air of self-determination, Mu Ji was tempted to deliver a swift reprimand. Lian Yu gently tugged at her sleeve, lowering her voice. Actually, the master has indicated that we can bring her into the palace and assign her a task, keeping her under our watchful eye for your peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Mu Ji cast a sidelong glance at her. Lian Yu, under her gaze, appeared slightly uneasy behind her mask. That must be the implication. Indeed, that was the implication. While Lian Yu may not have grasped Ding Mo's true intentions, Mu Ji comprehended them well. He intended to use the original host's mother to ensnare her, ensuring she could never escape the palace. In the past, she might have acquiesced. After all, this was the original host's mother, and she had usurped her body, thus feeling a sense of filial duty. However, upon witnessing Mamali's acerbic demeanor, Mu Ji felt no affection for her and could not fathom making any self-sacrificial gestures on her behalf. She had yet to reach such magnanimity. This time, Man Lily, oblivious to Lian Yu's words, stepped forward and seized Mu Ji's hand, coolly interrogating, "What did that wretched girl say to you? Is she preventing me from entering the palace with you?"
Ouch.
Man Lily had grasped the very hand Mu Ji had injured, causing her to inhale sharply. She quickly withdrew her hand, though her expression bore no trace of remorse or apology, merely stating, "What are you whining about for such a trivial injury?" Mu Ji retorted, pushing her back with a stern countenance, "Dare to test me, and I shall stab you with a needle." Without regard for Lian Yu's presence, she continued, "With your loose tongue, calling me a wretched girl, do you not fear others discovering I am but a false eunuch? Such a crime warrants extermination of your entire lineage." Lian Yu, startled, covered her ears and gazed skyward. "Oh dear, why have my ears suddenly gone deaf? I heard nothing." In that moment, the other shadow guards scattered like birds startled from the trees, vanishing from sight. Both Mu Ji and Man Lily were momentarily taken aback. Man Lily turned to Lian Yu and asked, "Why aren't you running? Since I am deaf, why should I run?" Returning to the matter at hand, Man Lily pondered, ultimately conceding, "Fine. I shall refrain from calling you a wretched girl from now on." She added, as an afterthought, "And I shall speak with more restraint." Mu Ji regarded her, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon reaching the city gates, Lian Yu deemed it inappropriate to continue following openly, bidding farewell to Mu Ji before disappearing into the throng of townsfolk. Left with just each other, Mu Ji and Ma Lily exchanged glances, each maintaining silence as they proceeded towards the city gate. Once within the city, twilight descended. Mu Ji located an inn, where she guided Man Lily to bathe and change into clean garments. Emerging anew, Man Lily radiated an undeniable beauty, even in ordinary attire. "Am I truly your biological child?" Mu Ji blurted out, "Why do you possess such beauty while I am so plain? If she were not her biological mother, it would grant her the freedom to sever ties completely." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Man Lily shot a reproachful glance at Mu Ji. Perhaps due to the compliment, the corners of her rosy lips lifted just slightly. "Of course you are my child. How could you be unattractive?" Man Lily, seated at the vanity, suddenly pulled Mu Ji closer, pressing her shoulders down to direct her gaze towards the somewhat distorted copper mirror. "Look for yourself. Where do you see any flaw?" In that moment, Mu Ji found herself enveloped in Mamali's embrace, feeling a peculiar discomfort. As she glanced into the mirror, she was momentarily taken aback. The reflection revealed a face that, though slightly unclear, exuded delicacy. Her skin was fair, her eyes bright, her lips a soft hue, and her teeth white and even, a true beauty in her own right. It was the kind of beauty that struck one at first glance, and upon closer inspection, remained captivating. Yet, her usual attire as a eunuch, with her hair concealed beneath a cap, her face unadorned and her gaze often cast downward, had obscured this aspect of her allure. Despite this, many within the palace had already begun to take notice. Muji withdrew from her embrace, creating an awkward atmosphere. Observing that Muji had finally relented, Manlily felt a surge of joy, her countenance brightening with a smile. This is how it should be. Is it not delightful to have a mother by your side? I can care for you. Do spare me. Muji rolled her eyes inwardly. Given Manlily's temperament, simply avoiding trouble within the palace would be a feat in itself. Upon returning to the palace, Muji sought out Mo to report the events of the day. Having decided to engage in honest interactions moving forward, she resolved to relay the occurrences to Mo each day until she discovered an opportunity to escape. After all, if she refrained from informing him, Lian Yu would certainly report back. Thus it was more prudent to be forthcoming. Upon entering the palace, Manlily curiously surveyed her surroundings.
Musei Sation Head.
Do not speak out of turn, and do not wander about. Wait for me to report to the Emperor before I arrange for your accommodation. I understand, Manlily replied with visible impatience. Why are you so verbose now? You seem much bolder than before. And I cannot fathom what stroke of luck has allowed you to become a eunuch close to the Emperor. I say, why not just tell him outright? If he takes a liking to you and bestows upon you the title of consort, I would then be the Emperor's mother-in-law. Her words grew increasingly absurd. Muji nearly lost her composure, wishing to silence her. Must you be so insufferable? I warn you, should you speak nonsense again, I shall promptly throw you out of the palace. You dare. At this, Manlily flared up, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. You heartless wretch. A gentle cough interrupted her tirade. This was Qi Lu, subtly signaling them. Upon spotting Mo, Muji hastily took Manlily's hand and approached to pay their respects. Manlily recognized the man before her as the Emperor of Beijing, yet she maintained a composed demeanor, performing her bow with just the right degree of formality. Mo cast a dispassionate glance at her, uttering, "No need for formalities," before turning his attention to Muji. "Qi Lu, please escort her to rest." This her naturally referred to Manlily. Qi Lu promptly complied, "Yes." He led Manlily away, casting a reassuring glance back at Muji, indicating that she need not worry. Manlily obediently followed Qi Lu, and seeing her relatively composed in front of Mo brought relief to Muji. Prior to entering the palace, she had feared that Manlily would be reckless and unrestrained in the Emperor's presence. Thankfully, that was not the case. Once Qi Lu and Manlily had walked a distance away, Muji managed to muster a semblance of a smile, feigning concern. "Your Majesty, you must be weary today. Have you dined? Come with me." Mo disregarded her insincere pretense and took the lead towards the inner palace. Muji had no choice but to follow. Chapter 54. No need. Just blow on it for me, Mo. Muji pressed her hands against Mo's chest, stubbornly engaging in a futile struggle, yet her body gradually softened. It was not until she felt as if she might drown in his kiss that she instinctively bit him, finally earning her release. Mo licked his lip, revealing a streak of crimson blood. His gaze upon her was akin to that of a famished wolf. A shiver coursed through Muji's heart, and her legs trembled slightly, rendering her unsteady. Once certain matters commence, they become addictive. Muji was acutely aware of Mo's intentions and, feigning vulnerability, pleaded, "Your Majesty, I've been starving all day, I feel faint. You wouldn't be so cruel, would you?" Mo's thin lips bled again, and he wiped the blood away with his thumb, his voice husky. Did it feel good to bite? Muji's heart quivered, and she dared not meet his eyes. Mo turned and sat on the imperial concubine's chair in the hall, then gestured for her to come closer. At that moment, Muji was truly hesitant to approach, yet she could not resist either. After a moment of indecision, she stepped forward, only to be pulled onto his thigh. "You call me cruel. Yet were you not cruel when you bit me?" "It was not intentional." Seeing his lips swollen, Muji felt a pang of regret, blaming herself for biting too hard. "I'm sorry," she apologized. Mo, however, pointed at his lip and said, "It hurts."
"Ah."
Muji's gaze fixated on his lips, noticing the blood still oozing. Anxiety creeping in. Injuring the dragon's body was no trivial matter if it were to be discovered. "What should we do?" she asked, attempting to rise from him. "I'll fetch some medicine." But as soon as she stood, he pulled her back down. "No need, just blow on it for me." Muji was stunned into silence. Mo's large hand firmly gripped her slender waist, preventing any chance of escape, his lips drawing near to her. That single utterance was laden with temptation. Muji's gaze inexplicably fell upon his lips, and with a moment's hesitation, she found herself leaning in to assist him. Yet as she drew near, he kissed her again, disregarding his own injury, fiercely and passionately. This time, both were left breathless, and Muji melted in his embrace, appearing thoroughly disheveled. Just as she feared that this beast, Mo, would not let her off easily, she heard him chuckle softly in her ear, the sound brimming with delight. He then adjusted her clothing before calling out, Serve the meal. Mu Ji's face flushed, her eyes clouded with lingering confusion. Upon hearing his command, she hastily rose from his embrace, her footing faltering, almost toppling over. But he caught her. Be careful.
Iemme fine.
Mu Ji steadied herself, touching her face, which felt exceedingly hot. I have told you before, in private, you need not refer to yourself as the servant. Understood. If it is possible to comply, then let it be so. Soon dinner was served. Mu Ji was genuinely hungry and consumed 2 bowls of rice in quick succession, nearly finishing all 4 dishes. After eating to her fill, she suddenly realized she had eaten more than Mo, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Your Majesty, did I eat too much? More food is beneficial. Mo's gaze swept over her chest, bluntly stating, you could still grow a bit more. Upon hearing this, Mu Ji glanced down, comprehending his implication, her face flushing anew. Scoundrel. Mo's bitten lip curled into a smirk, exuding an alluring charm. Mu Ji's heart raced, and feigning nonchalance, she tidied the dishes and exited the inner palace. He was engrossed in reviewing the reports from various provinces. Mu Ji hesitated before approaching slowly. She bit her lip, waiting for him to look up before asking, did Lian Yu report to you? Mo acknowledged with a nonchalant hum, then returned to his documents. She could not discern what was written that caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Mu Ji stood before the imperial desk, waiting in silence until he finished reading. Then she inquired, what about the matter concerning concubine Yuan? Did she mention anything? The corpse? This implied that concubine Yuan was indeed dead? Naturally. It was not concubine Yuan's body. Mo contemplated for a moment, his gaze lingering on her. Concubine Yuan's identity was inherently false. The legitimate daughter of the Yuan family did not wish to marry me, the tyrant, and thus sought someone to impersonate her. However, it seems the Yuan family did not anticipate that this person would pose a threat to me. Now that concubine Yuan has suddenly died, they of course dare not pursue the matter. It was the first time she had heard an emperor refer to himself as a tyrant. Mu Ji pressed her lips together, stifling a laugh. At least he possesses some self-awareness. Mo's expression darkened as he regarded her. Another offense to address. Poor Mu Ji unwittingly offended a certain lord. Your Majesty, my mother insists on entering the palace with me. Is it possible for you to arrange a position for her within the palace? So, she has a place to stay? Reluctantly, Mu Ji felt compelled to voice this request. Moreover, she understood well that even if she did not bring Man Lili into the palace, Mo would find another way to do so. You are the head of the harem. You may arrange this matter as you see fit without consulting me. Understood. Having received the answer she desired, Mu Ji sought to take her leave. Noticing Mo once again engrossed in his work, she said, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now. With that, she turned and strode towards the exit. Her heart raced as she traversed what felt like an eternity over a mere dozen steps, fearing he might call her back before she could escape. Fortunately, he did not. Perhaps he was too absorbed in his work to hear her words. In any case, she successfully avoided this encounter. Upon opening the door, she stepped inside and glanced around, then retreated. What was this? Had she entered the wrong room? She looked around again, ultimately confirming that it was indeed the correct one. She hurried to inspect other belongings, discovering that the wardrobe was empty. Her clothing, boots, the binding for her chest, and her toiletries were all gone. Most importantly, her accumulated gold, silver, and jewels were nowhere to be found. Mu Ji's heart ached profoundly. That was her entire fortune. For a fleeting moment, she was stunned, but quickly regained her senses. If it were a thief, they would not have stolen her worn clothing and toiletries, and even moved her bed. She realized it must have been that despicable man, Mo. No wonder he had shown no reaction when she mentioned taking her leave. Very well, he had been waiting for her here. Thus, when Mu Ji reappeared in Mo's inner palace, he showed no surprise. He glanced at her and said indifferently, I still have work to do. If you are tired, you may rest. Chapter 55. There are many days to come. One hearty meal is not as good as every meal being hearty. Mu Ji was genuinely infuriated to the point of amusement. Such shameless deeds could only be executed by him. After finishing, he remained calm and collected, as if nothing were amiss, showing no signs of guilt. Your Majesty. Mu Ji approached the imperial desk, extending her hand towards him. Mo, hearing her, looked up again, his gaze falling upon her delicate, pale hand, noticing a hint of white bandage peeking from beneath her sleeve at her wrist. He frowned slightly. You are injured? Lian Yu did not inform me.
Let me see. Mu Ji.
His tone grew heavy, as if he felt a touch of helplessness. Do you believe there is any difference between residing elsewhere and staying here with me? Mu Ji found herself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it seemed there was indeed little difference. Regardless of where she sleeps, once she drifts off, her heart inevitably races towards him. She finds herself unable to restrain her emotions. Mu Ji feels a throbbing headache. Where are my belongings? Mo casts a glance in the direction of the inner chambers, prompting Mu Ji to turn around immediately. She quickly spots a large wardrobe added within. Approaching, she opens it to discover it filled entirely with her possessions. However, all her usual attire has been replaced with dark purple cloud-patterned satin, neatly folded into several sets. Her entire collection of belongings rests beside the garments. After inspecting everything and confirming that nothing is missing, she breathes a sigh of relief. Emo strides in through the beaded curtain, his gaze fixed on her as she checks her purse, his expression darkening. Do you truly think I would covet such a trifling sum of silver? No, of course not. Muji insists, though internally she rolls her eyes, thinking, as if he ever thought about it. I wonder who it was that demanded half of my earnings every time. Emo strides forward, his long legs covering the distance with ease, his arm resting against the wardrobe behind her, effectively trapping her between himself and the furniture. Pressed against the wardrobe door, with the purse still clutched in her hand, she raises her doe-like eyes to meet his, revealing a mix of innocence and wariness. What do you intend to do?
You.
Mo's gaze deepens as he observes her reaction, and when he sees her confusion, he enunciates clearly once more, I want you. The last word is softer. Yet Muji hears it distinctly this time, her face instantly flushing with embarrassment. It is evident he has transformed, he was not like this before. Why has he suddenly grown so brazen? Pushing against him, she protests, my hand hurts. At her words, the playful glimmer in Mo's eyes diminishes significantly. He grasps her injured hand, rolling up her sleeve to reveal a bandage wrapped around her wrist, his expression darkening. How did this happen? Is it serious? I shall summon Chu Yuling. No need. Surprised by the intensity of his reaction to her simple complaint, Muji quickly declines, I've already bandaged it myself. There's no need to fetch the royal physician. It's just a bit sore. In truth, she only scraped the skin slightly, and it no longer hurts at all. She merely wanted to divert his attention. To her astonishment, he genuinely cares. A complex swirl of emotions stirs within her. Mo studies her for a moment longer, but does not press further, simply stating, then rest well tonight. Muji is taken aback by his words. There's plenty of time ahead. Perceiving her thoughts, Mo gently lifts her chin with his long, elegant fingers, pressing a soft kiss upon her lips. His voice low and resonant. A feast once is different from a feast every day. I can discern the distinction. Muji stares at him, momentarily speechless. She places the purse back in the wardrobe and exits with her wash basin. She resigns herself to the situation. Despite the distance, she always finds herself drawn back here in her sleep, and eventually, someone is bound to notice. Most concerning is the fact that she cannot afford to pay for the consequences of being caught in the Qianqing palace. Seeing her leave with the wash basin, Mo's brow furrows slightly, and he calls out toward the window, Gu Yan. In the next moment, Gu Yan enters. Your Majesty, tomorrow, find a skilled craftsman to create a separate washroom in my chambers, complete with a small bathing pool that has flowing water.
Yes.
Gu Yan, upon hearing Mo's request, harbors doubts. Their Majesty is known for disliking extravagance, and given the current scarcity of funds in the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Royal Treasury, constructing a washroom with a flowing bath would undoubtedly cost several thousand taels. Do not procure funds from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Mo abruptly adds. Use my private silver. With that, he rises and heads into the inner chambers, retrieving a wooden box from another wardrobe without hesitation and handing it to Gu Yan. Inside lies his meager salary accumulated over 10 years stationed at the border, totaling merely a few thousand taels. Gu Yan gazes at the box, astonished that the sovereign would part with such hard-earned savings. Take it for now. If it's insufficient, we'll discuss it later. Mo tosses the box into Gu Yan's hands and gestures for him to leave. Gu Yan takes a deep breath, clutching the box as he departs. Mo even thoughtfully hangs a curtain for her, granting her a semblance of privacy. Muji, understanding the value of contentment, lies down. Unaware that Mo initially knits his brows in confusion before a barely perceptible smile graces his lips. She enjoys a peaceful night's sleep. When she awakens, Mo is no longer present in the chambers, and unsurprisingly, she finds herself resting upon the dragon bed. Before she can rise, a voice calls out from outside. Muyi, are you in there? Just a moment. Muji hurriedly gets up, adjusts her attire, and rushes to the door.
Muye.
You really are in there? Qi Lu exclaims, astonished to find her alone in the emperor's chambers. His eyes nearly popping out as he scrutinizes her from head to toe before dramatically stepping back, crossing his arms and regarding her with a sympathetic gaze. The sacrifices you've made are immense. First, you lost your masculine allure, and now you must endure this.
Sigh.
The emperor's tastes are truly bizarre. Muji thinks to herself, I really want to knock him out. Why are you here so early? What's the matter? She asks, slightly irritated. Oh right. Your mother is looking for you. She asks, causing quite a scene, and I feared the commotion would bring you trouble, so I hurried to find you. When I discovered your room was empty, I thought I might try my luck here, and lo and behold, you really are here. He leans in closer and whispers, Did the emperor force you? What nonsense are you spouting? Muji kicks at him, but Qi Lu dodges nimbly, avoiding her. She shoots him an exasperated look, What else on your mind? I'm here to better serve the emperor. Can't you see there's another bed inside?
Oh.
Qi Lu peeks inside. Noting the presence of another bed in the outer hall, his skepticism lingering. Better serve the emperor. How charming. He thinks to himself that the emperor has undoubtedly risen early to attend to state affairs while Mu Yi has just woken up. Thus, he believes not a word of it. Mu Yi insists, come, take me to see her. She refrains from further explanations, realizing they only complicate matters.
All right.
Qi Lu leads Mu Yi to the back courtyard of the Qianqing Palace, where all the palace servants reside. Before reaching the destination, Mu Yi hears the sharp voice of Man Lily. Look at that Mu's supervisor. She has a heart of stone, abandoning her mother here and enjoying herself elsewhere. I truly am unfortunate. Chapter 56. Who dares to marry with a mother-in-law like that? Standing at the doorway, Mu Yi hears her mother's disparaging words. Feeling a knot in her chest, several palace maids surround Man Lily, massaging her shoulders and legs while soothing her. Upon seeing Mu Yi enter with a stern expression, they quickly retreat in fear. Is this what you call suffering? Mu Yi closes the door, her gaze sweeping across the room, which is even larger than the one she previously occupied. It seems Qi Lu has arranged for her the best accommodations out of consideration for her. Yet, she finds herself unsatisfied. You wretched girl. Man Lily glares at Mu Yi, about to unleash a tirade, but suddenly remembers something and halts, swiftly changing her tone. Mu Yi, did you bring your mother to the palace just to abandon her to others? When did I ever say I wouldn't care for you? Mu Yi takes a deep breath. It's only been one night. Can you exhibit a little patience? Don't I have other matters to attend to? Should I stand guard over you every day? Man Lily let out a cold snort, still unsatisfied. Then hurry up and arrange a good job for me. Preferably one that can bring in some benefits. I don't wish to languish here, merely surviving day by day. I need to save some money for your future marriage. Mu Yi wanted to retort, with a mother-in-law like you, who would dare to marry. However, she refrained from engaging in such a lengthy discussion. After pondering, she inquired, do you possess any skills or something you wish to pursue? Man Lily looked at her as if she were a ghost. Director Mu, I am your mother. Do you not know these things? For the first time, a hint of doubt flickered across her face. Had this stubborn girl changed too much in just 2 months? She was bold enough to speak back. Moreover, given her temperament, it was rather peculiar that she had become the chief steward beside the emperor. Could it be that the one behind concubine Yuan had bewitched the emperor in some way? Mu Yi had thought that Man Lily was someone who did not enjoy murmuring to herself, but now it seemed otherwise. After I entered the palace, I fell gravely ill with a high fever that damaged my brain. After recovering, many things are unclear to me, so I truly do not know what skills you possess. This was a premeditated excuse for Mu Yi. The original host had met her fate due to that high fever, and it was during that time that Mu Yi had entered the original host's body. Many in the palace were aware of this, so she was unafraid of Man Lily investigating. However, upon hearing this, Man Lily appeared slightly stunned. After a considerable pause, she asked, is everything fine now? Besides forgetting some things, are there any other aftereffects? Not that I've noticed. That's good. I wouldn't want my hard-raised daughter to end up worthless, without any skills. It was typical of her to speak without kindness. What do you actually want to do? If not, you could go to the embroidery workshop. They earn more and avoid dirty, tiring work. At your age, you wouldn't normally have a chance to enter, but if you wish to go, I can arrange it. What is wrong with my age? Man Lily immediately exploded at Mu Yi's suggestion that she was too old. At my age, if I went to that embroidery workshop, I'd still be the most beautiful woman there. That could indeed be true. In terms of beauty, Man Lily had her advantages. Of course, she was fine as long as she remained silent. Once she spoke, she came across as an outright lunatic. Mu Yi, feeling her patience waning, asked, so will you go? I won't. I want to be lighthearted and free. Sitting in the embroidery workshop all day without being able to go out would suffocate me. Then how about the laundry department?
No.
How about the fortune department?
No.
Then where do you intend to go? Could it be the Imperial Kitchen? The mention of the Imperial Kitchen made Man Lily's eyes light up. The Imperial Kitchen? Yes, that's perfect. Let us go to the Imperial Kitchen. Can you cook? I can, but I won't. It's too exhausting. Mu Yi was left speechless. If you don't cook, what will you do? Wash dishes? Man Lily looked at her disdainfully. You're really slow. Can I go shopping for ingredients? That job is easy and free. Plus I can gain some benefits. Do you understand? She was truly ambitious. The person in charge of procurement in the Imperial Kitchen certainly had connections. Did she truly believe that her position as chief steward Mu meant she could call all the shots in the palace? What? You can't? Seeing Mu Yi silent, Man Lily mocked. I thought you, as chief steward Mu, were quite formidable, but apparently you're not. Do you really have to do that? Mu Yi merely sought to resolve the matter, disregarding her derision and mockery. Once she escaped the palace and freed herself from Mo, she would live her own life as she wished. Yes, that's what I want to do. Then we must wait. To secure some peace, Mu Yi agreed. You stay here quietly for a while. and I will find an opportunity to bring down the head of the procurement department. This statement surprised Manleli immensely. The previous Muji would never have acted in such a manner. Foolish and naive, she would not have even realized when others took advantage of her, possibly helping them count their money. Such a person had been forced into the palace to act as an informant, expecting to perish within 2 days. Shedding a few tears for herself. It seemed that the illness had made her wiser. That's right. One must look out for oneself. You never understood this before. Nearly driving me to my wit's end. You ungrateful daughter. Manleli regarded Muji with a rare expression of approval. Upon leaving the courtyard, Muji finally breathed easily and glanced at Qi Lu beside her. Xiao Luzi, I haven't thanked you for taking care of her. You've worked hard. Oh, Master Mu. We are still polite with each other. Qi Lu's eyes shifted, seizing the moment to speak. If you truly want to thank me, just speak a few good words for me in front of the emperor in the future. Muji chuckled lightly. That's easy. Rest assured, I will sing your praises tonight. Thank you, Master Mu. The two proceeded towards the study. On the way, Qi Lu shared some recent happenings in the palace. The Empress Dowager had previously received that empty bowl and likely understood that Mo was angry. For the past few days, things had calmed down without any new developments, and they aren't even providing food. Upon hearing this, Muji merely sighed inwardly. One must walk the path they chose, even if it meant kneeling. Moreover, there was yesterday's explosive news. Concubine Yuan's sudden demise. This news had rocked the entire palace. She remained silent after hearing it, and seeing her lack of interest, Qi Lu continued with another piece of news. Master Mu, there's something else regarding the emperor. Would you like to hear it? Chapter 57. Sensual. Minimal Fabric, seeing his mysterious demeanor piqued her interest slightly, she urged, go on. Just yesterday, the emperor received news that the princess of the Nanyue kingdom wishes to come to our Beijing for a political marriage to facilitate better trade between the two nations. Is that so? Upon hearing Qi Lu's news, a smile spread across Muji's face. This is a good thing. I didn't expect international trade to open up so quickly. Before long, our Beijing will prosper. Don't rejoice too soon. Qi Lu continued. This matter was proposed by the Nanyue side, and they initiated the idea of marriage. Our Beijing's trade plans have only just begun, yet they already received the news. What does this imply? Muji, upon reflection, understood. Are you saying that Nanyue has planted spies in Beijing? Not merely planted. They have thoroughly infiltrated. What does the emperor say? Does he agree? Setting aside the matter of spies, the marriage would still greatly benefit Beijing. After all, Nanyue is a grand and wealthy nation. If we were to marry into them, Beijing's development pace could at least double. The emperor does not agree. Qi Lu sighed before continuing. The princess specifically named the emperor as her desired marriage partner. Master Mu, do you think the emperor will agree? This left Muji silent. Though Mo was somewhat impoverished, he was not lacking in spirit. He possessed integrity. If he acquiesced to the princess's demands, would it not be tantamount to selling himself? Did he not care about his dignity? Yet, for the sake of national interest, how long could he maintain this pride? Upon arriving at the study, finding Mo absent, Muji instructed Qi Lu to wait there while she headed to the herb garden. Aunt Fong was still the same, showing no signs of improvement. Fortunately, her health was stable. She could eat and sleep, and recently even gained some weight. Yesterday, Chu Yuling had visited, attempting to communicate with Aunt Fong. But she had not acknowledged him with a single word. This matter required patience. There was no use in being anxious. After visiting Aunt Fong, Muji emerged from the fragrant herb garden, her heart burdened by an unsettling feeling that she had overlooked an important task. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled it was the contraceptive soup. A full day and night had passed. She wondered if it was still possible to procure it in time. Hastily, she made her way to the medical office. Drawing from her previous experience, she wasted no time and immediately began preparing the medicine upon entering. Several imperial physicians exchanged silent glances, and one, summoning his courage, approached to see what she had gathered. To their astonishment, it was indeed the contraceptive soup once more. Director Mu, is this again for the cat of Qianqing Palace? What need is there for it to be unrecorded? Suddenly, the voice of Chu Yuling echoed from the entrance. Upon hearing Muji's words, he entered, his expression one of confusion. Every item in the medical office must be meticulously documented. Should any incident arise, there must be a record for reference. Muji gritted her teeth and shot a glare at Chu Yuling. He found her ire perplexing. Pray tell, who is this medicine for? I already said, it's for the cat of Qianqing Palace. If you don't believe me, go ask the emperor. With an unyielding demeanor, Muji stated her case and left with the medicine in hand. The notion of it being for a cat was met with skepticism by Chu Yuling and the other physicians. However, given Muji's esteemed position as the head steward next to the emperor, her words, even if untrue, had to be taken seriously. Thus, the matter was tacitly accepted, and no records were made. After all, it was not an exceptionally rare medicine, and as long as it wasn't tea for a palace consort, it hardly mattered. Besides, They had received no news of any consort engaging in nighttime activities, as contraceptive soup was only relevant post-consummation. Upon reaching the entrance, Muji spotted a throng of people within Ng Mo's quarters, with guards stationed outside. A wave of anxiety washed over her, thinking something was amiss. And she quickened her pace to inquire about the commotion. She soon learned that Ng Mo was having a washing room constructed within his quarters. Her initial reaction was one of delight. This was the greatest inconvenience she faced in the palace, as bathing was a rare luxury. Typically, she could only bathe in the dead of night when she was certain no one would witness her. Yet, as she considered the implications, she wondered if she was even permitted to use the Emperor's washing room. Her excitement dimmed as she recalled her station, feeling unworthy of such privilege. Alas, what a wretched fate, she sighed, retreating to a secluded corner. Who has a wretched fate? Ng Mo, standing behind her, caught her unspoken thoughts and turned to Qi Lu beside him, inquiring, "Has Director Mu mentioned anything to you today?" "Nothing about a wretched fate," Qi Lu replied. "Director Mu is quite fortunate indeed, though it would be even better if the Emperor did not. Well, you know." After preparing the medicine, Muji swallowed it in one gulp, the bitter taste lingering in her mouth for what felt like an eternity. This was not a sustainable solution. She could not continue to rely on the contraceptive soup, nor could she afford to be late in taking it. The prospect of pregnancy filled her with dread. As night fell, the washing room's walls had only just begun to take shape, and the bathing pool had yet to be constructed. It would be at least 10 days to half a month before it was fully operational. After dinner, Muji carried her washing basin outside, and Ng Mo said nothing. "I have prepared nightwear for you." Previously, she had to sleep in the attire of a eunuch, which was both dirty and uncomfortable, especially knowing she had a tendency to sleepwalk. The mention of nightwear conjured images of alluring, sheer garments in her mind, causing her face to flush deeply. Inwardly, she protested. "This is becoming increasingly outrageous. I absolutely refuse to wear it, not even in death." Ng Mo lazily lifted his gaze to her, noticing her sudden blush. His eyes darkening with intrigue. "Director Mu," he said, a teasing smile playing on his lips, "your face is quite red. What are you thinking?" "Nothing," she quickly replied, patting her cheeks to regain composure. "Your Majesty, I'm quite comfortable in my current attire. There's no need for nightwear." "You must change," he insisted, his tone brooking no argument, his gaze dangerously sweeping over her face as he rose from the bed. "If you do not comply, I wouldn't mind assisting you with the change." His words were effective. Muji hurried inside, opened the wardrobe, and retrieved a soft, creamy nightgown. To her surprise, it was nothing like what she had imagined. The loose-fitting dress came with delicate, thin trousers. In modern terms, it was simply a normal, even modest, set of sleepwear. "Misunderstood." She murmured her thanks to the Emperor before stepping out to change. Admittedly, it was far more comfortable than the eunuch attire. Just as she lay down on the bed, she heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, she found Ng Mo standing at the foot of her bed. Before she could utter her question, he swept her into his arms and tossed her onto his bed. "Ng Mo," she exclaimed, having just consumed the contraceptive soup, her resolve firm. "Not tonight." However, Ng Mo leaned closer, rendering her protests futile as he pressed his lips against hers. This time, Muji seemed to lose her temper, struggling fiercely.
Ying Montag.
"I said not tonight." "Why not?" he asked, pinning her hands above her head, his breath heavy against her neck as he whispered, "I let you off last night." "Why not tonight?" "Unless you provide a valid reason." He left the last words unspoken, but Muji understood. Her mind raced to find a reason to dissuade Ng Mo's primal urges. Just then, she felt a sudden pang in her lower abdomen, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. A warm rush followed. "What's wrong?" Ng Mo, noticing her distress, released her and asked, "Did I hurt you?"
Today.
You had reported to him that Muji had prepared contraceptive soup for herself at the medical office, igniting an inexplicable fury within him. While he understood her actions were justifiable, her recent rejection rekindled his suppressed anger, prompting him to consider using force. Muji had initially been searching for an excuse to decline, but now, with her monthly cycle arriving, she felt a wave of relief. This was timely, indicating that the previous contraceptive soup had worked. She had not conceived, alleviating a significant weight from her heart. Regardless of what lay ahead, this hurdle had been overcome. "I've started my period." "Started what?" Ng Mo asked, clearly perplexed. "The monthly occurrence for women." "Monthly?" "Yes, it's, the red tide." Muji's straightforwardness seemed to only confuse him further. "What is the red tide?" After a moment of silence, Muji realized he was utterly unaware of this aspect of womanhood. With no other option, she explained the concept of menstruation to him. Upon hearing, Ng Mo's expression darkened considerably. "And when does this red tide end?" 5 to 7 days at least. Muji recalled her last cycle had lasted 5 days, but this time, she hoped for it to last as long as possible. 7 days? Ng Mo's face contorted with frustration. 7 days felt like an eternity. How was he to endure it? Observing Ng Mo's expression, Muji couldn't help but chuckle. A sharp intake of breath pierced the air as a sudden, intense pain gripped her abdomen. What's wrong? Ingmo's gaze was fixed on Muji, his hand reaching out to touch her, yet unsure of where it was appropriate to do so, as if any contact might shatter her. My stomach hurts terribly. The pain intensified for Muji, her complexion paling. She worried that perhaps the herbal tonic she had taken earlier in the afternoon was ineffective due to her decision to increase the dosage slightly, though logically, it shouldn't have been the case. Wait here. I shall call Chu Ling Mo rose, intent on fetching someone himself, but Muji quickly grasped his hand. No. That's unnecessary. It's too late for that. Even if Chu Ling knows, he wouldn't dare speak out of turn. I don't mean it that way. It's normal for women to experience cramps during their menstruation. There's no need to summon the imperial physician. Your Majesty, please open the wardrobe. There's a sanitary belt in the bundle I packed for binding my chest. Kindly retrieve it for me. Initially, when Mo heard Muji mention that a woman's period could last 5 to 7 days, and that intimacy was not permitted during this time, he pondered how he would survive those 7 days. However, witnessing her in such agony, any thoughts of intimacy dissipated. He complied with her request and fetched the sanitary belt from the wardrobe. Tell me what to do, and I shall assist you. Your Majesty. Just turning around is assistance enough. At this moment, Mo, respecting her wishes, turned away. Muji positioned the sanitary belt, and despite her underwear being stained with blood, the pain was so severe that she did not bother to change. She simply lay down to rest. Is this sufficient? No need. Muji closed her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed, silently enduring the pain. It was astonishing that the original owner had such a disorder. The last time she experienced it, there was discomfort, but it was nowhere near as intense as tonight's pain. Mo stood at the bedside, observing her for quite some time, knowing she wouldn't fall asleep so quickly. Yet he refrained from interrupting her silence. After a while, Muji sensed him return to bed, slipping under the covers, yet he maintained a distance, not daring to come too close. This is quite pleasant. Muji curled up, feeling her lower abdomen chill, although spring had arrived. The northern nights still held a significant chill, and lying in bed, her hands and feet felt cold. In contrast, Mo radiated warmth, their bodies seemingly occupying different climates. As she shifted slightly toward him, she could feel the heat emanating from his presence, igniting an impulsive desire to nestle into his embrace. Why is it that he could embrace her so fervently during ordinary times, yet refrains now? She couldn't help but internally lament. What a big oaf. Mo's gaze flickered slightly as he turned to look at Muji. Seeing her still with her eyes closed, he was momentarily puzzled. Did she wish for him to hold her? Tentatively, he inched closer, noticing her lack of movement or resistance, and boldly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, positioning her back against him, pulling her fully into his embrace. His large hand gently rested on her abdomen, realizing just how cold her body was. Give me your hand. Mo took Muji's hand and placed it on his abdomen. Let me warm it for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. This was the most genuine gratitude Muji had expressed. With Mo as her natural heater, she finally felt revitalized. His hand on her abdomen, through the thin fabric, gradually transferred warmth to her. As time passed, Muji's body began to warm, and the pain in her abdomen lessened. Does it still hurt? After an undetermined duration, Mo's lips brushed against Muji's ear as he quietly inquired. He understood that she had not truly fallen asleep, and he himself felt no inclination to slumber. That's good. Mo exhaled subtly, closing his eyes once more. Sleep now. That night, Muji nestled in Mo's embrace, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of security and tranquility. When she awoke, she found the space beside her empty. Sitting up in bed, she was suddenly engulfed by Mo's scent, her heart racing unexpectedly. Oh no, it was the feeling of infatuation. If this continued, it would not bode well. She forcibly suppressed the unusual emotions stirring within her, threw off the covers, and as she turned, her eyes widened in shock at the sight before her. Chapter 59. Muyi, you lost a considerable amount of blood last night. The bed linens bore substantial stains, and her clothes were not spared either. Suddenly recalling something, Muji surveyed the inner chamber, finally spotting Mo's discarded nightrobe at the foot of the bed. She picked it up and gasped at the sight of the stains. Oh dear, how embarrassing. She felt utterly ashamed. She could only imagine how Mo felt about this. Perhaps he would never want her in his bed again. After changing her clothes, Muji promptly removed all the soiled sheets and her and Mo's garments, placing them in a clean bundle, preparing to take them to the washing area herself. If she were to take them to the laundry department, who knows what rumors might arise. Carrying the large bundle, Muji stepped outside. While her stomach hurt less, her lower back still ached uncomfortably. Upon opening the door, she heard Qilu's voice. Muyi, you finally woke up. I've been waiting for you for ages. Waiting for what? Muji's view was obstructed by the bundle in her arms as she struggled to peek out. Has she been causing trouble again? At this, Qilu momentarily faltered. Who? Man Lily. No, she is quite well behaved. She's your mother. How can you address her by her first name? Oh, I'm glad she hasn't been troublesome. Muji deliberately ignored the latter part of his statement and inquired, so what were you waiting for? His Majesty said you were unwell and instructed me to prepare some nourishing soup for you at the imperial kitchen. I was to bring it to you once you woke up. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows at Muji, his expression mischievous.
Muye.
Did you lose a lot of blood last night? You really are asking for a beating. Muji freed a hand and slapped his forehead. Qi Lu yelped, clutching his head, yet a cheeky grin remained on his face. They sat on the stone steps at the entrance, with Muji using the bundle containing the soiled linens as a cushion while sipping the soup Qi Lu had brought. Unable to finish it all herself, she urged Qi Lu to help her drink some. Unaccustomed to such delicacies, Qi Lu didn't hesitate, finishing every last drop she left behind. Afterward, she took the bundle to the washing area. Qi Lu followed closely, and upon seeing her intent to wash it herself, he rushed forward to take it from her. Muyi, let me do it. No need. Muji was resolute in her refusal, instructing, please fetch me some hot water, and have someone stand guard outside. Don't let anyone in indiscriminately.
All right.
Qi Lu's face was filled with confusion, yet he didn't press further. He went out to gather several buckets of hot water, initially intending to stay and assist, only to be firmly pushed outside by Muji. What has gotten into Muyi? Why the sudden insistence on doing it herself, and not allowing him to help? Muji heard his unspoken questions, and hurriedly closed the door. Such an embarrassing situation, which she could not explain, must remain a secret. It was not a matter of trust. After several washes, Muji finally managed to cleanse the stained areas. Feeling a persistent heaviness in her lower back, she was gently massaging it when the bathroom door was abruptly pushed open. Man Lily leaned against the door frame, casually munching on an apple, her indifferent gaze drifting towards Muji, her tone laced with disdain. You, a eunuch steward, still have to engage in such laborious tasks. Truly a servant's fate. Muji cast her a fleeting glance, disinterested in engaging, as she picked up her freshly washed nightgown and meticulously rechecked the bedding.
Man Lily, unperturbed.
Continued to crunch on her apple with a crisp sound. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she stepped inside and dipped her hand into the basin of water. Thankfully, it was warm. If anyone dared to use cold water, they would deserve any pain that followed. What are you doing? Muji exclaimed, startled by her sudden movement, turning to glare at her. Can you let me work in peace? Are you afraid I might come over and strangle you? Man Lily regarded her coldly, her words sharp as ever. If I were to strangle you, who would take care of me in my old age? If I must die, it should be after I have lived enough for you to follow suit. That's not a certainty, Muji thought. Realizing that conversing with someone like Man Lily required a thick skin, it was essential to remain calm, regardless of her provocations. In this palace, where treachery lurked in every shadow, and with so many secrets weighing on her, one could not afford to be careless. Especially with a thoughtless and reckless girl like her around. One day, she might find herself at the mercy of another. You sharp-tongued girl. When did you become so acerbic? Man Lily harshly tossed the apple core onto the ground and stormed out. Having a daughter is worse than raising a pig. At least you can slaughter a pig when hungry.
Sick, Muji retorted.
If I had to raise a pig, it would scare me to death. And slaughter it for food? Nonsense. Xiao Luzi. Muji called towards the entrance, and Qi Lu immediately poked his head in. Madam, I'm here. Haven't you gone to serve in the imperial study? The emperor said today, I should follow you, no need to go there.
Oh.
Hearing Qi Lu's words, Muji tried to dismiss the odd feeling in her heart and pointed towards the basin, saying, I've cleaned this. Please have someone take it to the laundry bureau to dry. Understood, madam. Qi Lu gestured for few people to come over and carry the basin away. Having Xiao Luzi around indeed made many tasks considerably easier. However, it was peculiar that her chief steward had not gone to attend to the emperor in the study, but instead had Xiao Luzi assigned to her service. This thought made her realize that Ngmo had not merely appointed a chief steward for himself. He had, in fact, sought out someone for a different purpose altogether. After contemplating for a while, Muji found no fitting words. Yet, recalling the events of the previous night, she swiftly regained her composure. After all, it was his choice to keep her close. She had not sought out this role as chief steward, so there was no reason to feel inadequate. With this in mind, she decided to attend to the imperial study that afternoon. Initially intending to assist with grinding ink and pouring tea, she found herself feeling unwell shortly after entering.
Ying Montag,
noticing her discomfort, carried her to a soft couch in the study, where she slept the entire afternoon. Upon awakening, Muji sat on the couch, her gaze drifting towards Ngmo, who was buried behind a mountain of official documents at his desk, her eyes filled with complexity. This was not the treatment expected of a mere servant. For a moment, Muji found herself uncertain whether Ngmo's favor was a blessing or a curse. If it was a blessing, it could easily lead her to lose sight of her own standing. Should he ever change, how would she cope? But if it was a curse, it seemed ungrateful to think so. After much contemplation, Muji still could not fathom what exactly drew him to her. Compared to the other consorts in the palace, she had no advantages. Awake? Ing Mo, though focused on his work, was the first to notice the stir on her side. "Are you hungry?" he asked, then returned to his writing. "If you're hungry, I can have Qi Lu fetch some food." "Your Majesty." Muji rose from the couch and approached his desk, looking earnestly at him. "The Princess of Nanyue wishes to marry into the Beijing court, which would bring mutual benefits. Are you truly opposed to this? What? Do you desire my consent?" Ing Mo's calm demeanor shifted, his eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded her. "The princess's intended must be me. Do you concur?" His question suggested that her agreement could somehow alter the situation. Muji had merely asked out of curiosity, intending to divert her own thoughts. However, Ing Mo's reaction piqued her interest. It was said that the Princess of Nanyue was the favorite of the emperor, renowned for her beauty and intellect. If she were allowed to marry into the Beijing royal family, it would undoubtedly facilitate trade relations between the two nations, the benefits of such a union being self-evident. "Your Majesty, do you truly wish to hear my advice?" Mo set down his brush, pulling her closer to the desk and inviting her to sit on his lap. This position still felt foreign to Muji. "What advice?"
You may speak now.
His gaze indicated that she should carefully consider her words, lest she speak thoughtlessly. Muji regretted broaching this topic. "Your Majesty," she hesitated, attempting to steer the conversation away from the precarious subject. "Aren't you repulsed by this?" Although she intended to change the subject, this was precisely what she most wanted to know. Repulsed by what? Yet, Ing Mo seemed not to grasp her meaning, his dark eyes fixed intently on her. Emotions difficult to decipher. Gathering her courage, she finally asked, "Last night, I made a mess of your bed and robe. It was quite dirty. Is it not just blood? Where is the dirt?" Ing Mo responded, momentarily taken aback before a faint smile graced his lips. "It is your blood. I do not see it as dirty." The implication was clear. It was her blood that he deemed not filthy. Had it belonged to any other woman, he would undoubtedly find it intolerable. Previously, Qi Lu had mentioned in conversation that during Ing Mo's time on the frontier, he had neither concubines nor even maids by his side for years, leading him to suspect the emperor had no interest in women. Now that he was emperor, the consorts in the palace had yet to meet him officially, much less share his bed, which made Qi Lu feel his suspicions were confirmed. However, Muji understood well that it was not that he lacked interest in women. Rather, he had no interest in the consorts of the harem, or any other woman for that matter. The reasons behind this were unclear. Regardless, Muji did not believe that men in ancient times could be devoted to only one woman, especially a sovereign like him. There must be a reason for this, though it was not yet the right time to uncover it. Despite her understanding, hearing Ing Mo's words caused her heart to race. "What, do you not believe me?" Noticing Muji's prolonged silence, Ing Mo's dark gaze remained fixed on her face, scrutinizing every subtle change in her expression. However, he did not need to scrutinize so closely. He could hear her thoughts clearly. "I believe. In this moment, perhaps I truly do, but I do not believe it will last forever. After all, human hearts and emotions are the most capricious. One must leave room for oneself to safeguard against vulnerability." Ing Mo's eyes darkened, yet he did not press further. "Your Majesty, Lord Hua and Minister Lin request an audience." Qi Lu's voice rang out from outside. Startled, Muji quickly rose from Ing Mo's lap, standing respectfully beside the desk, feigning to grind ink. The speed at which she moved caught Ing Mo off guard, feeling the sudden absence of her weight. He furrowed his brow, intending to say something but ultimately refrained. "Let them in." Hua Zixian and Lin Bozhong entered the imperial study together. These two individuals, one a chancellor of long standing and the other a minister elevated by Ing Mo himself, were trusted confidants. Their simultaneous audience with Ing Mo evoked a sense of foreboding within him. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects," the elder statesman intoned, alongside his companion. They approached the imperial desk and bowed in unison. Ing Mo, seated imperially, remained impassive, gesturing, "You may rise, my esteemed ministers." Lin Bozhong and Hua Zixian exchanged glances before Lin stepped forward, intent on speaking. However, his gaze was drawn to Muji, who was idly standing beside the desk. Aware of his scrutiny, Muji promptly declared, "Your Majesty, I shall take my leave." "Wait," Ing Mo interjected, "remain here. There is no need for you to depart." He then turned to Lin and Hua, stating, "Chief Steward Mu is a trusted aide of mine. Speak freely, my lords." With the Emperor's permission, Lin, no longer hesitant, bowed deeply and said, "Your Majesty, we have come today regarding the proposition of a marriage alliance with the Princess of the Nanyue Kingdom." I believe he spoke earnestly, emphasizing that such a union would be a timely boon for the pressing commercial ambitions of Beijing, urging the emperor to prioritize the greater good and not allow personal inclinations to hinder a golden opportunity for rapid development. Furthermore, the Astronomical Bureau had predicted a year of excessive rainfall, with the fertile lands of Jiangbei accounting for 3/4 of Beijing's grain supply. Should a deluge occur, those fields would be submerged, leading to potential famine. The ministers had deliberated, concluding that constructing levees would be the optimal solution to address both flood and drought issues. Unfortunately, The treasury was lacking, and Beijing could not afford such projects, forcing them to consider merely digging drainage ditches to divert floodwaters. At this juncture, a marriage proposal from Nanyue arrived, promising not only the resumption of trade, but also a remarkably generous dowry for the princess. The extent of this dowry, once revealed, astonished the entire court of Beijing. The Emperor of Nanyue explicitly stated that upon entering Beijing, Mo would have full control over the dowry, with the only stipulation being that he must never cast aside the princess. How humble a father! He did not even dare to contest for the position of queen, merely requesting that the emperor grant the princess a permanent place in his heart. Such a deal was undeniably advantageous. However, upon hearing Lin's words, Mo's expression darkened. It felt as though they were attempting to sell him, the emperor. His enemies remained elusive, and now he was expected to toil for the very kingdom that sought to burden him with such a sacrifice. His gaze turned icy, reminiscent of winter's chill, suffusing the room with a palpable tension. He glanced at Muji, whose silence amidst Lin's lengthy discourse only added to his vexation. Huadaran, what is your perspective? Hua Zixian, who had remained silent since entering, had aligned himself with Lin's position. I concur, he replied, further darkening Mo's countenance. In a fit of frustration, Mo rose abruptly, prepared to abandon his post. Lin Buzhong and Hua Zixian immediately knelt, pleading, Your Majesty, please do not be angry. Muji, startled, moderated her breathing and timidly spoke. I have but a word to say at that moment. Mo turned sharply toward her, his lingering ire silencing her words. Realizing her misstep, he softened his expression and replied, Speak. I have a question, Muji said, lifting her gaze to Mo. Has the princess of Nanyue ever met the emperor? Chapter 61. You have performed admirably. I favor your demeanor.
Ying Montag frowned.
In his days spent in the wilderness, he had encountered no princess. I have not met her, he affirmed. Are you certain? The three present paused, caught off guard by the inquiry. Yet, what significance did it hold? To love the emperor was surely beneficial. Once she married, she would serve him devotedly. Lin and Hua perceived no flaw in this reasoning. Mo, seemingly perplexed by the relevance of her words, fixed his gaze on Muji, awaiting her further elucidation. Your Majesty, if you truly wish to avoid marrying the princess, I have a proposal that could resolve Beijing's current plight and spare you from acting against your own desires. What proposal? All eyes turned toward Muji, who felt the weight of their scrutiny. Your Majesty, we could compose a letter to the Emperor of Nanyue, expressing our willingness to consider the marriage alliance, but before Mo could react, she swiftly continued. But the atmosphere grew tense, Lin Buzhong's displeasure evident. This is utterly foolish. It would only embarrass Beijing further. Hua Zixian pondered Muji's words, grasping their implications with a hint of understanding. Yet, before Muji could finish, Mo had caught a glimmer of insight, regaining his composure as he resumed his seat. Are you certain the Emperor of Nanyue would acquiesce? Quite likely, Muji asserted with confidence. Given the conditions set forth by the emperor, it was evident that the princess harbored deep affections for the emperor. He would undoubtedly comply. Moreover, should the princess be unwilling, the emperor would commend the emperor's stance.
Why?
Hua Zixian inquired, intrigued. What advantages would this bring to Beijing and to your Majesty? Lin Buzhong pressed. Certainly, there are benefits. In 3 to 6 months, if the princess remains steadfast in her desire to wed the emperor, all would be in vain, Hua Zixian countered. Mo contemplated for a moment, rubbing his temples. So it follows that as long as she does not change her mind, I shall be compelled to marry her, with the decision ultimately resting with her. Indeed. Muji confirmed, then shifted her tone. Though it may appear to be in her hands, I will ensure she alters her decision. You will change her mind? Lin Buzhong's stern countenance cracked into a subtle, sardonic smile, his tone imbued with skepticism. Hua Zixian echoed this doubt in his gaze. However, Mo's expression unexpectedly softened, his dark, penetrating gaze fixed upon Muji. Chief Steward Mu, your idea is commendable. I have decided, Your Majesty. Please reconsider. Lin Buzhong interjected hastily. This matter requires thorough contemplation. You cannot make a hasty decision, for it concerns the entire future of Beijing. I do not rely on women to advance, Mo retorted coldly, his gaze unwavering as he dismissed any further argument. This decision is final. Draft a letter to the Emperor of Nanyue. If he consents, splendid. If not, we will let the matter rest. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, You may leave. Lin Buzhong and Hua Zixian, recognizing the irrevocable nature of the decision, withdrew, hoping that Muji's strategy would indeed secure the emperor's favor.
Come here.
When the imperial study was left with only Mo and Muji, Mo gazed at Muji with a smile that illuminated his eyes with a gentle light. Muji lifted her gaze to him and slowly approached, saying, Your Majesty, I have just overstepped. You have not overstepped, Mo replied, finding her pace too slow. He stood up and pulled her into his embrace, his long fingers playfully pinching her pert little nose. His voice was tender, his tone reassuring. You performed admirably. I appreciate you this way. Muji was momentarily taken aback. She had merely intended to resolve the issue effectively, never expecting Ing Mo to be so pleased. To alleviate the emperor's burdens was a privilege for her. Seizing the opportunity, Muji sought to elicit further joy from him. However, upon uttering her thought, the smile on Ing Mo's face diminished slightly, his thumb gently caressing the corner of her lips, his voice deep and suggestive. So, you are merely alleviating my worries? Muji hesitated before nodding. Indeed. Ing Mo's expression darkened as he scrutinized her for a moment before asking, do you not wish for the princess of Nanyue to marry me? What on earth is making him angry this time? Muji could not fathom what had caused his irritation. Your Majesty, why would you not want her to marry you?
Why?
She widened her eyes and blinked repeatedly, racking her brain for the answer Ing Mo sought. Could it be jealousy? Did he desire her to feel jealous? The thought nearly caused Muji's mind to short-circuit. She believed it to be true, yet dared not be entirely certain. First, tell me, how confident are you in persuading the princess of Nanyue to change her mind? Just as Muji was about to relax, she heard Ing Mo's second question. This one, she pondered, not daring to speak with absolute certainty. To be honest, without having met her, she could not gauge her chances, but she would give it her utmost effort. Ing Mo embraced Muji's slender waist, his voice low and enticing. I believe you can succeed. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not allow her a chance to respond, leaning down to kiss her lips. Chapter 62, encountering the brave king again that night. Due to her menstrual discomfort, Muji felt unwell and retired to bed early after washing up. Your Majesty, no, she murmured drowsily, nestled in his arms. Her words of refusal at odds with her body, which offered no resistance. The warmth and presence of Ing Mo enveloped her in unparalleled comfort. Though her lips spoke defiance, her body was undeniably honest. How is it? Ing Mo asked softly near her ear. Are you not cold tonight?
Yes.
Muji admitted inwardly. Especially given that her bedding was too thin, she could not warm herself even after lying for half the night. Your Majesty, I fear I may soil your bed and clothing again. No need to worry. That night, Ing Mo acted as a faithful furnace, cradling Muji in his arms, his palm resting on her lower abdomen. The third and fourth nights passed similarly. In truth, Muji nearly forgot his true nature, until the fifth night, when Ing Mo held her in the same manner, but on this night, his hands began to wander restlessly. Just as Muji was about to drift into slumber, she sensed his hand moving up from her abdomen, slipping beneath her nightclothes. She jolted awake, seizing his wandering hand. Your Majesty, not tonight. Isn't it the fifth night? Ing Mo recalled clearly, his lips brushing against her nape, teasingly caressing her. If we count from the second day, today is only the fourth. Besides, it must be after 7 days, or I will fall ill. Muji spoke with utmost seriousness, striving to postpone for another day. Hearing her mention illness, Ing Mo's hand abruptly halted. After a lengthy pause, his voice whispered in her ear, Muji, you had better not deceive me, or else. He left the threat unspoken, biting down on her ear bone, causing her to gasp in surprise. That night passed uneventfully. The next day, after feeling lethargic for several days, Muji finally felt revitalized. After dressing, she promptly prepared to visit Aunt Fong. However, on her way, she encountered the steward of Yongshou Palace, Li Dan. Steward Mu, please wait. Li Gonggong, Muji halted, casting a nonchalant glance in his direction. Is there something you need? She held a rather unfavorable impression of Li Dan. The last time she was at Yongshou Palace, he had attempted to assert his authority over her due to his long-standing position in the palace. But Ing Mo had thwarted his intentions. It seemed that, time and again, Ing Mo had always been on her side. It is this, the Empress Dowager suddenly craved lotus cakes. I was just about to head to the imperial kitchen when I encountered His Highness, the brave king. He appears to be feeling unwell, and I had to leave in haste without an attendant. Hearing this, Muji grasped the situation and interjected. Li Gonggong.
Just say it plainly.
Do you want me to summon the imperial physician or fetch the lotus cakes for the Empress Dowager?
Steward Unit is truly clever. Lead on praised.
Continuing, in truth, the matter is urgent. A slight delay for the Empress Dowager's lotus cakes is inconsequential. The medical office is rather far, and I worry that His Highness the brave king is alone without care. Where is he? All right, I see him now. Please go and call for the physician. Thank you. Steward Mu. Li Dan moved quickly on his feet. Once he was far away, Muji slowly approached Ing Xiao. She found it odd. Why did the brave king, despite his frail health, come to the palace without an attendant or servant? Your Highness, she called as she drew closer. Are you all right? A bit dizzy, Ing Xiao replied, resting his hands on the railing, his head propped on his arms. Is it Steward Mu? I apologize for allowing you to see me in such a disheveled state.
Muji frowned.
Your Highness, have you not had breakfast? Indeed, I thought my health was fine these past couple of days. So I intended to come to the palace to pay respects to my mother and share breakfast with her. I never expected to feel dizzy and weak as I arrived here. You must be experiencing low blood sugar. Low blood sugar? Ing Xiao seemed momentarily perplexed. before appearing to grasp something, asking with slight confusion, "What is low blood sugar?" "It's nothing.
Just try eating something." Muji.
Having brought some pastries to give to Aunt Fong, offered him some. "Thank you, Steward Mu." Ing Xiao accepted the pastries she handed him, first expressing his gratitude before slowly savoring them. Just moments ago, he had not felt it, but now he realized he was indeed quite hungry. After finishing one piece, he requested a few more from Muji. By the time he had consumed them all, he felt much better. It's truly remarkable how food can remedy one's condition. "I'm glad to hear that." Muji intended to take her leave, but before she could speak, Ing Xiao requested, "Could I trouble Steward Mu to accompany me to Yongsho Palace?" She glanced behind her. Usually, many palace attendants pass through this area, yet today, there was not a soul in sight. "If Steward Mu is busy, it is no matter. It's fine. I am not busy." Muji suddenly recalled something and agreed. She reached out to support him. "Be careful." On the way, they exchanged few words. However, Muji could feel Ing Xiao's gaze continually drifting toward her. If not for knowing his vision was impaired, Muji might have suspected he was stealing glances at her. Steward Mu, as they neared the entrance of Yongsho Palace, Ing Xiao abruptly halted, his gaze fixed on her. "Have we not met before?"
What?
Muji was puzzled. Why could she still not hear Ing Xiao's thoughts? She had agreed to escort him precisely for the physical contact, hoping to discern his inner voice. Yet, throughout their journey, she heard not a single word. How strange. Was he, like Ing Mo, an exception? "This king feels a sense of familiarity with you, as if you are an old friend." Ing Xiao repeated this with a serious expression, devoid of any hint of jest. "Chief Steward Mu, do you feel the same way about me?" Muji pondered for a moment before shyly replying, "I do not." "Oh, I see." Ing Xiao appeared somewhat disappointed. "Why can you not remember?" Muji suddenly looked up at him. Just then, it seemed she had heard the king of Zhao's innermost thoughts. However, when she tried to listen more closely, the moment was gone. It appeared that it was not her inability to hear the king's heart, but rather, he was a rather quiet, or perhaps, a deeply vigilant individual. "Your Highness, the king of Zhao." In her desire to hear more of his thoughts, Muji resolved to engage him further, hoping for unexpected revelations. "Have you suffered from a serious illness?" Ing Xiao inquired with apparent concern. "When did this happen? Are you fully recovered now?" "It was during my first month in the palace. I am well now." "I see." He nodded, and then fell silent for a long while. It must have been then that the incident occurred. Muji was left bewildered. What did he mean? Chapter 63, Direct and Uncomplicated. What incident occurred back then? Before Muji could comprehend, Ing Xiao spoke again. "Chief Steward Mu, thank you for the pastries, and for escorting me to Yongsho Palace. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I would like to invite you to taste the delicacies of the Xiao Wangfu. There is no need for your highness to be so polite. It is my duty." Muji maintained a composed demeanor, concealing any signs of abnormality. After speaking, she turned to leave. Ing Xiao also stepped forward, entering the grand door of Yongsho Palace. "By the way, your highness, regarding concubine Yuan?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed his face as he pondered for a moment before recalling who concubine Yuan was. Responding with an "Oh, is it the concubine Yuan who suddenly passed away a few days ago?" "Yes." Muji fixed her gaze intently on Ing Xiao's face, scrutinizing the subtle changes in his expression. Yet, his countenance remained unchanged, showing no signs of disturbance. He appeared puzzled instead. "I know of concubine Yuan. She seems to be the legitimate daughter of Minister Yuan. I have had no interaction with her. Why would she mention me to Chief Steward Mu? And think I am a good person?" It was merely idle chatter. Muji quickly responded to justify herself. "People in the palace all believe that your highness is a good person, and I share that sentiment. Is that so?" Ing Xiao seemed slightly embarrassed by the praise, his face tinged with a faint blush. "Then, what does Chief Steward Mu think is good about me?" She had spoken casually, not expecting him to pursue the question, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. "You are handsome, gentle, and polite. Everyone in the palace likes you." This statement, though, was indeed true. This was how the palace denizens regarded the king of Zhao. If there were to be a single flaw, it would be his health. It was said that the imperial physician had long ago declared that he would not live past 30, and it seemed he was already nearing 28 or 29. Hearing Muji's compliments, Ing Xiao's eyes crinkled in a smile. Subsequently, the two shared a tacit understanding and fell into silence, turning to depart. At this moment, she was almost certain. Ing Xiao was certainly far more complex than he appeared on the surface. However, whether he was connected to the master behind concubine Yuan remained to be further investigated. In Yongsho Palace, within the main hall, why should she, just a servant, wear such fine fabric? Moreover, the palace is currently so strained that even your majesty has not had new garments made in a long time. Yet, she flaunts her expensive silk brocade throughout the palace, making one think she is the mistress of some palace. After saying this, he approached the Empress Dowager, squatting beside her, gazing up with a sycophantic expression. "Your majesty, you should understand that the old servant is not jealous of her. It is just that a newcomer who has only been in the palace for 2 or 3 months, relying on the emperor's favor, ought not to be so disrespectful as to overshadow you. Enough. The Empress Dowager glanced at him with a smile. I know you are speaking on my behalf, but it is just a piece of clothing. I can hardly be bothered to care. As for etiquette, as an elder in the palace, you should remind her appropriately when you see her. Yes. Li Gonggong immediately responded. The old servant understands. With the Empress Dowager's words, he could now justifiably admonish her when next they met, ensuring she understood the palace's rules. Ying Xiao entered the hall, and Li Gonggong hurriedly moved to assist him. Oh, Your Highness, are you feeling better? This old servant is truly at fault. I saw Chief Steward Mu supporting you to Yongshou Palace, and thought you were well. So I went to the Imperial Kitchen first. I am fine. There's no need for you to worry, Li Gonggong.
Ying Xiao schudde pushed zijn Lidans hand.
Striding towards the Empress Dowager's seat. Mother, I have come to pay my respects. Your health is poor. There is no need to come so often. The Empress Dowager personally stepped forward to assist him, guiding him to a seat beside her, then sighed softly. After all, you were raised by me. And you always think of me. This statement implied that the one in the palace showed her no concern whatsoever. Even a little superficial effort was absent. Mother. Ying Xiao immediately grasped her insinuation and gently reassured her. The emperor is indeed very busy, and I am but a free man. I will try to visit more often to keep you company. The Empress Dowager only managed a forced smile in response. The mother and son shared breakfast together. Aunt Fong? Ying Xiao looked puzzled. The Empress Dowager further clarified. She was the one in charge of matters in the palace back then. Which one? Ying Xiao appeared completely unaware of what the Empress Dowager was referring to, a fleeting look of regret crossing his face, his voice tinged with melancholy. I apologize, mother. I have been plagued by illness these past years, and my memory has faltered. Many people and events from those years have grown unclear.
Xioya.
Hearing this, the Empress Dowager's heart softened. I did not mean to blame you. These years, I have neglected you. Rest assured, you are my only son now. And I will ensure you do not leave me prematurely. Life and death are fated, mother. Do not fret too much, lest it harm your own health. Discussing such matters, Ying Xiao's expression grew serene, suddenly shifting the topic. I remember now, the Aunt Fong you mentioned was the one in charge beside the fragrant grass gardens Xiao Guifei. I heard she has passed away. What made you think of her? Is she truly gone? The Empress Dowager fell silent for a moment, then smiled dismissively. I was just asking casually. Shower, eat more, you look thin. Elsewhere, after parting from Ying Xiao, Mu Ji contemplated whether to inform Ying Mo of the matter. After visiting Aunt Fong, she hadn't walked far before realizing someone was following her. Before she could act, Lian Yu swiftly intervened, dragging the person away with efficiency and decisiveness. Life under constant surveillance is truly unbearably dull. She quickened her pace towards the study, eager to speak to Ying Mo before Lian Yu could report to him. If this matter were to come from Lian Yu's mouth, who knows what version it might take. For some reason, Ying Mo harbored a certain animosity towards the king of Xiao, repeatedly warning her against getting too close. Yet, the truth indicated that the king of Xiao was indeed somewhat peculiar. In the study, several ministers were engaged in discussions with Ying Mo. Mu Ji waited throughout the afternoon until dusk, at which point the ministers finally departed. During this time, except for a couple trips to the restroom, she had remained at the study's entrance, ensuring she would see Ying Mo first, rather than Lian Yu. This afternoon, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings as she stood at the entrance, a delicate layer of moisture forming on her skin. Ying Mo emerged from the study and spotted Mu Ji waiting eagerly at the door. Her frail figure, with a face slightly pale from the cold, caused him to furrow his brow in concern. What is going on? She believed that Ying Mo must have overlooked her, for how else could he have turned away without uttering a word? A wave of unease washed over her, but soon, Ying Mo reappeared from the study. Upon seeing the item he held, Mu Ji's expression froze. Your Majesty, how long have I been standing here? A cloak fell over Mu Ji's shoulders as Ying Mo lowered his gaze, his eyes dark and fixed on her face. His voice slightly hoarse. Do you not feel the cold? Why did you not come inside? Your Majesty, I was waiting for you, Mu Ji replied, feeling warmth envelop her, dissipating her earlier anxiety, and her smile returned. I thought you would be quick. I didn't expect it to take so long. Have you finished your work? I can send Xiao Luzi to fetch the meal. I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Shall we talk while we eat? She spoke in one breath, gazing at him expectantly. Ying Mo had never seen Mu Ji like this before, and it gave him the impression that she was playfully vying for his affection. In the next moment, he snapped back to reality. Did she cause trouble? Although his tone was inquisitive, it bore no trace of anger. Rather, it carried a hint of indulgence. No, I did not cause any trouble, Mu Ji quickly denied. A gust of wind blew, prompting her to tighten the cloak around her and instinctively lean closer to Ying Mo. What a dreadful chill, she remarked. Ying Mo grasped her hand and strode towards the inner palace. This is outside. There are people everywhere, she cautioned. What of it?
Ying Montag replied.
somewhat displeased with her reaction, yet ultimately released her hand. Once back in the inner palace, Ing Mo instructed her to change clothes. By the time she emerged, dinner had already been served. They took their seats. Muji could not recall when it had become routine for her to dine with Ing Mo. It now felt like the most ordinary occurrence. This illustrates how habitual practices can be surprisingly formidable. Your Majesty, as she lifted her chopsticks, Muji eagerly wished to recount her encounter with Ing Xiao. Let us dine first, Ing Mo interrupted. We can discuss matters after the meal. Oh, Muji replied obediently. They both ate with focus, and soon, the only sounds filling the hall were the clinking of dishes and the soft sounds of chewing. Once Ing Mo finished, he patiently waited for Muji. When they both set down their chopsticks, Muji straightened herself and slowly began. Today, I encountered Wang Xiao. He was unwell, having skipped breakfast, which caused a drop in his blood sugar. I offered him 2 pieces of cake, and he felt better afterward. I then escorted him to the entrance of Yongshou Palace. Was there no one else with him? Ing Mo's expression darkened slightly, his eyes betraying his displeasure. Did you have to be the one to escort him? At that moment, he had no attendants with him and had not encountered anyone else. Muji remained calm and explained, the reason I accompanied him was due to a small ulterior motive. The implication was not one of genuine concern for him. Ing Mo gazed deeply into her eyes and asked, what ulterior motive? Your Majesty, may I ask you a few questions first? Muji looked at him with gentle eyes, her lovely lips curving into a smile. Intuitively, she sensed he would be receptive to this approach. As expected, after a moment of contemplation, Ing Mo acquiesced, albeit in a somewhat frosty tone. Go ahead. Well, there is a possibility, she began cautiously. Do you think this person could be Wang Xiao? Him? Ing Mo chuckled lightly, clearly dismissive. He is but a frail creature. Surviving is a challenge for him, let alone orchestrating such matters. Muji fell silent. Ing Mo continued, moreover. The scheming against my mother took place 15 or 16 years ago. At that time, he was merely a 13 or 14-year-old child, under the care of the Empress, relying on medicinal concoctions to sustain his life. He was mired in his own turmoil. Could he possibly have the energy to ensnare others? After hearing Ing Mo's words, Muji also felt that it indeed seemed improbable. Why do you suddenly ask? Have you discovered something? Not exactly. Muji could not reveal to Ing Mo that it was because she had overheard a couple of peculiar thoughts from Wang Xiao. She could only say, I tested him today, but I did not uncover anything definitive. However, I find him rather odd. Originally, she had intended to use the word strange, but realizing she could not explain it to Ing Mo, she opted for odd. My intuition tells me that Wang Xiao is not as simple as he appears, Your Majesty. Do you trust me? Muji's demeanor was unusually serious. If you believe in me, please ensure that someone keeps an eye on him. It would be best if I am merely overthinking, but the possibility of danger lingers. Very well, Ing Mo responded without hesitation, as if his trust in her had already reached its zenith. Muji felt an inexplicable sensation within her. It was sweet yet slightly alarming. So, you escorted him to Yongshou Palace today because you suspected him and wished to test him?
Muji.
Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression turned grave. If Wang Xiao truly poses a threat, your actions are quite perilous. Should you have any intentions in the future, consult me first. Let us deliberate before making decisions. Do not act rashly on your own. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Muji agreed readily. As for what to do moving forward, she had a clear plan in her mind and would avoid placing herself in danger. Once their discussion concluded, it was time for rest.
Muzei clutch pillow.
Hesitating between the outer hall and the inner chamber. Should she go in directly? For quite some time, either she had sleepwalked into his bed after dozing off, or Ing Mo had forcibly carried her to bed. In a conscious state, she had never taken the initiative. Yet she pondered, what was she stubbornly holding on to when the outcome never changed? It would be more straightforward to boldly sleep in his bed. However, this would mean they were officially cohabitating. Muji quickly shook her head. Stay alert. Resolutely, she turned and walked toward her own bed, but before she could climb onto it, Ing Mo had already wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her as if she were a chick and carrying her into the inner chamber. Very well. It was proven that her persistence was utterly meaningless. Fortunately, Ing Mo honored his promise, remaining steadfast until the end of the 7-day period, even opting to take cold showers multiple times a night rather than touch her, solely because of her assertion that if he did, she would fall ill. Muji sensed the barrier she had erected in her heart beginning to crumble. The following day, Muji awoke as usual, washed up, and upon preparing to leave, a young eunuch she had never seen before awaited her at the entrance, his expression anxious as he said, Master Liu is in trouble. You must come quickly to help him. Li Gonggong remarked that discussing the master behind his back was a grave disrespectful offense, warranting the punishment of tongue removal for the 2 offenders. Xiao Fuzai fainted on the spot from fear. However, Qi Lu, being affiliated with the Qianqing Palace, prompted Li Gonggong to exercise some restraint, leading him to report the matter to the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing that Xiao Fuzai, a servant from her own palace, had betrayed her by sharing palace secrets with Qi Lu under Mu Ji's command. The Empress Dowager was furious and ordered Xiao Fuzai to receive 30 lashes and indeed had his tongue cut out. Subsequently, Qi Lu was to be dealt with. Though Li Gonggong may not possess the authority to handle Qi Lu, the Empress Dowager, despite her limited power in the inner palace, had ample means to punish a mere servant. Qi Lu, do you realize your crime? The Empress Dowager's authoritative voice resonated in the hall. Qi Lu, restrained by several towering eunuchs, witnessed Xiao Fuzai being punished and rendered speechless with fear, feeling an unbearable weight of guilt for causing Xiao Fuzai's plight. Have your ears gone deaf, as I am addressing you? The Empress Dowager's eyes flashed with anger, then she turned to Li Dan at her side, stating, if he cannot hear my words, then those ears are of no use. Li Dan understood her implication and approached Qi Lu with a dagger. If you confess that this was all orchestrated by Manager Mu, I shall intercede on your behalf with the Empress Dowager to spare your ears. What say you? He positioned the blade menacingly near Qi Lu's ear, ready to sever it with a mere exertion of force. However, upon hearing this, Qi Lu raised his head and suddenly laughed. Li Gonggong, so it appears you wish to use me to frame Master Mu. How despicable. Master Mu knows nothing of this. Xiao Fuzai and I have said nothing. It is you who is wrongfully accusing us.
Indeed.
Xiao Fuzai had summoned him under the pretense of discussing a matter concerning Master Mu, and just as he arrived, Li Dan had appeared with his men, accusing them of plotting against the master when they had barely uttered a word. Stubborn, are we? Li Dan's expression turned cold as he struck Qi Lu sharply across the face. The force of the blow made Qi Lu taste blood in his mouth. Spitting out blood, he cursed, despicable. Li Dan smirked ominously, lowering his voice to Qi Lu's ear. I have already sent word to Manager Mu. Tell me, do you think he will come to your rescue? Qi Lu stared at Li Dan in shock, uncertain if Master Mu would indeed come for him. If he does not arrive, then your death is sealed today, which indicates that your life is of no concern to him. If he does come, I assure you, he will suffer for it. Before Li Dan could finish, he noticed Mu Ji's figure approaching the hall. Oh, he actually came? Upon hearing Li Dan's sinister tone, Qi Lu's heart raced. He longed to turn and see if Mu Ji had truly arrived, but his body was firmly held down, rendering him immobile. Qi Lu, I am sorry. If you must harbor resentment, direct it towards Manager Mu. He is the one who has brought this upon you. Li Dan intended to sever one of Qi Lu's ears to intimidate Mu Ji, but just as he raised his arm to strike, a sharp arrow suddenly shot towards him. How dare you lay a hand on my man? Mu Ji dashed in, swiftly drawing a royal arrow from his sleeve and aiming it fiercely at Li Dan's hand.
Ah!
Li Dan cried out in pain, seeing a long gash appear on his hand, blood staining his sleeve. Grasping his injured hand, his expression morphed into one of rage and shock as he glared at Mu Ji. You have some audacity to act so recklessly before the Empress Dowager. Mu Ji's demeanor was equally icy, her eyes blazing with unprecedented fury. Despite her slender form, when she unleashed her wrath, even those much larger than her felt a twinge of fear. Master Mu, Qi Lu had never witnessed such ferocity from Mu Ji, leaving him awestruck, yet somewhat concerned. Master, are you truly here to save me? Of course, Mu Ji pulled Qi Lu up, who was trembling in fear and nearly collapsing. You have done nothing wrong. What is there to fear? Qi Lu was emotionally overwhelmed. Master, you're here. Li Dan, frustrated and frantic, turned to kneel before the Empress Dowager. This Mu Ji is utterly arrogant, disregarding even your majesty. I merely sought to punish a disobedient servant, yet he dared to injure me. Your majesty, you must support me. The Empress Dowager, equally taken aback by Mu Ji's actions, could hardly believe that a mere servant would dare to strike without hesitation in the Yongshou Palace. She cast a glance at Li Dan, signaling him to calm down. Today, she would ensure that Mu Ji faced consequences. Mu Ji, such behavior is intolerable in Yongshou Palace. Forgive me, Empress Dowager, but the royal arrows bestowed upon me permit me to act first and explain later, Mu Ji retorted, her focus shifting to inspect Qi Lu's injuries. Noting the blood in his mouth and the severe swelling on half his face, igniting a fire within her, Li Dan was taken aback by her sudden outburst. He had previously perceived her as docile and easily manipulated, but now he realized he had kicked a steel plate. The other eunuchs in the hall were similarly intimidated by Mu Ji's commanding presence, glancing at one another before kneeling before the Empress Dowager, unsure how to proceed. The Empress Dowager, who had remained relatively calm until now, felt a flicker of apprehension at Mu Ji's declaration of possessing royal arrows. Could it be that the emperor would grant such an important item to a servant? Her gaze fell upon Mu Ji, a figure she had previously dismissed, now deserving of her full attention.
Mu Ji.
Li Dan rose, pointing at her, only to find his hand still dripping with blood. He lowered it, using the other hand to accuse her. Rage and malice etched across his face. Qi Lu and Xiao Fuzai conspired in Yongshou Palace, attempting to pry into the master's privacy. I apprehended them on the spot. Such gossipy servants must be severely punished, and yet you, without discernment, charged in and harmed me. Even with royal arrows in hand, you cannot act so brazenly. Discussing the master? Muji turned to Qi Lu, directly questioning him. Did you discuss anything? Qi Lu shook his head vigorously.
No.
We didn't even have the chance to speak a single word. Clearly, this was a conspiracy. Li Dan intended to use Qi Lu to undermine Muji. Had Muji been the pliable figure he assumed her to be, his scheme would have succeeded. Yet, his arrogance proved to be his downfall.
Li Gonggong.
If you have an issue with me, direct your ire towards me alone, and do not involve others. How dare you speak such nonsense? What grievance could I possibly have with you? Li Dan's face paled as he stole a glance at the Empress Dowager, who was intently focused on Muji. Her expression darkening. A sense of satisfaction surged within him. Manager Mu, this is Yongshou Palace. Regardless of the circumstances, you should not have harmed my servant before the Empress Dowager. Your blatant disregard for decorum and propriety is unacceptable. Even if this escalates to the Emperor, I find it hard to believe he would side with a mere servant like you. Chapter 66. Do not touch her belongings or her people. Empress Dowager. Please temper your anger. Muji maintained a respectful demeanor, bowing to the Empress Dowager. This matter arose because of Li Gonggong. I have heard that you are the most fair and just, and I trust you will not shield him simply because he is in your service. Her words momentarily left the Empress Dowager speechless. She cast a cold glare at Li Dan, who fell to his knees once more. Empress Dowager. I personally heard Xiao Fuzai and Qi Lu discussing you. I did not wrongfully accuse them.
Oh.
Muji tapped the royal arrow lightly against her palm, exuding a silent threat. Is it true that only Eunuch heard this? Li Dan gazed at the imperial arrow in her hand, filled with trepidation. It wasn't fear of anything else, but the apprehension of her boldness. Of course not, there are others. Li Dan pointed to the other eunuchs kneeling in the hall, asserting. They all heard it. You may ask them. Very well, she replied, her threat resolute. A wave of frustration surged within Li Dan, as he feared the imperial arrow in Muji's grasp, let alone the others. The concept of executing first and reporting later was a grave concern. For one misstep could indeed lead to death. The Empress Dowager felt a similar constriction in her chest, torn between the urge to express her anger and the inability to do so. Muji, do not overstep. Do you truly believe I would not dare act against you? Your Majesty, please remain calm. Throughout her interaction with the Empress Dowager, Muji maintained a demeanor of utmost respect and deference, adhering strictly to protocol, leaving no room for accusations of disrespect. Yet, as soon as she faced others, her demeanor shifted to one of dominance and sharpness, exuding an air of arrogance that stemmed from the imperial arrow in her possession. She was uncertain whether Mo would be angered or punish her upon learning of this incident, but, regardless of the outcome, her course of action was set. Xiao Lu was her ally, the first person to show her kindness. She could not merely stand by and watch him be wronged or bullied. In her past life, Muji was fiercely protective, outwardly gentle and unassuming, yet fiercely defensive of her own. I seek only the truth. If Qi Lu indeed conspired against the Empress Dowager in Yongshou Palace with Eunuch Xiao Fu, he should be punished. And I will ensure the Empress Dowager is satisfied with the outcome. If not, I hope the Empress Dowager will restore Qi Lu's honor. Her words were reasonable. The Empress Dowager was known for her fairness and strictness. She never tolerated wrongdoing among palace attendants and was often ruthless in her judgments. Yet, such individuals were most concerned with their own authority. Once that authority was challenged, notions of fairness and strictness became irrelevant. At this moment, Muji deftly navigated the Empress Dowager's psyche. No matter her displeasure, she had to maintain the image she had cultivated over the years. Chief Steward Mu. Are you questioning me and those around me? The Empress Dowager tempered her cold glare and anger, striving for a calm tone. I would not dare, Muji replied respectfully, though her words were unwavering. I implore the Empress Dowager to see clearly. This was no retreat. Qi Lu, initially frightened, had completely forgotten his fear, staring at Muji with starry-eyed admiration. Wow, how impressive! Yet, a hint of concern lingered within him, for the Empress Dowager was indeed formidable, and he feared the repercussions of such defiance. Perhaps we should let this go. After all, I haven't suffered greatly, and Eunuch is worse off than I, he whispered, tugging at Muji's sleeve. Muji shot him a look. If they could defuse the situation as Qi Lu suggested, she would prefer to avoid escalation. However, if they retreated now, the other party would not relent but would perceive it as a sign of fear, leading to further aggression. Thus, this matter must be pursued to its conclusion. Seeing the Empress Dowager silent for a moment, Muji pressed the kneeling eunuchs further. Have you made up your minds?
Speak.
Or remain silent. The imperial arrow hovered ominously above their heads, threatening dire consequences for any untruths. I will speak. One eunuch, unable to withstand the pressure, raised his trembling gaze to Li Dan, ready to accuse him. But Li Dan swiftly approached, kicking him to the ground. You treacherous wretch! How dare you conspire with outsiders against me? Muji's eyes turned icy as she directed the arrow towards Li Dan's injured hand, forcing him to stagger back.
Ugly.
Are you threatening me? If I am threatening you, Then what are you doing? He retorted. I emphasize the truth, do you understand? At this juncture, the Empress Dowager's understanding deepened. While she disapproved of Mu Ji's audacity, she felt greater disdain for Li Dan's deceit and manipulation. Jealousy can distort one's character. However, Li Dan had served her for many years. Even if he erred, she did not wish to punish him publicly. Mu Ji keenly perceived the Empress Dowager's thoughts. Is this not a double standard? She helped the eunuch Li Dan had toppled to his feet, crouching beside him with a gentle gaze. Speak. If eunuch Li dares approach you again, I will break his legs. Her light-hearted tone sent a shiver down the eunuch's spine. I will tell you. It was eunuch Li who said that Chief Steward Mu, relying on the emperor's favor, is disrespectful and ignorant of the rules. He used eunuch Lu as bait, intending to intimidate you. If you did not come, he would resolve the issue with eunuch Lu, and if you did come, he planned to teach you a lesson, ensuring you would not dare speak boldly to him again. The eunuch delivered his confession in a single breath, drenched in sweat and nearly fainting. Mu Ji slowly rose, bowing to the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, how shall we handle this matter? The Empress Dowager took a deep breath, her expression stern. Drag them away, administer 30 lashes. And do not allow any medicine. No one to stop, Mu Ji replied respectfully, bowing. Your Majesty is wise. With a cold snort, the Empress Dowager dismissed her. Take your people and leave, this ruckus is giving me a headache. I take my leave. Mu Ji led Qi Lu away, deliberately walking slowly. Soon, they heard eunuch Li's piercing cries echoing behind them. A hint of sorrow crossed Qi Lu's face. Master, I wonder if Xiao Fu will survive. It is my fault. Mu Ji pondered briefly, then spoke earnestly. I will find a way to get him out of Yongshou Palace and seek help for his treatment. Really? In that moment, Qi Lu felt Mu Ji was his savior, justifying all his loyalty and devotion. Mu Ji smiled without responding, hastening towards the imperial study. Where are we headed now? To plead for forgiveness. Chapter 67. How does this resemble a love confession? Rather than waiting for the Empress Dowager to accuse her first, it was better for her to seek forgiveness from Ing Mo herself. They soon arrived at the imperial study. Mu Ji glanced inside, confirming Ing Mo's presence, then instructed Qi Lu to wait at the door while she entered alone. Qi Lu wished to accompany her, believing in shared fortunes. And Mu Ji appreciated his sentiment, but declined, assuring him she would call if needed. It was primarily due to the discomfort his presence might cause. Taking a deep breath, Mu Ji stepped into the study. Upon hearing her footsteps, Ing Mo instinctively looked up, recognizing her, then returned to his reading. Mu Ji walked slowly to his side, kneeling gracefully before him. Upon hearing the thud, Ing Mo glanced at her again, frowning. What is the meaning of this? Your Majesty, Mu Ji lifted her gaze. Her lips pressed together, her voice soft. I have caused a calamity. Though she came to confess her wrongs, her words inadvertently conveyed a sense of grievance. Ing Mo showed no signs of anger. Instead, he stood to assist her up, asking, what calamity warrants such a bow? I struck eunuch Li and defied the Empress Dowager. Is that all? Mu Ji was taken aback by Ing Mo's response. Did you not say the Empress Dowager is strict and that I should avoid causing her trouble? I confronted her today, and she was furious. Is that the only thing you remember? Indeed. You mentioned that this imperial arrow can be used to strike first and report later, targeting treacherous ministers above and wicked individuals below. Should anyone in the harem dare to cause mischief, simply strike, and you shall bear all consequences. Mu Ji remembered this clearly. Otherwise, her actions today would not only fail to aid Qi Lu, but also implicate herself. Ing Mo chuckled softly, pleased that Mu Ji could recite his words verbatim. So, what did this eunuch Li do to provoke you to such a furious state that you resorted to violence? His curiosity was palpable. After posing the question, he casually plucked a grape from a nearby fruit platter and fed it to Mu Ji. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she was compelled to eat the grape. It was exceptionally sweet, having been delivered urgently from the southern mountain kingdom. Wealth indeed breeds extravagance. Once Mu Ji swallowed, Ing Mo directly brought the platter closer to her, urging her to hold it in her embrace. This is a gift from the southern princess. Will you not partake? I am not fond of sweet things. Oh. That eunuch Li, discontent with me, seeks to use Qi Lu to suppress my influence. Yet, he never anticipated that I would possess such a formidable weapon as the imperial arrow, leading to his own downfall. Ing Mo's gaze fixated on her speaking lips, where a trace of grape juice lingered, only to be swiftly licked away by her small tongue, causing his throat to tighten slightly. Unaware of the change in his expression, Mu Ji continued, although I have not suffered a loss, I have undoubtedly offended the Empress Dowager. I fear she may act first and accuse me. And should you believe her? Do you think I would trust her over you? Ing Mo's eyes grew deeper and darker as he posed the question in a grave tone. No. Oh? Ing Mo pinched her nose playfully. Why not? Because what others say will surely be embellished, misleading your Majesty. I wish to prevent any misunderstandings between us. Very well. After Mu Ji spoke, Ing Mo's eyes sparkled with fondness. From now on, even if you do not promptly inform me, I shall only trust the words that come from your lips. never allowing anyone else's words to cloud my judgment, nor creating misunderstandings towards you. She suddenly felt her cheeks heat up. Isn't this a confession? Why does it seem somewhat like a love declaration? Mu Ji's heart raced.
Ying Montag silently smirked.
After a moment he spoke again. I, too, do not wish for you to harbor any misunderstandings about me due to others' words. Therefore, if you have any queries or uncertainties in the future, simply ask me directly.
Ah?
Mu Ji nodded in a daze. All right, I understand. The conversation had completely strayed from its original course. No matter, Ing Mo shrugged, removing Mu Ji's hat, revealing her hair cascading like a waterfall. A smile curled at his lips as he spoke in a low, rich tone. Mu Ji lowered her head, feeling bashful. Ing Mo's gaze was intense, and she found it difficult to meet his eyes. In that moment, she could not articulate the complex emotions swirling within her. It felt both strange and intricate. Their conversation concluded with a lingering, passionate kiss. As Mu Ji exited the imperial study, her cheeks were flushed, her lips slightly swollen, and her legs felt weak. Just a single kiss had left her in such a disheveled state. If this trend continued, the situation would surely become dire.
Mu Ji.
Qi Lu had been waiting at the door, rushing toward her upon her emergence. Mu Ji, you finally came out. How did it go? Did the emperor impose any punishment? He bombarded her with questions, but fell silent as he beheld her face and lips. In the past, he would have teased her in such a situation, but this time,
he found himself unable to jest.
Mu Ji endured all this for him. I'm sorry, I have implicated you. A wave of guilt and concern washed over Qi Lu. A eunuch, already bearing physical shortcomings, now had to endure such indignities. He could hardly fathom the humiliation Mu Ji must have suffered. What are you saying? Mu Ji heard Qi Lu's thoughts, realizing that this foolish boy had misunderstood her again, leaving her both speechless and amused. How can you be so dim? Can't you see I am a woman? Steadying herself, she began to walk forward, gently patting her cheeks in hopes of dissipating the redness. Qi Lu silently followed behind, still feeling quite dejected. By the way, I just mentioned to the emperor that he would send someone to retrieve Xiao Fuzi. After you finish your facial treatment, go to the medical department and request an imperial physician. Just say it is by the emperor's decree, urging them to do their utmost for Xiao Fuzi's treatment. Really? Qi Lu's face lit up with surprise. He had assumed Mu Ji would forget about this matter and had not dared to bring it up. But he had been worried about Xiao Fuzi's severe injuries. If not treated promptly, it could be too late. The people of Yongshou Palace certainly would not care about the life or death of a mere eunuch. Mu Ji, I want to do my facial treatment. I'll go find someone at the medical department first. Qi Lu, in a hurry, dashed toward the medical department, his face swollen from a recent altercation that had resulted in a lost tooth. Li Dan's strike had been brutal. Mu Ji watched Qi Lu's retreating figure, a helpless smile creeping onto her face as her expression grew cold while thinking of Li Dan. On the surface, she must appear to accept the situation. But that did not mean she would let this matter rest. What are you staring at? Standing there for ages. One would think you were dead. A sharp voice interrupted Mu Ji's thoughts. Chapter 68. All is prepared, only awaiting the trap to be set. I am speaking to you, are you deaf? I was unwell the past few days. How unwell? What happened to your mouth? You are truly annoying. Mu Ji endured and suppressed her irritation, gritting her teeth to keep her composure. She did not wish to exchange another word. Having said that, she turned to leave. Thus, she did not notice the fleeting concern in Man Lo Li's eyes. Mu Ji headed to the imperial kitchen, her mood initially sour. But upon witnessing the array of delectable dishes, she was instantly rejuvenated. There is nothing that a good meal cannot resolve. If there is, then 2 meals will suffice. The head chef, understanding the situation, personally guided her through the imperial kitchen, allowing her to indulge. After satiating her appetite, she casually inquired, Master Zhou, who is responsible for the procurement in the imperial kitchen? It is Aunt Tian. Aunt Tian's recent purchases had indeed failed to match their former freshness, especially the leafy greens, often resulting in half being discarded, yet the monthly expenses remained unchanged. Mu Ji's mere question revealed the entire situation through Zhou Xingnian's inner thoughts. Originally, procurement was a task rife with opportunities for profit. As long as things did not go too far, most would turn a blind eye. However, Aunt Tian appeared to be quite unscrupulous, using the same amount of silver to buy the cheapest ingredients, pocketing the remainder. For some reason, this realization ignited a surge of anger within Mu Ji. Upon her inquiry, Zhou Xingnian was taken aback. Why was the chief steward suddenly concerned about the ingredients? Had she caught wind of something? Zhou Xingnian's heart raced with a mix of excitement and apprehension. If she were to witness the spoiled meat and wilted greens, Aunt Tian's embezzlement would surely be exposed. Having said that, she made as though to leave. Zhou Xingnian panicked, calling after her, Do not go, chief steward. He desperately sought to retain her presence, yet he feared directly reporting Aunt Tian's poor quality ingredients, worried that Aunt Tian's protector, concubine Yu, would retaliate against him, leaving him at a loss for words. What is it, Master Zhou? Muji gazed at him with a look of suspicion, feigning ignorance as she inquired. Do you have something else to discuss? This cunning old fox wished for her to deal with Aunt Tian, while he himself sought to avoid any trouble, fearing the wrath of Consort Yu. Yet, Muji was determined to drag him into the fray. What could be so difficult? Noticing his face turning a shade reminiscent of liver, she could hardly suppress a laugh. Master Zhou, what troubles you? Sometimes, when an opportunity is missed, it may never return. Manager Mu, Zhou Xingnian steeled himself, adopting a resolute expression. You are right. I must seize this opportunity to speak candidly about Aunt Tian. She truly has crossed the line. After a torrent of complaints, Zhou Xingnian felt the pent-up frustration within him finally released. Manager Mu, you should hide for now. Wait until all the ingredients have been delivered to the Imperial kitchen, then you can emerge. I assure you, every word I uttered will be surpassed. Very well. I shall heed your advice. Upon hearing this, Muji's anger intensified. Aunt Tian's heart was not only dark, but utterly rotten. Each time she procured ingredients, she would conceal the fresh and superior ones beneath a layer of inferior produce, ensuring that no one would notice during transport. Once in the Imperial kitchen, the best ingredients were reserved for the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the discerning ladies of the harem, while the rest would suffice for the palace's other inhabitants, as long as the food was not spoiled. Following the plan, Muji concealed herself in the storage room of the Imperial kitchen. Zhou Xingnian had previously informed all the chefs and kitchen maids that if anyone dared to leak information, allowing Aunt Tian to prepare in advance, he would show no mercy, and no one would enjoy a peaceful existence thereafter. It was evident that Aunt Tian's audacity stemmed from her backing by Consort Yu, and within the Imperial kitchen, numerous spies reported any disturbances to her. As the chief chef of the Imperial kitchen, Zhou Xingnian was already well aware of who Aunt Tian's informants were. After giving them a warning, he ensured they were closely monitored to avoid any slip-ups. Everything was in place, waiting for Aunt Tian to walk into the trap. Approximately 15 minutes later, Muji heard commotion outside, likely the unloading of goods. Soon after, Zhou Xingnian's furious voice pierced through the air. Aunt Tian, come here and smell this.
The beef has gone bad.
The Empress Dowager wishes to have beef soup today. How am I to manage this? Aunt Tian's nonchalant reply followed. What are you fussing about?
Just wash it a few more times.
Besides, didn't we buy fresh beef yesterday? This piece is for the ladies of the harem. Master Zhou, your culinary skills are so exceptional. Whatever ingredients you handle can be transformed into a delightful dish. Such flattery easily ensnared the unwary, leading them deeper into a snare. Zhou Xingnian had fallen for this trick time and again. As Aunt Tian's actions grew increasingly outrageous, he could no longer tolerate it, and the burden of her incompetence had begun to weigh heavily upon him, resulting in complaints from many palace attendants about his declining culinary prowess. It was then he realized he was inadvertently aiding in her misconduct. Aunt Tian, it is futile to speak today. You shall prepare these ingredients yourself, for I cannot conjure a dish from them. Master Zhou, isn't it always like this? Why can't you manage it today? If the higher-ups are displeased, considering how long this has gone on, it's likely we are both in the same boat. You must think carefully. Aunt Tian's voice was calm, employing threats coupled with temptations. How about this? I know you enjoy tea. Tomorrow, I will visit the most renowned tea shop and purchase a fine set of tea brewing tools for you, along with 2 pounds of the best tea leaves. Will that suffice? That will do, Zhou Xingnian responded. Aunt Tian's heart sank as she turned to see who had arrived, her face betraying a moment of panic.
Muji.
The favored one before the emperor. How did he arrive, and so opportune? The shock in Aunt Tian's expression was fleeting, quickly replaced with composure. Manager Mu, have you perhaps misheard something? She was unaware of when Muji had arrived or how much she had overheard, so she initiated a probe. Muji strolled leisurely towards her, hands clasped behind her back, her gaze first landing on the ingredients strewn across the ground. The lotus roots were blackened, the mushrooms sticky to the touch, the bamboo shoots aged, the fish all flipped belly up, save for one small, still alive specimen. The chickens, ducks, and geese appeared to be the remnants of unsold stock, while the vegetables were marginally acceptable. However, a small heap nearby clearly contained the selected produce. Noticing Muji's gaze shift towards that direction, Zhou Xingnian quickly interjected, that is reserved solely for Consort Yu. And what about the dishes for the Emperor and the Empress Dowager? Muji inquired, her tone indifferent, her expression inscrutable, leaving Aunt Tian uncertain of her thoughts. Aunt Tian attempted to speak, but Zhou Xingnian beat her to it. Of course, we will select the best from these ingredients for the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, and the remainder will be distributed according to status. Upon hearing this, Aunt Tian's expression darkened. Muji directed her gaze towards her, a smile dancing on her lips. So, are you implying that the food I consume daily is prepared from the leftover ingredients? Despite her favored status, she was still receiving the dregs. Aside from the evening meal, thanks to Ng Mo, she could occasionally enjoy something decent. It was indeed remarkable that such stale ingredients had not yet elicited complaints about their quality. Manager Mu, please don't misunderstand. I arrived a bit late today. which is why I had no choice but to procure these less-than-fresh items. It is not usually like this, I assure you. Tomorrow I will go out early to purchase the finest and freshest ingredients. Aunt Tion managed to maintain a semblance of calm as she desperately tried to defend herself. Is that so? Muji asked, her expression blank. Do you think I believe you? Aunt Tion felt a cold sweat break out on her back.
Meanwhile,
her informants all lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze, not out of fear of her ire, but because they were unwilling to become embroiled in her predicament. Manager Mu, please allow me to explain. I witnessed it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. What further explanation do you require?
No.
It's not like that, Manager Mu. I am a relative of Consort Yu, and out of respect for her, you cannot act against me. Master Zhou, send someone to summon Consort Yu. I wish to inquire whether she was aware of this matter from the start. If she was, I shall report the truth to the Emperor, and then Consort You'll find herself in dire straits. What face will she have left? As soon as Muji finished speaking, Aunt Tian could not intervene in time. Zhou Xingnian exchanged a glance, and someone promptly exited the imperial kitchen to fetch Consort Yu.
No.
Aunt Tian was thrown into a panic, losing all composure as her words became increasingly erratic. Manager Mu, do not be ungrateful. Consort Yu is the mistress, and you are but a servant. I refuse to believe you would dare to act so recklessly before her. You wretched servant. Muji had not previously realized the extent of the scheming within the harem until now. Ing Mo's foresight in providing her with the imperial arrows had proven prescient. The kindness he had shown her was rooted in genuine concern for her well-being. The two gifts he had presented, a set of imperial arrows and a defensive armor, were both practical and devoid of any frivolities, designed to truly aid her. And neither were ordinary items. Aunt Tian, you may be unaware of the events that transpired this morning at Yongshou Palace. Slowly, Muji withdrew her imperial arrows from her sleeve. At this moment, someone remarked, is this the arrow bestowed upon Chief Steward Mu by His Majesty? I have heard that it can strike first and report later. This royal arrow is clearly not an ordinary item. The color of the shaft resembles blood, rather unsettling. Isn't it? I have also heard that this morning, Chief Steward Mu used this very arrow to shoot Eunuch from Yongshou Palace, right in front of the Empress Dowager. Who would have thought that Chief Steward Mu, who appears so gentle and mild, could unleash such ferocity? Indeed, Eunuch is no ordinary person. He relies on his position as the chief eunuch beside the Empress Dowager and often looks down upon us humble kitchen maids, commanding us with disdain. I heard he falsely accused Eunuch Liu, who serves Chief Steward Mu, in an attempt to undermine him. Instead, he ended up being dealt with by Chief Steward Mu and received 30 lashes for his audacity. Many heard his cries of agony. Is news spreading this quickly? It has scarcely been an hour, and it has already reached the imperial kitchen? Just as well. There was no need for her to speak further. Aunt Tian's face turned pale, clearly having overheard all the gossip, her legs trembling with fear. Initially, her aim in taking on the procurement task was merely to gain some profit, never expecting it to escalate to this extent. However, as time passed, she believed that by winning over those around her, coupled with her connection to concubine Yu, she could escape the scrutiny of superiors. Money is a seductive force, leading one to become increasingly greedy. Eventually, she wished to pocket all the funds allocated for procurement, blinded by the temptation of wealth, unaware of what conscience or fear meant. Thus, she gradually sank deeper into this mire. Now, it was too late for regrets. Seeing Aunt Tian's expression, Muji felt a flicker of suspicion. It was likely that concubine Yu was unaware of her actions. Chief Steward Mu, Aunt Tian, knowing she could not escape punishment this time, suddenly knelt before Muji, grasping her legs, and began to plead for mercy. I am guilty. I was momentarily blinded by greed. I beseech Chief Steward Mu to show leniency and spare me this once. I promise to mend my ways and start anew. Muji rubbed her ears and lifted her feet twice, but Aunt Tian clung on stubbornly. Observing this, Zhou Xingnian, quick on the uptake, immediately called for someone to pull her away. Since she had shown a contrite attitude, Muji decided not to use the royal arrow. She looked down at Aunt Tian, her voice icy. Surrender all the silver you have embezzled. Perhaps I might consider a lighter punishment for you. Otherwise, given the gravity of your crimes, even death would be a lenient fate. Upon hearing that she must surrender all her silver, Aunt Tian instinctively recoiled, yet the mention of death sent her pallid with fear. What use is wealth if one cannot live to spend it? Before she could respond, a woman dressed in a pale blue gown, elegant in demeanor and exuding an air of nobility and coldness, gracefully entered the imperial kitchen. Aunt Tian, upon seeing her, instinctively lowered her head, afraid to meet her gaze. Chief Steward, you summon me. What is the matter? The voice was as frigid as her presence, devoid of any warmth. Muji raised her eyes to scrutinize her. Concubine Yu. Since her entry into the palace, she had remained almost invisible, rarely appearing in public. Muji had only known of her existence, but had never encountered her. I pay my respects to your highness. Muji bowed and stepped aside, allowing her a clear view of the ingredients strewn across the floor. Once concubine Yu took in the sight, Muji spoke, "Your Highness, these ingredients were purchased by Aunt Tian. As the head of procurement for the imperial kitchen, she has been buying the cheapest ingredients at minimal cost, pocketing the rest. Were you aware of this?" Concubine Yu's face, devoid of emotion, flared with anger upon seeing the ingredients and the prostrate Aunt Tian. Aunt Tian, covering her face, looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief and suppressed fury. "I am your aunt by marriage. How dare you strike me? When my mother saw you in need, she insisted I arrange a position for you in the palace. Out of respect for her, I exerted considerable effort to secure you this role as head of procurement for the imperial kitchen, and this is how you repay me?" It was evident that concubine Yu was genuinely furious. Aunt Tian, humiliated and enraged, lowered her head, too ashamed to offer a defense. At this moment, Muji was convinced that concubine Yu was indeed in the dark about the situation. "Chief Steward Mu, how do you propose to handle this? Do not concern yourself with my feelings." Concubine Yu, without a hint of mercy, displayed a fierce disdain for wrongdoing. Muji couldn't help but regard her with a newfound admiration. "Your Highness, Aunt Tian is under your command, so the punishment shall be yours to dispense. As for the silver she has embezzled, she shall return every last coin once she gathers it." "Very well." Concubine Yu accepted, without hesitation. Then she called out, "Come, take Aunt Tian away." The attendants who had accompanied concubine Yu promptly entered and dragged the nearly collapsed Aunt Tian from the imperial kitchen. "My apologies, Chief Steward. This matter is my oversight. I was unaware of her true character. Once she gathers the silver, I will add to it and ensure it is all returned, as a lesson for my poor judgment in choosing associates." "Your Highness demonstrates great wisdom," Muji praised sincerely. Concubine Yu maintained her icy demeanor, remaining unaffected by the compliment. She nodded slightly to Muji before turning to leave. "Master Zhou, do not use these ingredients anymore. Hold on for one last day. Tomorrow I will arrange for a new head of procurement. Should such a situation arise again, do not conceal it. Inform me immediately." "Yes, yes," Zhou Xingnian replied repeatedly. After Muji departed, the atmosphere in the imperial kitchen erupted in cheers. Finally, they would no longer have to sift through spoiled vegetables, nor live in fear of someone falling ill from bad food. Had they known that concubine Yu was entirely unaware of the situation, they would not have endured in silence for so long. What a relief. On her way back, Muji walked with a light step. Initially, she had worried about how to replace the head of procurement. If the person did their job well, she could not exploit her authority for personal gain. Such actions would be no different from Aunt Tian's. This position could yield a small profit, but it must never cross ethical boundaries. The freshness and quantity of the ingredients were paramount. If she could not ensure these, Muji would have no choice but to reassign her. Upon returning to the courtyard of Qianqing Palace, Muji went to find Man Lily in her room, but discovered she was not there. So she sat down to wait. As she surveyed the tidy room, noting its cleanliness and orderliness, she saw the bed meticulously made. It was clear that Man Lily was a person who valued cleanliness. If Muji were to rate her on hygiene, she would give her a score of 9.5. It was hard to imagine how such a person had endured in that small, dilapidated house. Where could she have gone at this hour? Muji was not overly concerned. She knew Man Lily's nature, and as long as she did not provoke trouble, she would not put herself at risk. As she waited, drowsiness began to overtake her, and she unknowingly fell asleep in her chair. In the midst of a deep slumber, she felt a tickling sensation on her face. Upon opening her eyes, she met the gaze of Man Lily, her large eyes wide with mischief. "What are you doing?" Muji was at a loss for words. This woman was playfully brushing her face with her own hair, thoroughly enjoying herself. Shouldn't a mother, seeing her daughter asleep, cover her with a garment instead? Instead, she seemed to treat it as a game. "Awake now?" Manleli spoke with a hint of acidity, her jealousy palpable. "Youth is truly a blessing. Your skin is so tender it could yield water with a mere pinch. It makes me want to take a bite." As she finished, she bared her teeth, indicating her genuine desire to do so. Muji abruptly stood up, distancing herself. "Are you out of your mind?" "Indeed, I am out of my mind, for it is that very madness that brought you into this world." Manleli rolled her eyes and approached the table to pour herself a cup of tea. After sipping a few times, she inquired, "How did the matter go? Must I wait several days?" "I came to discuss that very issue with you." Muji took a deep breath, her expression serious as she seated herself across from her. "You wish to be the head of procurement. I can agree to that, but on the condition that you also promise me not to focus solely on personal gain. You must ensure that the ingredients for the imperial kitchen are clean, fresh, and sufficiently abundant. If you fail in this regard, I will assign you to other duties." "What do you take me for?" Upon hearing this, Manleli immediately assured her, "Rest assured, I have my principles and understand the significance of this place. I will not bring shame upon you." However, Muji felt a twinge of disbelief at her words. Yet, since she had spoken them, Muji was willing to grant her a chance. "Very well." Standing up, Muji walked towards the door while stating, "You may report to the imperial kitchen tomorrow morning. The probation period is 1 month. If your performance is unsatisfactory, I will dismiss you at any time. With that, she exited the room. Manleli felt a fleeting joy at her words, but soon realized what had transpired, and as she attempted to curse, she found Muji had already vanished. That wretched girl. A daughter is worse than a pig. Wait, that's not right. If she had given birth to a pig, wouldn't that make her a sow?
Ugh.
A daughter is indeed better. Having a daughter is preferable. From a distance, Muji heard Manleli's inner thoughts and was unsure whether to feel anger or amusement. In the afternoon, she sought out Qilu, only to learn that Mo had already sent someone to Yongshou Palace to retrieve Xiao Fuzai and settle him in the room where Qilu slept. This man was indeed efficient in handling affairs. One could only imagine how furious the Empress Dowager must be at this point. What Muji had done in Yongshou Palace had not only failed to incite the Emperor's anger, but had also led him to take away Xiao Fuzai, who originally belonged to Yongshou Palace. Such blatant favoritism was unprecedented. Anyone else would have been incensed. Summon the Emperor to come this evening. I have something to discuss with him. If he declines, tell him I have recalled a matter from the past that I wish to share. The Empress Dowager could hardly swallow her indignation. If she were to be defeated by a certain consort, it would be one thing, but now, her status was inferior even to that of a servant?
Tonight.
She intended to thoroughly gauge Muji's standing in the Emperor's heart and discern just how significant it truly was. Chapter 71. Both emotionally and logically, you cannot favor her, however. He did not anticipate that the Empress Dowager would bring up matters from the past in her eagerness to see him. Thus, when he had previously inquired about her, it was evident she had concealed something. Why would she be reluctant to speak then but willing now? Surely there must be an ulterior motive. Mo would not miss any opportunity to uncover the truths of the past. And the Empress Dowager conveyed that there was no need for haste. He could join her for dinner, which would conveniently allow them to share a meal together. Therefore, after concluding his official duties, he proceeded directly to Yongshou Palace. Upon arrival, he found the palace had already prepared an elaborate meal, complete with desserts and soup, totaling 8 dishes. Mo stood at the table for a moment, his handsome face displaying little emotion as his indifferent gaze swept over the array of food before he took a seat opposite the Empress Dowager. I am unaware of your usual tastes, so I instructed the Imperial Kitchen to prepare a few extra dishes. The Empress Dowager grasped her chopsticks and served food into Mo's bowl. Your Majesty. Such directness lacked any semblance of warmth. The smile on the Empress Dowager's face faltered slightly, and after a brief silence, she set down her chopsticks and addressed the matter at hand. In truth, I merely wish to catch up with the Emperor. Since you are so busy, I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. After a few introductory remarks, she delved into the crux of the matter. I have heard that Chief Steward Mu, who serves closely by your side, has been dining and residing with you. Unsavory rumors have begun to circulate within the palace, which tarnishes your reputation. The Chief Steward Mu is tasked with serving me closely, and staying overnight in my quarters is for the sake of convenience. Rumors cease with the wise. I hope, Mother, that you will not heed such nonsensical gossip. Before the Empress Dowager could finish her retort, Mo interrupted. I certainly do not put stock in such tales. The Empress Dowager's breath hitched, and she continued, however. The Emperor should exercise caution. One cannot show excessive favoritism towards a mere servant and grant them such extensive power. Are you aware of the disrespect he displayed towards me today in Yongshou Palace? Upon hearing this, Mo lifted his gaze to meet hers, a flicker of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The Empress Dowager found herself momentarily at a loss for words, yet beneath that silence, she felt a surge of indignation. For the sake of a servant, he dared to undermine her authority? Even for the sake of maintaining the royal facade of harmony, he ought not to behave thus. Could it be that the rumors circulating recently were not entirely unfounded? Contemplating this, the Empress Dowager steadied her thoughts, preparing to probe further. If there were indeed a possibility of such a threat, then this Mu Ji must be dealt with. Otherwise, she would inevitably become a source of calamity. Your Majesty, consider this. You argue with me over a mere servant. This transcends the question of right and wrong. It is evident that your concern for that servant is excessive, as you only seek to defend her. Although I am not your biological mother and have not raised you, I am nonetheless the legitimate Empress Dowager of Beijing. In matters of emotion and reason, should you not lean towards my side? Emotion? Mo's lips curled slightly, resembling a smile, yet devoid of warmth. His voice icy and devoid of sentiment. Is it not contradictory, Mother? How can there be emotion when you are neither my biological mother nor have you nurtured me? The Empress Dowager's countenance paled, but before she could respond, he continued, Today as events are clear to you. You have no justification. Thus, in terms of both emotion and reason, I cannot side with you. You no longer even refer to me as mother. The Empress Dowager could no longer maintain her composure, questioning him, Do you truly intend to create a rift with me over a eunuch? Upon hearing the word eunuch, Mo's expression turned frigid, and his gaze bore a chilling intensity. The Empress Dowager immediately fell silent, afraid to utter another word. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if facing a tyrant. Ing Mo's icy demeanor quickly receded, returning to his previous calm indifference. You have misunderstood, mother. I have no intention of causing a rift with you. Beads of sweat began to form on the Empress Dowager's forehead, unable to suppress her anxiety. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. For a long while, neither spoke nor moved their chopsticks. Ing Mo waited, and so did the Empress Dowager, each anticipating the other to broach the subject of the past. It seemed that whoever mentioned it first would find themselves at a disadvantage, losing the upper hand in the conversation. Yet, it was evident that the Empress Dowager was no match for Ing Mo. She sat in silence, the oppressive aura emanating from him enough to render anyone restless. Ing Mo's gaze remained indifferent as he continued to observe her, showing no inclination to speak. The Empress Dowager sighed inwardly, then resumed, Originally, I did not intend to inform you. So many years have passed, and what would knowing change? There is nothing to investigate. Whether to investigate or not is my affair. You ought not to conceal anything from me. There is nothing to conceal. I only recalled this matter now. You know that since my severe illness, my health has been poor, and I did not intend to hide anything. Ing Mo acknowledged with a noncommittal sound, revealing neither belief nor skepticism. It is not too late to speak of it now. The implications of this statement run deep. The Empress Dowager is a woman of keen intellect. How could she possibly misunderstand? At this moment, she is compelled to speak, whether she wishes to or not. Initially, she intended to use this matter to coerce the emperor into dealing with Mu Ji or to manipulate him in some manner. However, it appears she has underestimated both the situation and the emperor. The man with whom you, the favored concubine Xiao, rendezvoused might not have been Prince Rue. Until the truth is unveiled, I cannot believe that my mother would engage in such clandestine affairs. Regardless of whether the man in question is Prince Rue or not, she simply would not stoop to that level. Ing Mo firmly declared, harboring the same conviction in his heart. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly, saying, In truth, I too find it hard to believe. However, I did witness a man enter concubine Zhao's chambers. He moved swiftly, and I could not discern his features, but I am certain he was not Prince Rue. Later, when concubine Xiao and Prince Rue were caught in the act, I found it rather perplexing. How could she be enamored with the mediocre Prince Rue? Especially considering how well the late emperor treated her? It simply did not add up. But what if that man was not Prince Rue at all, but rather someone more exceptional than the emperor himself? That too seems implausible. If he were not Prince Rue, then why was it he who was ultimately caught in the act? Since you did not see his face, how can you be so certain that the man who entered my mother's chambers was not Prince Rue? Chapter 72, You Are My Woman. I shall grant you a title. This is the crux of the matter. I noticed that the man had a notably short little finger on his left hand, perhaps only half the length of a normal person's, likely due to an injury. This was unmistakable. Prince Rue, however, has all his fingers intact. Upon hearing this, Ing Mo's expression darkened. Why had the Empress Dowager not raised such an obvious point back then? I anticipated you would pose this question, which is part of the reason I hesitated to share this with you initially. The Empress Dowager, aware of Ing Mo's astute nature, understood that her future in the palace depended on navigating this delicate situation. If she provoked him, it would not bode well for her, so she resolved to be transparent. You may find it hard to believe, but I have no reason to deceive you. Otherwise, I would not have chosen to confide in you. After the incident, the late emperor was enraged, and everyone in the harem was on edge. I am not a saint, and burdened with familial obligations. I was reluctant to wade through this murky water. Over time, I have indeed felt guilt, yet the matter had been settled, and the late emperor issued a stern decree forbidding anyone from mentioning it again. As time passed, I gradually forgot. Ing Mo remained silent for a protracted period. The dishes before them had grown cold, and no one had taken a bite. When dinner was eventually served, she dismissed the attendants. Sitting at the table, she suddenly recalled Ing Mo's remark about how beautiful she looked with her hair down. There was a copper mirror in the inner chamber, and she approached it to scrutinize her reflection. In that moment, she felt an uncanny resemblance between her current form and her past life, both in stature and features. The reflection in the mirror revealed her skin as smooth as jade, her brows and eyes like a painting, her lips a soft shade of red. Even without makeup, her natural beauty was striking. Typically, she donned eunuch's garments and a hat to maintain a low profile. Had she worn male attire, her femininity would have been immediately suspect. From now on, she must exercise even greater caution. The dishes lay untouched and cold. Mu Ji longed to step outside, but having changed into her nightgown, she could not venture out at this hour, and thus endured the wait. Feeling both hungry and weary, she struggled to remain alert. As fatigue threatened to overwhelm her, her head, propped by her hands, began to tip sideways, and if she were to fall, she would tumble directly to the ground. But she did not fall. Instead, she landed in a familiar embrace. When Ing Mo entered, he caught sight of her leaning precariously. He swiftly closed the door, moved with agility, and caught her in his arms. Startled awake, Mu Ji stiffened, but upon seeing Ing Mo, she relaxed. Well, she said, accustomed to this familiarity. Ingmo's icy demeanor melted in that instant. He took a seat beside her, picked up chopsticks, and prepared to eat. Muji glanced at the cold dishes and frowned. It's cold. Cold can still be palatable, Ingmo replied, taking a few bites before recalling to ask, have you eaten? Muji honestly shook her head. I'm nearly starving. Stay put. I shall have someone fetch a fresh meal. As he stood to leave, Muji grasped his arm, saying, no need to trouble yourself. The esteemed emperor can eat cold food. How can I, a mere servant, be so finicky? Ingmo furrowed his brow, his tone grave as he replied, you are not a servant. Then, with utmost seriousness, he added, Muji, you are my woman, and I shall grant you a title. Muji was taken aback. This declaration did not elate her. Instead, it doused her gradually warming heart with cold water, snapping her back to reality. What title could Ingmo bestow upon her? A concubine? A favored consort? Or perhaps an empress? Regardless of which, she desired none, for none would signify exclusivity. After all, his position dictated that the women in his harem were not merely consorts, but also instruments of political balance and responsibility for the royal lineage. Even if Ingmo cherished her enough to elevate her to the status of a concubine or even an empress, he could never commit to her alone. And she could never share her husband with others. Emperor, I visited Yongshou Palace. Ingmo would not conceal this from her. However, before discussing this matter, he emphasized, Muji, I understand your concerns, but rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory outcome. But you must promise me to grant me some time and refrain from thoughts of escape. A flicker of guilt crossed Muji's eyes. This man always knows what I am thinking. It is quite peculiar. She had not abandoned her desire to flee the palace, even in this very moment. Ingmo's gaze bore into her, forbidding any retreat. You cannot escape. Remain by my side, and I shall ensure you suffer no grievances.
Reluctantly, Muji nodded.
Faced with his commanding presence, she feigned agreement for the time being. As for the future, she would address that later. Is the Empress Dowager particularly angry? Not at all. Ingmo ruffled her hair and added more dishes to her bowl, suggesting they converse while they eat. The Empress Dowager informed me that a man with a deformed little finger had once entered my mother's chambers, but the one accused of the clandestine affair was Prince Rue, whose fingers bear no such deformity. Upon hearing this, a fleeting image flashed in Muji's mind, and she furrowed her brow, feeling a sharp pain in her head. What is wrong? Ingmo noticed her distress and immediately inquired, where does it hurt? Is it your stomach again?
No.
I think I just saw something. But I couldn't make it out. What did you see? Ingmo scanned the hall to ensure no other presence lingered, confirming that Feng and the others were outside and would not intrude. It wasn't something I saw with my eyes, Muji explained. I cannot articulate it clearly. It seems to be a memory, a scene I once witnessed, but my memory is damaged, and I cannot recall it. Do not fret, Ingmo reassured her. It is of no consequence if you cannot remember. Let us focus on the meal first. Very well. At this moment, Muji had returned to her normal state. She picked up her chopsticks and her gaze fell upon her little finger, a sudden image flashing through her mind. I feel as though I have seen that person before. Chapter 73. You were the one who seduced first, so it is no wonder that I recognize someone.
Who did you see?
The person you mentioned. The one with a deformity on their little finger. Muji felt a sharp pain in her head, yet the more it hurt, the more she was determined to see clearly. However, he wore an iron ring on his little finger, and she could not ascertain if they were indeed the same person. Muji understood that this must be a memory of the original owner. The original owner must have seen that individual somewhere before. Enough is enough. Ingmo noticed the pain etched on her face and urged her not to dwell on it any longer. I will investigate this matter. Perhaps they are not the same person at all. There's no point in pondering it further. Muji nodded, but before she could react, Ingmo swept her into his arms. Are you still eating? No, I am not. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck as he carried her into the inner chamber and placed her upon the dragon bed. Wait for me a moment. After setting her down, Ingmo quickly pressed a kiss on her forehead and departed. Muji thought to herself, if only he were not the emperor. As Ingmo approached the door, his silhouette froze for a moment. Hearing the door creak, Muji realized he had left and could not help but roll around in bed, grappling with her thoughts. After several rounds of tossing, she ended up at the farthest side of the bed and fell into a deep slumber. She soon felt herself being drawn into a warm and familiar embrace in her dreams, instinctively turning over to Nestle in the most comfortable position and sleeping soundly. I did say to wait for me a moment, Ingmo murmured helplessly. Look at how soundly you sleep. I cannot bear to disturb you. Muji, when awake, was not a restless sleeper, able to rationally control herself. However, once she had a drink or fell asleep, her true, rebellious nature would emerge without restraint. At this moment, she found comfort in Ingmo's scent and unconsciously burrowed deeper into his embrace, her legs draping across his waist like a cephalopod, her limbs clinging tightly to him. Ingmo felt quite uncomfortable. He had lost count of how many cold showers he had taken over the past few nights. Each time, It was due to her insistence on nestling closer whenever she fell asleep, yet he could only gaze, unable to indulge. Frustrated, he had nearly tossed her off the bed several times. Muji. Mo pushed her legs off him, his voice laced with suppressed irritation. If you do not behave, I will not be gentle with you. As Muji slept soundly, she remained oblivious to his threats. Her legs returned to their previous position moments after being pushed away.
Muji.
His throat tightened, dry and parched. You do not wish for me to be left in such a state, do you? Lowering his head, his lips gradually approached hers, his voice low and enticing. You were the one who seduced me first. It is no wonder I am drawn to you. With that, he seized her lips in a fervent kiss, swiftly rolling over to pin her beneath him. In the dark of night, the sound of fabric tearing echoed clearly, followed by Muji's startled voice. Mo, don't. What ensued was an intense and passionate encounter that lasted until the late hours of the night. Muji awoke, drenched in sweat. She contemplated washing up but felt utterly drained of energy. She thought to herself, forget it, I will deal with it after I wake. Then she heard Mo's voice near her ear. Be good. Let me take you to wash up before you sleep. You will wash me? Indeed. Though they had shared such intimate moments, Muji still felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Carry me to the washroom. I will wash myself. What? Afraid I will see? Mo teased, playfully pinching her waist, his voice deep and magnetic after their shared intimacy. Have you forgotten? It was I who helped you wash last time, and tell me, is there any part of you I have not seen? Muji's face flushed crimson. Ultimately, she did not refuse again. To do so would be pretentious. Exhausted and drowsy, she quickly nestled back into the covers and fell asleep once more.
Jeden Montag, zartes Feet.
Held her close and drifted off peacefully. He had hoped that this slumber would last until dawn, yet as soon as Muji fell asleep, a dream startled her awake. Her once hazy mind became instantly alert. What is wrong? Mo sat up to look at her, noticing the cold sweat covering her forehead, and his own sleepiness vanished. Are you unwell? He had been quite restrained tonight and had not overexerted himself. Had he inadvertently harmed her? I had a nightmare. Muji sat up, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. What kind of nightmare could frighten you so? Mo found it somewhat amusing as he gazed at her. I don't know. Suddenly, she shivered. No, it was not a dream. Do not speak nonsense. Mo also sat up, concern etched in his gaze. It must be a recent menstruation causing distress. Tomorrow, I will have the kitchen prepare you some nourishing dishes.
No.
Muji, seeing that Mo did not believe her, looked at him seriously. You must trust me. That dream felt too real, so real that the bloodied figure nearly approached me, not in the realm of dreams, but right here, before the bed. Mo furrowed his brow. He scanned the inner chamber, but found nothing amiss. However, he faintly detected a trace of blood in the air. Strange. Could someone have really entered? Yet upon further reflection, that was utterly impossible. Leaving aside the numerous guards and watchful eyes surrounding the palace, including Lian Feng and Gu Yan stationed nearby, who could breach the palace without alerting him and reach his bedside. Such a person was virtually non-existent. Do not be afraid. Mo enveloped her in his embrace, softly reassuring her. With me here, you have nothing to fear. Muji nodded in his arms, with him holding her. The palpable fear she had just felt dissipated swiftly. It was not genuine terror, it was merely the haunting reality of the dream that had startled her. Now that she was awake, it no longer seemed frightening. Yet, the dream was peculiar. It resembled a nightmare, but if it had been a true nightmare, she would not have awakened so easily. Though vivid, it failed to control her mind and body. Perhaps it was because she had once been a cultivator in her previous life. Although she had lost her powers now, her mental fortitude remained strong, making it difficult for anyone to manipulate her. After this incident, no matter how tired she was, sleep eluded her. What was wrong? Did I say I was wrong? Muji pondered the oddities of the night. First, the inexplicable memories of the original owner resurfaced, and now this bizarre dream. It's just a dream. Do not overthink it. Sleep quickly. Mo's voice lingered in her ear. Muji felt a sense of reassurance and obediently closed her eyes. Not long after, the outside world brightened with dawn. Mo rose without waking her, and she remained unaware of the time. Last night, as clothes were reduced to tatters, a sight unfit for the eyes. She dressed in the eunuch's attire, tidied up the battlefield, and prepared to wash up. Upon opening the door, Qi Lu awaited outside with a food box in hand. The emperor said you did not eat much last night and had a nightmare. Your body needs nourishment. With a flourish, Qi Lu opened the food box, revealing a feast of delectable dishes, each more tantalizing than the last. Muji suddenly recalled something and expressed her regret. I forgot to take her to the kitchen to report. But I am here, aren't I? Chapter 74. The first time in women's garb. Exiting the palace. Where did this come from? Muji observed the exquisitely crafted pastries, their sweet fragrance enticing. I have never seen such delicacies in the palace kitchen before. Did Master Zhou create these? Incorrect. Qi Lu raised an eyebrow, offering a piece of pastry to Muji's lips. Try it. Muji opened her mouth and took a small bite. The sweetness is just right, with a slight flakiness, yet the filling melts in one's mouth. Truly delectable. Muji, a confirmed gourmand, found herself unable to resist the temptation of this delicacy. After tasting a piece, she carelessly set down the basin she was holding, picked up the plate of pastries, and sat on the stone steps before her chamber to indulge. Oblivious to her unwashed face and unbrushed teeth, she prioritized enjoyment above all else. After devouring several pieces, she turned to Qi Lu and inquired, "Have you yet told me if this pastry was made by Master Zhou?" As she asked, she playfully shoved a piece into Qi Lu's mouth. Muji abruptly glanced at Qi Lu, eager to discern any hint of deception on his face. Was it truly a gift from Manlily? That seemed improbable. Had the sun risen in the west? Do you still doubt it? Could it be that you've misinterpreted Ant Man's intentions?
She teased.
Not at all, Qi Lu retorted as he popped another piece into his mouth, chewing vigorously. Perhaps she was pleased with the task I arranged for her and decided to treat me to some pastries. That hardly seems incidental, Qi Lu countered sharply. She stood in line specifically for these and nearly got into a brawl. Well, that just shows her temper, Muji mused. A person with a nasty disposition couldn't possibly change overnight. Did she say anything when she asked you to bring me the pastries? She pondered aloud. Qi Lu appeared momentarily taken aback, then with a shifting expression replied, "She merely instructed me to deliver these to you, as you used to enjoy them." Used to enjoy them? Muji reflected, her thoughts racing. Could it be that Manlily had not been so unkind to her predecessor? Yet, a mere plate of pastries could hardly signify much. What she failed to notice was the fleeting flicker of guilt that crossed Qi Lu's face as he spoke. This was his first act of deception towards Muji. Though it was a benevolent lie, it still left him feeling somewhat uneasy. In truth, Ant-Man had purchased the pastries for herself but, during a scuffle, had dropped them, resulting in a mess. Thus, she had requested Qi Lu to deliver them to Muji. Her exact words had been clear, yet Qi Lu was no fool. The pastries were sealed. Even if they had fallen, they could not have become dirty. Upon opening the package, it was evident they had not touched the ground. Otherwise, how could the outer pastry remain so intact? Later, Qi Lu discreetly questioned the palace servant who had accompanied Manlily on her shopping excursion, fully confirming his suspicions. During the fray, she had deliberately handed the pastries to the servant for safekeeping and had not dropped them at all. Thus, Ant-Man was indeed being deceitful. Though she clearly cared for Muji, her demeanor suggested otherwise, leading Qi Lu to believe there might be some misunderstanding between them. "Is there any soup?" Muji, having unconsciously consumed the entire plate, realized that even the most delicious pastries could become overwhelming in excess. "Yes, indeed," Qi Lu replied quickly, retrieving the soup and offering it to her. "This was personally prepared for you by Master Zhou. Just take a whiff, the ingredients are exceptionally fresh." Muji took the bowl, savoring a couple of sips, her face radiating satisfaction. After appeasing her hunger and thirst, she finally inquired about the condition of Xiao Fuzi. Xiao Fuzi had been residing in Qi Lu's quarters, after being examined by the imperial physician. It was found that the injury on his back was of no serious consequence and would heal with some medication. However, the damage to his tongue was irreparable, and he would no longer be able to speak. Qi Lu felt a mix of sorrow and anger, yet felt powerless. Such was the fate of a servant. Fortunately, he was lucky to have Muji watching over him. "Take good care of him. Once he is fully recovered, arrange for him a light task in the Qianqing Palace," Muji instructed. "Yes," Qi Lu replied obediently, but then added earnestly, "Thank you, Muji, both on behalf of Xiao Fuzi and for myself. This bond of revolutionary friendship between us is invaluable." Muji patted his shoulder, rising to pull him up from the steps. "There is no need for thanks. Revolutionary friendship?" Qi Lu scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. What kind of friendship could that be? The absence of thanks suggested it must be something quite special. Qi Lu felt elated. His spirits lifted even more than if he had received gold or silver from his master. After satisfying her hunger, Muji returned to the basin to wash up. The washing area in Ingmo's chamber was expected to be ready in a few days, yet Muji thought it was meant for Ingmo himself, harboring no expectations. She would use it whenever she pleased. After all, it was not intended for her use. Her greatest strength lay in her self-awareness. In the afternoon, Ingmo, having finished a rare early shift, encountered Muji as she was leaving the chamber of Aunt Fong. "Your Majesty, will you go see her?" Upon seeing him, Muji could not help but recall the previous night's fervor, her cheeks inevitably flushing. "I shall not." Ingmo gazed at her face, his lips parting slightly. "I find myself free today, and wish to take you for a stroll if you are willing." A stroll? For a moment, Muji was bewildered but quickly grasped the implication, her eyes widening in delight. "Are we leaving the palace?" "Just a simple outing." Ingmo chuckled lightly, a hint of fondness in his gaze. "Is that so thrilling?" Realizing her expression had betrayed her emotions, Muji quickly composed herself and nodded calmly. Much of her past was nearly forgotten, and during their last outing, she had been too hurried to truly observe the world beyond the palace walls.
Now,
Curiosity bubbled within her. It was more than mere curiosity. It was a yearning for freedom. Mo recognized her true feelings, but chose not to expose them, simply stating, "Then let us go." The emperor's departure from the palace was, in Muji's imagination, accompanied by a throng of attendants cautiously protecting and guarding him. Or perhaps she would only be allowed to gaze out from a carriage window, unable to mingle with the crowd. However, the reality was quite different. It was merely the two of them, dressed in plain clothes, without any attendants or guards, wandering the streets like ordinary citizens. Of course, their appearance and demeanor betrayed their status as members of noble families rather than common folk. Once outside the palace, Muji was compelled by Mo to don women's attire. This ensemble had been tailored while preparing for his armor, utilizing the finest materials and the latest styles from the capital. The white gauzy dress, cinched at the waist with a soft blue silk ribbon, formed a delicate bow, while her inky hair was elegantly styled with a jade hairpin. Her skin glowed like jade, untouched by makeup. This attire accentuated her slender figure, her waist so petite that it could be clasped with a single hand. Upon seeing her in this dress for the first time, a look of astonishment clearly flickered in Mo's eyes. As they strolled through the crowd, they swiftly attracted the attention of many onlookers. For Muji, it was the first time since her arrival that she confidently walked the streets in women's clothing, her heart racing with excitement and anxiety. Moreover, she was captivated by the ancient streets. The wares for sale were things she had only glimpsed in antique markets, often costing exorbitant sums.
now,
These once valuable antiques appeared to be mere trinkets, scattered everywhere. "Do you like it?" Muji noticed a completely green comb that struck her as particularly exquisite,
and she lingered on it.
Mo, observing her interest, inquired, and then promptly purchased it. "This is for you." As Muji accepted the comb, she realized it would have cost at least 100,000 in modern times. "Your Majesty," she nearly exclaimed, almost forgetting to address him properly. Prior to leaving the palace, Mo had instructed her to call him Amo. She struggled to utter the name. Mo, noticing her hesitation, lowered his gaze to her face. Mo,
she said softly.
Mo smirked, though not entirely satisfied. "Call it again."
Amontak.
Mo, how much is this comb?" "1 tael."
Muji.
Unfamiliar with the local prices, could not ascertain whether a couple of taels were expensive or not. With a soft exclamation, she and Mo continued their stroll. Along the way, they encountered various amusing trinkets, and as long as they weren't exceedingly pricey, Mo would purchase them for her. Of course, he would also indulge in slightly more expensive items. For instance, when they came across a bracelet priced at over 50 taels, he intended to buy it. But Muji gently declined, not wanting to burden him. She was well aware of his financial constraints and believed it prudent not to spend excessively all at once, lest he refrain from taking her out again in the future. After meandering through the marketplace a couple of times, Muji was captivated by the delightful aromas wafting through the air: sweet roasted chestnuts, candied hawthorn, malt sugar, crystal dumplings, and soup dumplings, among a myriad of other delectable treats. She munched her way along, her little belly visibly swollen. Upon glancing back, she noticed that Mo was carrying an armful of snacks for her. Oh dear. Perhaps this was a bit excessive. He was the emperor, and she was merely a eunuch. Such a disparity in their statuses should not be overlooked. Would she even be able to continue eating? Mo, unfazed, bore a faint smile upon his austere countenance. In her memories, the first time she had encountered him, he had been a figure of formidable authority, cold and intimidating, an emperor in every sense, a true tyrant. Yet, at this moment, in Muji's eyes, he radiated warmth. A boyfriend who held her dearly in his heart. Unable to contain herself, Muji dashed over and embraced him briefly. With so many onlookers, they attracted attention, so she quickly stepped back, as if bidding farewell to this moment. What was she doing? She retreated too swiftly, and just as Mo intended to draw her close, he found himself holding nothing but air. Muji, feigning shyness, playfully remarked, "There are too many people. We might be scolded." In ancient times, a woman would dare not embrace a man in public without facing reproach. This was no exaggeration at all. Ahead lay the largest tavern in the capital. Should they venture in and sample its offerings? Mo glanced behind Muji, where patrons were streaming into the tavern as it neared dinner time. Muji turned to gaze inside. Her belly was already full, though her taste buds still craved more. Regardless, it was a rare outing, and this renowned establishment deserved a visit. Had she known, she wouldn't have indulged so much earlier. Perhaps she could have waited for a late-night meal instead. Noticing her expression of regret, Mo chuckled. "First, allow me to introduce you to a friend." "A friend?" Muji was intrigued. "You have friends?" In her understanding, an emperor wielding such power would have few daring enough to befriend him. The life of an emperor was inherently lonely, often referred to as the solitary one. "Why can't I have friends?" Ing Mo replied, his dark, tranquil eyes locking onto hers, exuding an air of authority even with his calm demeanor. Nevertheless, Muji gradually grew accustomed to the intensity of his gaze, which was always fervent and passionate. "Let us go," he stated, and without further ado, led her to a relatively secluded courtyard in the northern part of the city. The entrance lay within a narrow alley, marked by a solitary red lantern. Standing before the door, Muji surveyed the surroundings. Such narrow alleys were commonplace, and this unassuming courtyard was rather ordinary, even inconspicuous. Ing Mo's gaze lingered on the lantern for a moment. "Is Mr. Fu here?" he inquired. Timing is indeed fortuitous. He approached the door, knocking in a specific rhythm, as if adhering to some secret code. The door creaked open, revealing a servant who peered out and, upon seeing the two, inquired with a mild expression.
Whom do you seek?
"Isn't this a friend?" The servant inside does not recognize him. Muji's curiosity deepened. What manner of person could Ing Mo's friend be? Ing Mo glanced at her, a hint of amusement gracing his lips, though the dim glow of the lantern obscured a clearer view of his expression. "I seek your master," he said, producing a black token from his waist and presenting it to the servant. The servant examined it closely, his previously indifferent demeanor transformed at once. And he swung the door wide, stepping aside with a respectful bow. "The master is fishing at the pond in the bamboo grove. Please come in." Ing Mo gently took Muji's hand, urging her to enter first. The courtyard door was small, but once inside, they found a hidden paradise. The servant led the way through a long corridor until they reached the entrance of a bamboo grove. "Master is just ahead. You two may enter alone." As they proceeded, lanterns illuminated their path, and the gentle glow persisted within the grove, preventing total darkness. "Be cautious," Ing Mo advised, his hand firmly clutching Muji's, ensuring she felt secure with each step. Ahead lay a pavilion. Beside it sat an elderly man with a head of silvery hair, quietly fishing by the pond. His rod held with focused intent. Judging by the man's hair, he must be around 80 or 90 years old, yet he maintained an upright posture and a clear, resonant voice, strikingly different from the frail old man Muji had envisioned. He appeared to possess an ethereal quality, perhaps a sage of sorts. Ing Mo guided Muji into the pavilion. Even in the face of such disregard, he wore no semblance of displeasure.
Who was this man?
Driven by curiosity, Muji whispered, "What is he to you?" Ing Mo's gaze lingered on the elder for a moment before he replied, devoid of emotion. "He saved me when I was a child." Those words weighed heavily on Muji's heart. Ing Mo's childhood had been fraught with peril. Suddenly, the elder threw down his fishing rod in frustration and approached the pavilion, his previous serene demeanor dissipating. "What on earth?" he grumbled, only to halt in his tracks upon noticing Muji. Clearly surprised that Ing Mo had brought a woman to meet him, he paused momentarily. And who might this young lady be? His earlier scowl vanished, replaced by a dignified air. Muji studied him closely, the dim light casting shadows on his features, making it difficult to discern his face. Yet, this ambiguity felt entirely natural, as if it were meant to be. "Her name is Muji," Ing Mo said, rising to assist the elder onto a stone bench. "She is the one I have chosen as my wife, and I wished for you to meet her." "Oh?" The elder's interest piqued, his gaze unabashedly appraising Muji. Pouring her a cup of tea, he declared, "Young lady, you are quite impressive." Muji quickly stood to accept the tea with both hands. "Please sit," the elder urged, his voice warm. "Considering the hour, you must not have dined yet.
Come.
Let me treat you to a meal." He rose to leave, but Ing Mo gently restrained him. "There's no rush. We are not hungry yet." Muji lowered her head, aware that Ing Mo's refusal stemmed from her own fullness. The elder glanced between them, understanding dawning. "In that case, let us go to a tea house first, to settle your stomach before dining." Chapter 76. The iron tree blossoms. After 1,000 years, the elder made a decisive statement, and without hesitation, he set off. Seeing this, Ing Mo had no choice but to follow with Muji in tow. She lightly tugged at his sleeve, and when he turned slightly, she leaned in to whisper, "The elder seems to know I overindulged. Otherwise, why would he suggest settling my stomach first?"
Ying Montag chuckled softly.
Wrapping his arm around her shoulders and leaning closer to her ear, "From the moment we left the palace, the elder has been aware of everything we purchased, consumed, or did on the streets. He knows it all."
"Ah?"
Muji gasped, feeling a bit apprehensive. "Is there no semblance of personal freedom left?" "Rest assured, the elder will not infringe upon our freedom. He is merely ensuring my safety."
"Oh."
Two individuals were quietly conversing behind, while the old man in front strained to listen. The little girl, had she truly alleviated Mo's psychological burdens? Intriguing. Muji's steps suddenly halted. Was that just now the old man's innermost thoughts? What did it mean? Muji lifted her gaze to Ing Mo, her eyes brimming with confusion. What psychological shadow had Ing Mo overcome through her? Ing Mo's expression shifted slightly, and thankfully the night concealed it, so Muji did not perceive it. He feigned ignorance and inquired, "Why have you stopped?" "And nothing." Muji shook her head and continued onward, her thoughts becoming increasingly chaotic. Previously, she had sensed that the original owner harbored numerous secrets, and indeed, she herself had her own mysteries, but now it seemed that the enigmas surrounding Ingemo were far more profound. You've finally managed to leave the palace. The old man has already sent someone to summon him. He shall arrive shortly. Ingemo nodded in response, refraining from further comment. Upon arriving at the tea house, it was evident that the old man was a regular patron, possessing a private room of his own. Upon entering, the waiter promptly served tea and snacks without needing to inquire. Young girl, do not stand on ceremony. The tea here is the finest in the capital. Drink freely. There is plenty. The old man spoke with great generosity, though his gaze occasionally scrutinized Muji. This girl possesses an aura. No wonder Mo Air is fortunate. Once inside the private room, the lighting brightened considerably, yet Muji still could not discern the old man's appearance. Each time she considered asking Mo why this was, the words faded from her mind before she could voice them. It was peculiar. This old man, surely, was not simple. Mo's handsome face remained unchanged. He personally poured tea for the old man, and then filled a cup for Muji. How has your health been lately? Quite well, the old man replied, drinking a cup without reservation. Suddenly, he appeared somewhat vexed. The fish in the pond have become increasingly cunning. I have not caught any for several days. And it keeps me awake at night. Hearing this, Muji could not help but chuckle. I've never heard of fish being cunning. Perhaps there are no fish left in the pond? There are fish, the old man insisted, his seriousness briefly faltering, revealing his impatient nature. You can see them during the day, especially when throwing fish food. They swarm to eat. They are indeed cunning. If they bite the bait on the hook, they cannot bite again. Yet if they do, they become food themselves. Hearing him speak with such conviction, Muji found it difficult to counter him. The old man's assertions held merit. Observing Muji's disbelief, Mo interjected calmly. The fish there possess spiritual qualities. They are a great tonic, yet exceedingly difficult to catch. Spiritual fish? Muji recalled hearing about them from her master. She never expected such creatures existed in this world. You know of spiritual fish? The old man seemed somewhat surprised, pondering for a moment before nodding to himself. This girl, indeed, is not from here. Muji was taken aback. How did he know? Could it be that he too? Mo met her gaze, his brow slightly furrowed. Muji felt an inexplicable chill at his penetrating stare, as though he could see directly into her heart and discern her thoughts clearly. Just as Muji was about to explain that she had only heard about spiritual fish and was unaware of their existence, the door swung open, and a man in blue entered. He approached the old man and Mo, bowing respectfully. Old man, my lord. This gentleman was Mr. Fu, whom Mo had just inquired about. He was both a subordinate and a friend. Muji observed him. He appeared to be around 30, handsome and refined, with a pleasant demeanor. My lord, how has life in the palace treated you? An awkward silence ensued. Mr. Fu's gaze curiously fell upon Muji, revealing surprise as well. It was indeed rare to see a woman accompanying the lord. This is your future mistress. Each time Mo introduced Muji, he did so with utmost seriousness, devoid of jest. The titles of wife and mistress stirred both excitement and immense pressure within Muji. She sensed his sincerity. Upon hearing this, Mr. Fu regarded Muji once more, his expression turning solemn. The future queen, is it? After inquiring, he rose and respectfully bowed. Fu Onju. Pay my respects to the future mistress. Muji was taken aback, quickly rising to return the gesture. Greetings, Mr. Fu. There is no need for such formalities. What are you doing bowing to her? Mo interjected. Mr. Fu smiled gently. One must not be so stern with a young lady. Was I stern? Mo countered. Just now, while drinking your tea. He tightened his grip on Muji's hand slightly, seemingly reflecting on whether he had indeed been too harsh and if he had frightened her. However, he could not admit it. Not admitting was tantamount to not being stern. You all continue your conversation. I shall step outside for a moment. Feeling uneasy in her seat, Muji contemplated stepping out for some fresh air. Coincidentally, Mr. Fu had matters to discuss with Mo, so he added, Mistress, take care. Muji hesitated momentarily, then nodded. Just as she was about to rise, Mo stopped her. Where are you going? You have matters to discuss. You need not avoid me. Sensing Mo had brought her here, he trusted her completely, harboring no intentions to keep her in the dark. Sit down. His voice was gentle, yet unwaveringly authoritative. Mr. Fu's surprise deepened. Had the emperor, after a few months on the throne, suddenly transformed? A century-old iron tree had blossomed, and not only that, but it had done so thoroughly? This was genuine. Muji had not anticipated that the outwardly gentle and refined Mr. Fu could harbor such thoughts. A century-old iron tree blooming? Was it truly so exaggerated? Had Mo never liked any other woman before? I do not believe it. Mr. Fu felt a piercing gaze directed at him. He awkwardly touched his nose and turned his head aside. If you have any significant information, speak freely. Mo reiterated, no need to avoid her. Understood, Mr. Fu's expression returned to normal, and he assumed a serious demeanor. Chapter 77. I suspect that Princess Xiao is not dead so soon. Mu Ji and Ing Mo exchanged glances, both feeling that Princess Nanyue was indeed rather impatient. The girl should learn some restraint. After Mr. Fu reported, his gaze unconsciously flickered towards Mu Ji. The princess was a rival for the future mistress's affections, and with such a powerful background, it was unclear what identity the future mistress possessed, and if she could contend with her. On the way, he would create some obstacles for her. Thus, Ing Mo issued an order. Do not allow her to come too easily. Delay her arrival for as long as possible. Mr. Fu could not help but marvel. The lord was still so cold-hearted towards a woman he had no feelings for. It seemed his worries were somewhat unfounded, regardless of the future mistress's identity. Given the lord's evident favoritism, there was no need for her to compete. The princess from Nanyue would fare poorly. My lord, if we create some trouble for her and delay her journey to the capital, then the dowry she brings will also be delayed. Mu Ji listened in silence. Was it truly so shameless to covet another's dowry without the intention of marrying them? In the next moment, she heard Ing Mo declare, Mr. Fu, you are becoming increasingly shameless. That dowry is her personal belonging. How dare you set your sights on it? Furthermore, I will not marry her.
So you can forget about that money,
Mr. Fu retorted, who is truly shameless here. The information he had received was quite different. The dowry brought by Princess Nanyue was intended for the construction of a dam, and now the Ministry of Internal Affairs was eagerly awaiting that silver. How could such news have circulated without the emperor's consent? Mr. Fu ground his teeth in frustration, just as he was about to retort. Asserting that he bore no responsibility for the matter at hand, Ing Mo preemptively interjected, inquiring, what is the second issue? Mu Ji clearly comprehended Fu Hongyu's heartfelt sentiments. She stifled a laugh and cast a furtive glance at Ing Mo, who she deemed a cunning man. As Fu Hongyu continued, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. It concerns your mother. The old man had been silently listening, refraining from interjecting, yet upon hearing this, his gaze flickered slightly. Ing Mo's eyes darkened as he fixated on Fu Hongyu, awaiting further elaboration. Mu Ji too listened intently, her instincts indicating the gravity of the revelation. I suspect that Princess Xiao is not dead. As anticipated, this pronouncement sent shockwaves through the room. Ing Mo sprang to his feet, exclaiming, is what you say true? Why reveal this to me only now? Fu Hongyu explained, previous leads merely suggested a possibility without substantial certainty. I hesitated to inform you lest it lead to unwarranted disappointment. Mu Ji wholeheartedly agreed with Fu Hongyu's cautiousness, her own surprise at the revelation evident. After all, it was common knowledge that Princess Xiao had perished in the cold palace, her body interred in a grove outside the imperial tomb. How could this be false? If she were indeed alive, where had she been all these years? Did she not yearn to see her son? What confidence do you possess now? 80%. How can you ascertain this? Ing Mo's countenance was tightly wound, a look of anticipation mixed with trepidation that Mu Ji had never witnessed before. She is in a farmhouse on the outskirts of the capital, gravely ill, which should have transpired in recent days.
Have you spoken to her?
Yes, though her consciousness is not entirely clear, she has uttered words that bear significance. What did she say? She expressed remorse towards Princess Xiao, continually repenting, and mentioned risking everything to aid her escape. From these utterances, I deduced that Princess Xiao must have faked her death and successfully escaped the cold palace. While Fu Hongyu spoke, he carefully observed Ing Mo's expressions, refraining from voicing the final step of verification. You have investigated the grave, correct? However, Ing Mo had already inferred the answer, his gaze icy as he confronted Fu Hongyu. Is there truly a body within?
Yes, Fu Hongyu nodded laboriously.
Regardless of the implications, he had indeed unearthed Princess Xiao's tomb. This act of defiance was one he did not seek to justify. I have confirmed that there is a corpse inside, but it is that of a man, specifically a eunuch. Upon hearing this, Mu Ji perceived the tension in Ing Mo's frame noticeably dissipate. Unable to suppress herself, she gently touched his fingers. Ing Mo turned to her, his previously fierce gaze softening. Worried about me? Mu Ji bit her lip and nodded earnestly. Do not fret, he reassured her, patting her head. I am prepared for any eventuality. Nothing will break me. In that moment, Mu Ji felt a surge of compassion for this man. The old man remained silent beside them, seemingly unperturbed, his attentiveness unclear. Many enigmas remained unsolved, yet it was now fundamentally established that Princess Xiao was alive. Fu Hongyu exhaled deeply. After a moment of contemplation, Ing Mo's tone returned to its customary indifference, devoid of emotion. Years ago, my mother was wrongfully accused, and the late emperor, in his fury, confined her to the cold palace. He could not fathom the cruelty and filth of that place. Perhaps, in time, he realized that my mother, who loved him so deeply, could never betray him. Unfortunately, by the time he sought to rescue her, she had already passed. His reference to the late emperor as the emperor rather than father revealed the bitterness he harbored. Indeed, Fu Hongyu continued, for she was a woman he cherished. and he could not easily accept her demise. The manner in which that eunuch deceived everyone by impersonating her remains a mystery we may never unravel, unless we find Princess Xiao herself. That is of little consequence, Ing Mo replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. As long as she is alive, the rest is trivial. I shall handle everything. My lord, have Chu Yuling visit the old matron. Prolonging her life may yield further insights. Agreed, Ing Mo nodded, affirming Fu Hongyu's suggestion. He would personally attend, taking Aunt Fong along to meet the matron. Both were close to his mother. Perhaps their encounter might trigger Aunt Fong's memories. After their serious discussion concluded, Muji felt she had been seated for too long and stood to stretch her limbs. I need to step outside for a moment. I've had too much tea and must relieve myself. Ing Mo rose, saying, I will accompany you. No, Muji quickly declined, casting a slightly awkward glance at Fu Hongyu and the old man. He is usually not like this. You may continue your conversation without regard for me. With that, she hurriedly opened the door and exited. Once outside, as she walked to the tea house's backyard, a gentle breeze swept over her, alleviating the weight upon her chest. She sought to avoid causing him concern. Just as she ascended the stairs, a tall figure emerged from a private room, brushing past her. As he descended the stairs, he raised a hand in acknowledgement. Muji's expression abruptly shifted. Alarmed, she glanced back at the private room just 10 paces away, yearning to call out. But the figure had already vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, she hastened after him down the stairs, trailing him outside. The man's pace was swift, and he was on the verge of disappearing from her sight. Lianyu, are you there? If so, come out and chase after him. Chapter 78. Do not be angry. I will be more careful next time outside the tea house. Throngs of people filled the streets. She could not ascertain whether Lianyu had emerged to pursue the man. That individual wore an iron ring on his left pinky, identical to the one in her original memories. Muji felt a surge of urgency. Yet the man's figure was now completely lost to her view. Muji, I just saw him, but he escaped, she exclaimed, genuinely distressed. A person who had previously been a mystery, with no traces left behind, suddenly appeared, and she had failed to capture him. Her heart swelled with both regret and anxiety. She should have found some excuse to detain him rather than chase after him. Perhaps then she could have discerned his features. Do not fret. Speak slowly, Ing Mo advised. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he scanned the crowd, but it was still early enough that the streets were bustling, rendering it nearly impossible to apprehend anyone. The man who wore the iron ring emerged from the room adjacent to ours. He was tall and swift. I noticed the ring just as he descended the stairs. Muji took a moment to compose herself, gradually regaining her calm. However, I instructed Lianyu to pursue him. I am unsure if she heard me. Yes. She likely did, Ing Mo reassured her, drawing her into his embrace, resting his hand on the back of her head. Muji, next time you encounter such a situation, do not pursue him alone. If it places you in danger, I would rather forfeit this lead. Muji looked up in surprise. At that moment, she had solely focused on capturing the man, believing it would unveil the truth of the past, never considering her own safety. Hearing Ing Mo's words now, she was struck by how irrationally she had acted in pursuit of his matters. Did you hear me? Not receiving an immediate response, Ing Mo pressed further. I did hear you, Muji replied with a genuine smile, her laughter sincere, as she spoke lightly. Both ears heard you loud and clear. Simply hearing is insufficient. Ing Mo playfully pinched her nose, his tone imbued with affection. You must ensure you can do it. Muji was aware that her actions tonight were somewhat perilous. So she nodded earnestly, I promise. A soft click of the tongue reached her ears, and she withdrew from Ing Mo's embrace to see Fu Hongyu and an old man emerging from the doorway, her expression faltering slightly.
Muji mused.
Could it be that they have had their fill of dog food? So even ancient people experience such feelings. Dog food? A flicker of confusion crossed Ing Mo's gaze. Who was she referring to as ancient? Upon entering the tavern, the old man led them to a private room, exuding an air of wealth surpassing even that of the emperor. He ordered an array of delectable dishes, but alas, Muji found herself genuinely lacking an appetite tonight. She desired to eat but could not. Thus, the bounty was left to Fu Hongyu, whom she could only watch as he devoured everything. On the way back to the palace, Muji felt a twinge of frustration. She had failed to capture the person and had also missed out on the food. Just as they reached the entrance to the sleeping quarters, she spotted Qi Lu and several young eunuchs passing by. Quickly, she concealed herself behind Ing Mo. And once they had moved on, she hastily slipped into the chamber. Upon entering, she turned to seeing Ing Mo retrieving a yellow paper bag from within his robes. Here. He extended it to her, a hint of amusement lacing his deep voice. Look at how eager you are. Did you think I hadn't noticed? Muji's expression shifted from surprise to delight. When did you buy this? Just before we left. Mo, you are truly wonderful to me. Overcome with emotion, she nearly wept, forgetting her decorum in the palace and calling him by name without hesitation. Of course, it was common for her to call him Ing Mo when she was flustered or annoyed.
So easily satisfied.
Ing Mo chuckled softly, shaking his head, his heart swelling with joy. The burdensome news of the evening were momentarily lifted. You eat first. His gaze bore into hers, his words laden with double meaning. Once you finish, I will eat. At that moment Mu Ji, still oblivious to his insinuation, assumed he too wished to partake in the pastry. Without a second thought, she opened the bag and offered him a piece, holding it to his lips. I'm not hungry tonight. Save it for breakfast. If you want to eat, go ahead. That's not what I meant. Ing Mo pushed the pastry aside, his eyes fixated intently on her face. In an instant she comprehended. Her cheeks flushed crimson. In a flurry, she turned away, rewrapping the pastry. I'll go take a bath first. She realized evasion was futile. Given the circumstances, she might as well embrace them. I need to wash too. How about a bath together? Though posed as a question, Ing Mo offered no chance for refusal. He swiftly lifted her waist, carrying her to the warm bath without her even realizing it. The intensity of the encounter remained as fierce as ever. Upon returning to the sleeping quarters, Mu Ji leaned against her waist, her eyes glaring at Ing Mo, silently reproaching him. With so many imperial concubines in the harem, why did this man insist on tormenting her alone? However, if he were to be involved with other women simultaneously, setting aside emotions, she could not bear the thought of it physically. Ing Mo embraced her waist, gently massaging her, his voice husky yet cheerful. Don't be angry. I'll be gentler next time. She found it hard to trust him. Exhausted, she sank into a deeper slumber. As dawn approached, Ing Mo rose, and she groggily opened her eyes to see him dressed. Why so early? She murmured. He leaned down to place a tender kiss on her forehead before turning to leave. Mu Ji, now utterly unconcerned, thought to herself that he did not regard her as a mere servant. Why should she belittle herself? Thus, she embraced the comfort of sleep with a clear conscience. Once he departed, she quickly drifted back to sleep. Head Steward Mu. In her dreams, a voice called her name, faint yet seemingly close. I was wrong. Head Steward Mu. Please save me. Head Steward Mu. I am dying. Only you can save me. Head Steward Mu. Please. The voice fluctuated, sounding weak and pitiful. Mu Ji jolted awake, sitting up in bed. A blurred figure, stained with blood, vanished before her eyes. Who could it be? Chapter 79. The eerie plea for help. Who is it? Having experienced this phenomenon a second time, Mu Ji's fear had lessened considerably. Yet she remained perplexed as to who was orchestrating this. She detected a faint metallic scent of blood in the air. Indeed, someone had been there. However, the sleeping quarters were tightly guarded, and the possibility of someone entering undetected was nearly nil. Mu Ji furrowed her brow in contemplation. I fear that the visitor may not be human. It must be some form of sorcery. A plea for help? It was a woman's voice, who was calling for her aid. Awakening fully, Mu Ji hastily dressed and stepped outside. She sought out Qi Lu to inquire about any unusual happenings in the palace over the past few days. Qi Lu spoke at length, most of it concerning her. The incident with Li Gonggong being punished and the punishing of Aunt Tian in the kitchen were recounted with great enthusiasm. Mu Ji gazed at him in silence. Speak of something I do not know. Don't be impatient. I have not finished yet. Hurry up, you're wasting my time. Seeing her genuine urgency, Qi Lu reluctantly paused to ponder other matters. There was nothing particularly noteworthy, except that after Li Gonggong received 30 lashes, the Empress Dowager forbade administering medicine. It was said that his wailing could be heard every night, quite pitiful indeed. On mentioning this, Qi Lu's face was alight with schadenfreude. He deserved it. Anything else? Mu Ji pondered briefly, concluding that it likely wasn't Li Gonggong. The voice did not match, and although he had been punished, he was not on the verge of death. Most importantly, he would not seek her help. Just tell me if there have been any reports of mistreatment of palace maids or any peculiarities with the concubines. Qi Lu thought for a moment and replied, Does Aunt Tian being forced to liquidate her assets by concubine you count as mistreatment? That is her just deserts. It doesn't count. Speaking of Aunt Tian, he could not help but elaborate further. How could concubine you have such relatives? They are merely distant cousins from her mother's side. Although not closely related, concubine Yu's mother, who came from humble beginnings, helped them out from time to time to save face among her family, only to end up with such a treacherous character. How unsurprising. Mu Ji nodded, suddenly remembering something. She turned to Qi Lu and asked, By the way, has there been any news from concubine Lin? What has become of that little maid? Are you referring to Lan Ling? Qi Lu frowned slightly, as if puzzled. I haven't seen her for several days. There hasn't been any news from concubine Lin's palace either. Perhaps the last incident taught her a lesson, and she has been quite subdued lately. Go find out about Lan Ling. Why are you suddenly inquiring about her? I believe there's no need to investigate. She must be having a hard time in concubine Lin's palace. You previously mentioned not wanting to meddle, so I didn't follow up on her.
All right.
Qi Lu readily agreed. I will go right away. Once Qi Lu had left, Mu Ji also prepared to depart. To her surprise, Master Zhou expressed great admiration for Man Lily, praising Mu Ji's discernment in selecting her. He remarked on Man Lily's beauty, kindness, intelligence, and meticulousness in choosing ingredients. Moreover, she even brought small gifts for everyone, though they were of little monetary value. The sentiment was something they had never experienced before.
Muji listened, utterly astonished.
Previously, she had worried that Man Lily's temperament would lead to difficulties in getting along with others and cause her a great deal of trouble. She never anticipated that she could adapt so well. In just one day, she had garnered such favorable reviews. What high emotional intelligence! In the palace of Qianqing, even the esteemed Qi and Lu spoke on her behalf. This compelled Muji to ponder the deteriorating relationship between the original owner and her. Might it be due to the original owner's own actions?
No.
She could sense the complex emotions that Man Lily harbored towards the original owner: hatred, disgust, and an inexplicable sentiment. Were they truly blood relatives? From Man Lily's remarks, it seemed so. It was utterly bewildering. On her way back to the palace of Qianqing, she encountered someone from the Yufei Palace who was precisely looking for her. Manager Mu, you are here. The head maid from Yufei Palace hurriedly approached, saying, "The Empress Yu has summoned you to verify the ill-gotten gains of Aunt Tian. If everything is in order, you may take them away." So soon? It appeared they had indeed pressured Aunt Tian quite severely. "Very well, please lead the way," Muji replied. The head maid, polite and formal, guided Muji to the Yufei Palace. As they walked, Muji could not help but feel puzzled. The Yufei hailed from a respectable background. Why was she residing in such a remote palace? This was, perhaps, the farthest palace from Qianqing, and it had clearly fallen into disrepair, looking rather shabby and dilapidated. Upon entering the grand hall, Muji noticed several large chests placed within. Could it be? Is there truly this much? Manager Mu has arrived. Yufei sat gracefully in the main seat, her demeanor calm and refined, not bothering to rise. "There are the account books. Please inspect them." "Understood." She approached the table and glanced at the ledger. The accounts were exceedingly clear, easily comprehensible at a glance. After reviewing, she realized just how much Aunt Tian had embezzled over the past few months, a staggering sum. This amount could likely suffice to fund the construction of dikes within the impoverished northern Jin country, where the prevailing backward ideologies were undoubtedly intertwined with such rampant corruption. If a mere purchasing maid could amass such wealth, one could only imagine the extent of the corruption among other institutions and officials. Why is there an extra entry? Muji noticed an additional sum with no source. Yufei coolly remarked, "This surplus is my own fine. I regret the troubles and harm I have caused the royal kitchen and the inner palace due to my improper management. Your Highness, you possess great wisdom."
Muji genuinely praised.
If everyone could embody such integrity, there would be far fewer troubles. "You flatter me," Yufei replied, her expression unchanged, still cold and detached. "If there are no issues, you may take the silver now." "No issues." Muji glanced at the 6 chests in the hall, totaling 900,000 taels, of which 100,000 were Yufei's own fine. "Very well." Yufei readily agreed, adding, "Manager Mu, travel safely, no need for formalities." Typically, a simple farewell would suffice, yet she added the phrase "no need to see you off," as if wishing to usher her away. Muji, feeling slightly awkward, turned and strode out.
"Wait."
Just as she reached the doorway, Yufei called out to her, "Manager Mu, in truth, I have another matter for which I seek your assistance. Would you be willing to oblige?" Muji was taken aback. The aloof and somewhat eccentric Yufei would actively seek her help. "Your Highness, please speak," she replied. If possible, she was indeed willing to assist. Yufei rose from her seat, dismissing the palace attendants and closing the doors, then, with a hint of embarrassment, said, "It is this. As you serve the Emperor closely, you must be aware of his daily whereabouts in advance, no?" Was she trying to inquire about Mo's movements? For some reason, Muji felt a flicker of disappointment. In truth, the Emperor's whereabouts were not difficult to ascertain. He frequented a few fixed locations daily, easily discoverable if one made an effort. However, Muji was concerned that Yufei might, like Yin Fei and Lin Fei, provoke Mo, potentially leading to dire consequences. Thus, she hesitated. Yet Yufei continued. "Manager Mu, you misunderstand my intentions. I wish to ask about his evening activities, specifically, which palace he might visit or which consort he might summon to his bedchamber. If you could know in advance, perhaps it could alter the outcome?" Muji studied her for a long moment before uncertainly inquiring, "Your Highness, you are not aware that the Emperor has yet to summon any consorts for the night, nor visited any of their palaces, are you?" Yufei's face registered shock. "I do not know." She shook her head, disbelief etched on her features.
How could that be?
It has been several months. The Emperor had never favored any consort? She had believed herself the only one neglected, thinking the Emperor had forgotten her, feeling a sense of secret relief. Then, Yufei hesitated, and Muji regarded her intently. "Your Highness, if there is anything you require assistance with, please do not hesitate to speak. I was unaware the Emperor had not favored any consorts. I initially wished to ask Manager Mu to help conceal my insignia, thereby avoiding the Emperor's gaze, or if he ever intended to summon me, to persuade him otherwise.
Why?
Muji was again taken aback. You do not wish for the Emperor to come to you? Is it not the aim of every consort in the palace to vie for his affection? Her desire to avoid favor was indeed novel. Was it a case of reverse psychology, or perhaps a strategic retreat? Yet, it did not seem to be the case. Not every woman who entered the palace did so willingly. A bitter expression crossed Yu Fei's face, but she only uttered that one sentence, unwilling to elaborate further. Though the Emperor had not yet favored anyone, that day would inevitably come. Manager Mu, consider this a favor owed to me. Whenever you can, assist me in evading the Emperor's favor, and I shall be eternally grateful. Her sincerity was palpable, her gaze resolute, laced with a plea. After a long silence, Muji finally nodded slowly. If this is your wish, I will do my utmost to assist you. Upon hearing Yu Fei's words that although the Emperor had not favored anyone yet, he would eventually do so, Muji felt a pang of sorrow deep within. Yes, that day would come. What was she anticipating? Thank you, Manager Mu. Yu Fei bowed deeply to Muji. Your Highness, please rise. Muji rushed to help her up. Returning to the palace of Qianqing, she forcefully suppressed the tumultuous thoughts swirling within her. Allowing herself to be troubled by events that had yet to occur was not her style. She had always approached life with a step-by-step mentality, taking breaks wherever fatigue set in, adapting to circumstances. Muji searched for Qi Lu but did not find him, so she inquired among the sweeping palace attendants. They reported that he had been seen recently, but was now unaccounted for. She decided to take the silver directly to Ng Mo's sleeping quarters, allowing him to decide how to utilize it. Manager. As she exited the sleeping quarters, she spotted Qi Lu hastily approaching. Slow down. There's no rush. Just as she finished speaking, Qi Lu stumbled over something and fell unceremoniously. Muji sighed in exasperation, rushing over to help him up. I told you to slow down. Why are you running? Manager. Qi Lu, with a bump on his forehead, wore a mournful expression as he rubbed it and lamented. Lanling has news. Muji, exasperated, instructed someone to fetch an ice pack for him. The two remained seated on the stone steps outside the sleeping quarters, with Muji handing him the ice pack. Thank you, Manager. Qi Lu extended his neck for easier access to the ice pack. Muji couldn't help but chuckle, pressing the ice pack firmly against his forehead. Qi Lu, overwhelmed by fear, shut his eyes but did not evade. In the next moment, a chilling sensation enveloped him, gently pressing against him. He understood that Master Mu could not bear to let him suffer. Upon hearing his unspoken thoughts, Muji tightened her grip slightly. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Qi Lu exaggeratedly cried out in distress, prompting Muji to chide him lightly. You childish fool. Master, you are truly kind to me, aside from my mother. No one in this world has ever treated me so well. Is it merely an ice pack that suffices? Regardless, it is good, and there shall be no rebuttal. Upon hearing this, Muji chuckled softly and refrained from arguing further. In her heart, she pondered whether Qi Lu had ever treated her poorly. You mentioned that there is news about Lanling. Is she unharmed? Indeed, I inquired with those in the Lin Fei palace, and they said Lin Fei found Lanling clumsy in her duties and thus expelled her from the palace. Expelled from the palace?
Muzehei questioned, her disbelief evident.
When did this occur? Just a few days ago. Lanling was brought in by Lin Fei from the Xiang residence. There was no need to inform the Internal Affairs Office regarding her treatment, hence the silence. I see. Muji contemplated this for a moment and chose not to elaborate further. Lanling was excessively loyal. Otherwise, Muji would not be so indifferent. Witnessing her humiliation at the hands of Lin Fei had not stirred her desire to intervene. However, she had received strange calls for help over the past 2 days, and aside from Lanling, she could not fathom who else might seek her assistance. If it were truly Lanling, how could she possess such sorcery yet lack the means to preserve her own life? There were numerous inconsistencies. If Lanling had indeed been expelled, it likely was not her. What do you mean? I have repeatedly heard a girl calling for help these past 2 days, initially thinking it was Lanling, but now it seems otherwise. Please investigate thoroughly over the next few days to identify this person. Really, Master? Where did you hear this?
I do not know.
Muji refrained from explaining further. Just look into it. Understood. Fortunately, Qi Lu was obedient. He would not pester her with incessant inquiries. Now, attend to your own ice pack. Muji released her hold, rising to her feet, only to be startled by a shadow looming beside her. Turning her head, she gasped in surprise. You, Chapter 81, AMO, do not. Qi Lu felt the sun above him obscured and glanced up. That glance caused him to drop the ice pack in fright, hurriedly rising to kneel in reverence. Your Majesty, this humble servant pays his respects. What are you doing here? Ng Mo glanced at Qi Lu before directing his gaze to Muji. His expression appeared rather grim. Muji speculated whether there were troubling matters in the court or if some unpleasant news had surfaced. Do you even care if I have eaten? Ing Mo's face remained cold, and after speaking, he glanced at Qilu again. What happened to your forehead? Your hand is injured as well?
Ah.
Qilu was alarmed, failing to comprehend the meaning behind the emperor's words. He quickly looked towards Muji, his face a mask of confusion. What are you looking at her for? Ing Mo's voice was heavy with coldness. As long as he is here, remember to make use of him. Otherwise, he is of no use, and should be disposed of. Yes. Qilu trembled, nearly burying his head into the ground. You, come with me. Ing Mo ignored Qilu further and strode into the inner palace. Muji glanced at Qilu, signaling for him to remain calm, before following suit. She closed the door behind her, and before she could turn around, Ing Mo pressed her against it. You have time to attend to him with an ice pack. Yet, you do not come to check on me? Ing Mo embraced her from behind, biting gently at the nape of her neck, his large hand exploring her waist, effortlessly enveloping her softness. Muji could not help but let out a soft moan. Tell Your Majesty, do you call or not? Mo. Please, from now on, do not provide him with ice packs, do you understand? I understand. Muji, overwhelmed by his actions, could only submit. I heard you. Please stop. Stop what? Stop. Muji wished she could bite off her own tongue. Dreadful man. Creating a ruckus in broad daylight. Mo. Muji managed to turn around, her hands pressing against his firm chest, breathless and flushed. Please release me. I have serious matters to discuss with you. This is also a serious matter. Ing Mo leaned down to kiss her lips, but she turned her head to avoid him, so he proceeded to kiss her earlobe, his warm breath threatening to engulf her entirely. Muji struggled to maintain her balance, pleading softly in his embrace. After a considerable time, Ing Mo, breathing heavily himself, finally released her, albeit reluctantly. They both took a moment to steady their hurried breaths. Muji, shy and unable to meet his gaze, felt flustered despite their many encounters, her face still turning crimson. Foul creature. What are these boxes filled with? Ing Mo resumed his cold, austere demeanor, as though the beastly man from moments ago was not him at all, feigning virtue. Muji shot him an irritated glance, her tone sharp. Did Lingyu not report to you? Lingyu went to pursue someone last night and sustained some injuries. I instructed her to recuperate. Did she engage in combat? Ing Mo's stern expression revealed a hint of disdain, as he scoffed softly. If she could not even keep up with the person, how could there be any combat? Could not keep up? Muji was taken aback. Though Lingyu may not be the strongest, her agility was among the best. If she could not catch someone, how formidable must they be? However, Muji was more curious about how she had been injured without catching up. Ing Mo glanced at her, and before she could inquire, he explained, she startled the prey and did not pursue them. Instead, she fell into a trap they had set. Was the injury serious? Not serious. Not serious? Muji found this puzzling. If it were not serious, why the need for recuperation? Did she fall into a trap and remain unscathed? The injuries were inflicted by me. Indeed, a heartless ruler, a tyrant. It is only right that she faces punishment for her incompetence. Upon hearing Muji's internal critique, Ing Mo could not help but justify. It is minor that she did not catch up. However, her impatience caused her to alert the enemy, thus resulting in her receiving 20 lashes to teach her a lesson.
Oh.
Muji nodded, suddenly feeling that, in comparison, Ing Mo's treatment of her was strikingly lenient. Of course, her status was different from Lingyu's, and the treatment would naturally vary. Yet, this special treatment always made her uneasy. Perhaps it was because her mind was too clear, making it difficult to embrace love easily. People can change, and love can dissipate. The most unreliable thing in this world is a man's kindness when he is fond of you. For once he no longer harbors affection, all that kindness will vanish. When you become accustomed to his kindness, facing his shortcomings can bring a devastating sense of loss that is hard to heal. Seeing Muji lost in thought, Ing Mo approached her, gazing down intently. What occupies your mind? Ing Mo observed her, nodding. You handled Aunt Tian's matter well. He deliberately omitted any mention of favoritism. Muji looked at him with a complex expression. Why do you gaze at me in such a manner? Do you think I will never hold you accountable for anything I do? It depends on the situation. And what circumstances would those be? Ing Mo's dark eyes fixated on her, his tone suddenly grave and chilling. For instance, similar to your recent act of applying an ice pack to Qilu. That is not permitted. Muji was left speechless, silently grumbling. Petty-minded. Ing Mo cast her a sidelong glance. I have yet to dine. Muji pretended not to hear and said solemnly, this is Aunt Tian's embezzled silver, along with the 100,000 taels that concubine Yu has self-imposed as punishment, totaling 900,000 taels. Should this sum be sent to the National Treasury or the Imperial Household Department? Send it to the Imperial Household Department.
Ying Montag replied,
immediately opening the door to summon people to carry the silver away. Watching as 6 boxes of silver were completely taken away without a single coin left, Muji felt a pang of regret. Such a splendid opportunity, yet I didn't save a little for myself. Alas. Regret. As suddenly, Ing Mo's voice broke through her thoughts, calling the last 2 palace attendants, leave this box behind, and take 5 to the Imperial Household Department.
Yes.
Muji looked at him in astonishment. Why had he suddenly decided to keep a box? In truth, Muji had once inquired about Ing Mo's apparent poverty. His lifestyle was remarkably simple. He never indulged in luxuries, likely a habit formed from growing up in the harsh conditions of the frontier, where there were few opportunities to spend money. However, he was not genuinely impoverished. He simply had many loyal soldiers under his command who risked their lives for him. Whenever he had any money, he would generously distribute it among them. Especially for those soldiers who fell in battle, the compensation from the court was meager. And at such times, he would use his personal funds to double or even triple the compensation for the families of the fallen. Thus, it was no wonder he was financially strained. Nonetheless, upon learning these details, Muji felt a surge of admiration for him. Despite enduring so many hardships since childhood, he remained upright and kind-hearted, which was truly rare. Undeniably, he was a good man and an excellent emperor. This box of silver is yours, as a reward for uncovering Aunt Tion's corruption.
What?
Chapter 82. This time, you took the initiative. Muji felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Ing Mo had actually rewarded her with a box of silver? Was this truly him? The same man who insisted on splitting her rewards from the harem 50-50 would generously give her an entire box. Such extravagance. Muji found herself momentarily at a loss. What's wrong? Don't you want it? Upon seeing her expression, Ing Mo immediately frowned. This is a different time. You are now my woman, and I shall indulge you. If you don't want it, I won't force you. No, I want it. Thank you, Amo, for your generous gift. She clasped her hands and deeply bowed to Ing Mo. If you truly wish to thank me. Ing Mo observed her actions with a furrowed brow, then stepped closer, slightly lowering his head, and indicated his face, silently suggesting a kiss. Muji bit her lip, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. She had never initiated anything with Ing Mo before. Ing Mo's dark eyes bore into her, leaving no room for retreat. Muji glanced at him before quickly lowering her gaze. Then close your eyes.
All right.
Ing Mo's gaze was intensely burning. He closed his eyes, and Muji slowly rose on her toes, preparing to lightly kiss his cheek. However, just as her lips neared, the scheming man suddenly opened his eyes and turned his face, resulting in her lips landing squarely on Ing Mo's thin ones. Before she could voice her surprise, Ing Mo seized the opportunity, wrapping his arms around her waist and deepening the kiss. The kiss nearly left her breathless. It felt as though all the air in her lungs had been drawn away by Ing Mo, and when he finally released her, she gasped for breath, her disheveled appearance fully exposed. The victorious man chuckled like a sly fox. This time, it was you who initiated the kiss. In high spirits, Ing Mo moved to sit on the concubine's couch. Bring the meal. Muji shot him a fierce glare. After adjusting her clothing and ensuring there were no signs of abnormality, she opened the door to instruct for the meal to be served. Today's dishes, though still the usual 4, appeared significantly more abundant, and a sweet soup had been added. Upon tasting it, Muji was surprised to find it quite delightful. Did your mother buy this for you? Ing Mo noticed her suspicion regarding the sweet soup but, after finishing it, deduced that it must have been specially purchased for her by Man Lily. It was for her but she bought too much and couldn't finish it, so she had Chi Lu bring it to me. I didn't want to waste it, otherwise I wouldn't have touched it, it's too sweet. Muji uttered these insincere words. The sweet soup was indeed delicious, yet the thought of it being bought by Man Lily made her uncomfortable. That sharp-tongued woman often cursed her daughter to death and even threatened her with scissors when angry. How could such a person genuinely care for her? Ing Mo, hearing this, allowed the corners of his lips to curve slightly. To be cherished by a mother is a great blessing. Unfortunately, his own memories of maternal love had long since faded into obscurity. Muji noticed the subtle shift in Ing Mo's emotions and, considering his background, refrained from contradicting him. The term mother was utterly unfamiliar to her. In her past life, she too had been a motherless child. Are you full?
Ing Mo's mood shifted rapidly.
His expression returning to its usual cold and indifferent demeanor. Yes, Muji nodded. I'm full. This afternoon, I plan to take Aunt Fong to meet that old lady. Do you wish to join?
Yes.
She answered without hesitation. Such opportunities to leave the palace were rare, and besides, Aunt Fong's emotional instability might improve with her presence. I'll help Aunt Fong change her clothes and disguise herself. After all, she is a deceased person. Although Yuan Fei and her spies have been eliminated, there may still be some loose ends. Moreover, the identity of the mastermind remains unclear, so for Aunt Fong's safety, we should exercise caution. Go ahead. The carriage is waiting at the back door. Once you are ready, bring her out. Understood. Half an hour later, Muji successfully brought Aunt Fong to the carriage. Upon reaching the palace gate, Ing Mo finally joined them. Seeing Ing Mo, Aunt Fong instinctively shrank behind Muji. Don't be afraid, Muji reassured her gently. Patting her hand. He will protect you just like I do. He won't harm you.
Just like you?
Aunt Fong seemed to comprehend Mu Ji's words, and when she looked at Ing Mo again, the fear in her eyes had noticeably diminished. Not afraid, she repeated to Mu Ji, reassuring herself. Mu Ji smiled faintly at this. Turning to Ing Mo, she found him gazing at her as well. Their eyes met, and though no words were exchanged, an unspoken warmth seemed to linger in the air. The carriage swayed gently as it made its way, and Mu Ji gazed out of the window, a glimmer of longing in her eyes. Even Aunt Fong appeared somewhat excited and curious at the sights outside. Having been confined to the secret chamber of the fragrant herb garden, it was likely detrimental to her health. Mu Ji pondered whether she should let Aunt Fong reside outside the palace, or devise a way to restore her life, allowing her to reside openly in the fragrant herb garden. At worst, they could increase the security detail around her. However, all plans would have to wait until after meeting the old lady. Aunt Fong. Feeling the journey drag on, Mu Ji turned her gaze towards Ing Mo and then back to Aunt Fong. Can you take a good look at him? Do you really not recognize him? Aunt Fong was the stewardess beside the noble concubine Xiao, and Ing Mo should have been under her care as a child. She thought a reminder might jog Aunt Fong's memory.
Listening to Mu Ji, Aunt Fong scrutinized Ing Mo intently.
However, after a single glance, she shrank back behind Mu Ji once more. Ing Mo's imposing aura was too strong. Even without knowing his identity, it was difficult not to feel intimidated. Though Aunt Fong claimed not to be afraid, it was merely a testament to her trust in Mu Ji, with no relation to Ing Mo himself. I was still young back then. Ing Mo surmised Mu Ji's intentions, harboring no hopes within his heart. After all these years, even if Aunt Fong were a discerning person, she might not recognize him merely by his appearance. Upon hearing this, disappointment was evident on Mu Ji's face. Surely, when she encountered the old nurse, there would be some semblance of recognition. But can the nurse recognize you?
Mu Ji inquired.
Though the nurse was gravely ill, her mind remained clear. Upon being informed, she would surely comprehend. Mu Ji responded with a soft "oh," hoping to glean more truth from the nurse. Unbeknownst to her, as time passed, an increasing obsession with the matters concerning the noble consort Xiao took root within her. A fervent desire to uncover the truths of the past and restore the consort's honor, as well as Ing Mo's. Once the carriage arrived at the countryside estate outside the city, Ing Mo's demeanor suddenly grew grave. Something feels amiss. Do not disembark just yet. I shall go take a look. In their exit, they had not brought any attendants and were uncertain if Lianfeng was following them secretly. However, it was presumed he was nearby, and Ing Mo's own martial prowess was formidable enough not to warrant excessive concern. It is nothing, he assured. Leaning forward to place a gentle kiss on Mu Ji's forehead, I will merely step out for a moment. You all wait here.
Understood. Mu Ji obediently nodded.
Peering through the carriage window, she observed an eerie stillness outside, the air thick with a faint metallic scent of blood, igniting a deep-seated unease within her, as if an oppressive force were converging upon them from all directions. Aunt Fong, too, grew restless, clutching Mu Ji's sleeve tightly, her gaze fixed warily outside. As Ing Mo exited the carriage, the inexorable passage of time intensified the invisible pressure, rendering it more palpable. Despite the weather being temperate, an inexplicable sweat broke forth. The silence was unnerving. The sounds of insects and birds became acutely pronounced. It is nothing, Mu Ji reassured, attentively listening to the surroundings while soothing Aunt Fong to prevent her from succumbing to overwhelming fear. Do not be afraid. I am here with you. Just as Aunt Fong's emotional state teetered on the brink of collapse, Mu Ji embraced her, preparing to speak further when a more formidable force of oppression transformed into a visible pressure, suddenly overturning the carriage. The walls splintered under the force, exposing the two women within.
Mu Ji shielded Aunt Fong, clutching her tightly.
As she lifted her gaze, a man clad in black descended, his sword aimed directly at Aunt Fong. Be careful. Mu Ji had no time to ponder. She instinctively rose, positioning herself between Aunt Fong and the oncoming blade. The sword struck her back with a resounding clang, as though it had met solid iron. The black-clad man felt a jolt reverberate through his arm, his eyes widening in astonishment. Yet, without hesitation, he leapt down to attack again, his target unmistakably Aunt Fong. Mu Ji felt a tingling sensation in her shoulder, realizing that the protective armor Ing Mo had gifted her had saved her life, yet again. However, the assailant's subsequent strike was swifter and more precise. Mu Ji pulled Aunt Fong down from the carriage, exerting every ounce of strength to shield her. The black-clad man, wary of her, directed his sword away from her body. Yet his strikes were fierce and unrelenting. Mu Ji could barely evade his assaults, and several times Aunt Fong nearly suffered a fatal blow. They tumbled beneath the carriage, narrowly escaping the worst of the attack. Aunt Fong, are you alright? Beneath the carriage, Mu Ji took a moment to catch her breath, assessing Aunt Fong for injuries. Aside from some scrapes on her face and hands, she appeared unscathed, granting Mu Ji a modicum of relief. Aunt Fong, however, was in a state of panic, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, her eyes fixated on Mu Ji's arm. Blood. So much blood. Pain surged through Mu Ji as she followed Aunt Fong's gaze, realizing her arm had been slashed. The the wound deep, blood saturating her sleeve. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she spoke with a calming authority. It does not hurt. Do not be afraid. Stay close behind me. The Emperor will come to our rescue soon. It hurts, Aunt Fom cried, tears streaming down her face as she pointed at Muji's injury. Guilt and concern etched upon her features. In response, Muji offered a reassuring smile. Suddenly, the horses neighed in fright. Startled by the black-clad man's whip, they bolted. Do not move. Muji tightened her hold on Aunt Fom, preventing her from being crushed by the wheels. As the horses galloped away, the black-clad man crouched before them, mere steps away. Let us see how you protect her now, he menaced, his eyes gleaming with deadly intent. This troublesome obstacle. Had it not been for his master's orders to spare her life, he would have completed his task and departed. In that fleeting moment, Muji's gaze met his, and she discerned his thoughts. Gripping the arrow in her hand, she calculated that at such a close distance, her chances were favorable. You dare not kill me? Muji's eyes turned steely, a smile curling at her lips. If so, I shall not hold back. With that, she steeled herself and launched the arrow towards the man. As the arrow pierced the black-clad man's chest, disbelief overtook his features. You seek death, he roared, retaliating with a palm strike aimed at Muji's face. Unable to evade, she instinctively shut her eyes, expecting the blow, yet instead, an arm encircled her waist, lifting her off the ground. With a grunt, the black-clad man spat blood. Mo had scooped Muji up with one arm while effortlessly deflecting the assailant's strike with the other. The man's internal force was no match for Mo's. He was sent flying 100 meters away, nearly losing consciousness. Ignoring his injuries, he scrambled to escape.
Amontag.
Do not worry about me. Go after him.
Muji ered.
You are injured. Let me tend to you first. It is merely my arm. I will be fine. Quickly pursue him. My arrow. Muji was desperate. It is still embedded in his body. He cannot escape. Ahead, Lian Feng appeared. I apologize for placing you in danger. I should not have left you both in the carriage. Hearing Mo's words, she shook her head. In emergencies, one must make swift decisions. You could not have foreseen the peril in leaving us behind. Mo said nothing further, his expression darkening ominously. The situation inside was likely dire. Allow me to treat your wound. He tore a strip from his garment. This will hurt a bit. Bear with it.
All right. Muji nodded, feigning calmness.
In the tense moment, she felt no pain, but as tranquility settled in, the sensation intensified. Mo tightly bound her wound, staunching the flow of blood. As Muji winced, her face turned pale, but she turned away to mask her discomfort, hastily exclaiming, "What of the nurse?" before she could finish. She spotted Chu Yuling and Fu Hongyu emerging from within, aiding one another. What happened? Muji was taken aback. They appeared disheveled, faces charred, clothing tattered, looking worse than beggars on the street. Were they struck by lightning or bombarded? When I entered, they were already like this. Everyone else inside, including the nurse, is gone. Mo closed his eyes briefly, reopening them with a chilling resolve.
Gone?
Muji caught a strange scent in the air, but Mo's words redirected her focus.
What do you mean by gone?
Are they missing or dead? Muji suddenly covered her mouth. In the entire farmhouse, a dozen lives were lost with none surviving. My lord. Chu Yuling and Fu Hongyu approached, sitting down heavily on the ground. Fu Hongyu explained, when we arrived, we sensed that someone had been here. We thought to have old Chu help the matron check her health and then immediately relocate. But before we could even begin the examination, there was a loud explosion, and the entire courtyard was blown apart. Both old Chu and I have skills. When we felt the heat wave approaching, we jumped out of the window, which saved our lives. Blown apart? Muji seized upon the key phrase. No wonder I smelled gunpowder. What gunpowder? Chu Yuling inquired, his brow furrowing. Are you certain you are not mistaken? Gunpowder? Do you not know what gunpowder is? Muji was somewhat astonished by his question. It was true that in this era, gunpowder did not exist. However, the situation before them and the lingering scent in the air were ample evidence that what they had encountered today was likely a bomb. Chu Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Having practiced medicine for so many years, I considered my skills quite proficient and had considerable knowledge of medicinal materials. Yet, I had never known that there exists a type of gunpowder with such devastating power, rivaling even that of poison. Initially, Muji had her doubts, but upon hearing Chu Yuling's words, she became entirely convinced. This era lacked gunpowder, yet here it was, undeniably present. The situation seemed to grow increasingly complex. My lord, how shall we handle this individual? Lian Feng's blade was poised at the throat of the black-clad man. Mo approached him, without hesitation, delivering 2 fierce kicks before reaching to retrieve the imperial arrow from his body. Blood flowed profusely. Chu Yujin, do not let him die. Chu Yujin hurried to check the man's pulse and soon reported with frustration, he is poisoned. Once injured, the toxin spreads through his internal organs. Even a celestial being could not save him. In other words, after being struck by Muji's arrow, the poison within the black-clad man had already begun to disseminate. Ing Mo pondered for a moment before speaking. The black-clad man's previously dull eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, but then dimmed once more. I can only ask a few inconsequential questions. It does not count as betrayal. Ing Mo regarded the man intently, discerning his thoughts through his gaze.
Realizing he did not wish to die.
When did you learn that the matron was here? This question, at first glance, seemed to lack significance. With everyone dead, what purpose did it serve to know? I know you will not betray your master, nor would you dare to. Therefore, my inquiries stem merely from curiosity and will not compel you to divulge any secrets. Ing Mo's words diminished the black-clad man's wariness, causing his expression to soften. You speak truthfully. The black-clad man was undoubtedly aware of Ing Mo's identity. This morning, I fear the information leaked from within the palace. It appears the last investigation did not cleanse the threats entirely, and that individual is either near Ing Mo or among her circle, knowing she has now betrayed her master, and thus will not reveal his identity in her presence. The second question, what weapon was used in the killings? This inquiry, while seemingly trivial, was of utmost importance. Ing Mo contemplated the broader implications. Such a weapon, if employed in warfare or rebellion, could yield catastrophic consequences. I am not very clear about that, the black-clad man hesitated to elaborate. Not clear? After a moment of thought, he continued, the weapon was developed by our master. This time, it was merely an experimental trial. We did not expect it to succeed so spectacularly. Unfortunately, it cannot be mass-produced. Otherwise, why would our master remain in the shadows when he could storm the palace, seize the throne, and do as he pleases without fear of opposition? Alas, I cannot fathom our master's intentions. He clearly had the power to seize the throne but chose not to, leaving us in this precarious position and costing us many brothers. Does he think the emperor is foolish? The matter of the weapon must remain confidential. Ing Mo furrowed his brow at this, about to speak, when Muji tugged at his sleeve, gently shaking her head in a silent plea to abandon this line of questioning. The third question, relay a message to your master. Tell him to wait. Both old and new grievances shall be avenged. Are we truly letting him go? Fu Hongyu turned to Ing Mo, angered. We still have time to pursue him. I want to kill him for revenge. This scoundrel has taken so many lives. How can we simply let him go? Lian Feng glanced at Aunt Fong, who had been closely following Muji. Upon hearing Ing Mo's command, he felt a surge of anxiety. He couldn't manage this. Aunt Fong, seeing Muji being carried away, quickly chased after them, clutching her garment. Your Majesty, put me down. I am not injured. I can walk by myself. The journey is long. It's all right. Aunt Fong has been frightened. Lian Feng cannot carry her. She will be scared.
Ying Montag pauset.
Casting a heavy gaze at Muji before turning to Aunt Fong. Aunt Fong shrank back under his scrutinizing gaze. Terrified yet unwilling to release her grip on Muji's garment. Lian Feng, go into the city and find a carriage quickly. Yes.
Ultimately, Ying Montag relented.
Leading the two women to a large rock to sit. You just stopped me from asking more questions. What does that mean? Ing Mo settled on the rock, urging Muji to sit on his lap. Muji felt awkward. She had not changed from her earlier attire. Fu Hongyu had seen her in women's clothing and would likely recognize her, while Chu Yuling, unaware of her true identity, had witnessed Ing Mo carrying her. His expression a mix of shock and complexity. She was unsure whether to clarify or allow him to continue in his misunderstanding. Do not concern yourself with him, Ing Mo, perceiving her unease, turned her face towards him, compelling her to meet his gaze. First, tell me if you have learned anything. Chapter 85. If you do not speak, I shall not ask indeed. Muji did not withhold information, relaying the black-clad man's thoughts to Ing Mo. The weapon was immensely powerful, yet for reasons unknown, could not currently be mass-produced. Today marked its first successful test. They must exercise caution in future encounters. Ing Mo regarded Muji with a steady gaze for a long moment. She felt a twinge of guilt under his scrutiny and turned her head away. Do not look at me like that. There are things I cannot yet disclose. Very well. Ing Mo did not press further, gently ruffling her hair. If you do not speak, I shall not inquire. Upon hearing this, Muji turned back to him. They locked eyes for a considerable time. She was the first to divert her gaze, murmuring, This truly is my calamity. What did you say? Ing Mo caught her words but did not comprehend. Nothing. I understand. As this topic arose, the atmosphere turned somber. This oversight had cost many lives, a grave price to pay. In truth, Muji was aware of Ing Mo's concern for her safety. She hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal that the mastermind behind it all seemed disinclined to kill her. The Empress Yuan and today's black-clad man had both had the opportunity to take her life, but had refrained. Is it because you have done something for him? Ing Mo was the first to mention this, and both were momentarily taken aback. Though they understood it implicitly, stating it openly created an awkward atmosphere. Previously, they had captured my mother and threatened me, leaving me with no choice. I understand. Ing Mo bears no ill will. It seems he realizes that this matter should not be mentioned. The most significant point is that after entering the palace, I fell gravely ill, erasing all recollection of past events. I cannot even recall what I had done previously or if I had ever encountered that hidden mastermind. Thus, she is genuinely unaware of why that mastermind has not chosen to eliminate her. Does she possess something that he desires? Yet throughout this time, no one has approached her to request or mention anything. I am fully aware of what you have described. Mo gently avoided her injured arm, drawing her into his embrace. The events of the past belong to a bygone era. I wish not to inquire about them.
My sole wish for the future is that,
regardless of whether you recall those memories, you will always stand by my side. Indeed, without question. For Muji and the original host are two distinct entities. Even if those memories resurface, they would merely be reflections of the original host's experiences, having no bearing on her current decisions. With Muji's assurance, Mo felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. In the distance, the sound of hooves approached. Muji gazed over, witnessing the carriage stir up dust as it sped past, creating an illusion of wheels smoking from the rapid pace.
yet,
It ultimately came to a smooth halt before Mo and Muji. As Mo prepared to lift Muji into the carriage, he noticed Aunt Fong leaning against her back, fast asleep. His gaze turned cold as it swept over Lian Feng, who promptly dismounted the carriage to carry the sleeping Aunt Fong inside. Seeing this, Muji couldn't help but chuckle. What if an incompetent individual were to misinterpret such glances? Working under Mo is indeed quite challenging. One must rely on their own discernment even to complete a task. Mo joined Muji in the carriage, unfazed by her internal musings, seemingly accustomed to such sentiments. Strangely, being criticized, complained at, or even scolded by her brought him a sense of comfort. What sort of affliction has he succumbed to? Upon entering the city, Fu Hongyu and Xu Yuling left first, for their state rendered them unfit to be seen. After a night of rest, the following day, Mo attended court while Muji rose to change her dressing. Upon unwrapping the gauze, her complexion shifted slightly. Has it truly scabbed over? Yesterday, when applying the medicine, she had meticulously examined the wound, which was deeply gaping. Such an injury would typically require at least 10 days to 2 weeks for gradual healing, yet in just one night, the wound had already scabbed? Muji picked up the medicine Mo had provided and scrutinized it carefully. The medicine was indeed good, though it was not miraculous. Having sustained injuries previously, she had felt no discomfort after a day or two, as those wounds were not severe. Thus, she hadn't given it much thought. Reflecting on it now, there seemed to have been something amiss since that time. In her previous life, her constitution was exceptional. She had never required medicine for injuries, healing without pain or discomfort, and had never experienced ailments like colds or fevers. She had believed this to be due to her profound cultivation and robust physique, which rendered her less susceptible to illness and enabled her to recover more swiftly from injuries than the average person. However, the original host's body was evidently fragile. The original host had ultimately succumbed to an illness caused by exposure to the cold, embodying a delicate constitution. Yet, was her injury healing too rapidly? Muji resolved to observe further. After dressing her wound, she donned her clothes and stepped outside for a stroll. Despite her injury, Mo had instructed her to remain in the palace to recuperate, yet she found herself restless. The events of yesterday indicated that there were spies around Mo. She needed to uncover this individual swiftly. Otherwise, it would remain a lurking threat. Muji's first destination was the imperial kitchen. While satisfying her hunger, she aimed to test everyone within the kitchen to eliminate potential suspects, especially Master Zhou Xingyan, with whom she had interacted most frequently in recent days. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely to be him, as she had never broached such confidential topics in the kitchen, and Zhou Xingyan had not stepped foot in Qianqing Palace. As for the kitchen maids, their interactions were minimal, merely delivering food, leaving little opportunity for them to be involved. After her inquiries, the results confirmed her suspicions. The imperial kitchen could largely be ruled out. Throughout the day, Muji visited several places, including the residences of Yu Fei, Lin Fei, and even the Empress Dowager, but found no suspicious individuals. Apart from Yu Fei, her inquiries had left Lin Fei and the Empress Dowager quite displeased. Nevertheless, Muji could not afford to be overly concerned. She faced considerable obstacles in their courts and could not dismiss them entirely, necessitating further visits in the future. However, the most crucial location remained Qianqing Palace. While the possibility of infiltrating this area was slim, it was the only place where one could more easily acquire such confidential information.
Muji.
Qi Lu had not seen Muji all day and had searched for her multiple times, ultimately finding her lost in thought at the palace entrance. Oblivious to her musings. What troubles you? Qi Lu approached, squatting before her and tilting his head to observe her. You've been mysteriously elusive these past few days. Qi Lu. Muji suddenly lifted her head to face him, asking earnestly, has there been any arrangement for newcomers in Qianqing Palace recently? Newcomers? Qi Lu regarded her with confusion. My lord, as the head of Qianqing Palace, you should be well aware of any newcomers being arranged. I am merely a nominal head. The day-to-day affairs are managed by you. True, but any arrangement for newcomers in Qianqing Palace must be reported to you. Moreover, given the recent thorough inspections, Any new entrants must undergo strict scrutiny, with a clear understanding of their ancestry spanning 3 generations. Mu Ji fell silent upon hearing this. Such strictness. Could the issue lie within the court? If the problem truly originated there, it would be grave indeed. This would imply that the mastermind had extended their reach to officials, and should an investigation arise, her position as head eunuch might not suffice. Furthermore, the situation would become more complex. What troubles you? Qi Lu, noticing Mu Ji's worried expression, mirrored her concern. Is something amiss? Speak to me, and I will assist you with ideas. It's nothing.
Mu Ji contemplated briefly.
Deciding against sharing her concerns with Qi Lu, it was not a matter of distrust. The danger was too great, and knowing too much would not bode well for him. Really? Qi Lu appeared skeptical, yet refrained from probing further as Mu Ji remained silent. Very well, if anything arises, just let me know. I will certainly do my utmost to assist you. Understood. Mu Ji smiled faintly, shifting the topic. How did your inquiries regarding the news I asked you about go yesterday?
Oh, dear.
Qi Lu smacked his forehead. How could I forget? I sought you out today precisely for this matter. Any developments? Yes, it's regarding Lin Fei's palace. I have a friend who works there. He typically cannot access the inner courtyard and thus hears few tidbits, but last night, he unexpectedly overheard the head maid discussing that someone was gravely ill and needed to find a place to handle the body in advance.
What?
Mu Ji leaped to her feet in shock. They are treating lives so callously. Calm down. Qi Lu squatted before her, as her sudden movement nearly caused her to topple over. He got up, dusting himself off, and continued. Such occurrences are commonplace in the harem. It is utterly normal. The life of a mere palace maid or young eunuch holds little value. Mu Ji was rendered speechless by anger, grappling with her emotions. In this era, where imperial power reigned supreme, true justice was non-existent. Have that friend investigate further. If the information proves reliable, we must prepare to rescue the person immediately. Are you truly going to intervene? Qi Lu's face flickered with hesitation as he advised. We do not yet comprehend the situation, and if the person is already deceased, our efforts to rescue would be futile. I suspect it is Lan Ling.
Oh, all right.
Qi Lu nodded in a daze and quickly turned to leave. In truth, Mu Ji had no desire to meddle, yet if the one seeking her assistance was indeed Lan Ling, she could not simply stand by and watch her perish. After waiting in Qianqing Palace for the duration of an incense stick, she was approached. Master Mu, I have gathered the information you sought. You were correct. It is indeed Lan Ling. She has not been expelled from the palace, but has been imprisoned by concubine Lin in a hidden chamber, subjected to relentless torment and beatings as a means of venting frustration. Is she still alive? Yes, she is alive. You must hurry. The head maid is about to deal with her. If you delay, it may be too late. Let us go. Mu Ji followed Qi Lu out, but suddenly sensed someone behind her. What is it? Qi Lu followed her gaze, yet the figure had already faded into the distance. Did you notice anyone nearby while we were speaking? No. It is common for palace attendants to pass by in Qianqing Palace. What troubles you today? Do you suspect there is a traitor among us?
Sure.
Mu Ji swiftly covered his mouth. Keep your voice down. It is best to keep this to ourselves and not reveal it. Qi Lu nodded, his expression shifting slightly, silently inquiring, is it true? Let us move. Once outside Qianqing Palace and in a deserted area, she continued, do not disclose this matter to anyone. Observe in secret. If you discover anything, do not alert the other party, as it may endanger you. After ensuring he understood, she asked again, did you remember my words? Qi Lu nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will remember.
Good.
They soon arrived at concubine Lin's residence. At the palace entrance, Qi Lu expressed concern. Master Mu, should we notify the emperor? In Qi Lu's mind, the emperor would undoubtedly support Mu Ji, leading him to instinctively think of informing him. Mu Ji glanced at him. The emperor is preoccupied and cannot be bothered with such matters. It is enough that he does not complicate things. A mere palace maid's affair does not warrant disturbing him, especially when I possess the imperial arrows. Seeing Mu Ji draw an imperial arrow from her sleeve, Qi Lu straightened his posture. I almost forgot. With the emperor's arrows, what is there to fear? Qi Lu strode confidently into the palace, leading the way. In the twilight, a young eunuch stood beneath the tree, his expression anxious. Why are you so late? Hurry, Madame Zhou has already taken people there. Upon noticing Mu Ji behind Qi Lu, he quickly bowed respectfully. I greet Master Mu. This young eunuch was a friend of Qi Lu, and Mu Ji kindly helped him up. Lead the way. The young eunuch, slightly taken aback, wasted no time and promptly guided them forward. However, halfway through, they unexpectedly encountered concubine Lin accompanied by a throng of palace attendants. I greet you, your highness. They could not ignore her when they crossed paths. Upon seeing Mu Ji, concubine Lin's expression darkened. What brings you here again? Earlier that day, Mu Ji had visited concubine Lin's palace to test for spies, and their conversation had not been pleasant. Naturally, concubine Lin was already irate, and her mood soured further upon seeing Mu Ji. Master Mu, Why do you not remain by the Emperor's side and instead frequent my palace? Your Highness, I have received reports alleging that you are mistreating palace maids and attempting to destroy evidence. The Emperor, in his mercy, would never permit such heinous acts in the harem. Thus I have been assigned to investigate. Muji was disinterested in banter and got straight to the point. She then produced the imperial arrow, delicately playing with it in her hand, exuding an unspoken threat. This arrow was renowned throughout the palace, and as a result, the attitude of those around Muji became more respectful, instilling fear of provoking her. Concubine Lin glanced at the arrow in her hand, a flicker of trepidation crossing her eyes. What mistreatment of palace maids? By your reasoning, if a maid errs, I cannot punish her? Mistakes can indeed warrant punishment. Is that so? Muji remained unfazed, stepping toward the inner courtyard. To serve the Emperor, one must be diligent. It is best to enter and see for oneself. Concubine Lin's expression shifted, and she commanded the attendants, stop her. Several palace maids obeyed and advanced to restrain Muji. She suddenly pivoted and struck first, her arrow slicing through the air before several maidens. Do not blame me for the warning. This arrow possesses privileges. If you wish to perish, feel free to come closer. Muji, why do you persist in opposing me? Concubine Lin exclaimed in exasperation. You are but a lowly maid. Do you truly think this is necessary? Lowly maid? Muji pointed the arrow at her fiercely. Concubine Lin, would you care to repeat that? Chapter 87. The Devil. All are indeed devils. Concubine Lin fell silent, for in Muji's gaze, she perceived a murderous intent. What a madwoman! To harbor murderous thoughts against a consort of the Emperor over a mere palace maid? Were it not for that arrow, how could she fear her? Anger surged within Concubine Lin, her chest heaving, yet she dared not utter another word. Master Mu. She concealed her fury and smiled instead. Harmony breeds wealth. I wish to befriend you, Master Mu, so we may look out for one another in the future. Would that be agreeable? With that, she produced a stack of silver notes from her sleeve and offered them to Muji. Shall we make this convenient? Muji regarded the stack of silver, estimating it to be several thousand taels, wealthier than even the Emperor. She stowed away the imperial arrow and smiled. Your Highness, your generosity is indeed remarkable. Believing Muji would accept the silver, Concubine Lin regained her confidence. Master Mu, would this suffice? However, before her smile could fully blossom, she was met with Muji's cold, resolute voice. It will not do. What do you mean, is it insufficient? Your Highness, do not misunderstand. I must take that person from within, and as for the consequences, I cannot dictate them. Time was of the essence, and Muji was solely focused on rescuing the individual. Everything else could be addressed later. Do you know who is inside? Concubine Lin's heart raced with caution. Muji smiled slightly and retorted, isn't she merely a palace maid? What special status could she possibly have? Certainly none, Concubine Lin replied hastily. What special status could a disobedient maid possess? Yet, why was Muji so suddenly intent on rescuing her? Could it be she had learned something? Surely not. That maid had been held captive without the chance to reveal anything. It was more likely someone overheard her anguished cries and reported it to Muji out of concern. If that were the case, granting her freedom would pose no issue. After all, she was bound to perish soon. Very well, if you desire her. I shall grant her to you, but as for the Emperor, rest assured, Your Highness, Muji said with a friendly smile. I will report the situation truthfully. However, to Concubine Lin, that smile bore an entirely different implication. Conceitedly turning away, she commanded, take Master Mu to the back courtyard. Yes, the attendants acknowledged. Thus, Muji was smoothly escorted to the back courtyard, with Qilu trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, the young eunuch, upon seeing Concubine Lin, had hidden himself away to protect his own safety, thus she remained unaware he had escorted Muji and Qilu in. In the back courtyard, Madame Zhou. Is the person still alive? Can this be done? What cannot be done? Hurry, move swiftly, and put her in a sack, then cast her into the desolate palace's dry well. Does that not equate to murder? Let's talk. As Muji reached the door to the hidden chamber, she overheard the conversation within, along with Lan Ling's anguished moans. The pain rendered her nearly speechless as she allowed them to stuff her into the sack. Qilu kicked the door open. You all have such audacity. In the presence of Lin Fei, he refrained from speaking, fearing that it might bring trouble to Muji. Now that they were all mere servants, he felt no hesitation. To dare commit murder within the palace, how utterly deranged. Upon the sudden entrance of Qilu, everyone momentarily froze. Granny Zhou was the first to react, stepping forward to scold Qilu. What are you? How dare you cause a ruckus here? Muji, a step behind, entered just in time to see Granny Zhou's finger nearly poking Qilu's face. Without a second thought, he struck her finger with a royal arrow. Then, he gave Qilu a subtle signal. Having been by Muji's side for some time, Qilu understood the meaning in her gaze immediately. He swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick to Granny Zhou's abdomen, sending her crashing against the wall, leaving her in pain and momentarily stunned. The others, who had no desire to partake in such violence, were further frightened by Muji's presence and hastily released the barely conscious Lan Ling, crouching down in fear. Muji approached and helped Lan Ling to her feet. When Lan Ling lifted her eyelids and saw it was Muji, disbelief crossed her features. You really came to save me? Her voice was so faint it was barely audible. Do not speak. I will take you away, Muji replied, glancing at her bloodied form, feeling at a loss for how to assist. Her entire body was drenched in blood, and her face bore numerous intersecting whip marks. A truly horrifying sight. This Lin Fei was nothing short of a demon. Just hold on. I will carry you out. It will be all right. Lan Ling struggled to muster a comforting smile for Muji, but her exhaustion made it nearly impossible. She could only manage the slightest twitch of her lips. I am not in pain. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Muji turned and lifted her onto her back. Despite her own injuries, she had anticipated some discomfort. But to her surprise, she felt none at all as she carried Lan Ling, as if she were unscathed. Do not sleep. Stay awake and hold on to me. I fear you might fall. Muji's concern was not truly about Lan Ling falling. She was more worried that if Lan Ling succumbed to sleep now, she might never awaken again. Lan Ling nestled against Muji's back, softly saying a word of farewell. Qi Lu, having kicked Granny Zhou several times until she was unconscious, turned to see Muji carrying Lan Ling and hurried to follow. Madam Mu, let me carry her. No need. She is covered in wounds. If I switch, she will surely not endure it. Muji was cautious not to move too quickly, allowing Qi Lu to support them from behind to prevent Lan Ling from falling. Qi Lu, seeing the blood-soaked state of Lan Ling, felt a pang of sorrow. How tragic. What enmity could justify such cruel treatment? They are all demons. Madam Mu, Qi Lu said, his voice choked with emotion. The greatest fortune of my life has been knowing you. With your protection, I can navigate this palace of mercilessness with such peace. Why do you say this suddenly? Although Lan Ling was slight, weighing barely 80 pounds, carrying her for so long left Muji feeling fatigued. I know. After a quarter of an hour, they finally managed to bring Lan Ling into the Qianqing Palace. Muji arranged for her to have a separate room in the courtyard where the palace maids resided. Upon entering the courtyard, many palace attendants were startled by the sight. Good heavens! In their panic, it took a moment for them to voice their concerns. I am fine. Muji, exhausted, did not wish to engage, but as she blocked the path, she had to speak. Please step aside.
Oh.
Man Lily was genuinely startled, and hearing Muji's assurance that she was unharmed allowed her to regain her composure and step aside. You foolish girl. You nearly scared my soul away. Are you worried for her? Worried about what? How strange. Upon entering the room, Muji and Qi Lu carefully laid Lan Ling on the bed. A crowd gathering at the doorway to observe. Excuse me, Madam Mu. Who is this person? Why is she so gravely injured? Do not ask. Go fetch the imperial physician.
Yes.
Someone immediately hurried off. Muji sank into a chair, exhaling deeply, and then instructed the other palace maids, fetch hot water, scissors, and clean clothing. At this point, everyone ceased their inquiries and hurried off to gather what was needed. Man Lily peeked in at the doorway. Typically fierce, she was now unusually quiet. Chapter 88. A life-threatening return at an inopportune time. Did you not witness it? Muji replied nonchalantly. I merely saved a life. Her indifferent and dismissive demeanor ignited Man Lily's fury, and she strode inside, pointing an accusatory finger at Muji. What an insensible creature you are. How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Qianqing Palace? Are you suggesting I should let her die? Man Lily was momentarily silenced. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the bed, where lay a mere girl of about 16 or 17, injured to the point of being unrecognizable, her clothes soaked in blood, and her face marred with scars, essentially ruined. Alas! How can there be such a malicious individual? She is also to be pitied. I did not mean for you to turn a blind eye to her suffering. After a pause, Man Lily spoke softly. However, before you act, you must consider this place and the identity of that young girl. How did she come to be in such a state? Considered it thoroughly. What urgency drives you? You have yet to inform me. That can wait.
Ah.
A scream of frustration erupted from the room. Muji, hearing it, continued on without breaking her stride, her heart utterly unperturbed. Returning to Lan Ling's side, the imperial physician had been summoned with great urgency. Upon seeing the bloodied girl on the bed, he furrowed his brow deeply. Madam Mu, is there any hope for this girl? You are the physician. Why ask me? Muji saw through the physician's reluctance. Lan Ling was merely a lowly maid and too gravely injured. The physician did not wish to invest effort in her. Isn't it the duty of a healer to ascertain whether she can be saved before making a judgment? You speak wisely, Madam Mu. The physician's face flushed with embarrassment as he set down his medical kit and approached the bedside to examine Lan Ling.
Ah?
After a moment, the physician expressed his astonishment. What is it? Muji, noting the physician's expression, surmised that Lan Ling's condition was as she had anticipated. Though she appeared severely injured, it was not life-threatening. Of course, such injuries would have claimed the life of an ordinary person long ago, but Lan Ling was likely not ordinary. This pulse is quite peculiar. In what way? It fluctuates between strong and weak, and her heart rate is irregular. Muji interjected, perhaps we should treat her wounds first? Oh yes, we should address the wounds first. The physician agreed, yet as his gaze fell upon Lan Ling's body, he became troubled. These injuries must be widespread. As a gentleman, it would indeed be inappropriate for me to. Lan Ling lay on the bed with her eyes closed, yet her consciousness remained alert. Hearing the exchange between the physician and Muji, she weakly opened her eyes to glance at them.
Madame Mu.
Lan Ling's parched and pallid lips parted slightly as she struggled to raise her voice. I beseech you, Madame Mu, please administer the medicine for me. This. Before Mu Ji could respond, the physician interjected, young lady, it would be better to call a maid to assist you. Both Madame Mu and I are not in a position to help.
No.
Lan Ling vehemently rejected, showing signs of agitation. I want Madame Mu to do it. I can. Mu Ji was puzzled as to why Lan Ling insisted on her assistance, but given the current circumstances, it was indeed the most fitting choice. After all, she had knowledge of medicinal practices and felt no discomfort in doing so. Gather the necessary herbs and bring them to me. I will tend to her injuries.
But.
The physician hesitated, at a loss for words. Eunuchs, were they not once men? Is this truly acceptable? Alas, if the young lady herself is unperturbed, why should he fret? The imperial physician retrieved several types of wound ointments, meticulously explaining the order of application to Mu Ji before departing with his medicine box. I shall await outside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. Once the physician exited, only 2 palace maids remained to assist, having prepared warm water and scissors in advance. Together, they began to cut away Lan Ling's garments, slowly peeling them off. Yet the innermost layer clung to her skin, fused with blood and flesh, rendering the 2 maids hesitant to proceed. How excruciating this must be. How had this young lady endured such pain? Mu Ji gazed at the grim sight, unable to bear it. This wound must be treated immediately. You must be strong. If it hurts, you are free to cry out. It's all right. Lan Ling weakly closed her eyes, attempting to smile, though the movement caused pain to flare from the wound at the corner of her mouth. Yet she still sought to reassure them. Do not fear, I feel no pain. The maids were moved to the point that their noses tinged with tears. Mu Ji felt a pang of discomfort within her heart. Resolutely, she ceased speaking and steeled herself to begin the task.
Piece by piece.
She tore the adhesive clothing away from the flesh, and it took nearly half an hour to clean the area thoroughly. Not once did Lan Ling utter a sound, but her furrowed brows, pallid complexion, and the sheen of sweat upon her body betrayed the extent of her suffering. When the wounds were being cleaned, she could no longer suppress her discomfort, letting out a few soft whimpers before falling silent, succumbing to the pain. Mu Ji checked her pulse. Confirming the physician's earlier assessment, she was not in immediate danger. Seizing the moment of her unconsciousness, Mu Ji hastened to finish treating the wounds, applying antiseptic and bandaging them. The extent of her injuries was overwhelming. Upon completion, Mu Ji could not help but chuckle through her tears. She resembled a mummy, her face also bandaged, leaving only her 2 eyes visible. The maids exchanged glances, bewildered. With such severe injuries, she surely could not survive. She will not perish, Mu Ji reassured them, having overheard their thoughts. Her vitality is remarkably resilient. For the next few days, I entrust her care to you. Should there be any unusual occurrences, alert me immediately. Yes. Madame Mu, the 2 maids responded respectfully. As Mu Ji exited, she found the physician and Shi Lu still waiting by the door. Madame Mu, how is she? The wounds have been treated. I believe she will be fine. Madame Mu is too modest, the physician bowed, reluctant to take credit. It is my duty. I shall strive to improve. At these words, Mu Ji regarded him with a smile, remaining silent. The physician, sensing her approval, promptly assured her he would visit daily to check on Lan Ling's pulse and recovery. Mu Ji nodded, satisfied with his commitment. The physician wiped his brow and departed. Once he was out of earshot, Qi Lu inquired, Madame Mu, is Lan Ling truly unscathed? Indeed. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed to infection by now. Yet, she has endured this far without any fever, remaining conscious, though somewhat weakened. I believe she will survive. Really? Qi Lu was both intrigued and puzzled. Who is this Lan Ling? Could she possess some form of dark sorcery?
Sorcery?
Mu Ji's expression grew somber. The manner of her plea was indeed peculiar. However, it is likely not sorcery but rather witchcraft. Patience. Once she recovers, we shall inquire further. Upon returning to her quarters, Mu Ji entered and finding Mo emerging from the adjacent bathing chamber, freshly bathed, clad in a loose, dark purple robe that hung loosely from his form, exposing a strong, enticing chest. At a mere glance, one could sense the wild strength within him. Oh, dear. She turned away, leaning her head against the door. Mo had intended to approach the imperial desk when he caught her thought and redirected his path towards her. Chapter 89. Disturbing the hornet's nest. Unraveling chaos. Muji felt a surge of anxiety as she heard his footsteps. Do not come closer, she mentally pleaded. Yet it seemed that the more she wished it, the more inevitable it became. As he drew near, the oppressive aura he exuded enveloped her. Muji, his voice was a whisper against her ear. What is the meaning of this? What clandestine deeds have you engaged in? Your Majesty, please maintain your distance. Before he could close the gap, she hastily retreated, creating space between them. I was just tending to someone's wounds, and I must wash up. With that, she attempted to exit. However, Mo swiftly blocked the door. Where do you intend to wash? In the bathing chamber outside. Muji looked up at him, puzzled. There should be no one there at this hour. I must hurry. You need not wash outside anymore. His gaze shifted to the bathing room within her quarters. It has been specially prepared for you. It was completed yesterday. And I took the liberty of trying it out. It is quite satisfactory. For me?
Muji pointed to herself, incredulous.
Specifically prepared for me? Do you doubt it? Mo's expression turned grave. Muji was indeed skeptical. Such an endeavor would cost a fortune. She had assumed that his sudden decision to construct a bathing room in her quarters was merely for his own convenience, as the warm pool was too far away. To her astonishment, it had been built for her use. Amidst her complex feelings, she felt a tinge of gratitude. Heaven knows how arduous it was for her to find time to bathe. Not at all. Muji concealed her astonishment, transforming it into joy. What merit have I to deserve such kindness from your Majesty? Upon hearing her address him as the servant, Mo's previously softened demeanor darkened once more. He chose to ignore her, striding over to the imperial desk. The term this servant placed an insurmountable distance between them, a reminder to both Mo and herself of her status. Could Mo remain unperturbed? Muji realized she might have overstepped. Yet, what choice did she have? Should they continue in this ambiguous state, or await him to bestow an identity upon her?
Sigh.
Muji exhaled deeply. Life is so challenging. She entered her inner chamber, retrieved her nightgown, and proceeded to bathe. The newly constructed bathing room was stocked with all necessary toiletries, and the small heated pool contained flowing water, ensuring cleanliness at all times. No wonder it took so long to complete such a modest bathing room. It must have required considerable effort to divert the water source. Muji disrobed and examined her wounds, peeling off the scabs and revealing only faint red marks. The speed of her recovery was quite extraordinary. Clearly, this was not typical, and Muji was torn between joy and concern. After bathing, to prevent Mo from discovering her wounds, she rewrapped them in white cloth. Exiting, she toweled her hair as she made her way towards the imperial desk, cautiously observing Mo's expression. His stern brow seemed shrouded in gloom, his lips pressed tightly, revealing his discontent. What a petty man, Muji pouted, standing before the desk, momentarily at a loss regarding how to placate him. She had never had to appease a man in her previous life and lacked any experience. Mo. At the sound of her voice, Mo set aside the scroll he held and lifted his gaze to her. Though his expression remained stern, there was a slight softening in his eyes. Such a simple address had wielded a profound effect. Realizing this, Muji revealed a faint smile on her face and sweetly remarked, Mo, it's already this late. Yet you still have to review the memorials. Truly hard work. Mo unexpectedly cast a glance at her, a rather ungracious gesture. Yet somehow when he did it, Muji found it oddly pleasing to the eye. Mo, she looked at him with a pitiful expression. I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Seeing her like this, Mo's heart softened. He rose, pulling her onto his lap, casually taking the handkerchief from her grasp to dry her hair. However, he still did not speak to her. Muji inhaled his scent, feeling an inexplicable sense of security. Gazing at his face, with its noble and profound contours, smooth lines, and flawless skin, she felt as if she were beholding a masterpiece crafted by the heavens. It seemed she had never looked at his face with such seriousness from such a close distance before. Her heartbeat quickened slightly. Though he was still angry, he was meticulously drying her hair, as if he would not treat any matter concerning her with indifference, no matter how trivial. For a fleeting moment, Muji almost considered yielding. How perilous. The allure of masculine beauty was indeed quite distracting. Why not look? Mo dried her hair until it was half dry before stopping, lowering his gaze to her face and emitting a low chuckle. Didn't you enjoy the view just now? You were nearly drooling.
Muzehi instingevel touched her lips.
Whereas the drool? This rascal. Without needing to look, she knew her face must be embarrassingly flushed again. She attempted to rise from Mo's embrace, but he gripped her waist and pressed her back down. Do you know why I am angry? Mo's dark eyes bore into hers, his large hand pressing against her waist, hot like a brand, making it impossible to ignore. Muji hesitated for a moment and shook her head. In truth, she was aware. This matter was unsolvable. She could admit her mistakes and apologize, but she would not retreat. Mo, thinking she genuinely did not understand, sighed and softened his tone. Then let me tell you once more. He pinched her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. I have told you. You are not a servant, nor a maid, but the wife I have chosen in my heart, Muji. Here. You may be yourself, be willful, be mischievous, and cause trouble, but above all, do not consider yourself my servant. Muji's heart fluttered uncontrollably. She understood that Ingmo was not a man who spoke lightly, and his pride was evident. For him to utter such words spoke volumes about his sincerity toward her. Your Majesty. Muji remained silent for quite some time, before slowly speaking. I believe every word you have said today. However, feelings have a shelf life. Over time, they may fade and dilute. I am merely a servant by your side, lacking family background and connections, incomparable to the ladies in the harem. Yet, I am still grateful for all your affection and fondness. I hope that one day, if your feelings for me wane, you will allow me to leave. Do you still not trust me? Ingmo was both angry and helpless. Give me some time. I am investigating your background and have made some progress. Gigi. I do not wish to give you a casual title. Please wait a little longer, and I will marry you properly. Such words were merely a passing thought for Muji, and she would not take them to heart. Yet, she could not help but feel a sudden sting in her nose. Your Majesty, it is late. Unable to resist, Muji's rosy lips suddenly brushed against the corner of his mouth, silencing his subsequent words. Ingmo's body stiffened. This was the first time Muji had taken the initiative in such a manner. Is your injury all right? Muji, in a moment of impulsiveness, simply wished to kiss him to end the topic and had not contemplated the consequences of her actions, which was akin to stirring a hornet's nest. After an entanglement of tender moments, Muji fell into a deep slumber. In the secret compartment of the royal desk lay a confidential report received that morning. He retrieved it once more. It was a scroll with a painting. Upon seeing the depicted figure, he was taken aback with astonishment. The next day, Muji awoke to find herself alone as usual.
Ugh.
It felt as though last night had been a solitary conversation. Despite all the talking, they ultimately ended up in bed without addressing any pressing matters. Slowly rising, Muji supported her waist and headed to the washroom to prepare herself before stepping out. Her day seemed busy, yet she accomplished nothing of significance. First, she went to the imperial kitchen for breakfast, inquiring about Man Li's condition. Then proceeded to the medical office to prepare a contraceptive potion. The imperial physician had grown accustomed to her frequent visits. Manager Mu, back again to prepare medicine for the cats of Qianqing Palace? Some familiar faces approached to tease her. Muji remained unfazed, her face unblushing and heart steady, calmly responding. Indeed, there are too many stray cats. It poses a problem that needs to be addressed. Stray cats? The physicians exchanged glances, having only heard of wandering beggars. But now there were stray cats? However, it made sense why Manager Mu frequently came to prepare contraceptive potions. It turned out she was not giving the same cat the medicine repeatedly. Manager Mu, to effectively prevent the cats from reproducing, it is insufficient to only give the female cats contraceptive potions. We must address the male cats to resolve the root issue. At this moment, an older physician spoke seriously. How about this? Manager Mu, find a way to catch those male cats and bring them to the medical office. I will help you with a permanent solution. Muji nearly choked on her own saliva. Male cats? To render Ingmo permanent? She turned her head, genuinely unable to suppress her laughter. Manager Mu? Seeing Muji's lack of response, the elder physician approached her and inquired, what do you think? Oh, quite good. Muji composed her expression, responding with utmost seriousness, however. Those male cats are difficult to catch. They are used to straying and fear humans. If I can catch them, I will bring them to you. If not, then it cannot be helped. Very well. The elder physician replied with enthusiasm. Upon exiting the medical office, Muji could not help but chuckle. If she could indeed having Mo sterilized, she would no longer need to take contraceptive potions. How delightful. However, if that elder physician knew who the male cat was, he would likely be frightened to death. Returning to Qianqing Palace, Muji first checked on Lan Ling and confirmed her stable condition before heading to the study. Upon entering, she obediently stood beside Ingmo, grinding ink for him. Why do you have the time to come to the study today? After speaking, Ingmo finally lifted his gaze to her. He snorted coldly, expressing his discontent. Muji silently ground the ink, pondering how to report on Lan Ling's situation when she heard him inquire first. What happened last night? I was just about to tell you. Witchcraft? Ingmo suddenly looked up, his expression cold and severe. This maid knows witchcraft? Don't be hasty. Once her injury is healed, I will ask her properly. It was Lin Fei. Muji recounted everything she knew to Ingmo, including her speculations. Are you certain this maid named Lan Ling is not an ordinary person? Ingmo's focus was not on Lin Fei, but on Lan Ling. The existence of someone skilled in witchcraft within the palace was a matter of concern.
Muji nodded.
More than 80% sure. Once she recovers, I will interrogate her thoroughly. I will. After waiting for a while without hearing any disciplinary action towards Lin Fei from Ingmo, Muji's heart gradually sank. Indeed, she was merely a palace maid, Her suffering was inconsequential, and her death would be of little significance. However, Lin Fei, being the granddaughter of the powerful Lin Xiang in the court, was not to be trifled with lightly. Mu Ji did not linger long in the imperial study. Mo did not impose restrictions on her comings and goings. Although he could not grant her the freedom to leave the palace, he would offer her as much liberty as possible within its confines, allowing her to pursue her desires. Once outside the study, Mu Ji felt somewhat distracted, her mood darkening. It was surprising that Mo had not dealt with Lin Fei, not even with a verbal warning. Though she understood he had his own difficulties, she still ventured to the back courtyard of Qianqing Palace. Upon entering, she noticed an unfamiliar young eunuch sweeping the grounds. "Are you feeling better?" Mu Ji asked unexpectedly, startling the young eunuch, who, upon recognizing her, was eager to kneel, only to be halted by Mu Ji's hand. His tongue had been severed, rendering him mute. He gestured with his fingers, indicating that his injury had healed considerably and expressing gratitude for Mu Ji's life-saving intervention and shelter. She dreaded such moments of gratitude and hastily made her exit. Whose thoughts had she just heard? The distance made it difficult to discern. Had it been the young eunuch's thoughts? Had he uttered something peculiar? It seemed rather odd, but Mu Ji could not catch the specifics, leaving her with a lingering suspicion. The young eunuch was the only one who had entered Qianqing Palace without thorough scrutiny, and considering he had originally belonged to Yongfu Palace, this raised further doubts. To infiltrate Qianqing Palace, he had sacrificed his tongue, a steep price indeed. Mu Ji observed him for quite some time as he diligently swept the grounds, maintaining an immaculate space. And yet, she heard no further thoughts from him. Had she misjudged him? Uncertainty gnawed at her. As she turned to leave, the young eunuch paused his sweeping, a strange smile curling upon his lips in the shadows, revealing his cunning nature. So suspicious already? This Mu Ji, daring to betray her master, must face consequences. It was only upon reaching a corner that she leaned against the wall, her expression icy. Had it not been for her ability to hear others' thoughts, unearthing this young eunuch would have proven quite challenging. He was indeed sly, adept at masquerading. But alas, no performance would be of use before her. Mu Ji felt that exposing him and dealing with him might lead to the shadowy puppeteer devising further means to install new spies in Qianqing Palace. Therefore, it would be wiser to keep him close, occasionally feeding him false information. If he enjoyed playing roles, she would indulge him in his theatrics. She shared none of these thoughts with others to avoid alerting the young eunuch, lest he become wary and spoil the game. However, she felt compelled to inform Mo. Yet, to her surprise, he showed no astonishment. "You knew all along?" It wasn't too early. Mo generously shared all the information he had gathered. This morning, Lian Feng had noticed the young eunuch's furtive behavior and sent someone to investigate. His background was clean, but he had deliberately approached Qi Lu, cultivating a relationship with him, and exploited Li Gonggong's jealousy to orchestrate the charade, all to secure his entry into Qianqing Palace. "My heavens," Mu Ji exclaimed, astonished. It turned out he was the mastermind behind the Yongshou Palace incident. This implied he had been lurking there for quite some time, and the previous sweep had failed to eliminate him. The fact that he was merely a lowly cleaning eunuch made him easy to overlook. Indeed, and he is ruthless. Having relied on Qi Lu's compassion and the significance he holds in your heart, Mo's last remark carried a chilling undertone. While he had not reacted so strongly when speaking of the young eunuch, his demeanor shifted noticeably when Qi Lu was mentioned. This puzzled Mu Ji, prompting her to selectively disregard it. "My suggestion is to keep his ruse intact. What do you think?" "Your opinion suffices." Mo's annoyance was evidently not yet dissipated. "I find it unimportant." Mu Ji observed. How peculiar. After a moment, when she offered no words of consolation, he moved on. She considered Mo's temperament. His anger flared quickly, yet faded just as swiftly, making him relatively easy to placate. Sometimes, he would resolve his own mood before she had the chance to soothe him, which was quite agreeable. In a few days, the princess of Nanyue would arrive in the capital. "You shall handle her," Mo instructed. "Why must it be me?" Mu Ji furrowed her brow. "Isn't this your idea?" The following day, Mu Ji resumed her routine, completing her tasks before visiting Lan Ling. The imperial physician had kept his promise, visiting daily to check on her pulse and providing a prescription. Lan Ling had shown remarkable improvement after taking the medicine. This morning, she had consumed some porridge and appeared significantly more spirited. Upon entering the room, several palace maids were tending to her wounds, cleaning and rebandaging them. One maid quickly pulled Mu Ji aside, whispering mysteriously, "Chief Mu, is it possible that this Lan Ling girl is some kind of demon? Do not speak foolishly. What is the matter?" That night, they had collectively tended to her wounds, and Mu Ji was aware of their severity. The maid, Yue, bore a look of suspicion and fear. "You must see for yourself." Mu Ji had already formed a conjecture in her mind. Lan Ling's condition was likely akin to her own. She approached the bedside, where Lan Ling lay awake, her large eyes filled with confusion and fear. Upon seeing Mu Ji, she seemed eager to speak but hesitated. "How do you feel?" Mu Ji's expression remained calm, betraying no hint of doubt, which somewhat steadied Lanling's anxious heart. Chief Mu, if you wish to know anything, Lanling will tell you without reservation, she said timidly. There's no rush.
Noticing her trepidation, Muzeyi similet genti, softening her tone.
It is good to see you recovering. The medicine from our medical office has become increasingly effective, thanks to Physician Chu, who has been developing new remedies. You are fortunate to have benefited from them. This explanation was directed toward Yi and the others, providing a rationale for Lanling's swift recovery. Though it might seem a stretch, it was preferable to the rumors of her being a demon. So it is due to the new medicine from Physician Chu. No wonder. Yi appeared convinced, her expression shifting to one of realization. The other maid still wore a look of skepticism but refrained from further inquiries.
Yi.
You have both worked hard these past few days. You may take half a day off to rest. Thank you, Chief Mu. Both maids were overjoyed at the prospect of a break and left with bright spirits. You no longer need bandaging. Put on your clothes. Thank you, Chief Mu. Lanling sat up, facing Mu Ji without any barriers, though she still exhibited a hint of shyness, being a young lady. Suddenly, Mu Ji realized her position as a eunuch, causing her to turn away awkwardly. Chief Mu, if you assist me with the medicine, I do not mind you seeing me. It's fine. Just get dressed. She felt the need to maintain her integrity as a eunuch, refraining from taking advantage of the young girl's vulnerability. Such actions would surely lead to scandal if word got out. Lanling quickly donned her attire and then knelt on the bed. Chief Mu.
Rise.
Mu Ji understood that she was a person who valued gratitude and repaid kindness. She reached out to pull her up, saying, My act of saving you does not come with any expectations. Once your wounds have healed, you are free to leave the palace without needing to stay here. Master Mu. Upon hearing this, Lanling quickly knelt down again, this time even attempting to prostrate herself, but was stopped by Mu Ji. Speak your mind. In my presence. There is no need for such gestures of submission.
Yes.
It was evident that Lanling was afraid of displeasing Mu Ji. After obediently agreeing, she hurriedly continued, I beseech you, Master Mu, do not cast the servant out of the palace. I have nowhere to go, and should I leave, I would surely starve. Please allow me to remain by your side as a humble maid. I promise to serve you well. You, a living being, would starve? What good is it to remain in this cage? I cannot make a decision on this. We must wait for you to clarify your situation for the Emperor's judgment. If you indeed possess sorcery, Mo would never allow such a dangerous individual to remain in the palace. Upon hearing that the Emperor would decide her fate, Lanling's face turned pale, as if all hope had vanished. I am willing to explain. Without waiting for Mu Ji to inquire, Lanling recounted her story in full detail. I am from the kingdom of Dian. My mother and I fled from our homeland, making our way to the northern Jin kingdom. My mother had always dreamed of reaching the capital of northern Jin, believing that once there, we could surely find sustenance. However, she perished from starvation before we could arrive, having sacrificed all the food for my sake. Before her death, she urged me to reach the capital of northern Jin to survive and avoid starvation. Mu Ji listened quietly, not interrupting. Eventually, after enduring countless hardships, Lanling finally reached the capital, only to discover that hunger still plagued her. There were countless refugees and beggars like herself. Yet, she possessed one advantage: her youth and beauty. Soon, a malicious individual took notice of her. This person claimed he could offer her a job with food, shelter, and wages. Thinking she had encountered a benefactor, she joyfully followed him, only to find herself sold into a brothel. Had she not possessed some skills, her life would have been ruined there. After escaping from the brothel, her circumstances worsened. She was subsequently targeted by another individual and sold to a wealthy family as a concubine. The master of that household was already 70 years old. After a hearty meal, she was sent to his bed. However, he was unable to perform due to his age and, after consuming medicine to force an act, died in bed before anything could happen. Lanling was left in shock and fled that very night, eventually crossing paths with Lin Fei. Mu Ji was aware of the events that followed. She thought she had found salvation in Lin Fei, only to plunge into a deeper nightmare and suffering. It was truly tragic. After recounting her ordeal, Lanling continued, without pausing for breath, revealing the crucial part. Master Mu, there is something within my body. Chapter 92. Into the dream. Mo is corrupted.
Sure.
Mu Ji heard faint footsteps outside and signaled for Lanling to remain silent. Xiao Fuzi. Qilu's voice called from outside, sounding somewhat irate. What are you doing? Did I not tell you not to engage in heavy labor? Now that you're healed, are you showing off? Mu Ji opened the door to find Xiao Fuzi holding a bucket of water, unsure if he had just arrived or had been standing there for a while. What do you need the water for? Mu Ji inquired, her expression inscrutable, feigning concern. Xiao Fuzi quickly gestured, explaining that he wanted to help clean the courtyard, wiping down all the rooms inside and out. Ah, I understand. Mu Ji responded, glancing at Qilu. Take care of your own people, but do not linger here. Lanling is severely injured and needs to rest. Understood. Qilu promptly stepped forward to lead Xiao Fuzi away. Before they departed, Xiao Fuzi glanced into the room, catching a glimpse of Lan Ling lying on the bed. Appearing quite weak indeed, Lan Ling suddenly sprang up from her bed. In that moment, she seemed far from injured. For now, you must maintain the pretense of being wounded. Do not let anyone see that you have recovered. After enduring so many hardships, how can you still lack caution and vigilance? Muji had never encountered someone so naive. Oh, by the way, you mentioned something within your body? She instinctively felt that her survival was intricately linked to that very thing. Gu worm. Upon hearing Muji's words, Lan Ling took note. Master Mu, in our kingdom of Dian, many sorcerers cultivate gu worms. My maternal grandfather was a renowned sorcerer. My mother said he was killed by others. After his death, no one protected my mother and me, and many sought revenge. Thus, my mother had no choice but to flee with me to northern Jin. Is the gu worm within you planted by your grandfather? Upon hearing the term gu worm, Muji began to piece together the truth. Most likely, Lan Ling's injuries had been absorbed by this gu worm. It truly was a remarkable thing. Indeed, my grandfather planted a life gu in me at birth to protect me. Whenever I am injured, it absorbs the harm, which is why my wounds heal so rapidly. A life gu? Yes, as the name implies, it is my life. However, it has been gravely weakened. If I do not take good care of it, it may not be able to save me next time I face danger. Be more discerning in the future. Do not assume everyone is kind-hearted, and you shall avoid such predicaments. Yes, I shall remember. Seeing her so cautious, Muji felt a pang of irritation. After a moment of silence, she inquired, "Do you also practice sorcery?" "I can enter dreams." Lan Ling candidly revealed all her secrets to Muji, understanding that she was perhaps her only hope for survival within the palace. "I entered your dream, and I apologize if this displeases you. I was left with no choice." "I am not angry." Muji sighed softly, sitting beside her to wipe her face clean. The scars on her skin had faded to mere light red marks. "This life gu is truly extraordinary. Have you shared this with anyone else? Does Lin Fei know?" At this, Lan Ling felt an urge to kneel again. "What did she ask you to do?" Noticing her fear, Muji comforted her. "Do not be afraid, since I can rescue you. I can also ensure your life is not in jeopardy." Lan Ling nodded repeatedly. "The dream entry I learned is also a form of sorcery. Actions taken in dreams can manifest in reality. Did she wish for you to kill me in the dream?" As Lan Ling continued, Muji began to grasp the unfolding events. "Yes, Lin Fei wished for me to kill you in the dream, but I have no desire to harm anyone. I simply wish to live peacefully and have enough to eat, without resorting to any heinous acts. If you refuse, she will torment you, whipping you daily and withholding food." "Yes," Lan Ling replied softly. Muji trembled with anger. This cannot stand. That malicious woman cannot be allowed to escape unscathed. How foolish. Muji gently stroked Lan Ling's head, unable to suppress her feelings of compassion. To endure such trials and still retain her kindness was truly remarkable. "There is more." Lan Ling, trembling, revealed another matter. "Lin Fei wishes for me to help her enter the Emperor's dream and converse with him." Muji's expression changed slightly. "Have you assisted her?" Lan Ling dared not conceal the truth, but upon sensing Muji's rising anger, she immediately knelt.
I'm sorry, Master Mu.
"It is my selfishness and foolishness that led me to agree with Consort Lin in order to stave off hunger." Muji's expression turned complex. More so than at any other time. She could not suppress the thoughts swirling in her mind. Ingemo was tainted, and she no longer desired him. That wretched man. Having had such a dream, he did not even confide in her? No wonder he was reluctant to deal with Consort Lin. It had nothing to do with Lin Xiang but rather with their encounter in the dream. At that moment, Muji's feelings were beyond words. Lan Ling still wanted to say something, but she abruptly stood up and spoke first. "You rest, I will step out for a moment and return later."
With that,
she headed outside. "Oh, I remember," the maid replied. Lan Ling, perplexed, could only nod in agreement, clearly sensing that her words were not yet finished. Upon exiting, Muji made her way directly to the imperial study. However, halfway there, she calmed herself and began to hesitate, wondering if she should clarify matters. Moreover, even if she did clarify, what could be done? Could she even lay blame? What right did she have? Muji's pace slowed, ultimately coming to a halt, her impulsiveness and courage dissipating. "Master Mu," Qi Lu joyfully approached. "I just received some news. Would you like to hear it?" Muji turned her head, casting a disinterested glance at him. "Say it if you wish. If not, then leave it be." "What is it?" Qi Lu noticed something amiss and immediately grew concerned. "What happened?" "Nothing." Muji forced a faint smile, attempting to feign cheerfulness, but ultimately gave up. "What news?"
Do tell.
"Good news." "Is it?" Upon hearing this, Muji finally showed some reaction. About whom? Who else could it be but Consort Lin? Qi Lu's face was alight with glee. And before Muji could inquire further, he eagerly divulged. "About last night?" A flicker of suspicion crossed Muji's face. This matter had stirred Mo. How could she have been unaware? Was the palace truly that perilous? This was quite peculiar. Was Mo being deliberate? Muji suddenly found herself confused. Could it be that he could not openly deal with Consort Lin, thus punishing her in this manner? Yet, were they not just in a dream? One could only say that Mo was ruthless and cold-hearted. Initially, it was her lack of composure that clouded her judgment. Given Mo's nature, Consort Lin's interference would only lead to her swift demise. However, the prerequisite was that Mo must know that Consort Lin's appearance in his dreams was not his own doing, but rather a manipulation by Consort Lin using Lanling's witchcraft. He likely remained oblivious to this. Thus, his punishment of Consort Lin stemmed from his belief that he had dreamt such a thing, leading to his indignation being misplaced onto her. Regardless of the circumstances, it could not alter the fact of his taint. After receiving the news, Muji felt no sense of relief. Master Mu, Consort Lin has indeed faced punishment. Why do you still appear so displeased? Only her legs were broken. She still got off lightly. Qi Lu winked at her, a sly grin on his face. This boy had certainly learned to be crafty. After their conversation, Muji's mood lightened somewhat, her anxiety easing. Yet, she recognized that something was amiss. Why should she care about such matters? It was merely a dream and not a serious transgression. If she could not accept it now, how would she cope in the future? No. She needed to run. Her luck was fortuitous, for she had stumbled upon the largest box containing 200,000 taels. How could she manage to carry it away? Muji felt troubled, wishing it could be exchanged for silver notes. Are you angry? Mo inquired, having never witnessed such a reaction from her regarding food before. Thus, he immediately concluded that Muji was upset.
Who has offended you?
Speak and I shall listen. No one, Muji replied, her chopsticks lightly poking at her bowl, having eaten scarcely a few bites. Her frustration was palpable, evident even to a fool. Yet she stubbornly insisted she was not angry. Mo set down his utensils, his dark eyes fixed on her. Speak, I shall help you vent your frustrations. I said no, she retorted. No one knew the extent of Muji's suffering in silence. Yet, she could only hold her tongue. Her emotions, however, were impossible to contain. It seems I must have Lien, you keep an eye on you. Mo appeared somewhat helpless, moving closer to her side, patiently inquiring once more. Gigi, who has made you angry?
Tell me.
If I tell you, will you stand by my side? Muji lifted her gaze, her starry eyes betraying a hint of grievance. You speak so eloquently of marrying me, yet you conceal such significant matters from me.
Montag pondered privately,
reflecting on whether any major events had occurred recently that he had failed to share with her. Aside from matters of the court, there seemed to be none. Embracing her, he assured, regardless of who it is, I shall always stand with you. Muji pushed him away. Regardless of who? What if it is you yourself? Will you stand by me and not yourself? Have I angered you? Mo's handsome face was filled with confusion and innocence. When did this happen? Please, enlighten me. I do not know. Muji, are you not aware of your own dealings with Consort Lin? How could I possibly know the specifics of when it occurred? What dealings do I have with Consort Lin? Your Majesty, I am well aware. Do not pretend to be ignorant. Though this matter may not be of your choosing. Why did you not inform me? What are you saying? Mo was not feigning ignorance. He was genuinely perplexed. What do you mean it is not my will? Why would I not tell you? Are you still pretending? Muji's ire grew. Did you dream of Consort Lin? The words that followed remained unspoken. Mo's gaze bore into her, suspicion evident. What did I dream of Consort Lin? Muji was so furious, she could barely articulate her thoughts. This shameless man. She had hinted at it so clearly, yet he still refused to acknowledge it. Must she spell it out for him? Forget it.
Muji suddenly calmed,
adopting an indifferent tone. Since your Majesty cannot recall, let us consider this matter closed. No, Mo asserted, gripping her chin to force her to meet his gaze. You must clarify what transpired between me and Consort Lin, and when did I dream of her? And how did you come to know? Do you admit it? The words escaped her lips, and Muji could almost taste the bitterness. Damn it. I cannot control myself. Upon hearing Muji's words and sensing her unspoken emotions, Mo felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Yet, one thing was clear. Muji was indeed jealous of Consort Lin, though he did not fully grasp the nature of her jealousy. This realization brought him a sense of delight and even comfort. Gigi, Mo gazed at her with fervent eyes, a light sparkling within. I have not. Muji turned her head away. I have never dreamt of Consort Lin. Mo tilted his head, observing her, and when she was not paying attention, he leaned in and kissed her. Who told you? Was it Consort Lin? No, Muji shot him a glare for his audacity. Yet his words ignited a flicker of doubt within her. If it were indeed Consort Lin who had informed her, she would not believe it. But seeing Mo's demeanor, he seemed to be wronged. You truly have not dreamt of her? Of course, I have said I would never lie to you. If you still do not believe me, summon that person here, and I shall confront her in person. That would be strange indeed.
Montag frowned.
The two fell silent for a moment. Before Mo spoke first. Who dared to instigate discord between you and me? I will have their life. This matter could only pertain to Consort Lin herself. She was not punished severely enough. Ing Mo's expression darkened, a palpable chill enveloping him. Muji felt a surge of anger and murderous intent, causing her heart to skip a beat. She hurriedly clarified, "Amo, please don't be angry. There may be a misunderstanding in this matter." A misunderstanding? Ing Mo assumed she was defending Lin Fei, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. "Whoever attempts to sow discord between us, whether it is a misunderstanding or not, shall not be forgiven." There was no discord. Muji felt an indescribable sensation, but believed it was imperative that Ing Mo remained unaware. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly vent his anger on Lanling Chapter 94. Heart racing, reason abandoned upon finishing her words, Muji rushed to the back courtyard to find Lanling. Lanling lay anxiously on her bed, having refrained from eating the meal Qi Lu had brought her that evening, fearing discovery of her recovery. Once Qi Lu departed, she devoured her food ravenously. Suddenly, she heard hurried footsteps and quickly lay down. Upon seeing that it was Muji who entered, she finally dared to breathe heavily. "What's wrong? Why are you so tense?" The servant fears being discovered that the injury has healed. Lanling was like a startled bird, especially after hearing Muji's words, feeling the need to be cautious of everyone and everything. "I advised you to be careful, but there's no need to be this frightened." Muji initially intended to question her, but softened upon seeing her timid demeanor, filled with trepidation. "All right, I am here. You need not be afraid." "I'm sorry, Chief Steward." Lanling cautiously apologized. "I have caused you trouble. It's nothing significant." Muji maintained a calm expression as she considered her words, speaking slowly. "Lanling, did you truly help Lin Fei enter the Emperor's dreams?"
Yes. Lanling not that honestly.
Seeing Muji's expression darken slightly, she suppressed the urge to kneel and hurriedly added, "I acknowledge my wrongdoing, but I did not succeed." "Did not succeed?" Muji's emotions oscillated dramatically. "Heavens! I have wronged Ing Mo. Indeed, my skills were insufficient, and I failed to enter the dream.
Consequently,
Lin Fei deemed me useless and imprisoned me in a dark room, subjecting me to daily beatings." Muji gazed at her, momentarily speechless. "Why did you not say this earlier?" "I intended to, but Chief Steward, you." Lanling wanted to explain but realized that her words might imply shirking responsibility and dared not continue. Muji understood her predicament. Indeed, it was not entirely Lanling's fault for not speaking up sooner. It was her own failure to inquire thoroughly, having taken things at face value. Revealing her concern for Ing Mo, this incident made her realize she needed to adjust her perspective. In truth, the reason for not succeeding was not solely due to my lack of skills. The primary reason lies with the Emperor. Lanling worried she had not fully conveyed what she knew and decided to share this realization. "What about the Emperor?" "The Emperor is no ordinary man. He is the son of heaven, and certainly not an ordinary individual. Not an ordinary man and not an ordinary human convey entirely different meanings." Muji pondered these distinctions, vaguely grasping the implications. During their encounter at the warm pool, she had suspected that Ing Mo's background was far from simple.
Lanling.
Muji looked at her with utmost seriousness, her tone laden with gravity. "Remember my words. This matter must remain buried in your heart. Never speak of it to anyone else, understood?" "Understood." Though Lanling was confused, Muji's expression instilled a clear understanding of the gravity of the situation. In essence, this matter must never be divulged to a third party. "Now, rest well. You must deal with the consequences of your actions." Aware that Ing Mo was not easily deceived, she recognized that lies would not suffice and that she could only speak the truth. Fortunately, Lanling had managed to maintain her boundaries without committing a grave error. Although Ing Mo remained displeased after hearing her, he, for Muji's sake, did not express any intent to punish her. "And what do you plan to do with this person?" Ing Mo asked her. Muji indeed had such thoughts but knew she could not act unilaterally. She smiled at Ing Mo, a hint of mischief in her gaze. "Does your majesty think she can stay?" "There is indeed a question," Muji replied solemnly, as if it were a matter of great consequence. Ing Mo gazed at her, his tone slightly exasperated. "If you do not deal with her, what purpose does she serve? Her greatest flaw is her excessive kindness." "Is that truly a flaw?" "Indeed." Muji replied earnestly and seriously. "Sometimes, being overly kind can become a sin, harming both oneself and others." Ing Mo paused, momentarily taken aback. "Your perspective is rather novel." He smiled, finding some agreement with Muji's words. "If that is the case, then you should train her well. Keep her around for your use." "Thank you, your majesty." The matter seemed to reach a satisfactory resolution. Just as Muji was about to exhale in relief, she noticed Ing Mo's gaze fixed intently upon her, gradually revealing a strange intensity. Alarm bells rang in her mind. "Lately, you have been rather persistent." She felt overwhelmed. "I shall go. You are not permitted to go anywhere." Ing Mo cut off all her escape routes. "You have wronged me. Should you not compensate in some way?" "How shall I compensate?" Muji crossed her arms, her eyes brimming with wariness. "What do you think?" Ing Mo stepped closer, his lips near hers, desire evident in his gaze. Coaxing her, "Kiss me." Mu Ji's heart raced, her reason abandoned. Just moments ago, she had resolved to adjust her perspective, yet now, confronted with his allure, her resolve crumbled. She closed her eyes and leaned in to kiss him. Ingmo's dark eyes gleamed with delight as he lifted her and carried her toward the inner chamber. Another passionate night ensued. The moon, blushing in embarrassment, hid behind the clouds. In the throes of passion, Mu Ji mustered her courage to ask, "Amo, will I be your only one?" The moment the question escaped her lips, she regretted it. Ingmo had assured her on multiple occasions that he would grant her a title and take her as his wife. Yet he had never claimed she would be his sole companion. In the past, she had refrained from asking, knowing that as emperor, he must secure the throne and royal lineage, necessitating a broad harem. Thus, the answer would never align with her desires. By remaining silent, she could maintain a glimmer of hope. By asking, she could no longer deceive herself. "You will." Mu Ji's heart fluttered violently. Though she suspected this might merely be a man's flattery in the heat of passion, at that moment, she felt a sense of fulfillment. In the following days, Ingmo remained busy, while Mu Ji prepared for the arrival of the Southview princess. The princess's intentions were clear. She was coming for Ingmo previously. Mu Ji had been indifferent, but now, as her relationship with Ingmo deepened, a sense of insecurity began to creep in. After all, the princess held a noble status and possessed the leverage of the northern Jin kingdom, while Mu Ji had nothing but Ingmo's favor. In Xiaohua Palace, Mu Ji personally led efforts to tidy up the quarters for her rival. The Southview princess had stipulated that while marriage could be postponed, she must reside in the palace for the next 6 months to foster a relationship. Little Lucy. During the midday break, Mu Ji sat on the stone steps at the front hall with Qi Lu, feeling dispirited as she asked, "Do you know what kind of person the Southview princess is?" "I've heard she is gentle." Qi Lu, noticing Mu Ji's low spirits, speculated, "Miss Mu? Are you worried she will be difficult to manage?" "No. She will arrive in 2 days, so I'm just gathering information in advance." "She may not arrive in 2 days. I have heard that Princess Nanyue is quite frail. As soon as she entered Beijing, she began to suffer from the local climate. Now, just as we are nearing the capital, she has fallen ill again, which will likely delay her by another 2 days."
Is that so?
Mu Ji couldn't help but question. Could it be that Ingmo has done something to prevent her from reaching the capital so swiftly? After all, he had previously made such remarks. As for her illness, it merely serves as a facade for the outside world. If that is the case, then let us not be in such a hurry. We shall simply ensure that everything is in order before her arrival in the city. Mu Ji rose, preparing to leave when suddenly, a young eunuch who had been attending to Ingmo rushed in, breathless. "Master Mu, it seems something has happened. The emperor requests your presence." Chapter 95. "It is my father, isn't it? What has occurred?" Mu Ji hurried towards the imperial study, inquiring as she walked. The eunuch stammered, stating only that it seemed to be a serious matter, but he did not know the specifics. Mu Ji quickened her pace, arriving breathless at the study. Ingmo sat behind the imperial desk, his expression grave. Inside the study, both Fu Hongyu and Gu Yan were present, and the atmosphere was indeed heavy. "Your Majesty," Mu Ji exclaimed as she entered, panting heavily. "What has happened?" Seeing her in such a state, Ingmo immediately stood and approached her, gently patting her back to help her catch her breath. "Why are you running so fast?" He then cast a cold glance at the eunuch at the door. The eunuch, frightened, fell to his knees. There was no blame to be assigned. Mu Ji turned to let the eunuch leave and closed the door behind him. This action left Fu Hongyu astonished. Gu Yan, who had been close to Ingmo, was less surprised. Their master was no longer the same as before. Just moments ago, upon receiving the news, a chill emanated from him that could freeze a person to death. Yet, as soon as Mu Ji arrived, that chill dissipated significantly. "Isn't curious?" The eunuch cast a grateful glance at Mu Ji before hurriedly exiting the study and closing the door. Fu Hongyu, regaining his composure, spoke seriously. "Princess Nanyue has gone missing."
What?
Mu Ji turned to Ingmo, seeking confirmation. Wasn't she ill? How could she possibly go missing? Ingmo remained silent, his expression unyielding. Fu Hongyu continued. "Since she entered Beijing, our people have been keeping watch. Initially, the master intended to create some trouble for her to delay her journey. But we soon discovered that the princess is exceedingly delicate. She hardly required our interference, as she was beset with various troubles on her own. Even if she wished to hasten, she could not." At this, Mu Ji's gaze shifted back to Ingmo. This man truly knows nothing of cherishing the delicate. Ingmo smirked slightly, offering no comment. Fu Hongyu, pretending not to notice their exchanged glances, continued. "Just yesterday, the princess fell ill again. With so little occurring along the way, our people let their guard down and failed to monitor her closely. It was only this morning that we discovered she was missing."
What is the attitude of the envoy?
"Are they anxious?" The envoy is resting in place, citing the princess's need for recuperation, showing no signs of urgency or worry. Then it is not truly a disappearance, Muji pondered, her thoughts beginning to take shape, though she was not yet entirely convinced. Mr. Fu, where's the envoy currently? If they were to ride, how long would it take to reach the capital? Depending on the circumstances, it could take half a day at best, 2 days at worst. Then let us estimate 2 days. We must immediately position ourselves at the city gates to observe if any suspicious individuals enter. Are you suggesting that the princess might conceal her identity and enter the city ahead of the envoy? There is a possibility. Very well. I shall dispatch someone to keep watch. Fu Hongyu found this reasoning sound and hurriedly left the palace. Regardless of why Princess Nanyue would seek to enter the city before the envoy, it was imperative that she be thwarted. Ing Mo entrusted this matter entirely to Mu Ji, showing no intention of intervening. After Mu Ji departed the imperial study, Lien Feng approached to report, Your Majesty, I have unearthed some leads regarding the information you sought. It seems the Emperor of Nanyue has a rather unique taste. All his concubines share a similar type, either in personality or appearance. It is said that this Princess Nanyue is the Emperor's most favored and cherished one, remarkably resembling those other concubines. Absurd, Ing Mo replied, also finding it difficult to comprehend the Emperor of Nanyue's preferences. If one were to claim he was devoted, he had a horde of women in his harem. Yet, if he were to be called sentimental, those women all bore similarities. Suddenly, a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Are there any portraits of those concubines? There are no portraits of the concubines, but the portrait of Princess Nanyue was sent long ago.
Did you not see it?
This princess's appearance closely resembles that of the concubines, and by examining her portrait, one could ascertain what those women likely look like. Where is it? Evidently, Ing Mo held no genuine interest in this princess. As for the portrait, he had not only failed to look at it, but had also forgotten where it had been discarded. Lien Feng rubbed his forehead. How could he know where the portrait was? Ing Mo ordered a thorough search of the study, and ultimately, a solitary portrait was discovered in a corner behind the dragon throne. He opened it, and was suddenly struck by its profundity. Inform Lien Yu to send word to the spies from Nanyue. I want this matter thoroughly investigated. Understood. Lien Feng, having glimpsed the portrait, was taken aback. In an instant, various speculations raced through his mind. Master, could it be that the identity of this Mu Ji has been swapped? Ing Mo's gaze darkened as he frowned. It is not that simple. We shall ascertain the truth first. Understood, Lien Feng replied, bowing his head. Meanwhile, Mu Ji was in Xiaohua Palace, instructing the palace attendants to hasten their efforts when Qilu rushed in from outside. Master Mu, come here for a moment. He beckoned Mu Ji aside and pulled her out. What are we doing? I am quite busy. Ant-Man is looking for you. Upon hearing that Man Loli was seeking her, Mu Ji immediately halted.
What does she want with me?
I don't know, but Ant-Man seemed off, as if she had been startled by something. Master Mu, you should go check on her. Qilu expressed concern. Usually, Man Loli treated them well, often bringing them treats from outside the palace, though they were merely trifling snacks. They filled the palace attendants with warmth and gratitude. Startled? Mu Ji's beautiful starry eyes flickered with suspicion. Could someone like Man Loli truly be frightened? Has something happened outside the palace?
Let us go see.
As Qilu was about to accompany her inside, the door slammed shut, leaving him outside.
Ant-Man.
He was unable to enter. Such a pity. Mu Ji was abruptly pulled into the room by Man Loli. She initially intended to push her away in annoyance, but upon seeing the panic on her face, she furrowed her brow and asked, Have you gotten yourself into trouble? Man Loli shot a cold glance at Mu Ji. If it weren't for you, would I be forced to hide for all these years? Hiding? Mu Ji was taken aback. What do you mean? Are we being hunted? Man Loli, noticing the confusion in Mu Ji's eyes, turned her head away in annoyance. I'm too lazy to explain. If you want to explain,
why did you summon me?
Mu Ji retorted angrily. However, observing Man Loli's attitude, it was clear she had been concealing these matters from the original owner. Thus, Mu Ji boldly pressed, You claim that you have been hiding from me all these years. Why must we hide? Who is pursuing us?
No one.
Man Loli's anger flared instantly as she seized an object from the room and hurled it against the door behind Mu Ji.
Mu Ji stood firm.
Her gaze as cold as ice, and asked the final question with deliberate clarity. It is my father, I assenti it? Chapter 96. The truth revealed. Man Loli stood frozen, her emotions unraveling as tears silently streamed down her cheeks after her outburst. Mu Ji observed her, a subtle understanding dawning within her. Why did Man Loli exhibit such peculiar behavior towards her own daughter? Perhaps it was due to that father's influence. The wisdom of one cannot urge others to be virtuous without experiencing their suffering resonated with Mu Ji. She approached slowly, crouching before Man Loli, and gently spoke. Though I am unaware of what transpired, you need not fear, for we are in the Northern Jin Imperial Palace, and I am here with you. Upon hearing those final words, Man Loli gradually lifted her gaze to Mu Ji, her eyes shimmering with tears, her expression a tumultuous mix of emotions. Ji, do you harbor a deep hatred for me, your mother? Mu Ji fell silent for a moment, choosing her words carefully. Man Lely managed a self-deprecating smile. Ever since you rescued me from that dilapidated house, you have never once called me mother again. In the past, regardless of how I struck or scolded you, you would plead with tears, terrified that I might abandon you. Each time I witnessed your heart-wrenching cries, my heart ached, yet when I saw your face. Her words faltered as she turned her head away, unwilling to meet Muji's gaze. Muji instinctively touched her own face, lost in contemplation. I do not harbor hatred towards you, she sighed internally, pulling Man Lely to her feet and tenderly arranging her disheveled hair. If you wish not to speak of the past, then I shall not bring it up again. Very well, Man Lely murmured. What brings you here? To engage in a political marriage, Muji replied. What? Man Lely seemed agitated once more. A marriage with whom? With the emperor. What troubles you? Does this mean she will reside in the palace permanently? Muji cast a curious glance at Man Lely. Speak to me. Is she to live here indefinitely? Yes. In Xiaohua Hall, for at least 6 months. Upon hearing this, Man Lely supported her head with her hands, appearing utterly distressed. If you need me, call for me. I must attend to my duties. Wait. As Muji turned to leave, she was halted by Man Lely's voice. When the princess enters the palace, you must avoid meeting her. Why? I command you not to meet her. Muji was at a loss for words. The matter concerning the South Yu princess has been entrusted to me by the emperor. Do you truly believe I can avoid her? What? Man Lely sprang to her feet, her stunning visage shifting between pallor and flush. It is over. The truth cannot be concealed any longer. Muji sensed Man Lely's rising panic, leading her to a conjecture. Yet, she understood that Man Lely was reluctant to divulge the truth. Asking would be futile. She could only wait for the princess's arrival at the palace to confirm her suspicions. Rest assured, everything will be all right. With that reassuring statement, she exited the room. Upon returning to Xiaohua Hall, she found Qilu directing the preparations. The entire hall appeared revitalized and immaculate. Madam, is Aunt Man all right? Nothing serious, Muji replied thoughtfully. Once the South Yu princess arrives, keep a watchful eye on my mother. Inform me immediately if you notice anything amiss. Of course, Qilu assured her. Since Aunt Man wished to keep matters private, he would refrain from questioning further. One must navigate life with subtlety, lest they incite disdain. As Muji contemplated the situation, she deemed her affairs with Man Lely personal, choosing not to inform Mo. After freshening up, she prepared for bed. That evening, Mo seemed preoccupied, holding her close without making any further movements, which struck Muji as peculiar. Nevertheless, it was a rare occurrence, and she seized the opportunity to drift into slumber. Just as she had begun to doze off, Mo abruptly rose, startling her awake. The night was still cloaked in darkness. What prompts your early rising? Muji rubbed her sleepy eyes and gazed at Mo. Continue your rest, he urged. Some matters cannot await dawn. The morning court does not commence this early. Muji was about to inquire further when Mo stood at the foot of the bed. His dark eyes fixed upon her for a moment before he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Be good, do not ask yet. I will explain everything once I have clarity. With that, he swiftly exited. Watching him depart the chambers, Muji felt her sleep vanish. What urgency could compel Mo to act in such haste? Just as she began to succumb to drowsiness again, a knock resounded at the door. At this hour, the only one bold enough to knock would be Qilu. Madam. Indeed, she responded, and the next moment, she heard his voice again. Madam, are you awake? Hurry. The South Yu princess is about to enter the palace. The door swung open. So soon?
Musei hastili donet harattire.
Not even taking the time to adjust her hat, letting her hair fall freely as she opened the door. Qilu stood frozen, his eyes wide in astonishment. Good heavens! He truly has lost his senses. He thinks Madam more beautiful than any woman. Qilu swallowed hard. Though he was not a man, he could not help but admire Muji. No wonder the emperor. Qilu. Muji snapped, hitting him lightly on the forehead. I asked you a question. When did the South Yu princess enter the city? The news just reached the palace this morning. She and her personal maid disguised themselves to enter the city, but were recognized at the gate by the guards, who immediately identified them. Muji realized that it was not the guards who recognized them, but rather the people associated with Fu Hongyu. She swiftly turned, gathering her hair into an updo and securing her hat. Qilu continued, the princess did not anticipate being recognized upon her early arrival in disguise. She likely wished to delay her entrance into the palace, but once identified, she had no choice but to follow the guards directly inside. Go greet her and escort her to Xiaohua Hall. I shall follow shortly. Understood. After Qilu departed, Muji quickly tidied herself before heading to the rear courtyard. Lan Ling had already recuperated but remained in her room, hesitant to leave the bed without Muji's command. Lan Ling, rise quickly. From today onward, you are to work alongside Qilu and remain by my side. After notifying Lan Ling, Muji proceeded to Man Lely's chamber. At this hour, Man Lely had already left the palace to procure supplies. Upon entering the room, Muji approached the dressing table and used Man Lely's cosmetics to slightly enhance her features before taking Lan Ling with her towards Xiaohua Hall. Along the way, Lan Ling appeared exceedingly anxious, especially as they passed by the gates of the Lin Fei Palace. She lowered her head, terrified of being recognized, her face filled with trepidation. Lan Ling, lift your head. Muji's voice was firm yet gentle as she halted at the entrance. You are now a member of the Qianqing Palace. Do not cower so. No one shall dare bully you again. Yes, Lan Ling replied in a barely audible whisper, her gaze involuntarily darting towards the Lin Fei Palace, hoping to glimpse anyone emerging. Lin Fei is not in the palace. Muji gently tilted Lan Ling's chin upwards, encouraging her to look confidently at the entrance. Lan Ling trembled slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is it true that the Lin Fei Empress? Indeed, Muji whispered coldly into her ear. This is her punishment, though it is insufficient. Rest assured, she shall never bully you again. Lan Ling's hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance. Princess, the emperor is currently occupied. After your long journey, it would be best to accompany me to Xiahua Hall to rest. The emperor will see you once he is finished. Xiahua Hall? How close is it to where the emperor resides?